Outside Yuguan City, the sun rises. A handsome young man in black walked to a fast-flowing river and stood there, then turned around and said, "You can talk now, what can you do with me?" Behind him, two gray-clothed men followed all the way. They were two domestic servants, one fat and one thin. They walked with a steady breath and steadfast footsteps. They obviously possessed a certain level of martial arts cultivation. When they came to the bank of the turbulent river, seeing the desolate surroundings, a fierce and violent look suddenly appeared in the eyes of the two of them. "Trash, go to the underworld to repent. A useless person who dares to covet Miss Feng Yao will die." The fat man snorted softly, and surrounded the boy in black with the thin man. The boy in black's expression changed. "Want his life?" The boy's name is Long Yu, who grew up in Feng's family in the city, and is the adopted son of Feng Changge, the head of the Feng family. However, in this world where martial arts are respected, since his meridians were blocked and unable to cultivate since childhood, even if he is a family member, he will not be respected by anyone. As for Feng Yao, Feng Changge's own daughter, she is only 16 years old this year. Not only is she born beautiful and slim, she has also stepped into the 7th level of martial arts. She is a genius disciple of the Ice sect. "Who ordered you to kill me?" Long Yu asked, calmly. In fact, he had no interest at all in the so-called beauty Feng Yao, with eyes above her head. "Since you asked, I will tell you mercifully, Miss wants you to die. You can't run away no matter what, so, die." The fat man snarled, then took a step forward, and swung his fist towards Long Yu. Long Yu couldn't practice, and he didn't even see the opponent's movements clearly, so he was punched in the shoulder. A huge force came under him, causing his bones to shatter, his entire hand was crippled, and he fell to the bank of the rushing river. Cough. Long Yu coughed out a mouthful of blood, gritted his teeth, and didn't make a sound. He is tough, but he is not reconciled. In this world, strength represents everything. That fat servant is only the weakest first level of martial arts, but he can gather 1,000 caddies of strength with a wave of his hand. With a single punch, he will be seriously injured and dying. "I can't die." Long Yu's eyes were bloodshot, watching two people, one fat and one thin coming, exhausted all his strength and rolled towards the rushing river. With a plop, he fell into the river. The river was turbulent, and his seriously injured body fell into it. He was close to death, but at least there was still a glimmer of life. On the shore, the two servants were taken aback when they saw this. "Shall we follow?" The fat man hesitated. Although they are both domestic servants, the thin man is now at the 2nd level of martial arts, and his status in the Feng family is much higher than that of the fat man. The thin man's eyes flickered. "No, the current is fast, and we can't find him when we go down. Why don't we go all the way downstream and wait for him? He was seriously injured by your punch, and even broke his meridians, and rolled into the river to escape death. We will be able to stop him when we go downstream. He wants to see people when he is alive, and he wants to see corpses when he dies." "Good." The fat man nodded, and then the two stepped out quickly, heading downstream along the river. In the turbulent river, Long Yu's whole body fell apart, his bones were broken in many places, his internal organs were ruptured, and he was in severe pain. Death is so close to him. How could I just die like this? Long Yu gritted his teeth tightly, but the severe pain in his whole body had already made him numb. The rushing water washed over his body, hit the boulder in the water, blood stained the rapids. It didn't take long before his consciousness was almost blurred. At this moment, an angry roar and long chant suddenly sounded in his mind, shaking him awake. Long Yu suddenly woke up, full of surprise, and saw a burst of mysterious blue light emanating from his chest, which actually condensed into a long phantom of a green dragon, separated the deadly torrent, and protected him in the center. "This is..." Long Yu glanced around, only to see that the phantom of the green dragon that suddenly appeared carried his body forward in the turbulent current at top speed, riding the wind and waves all the way. Reckless green dragon, unpredictable in power. Immediately, a mysterious force poured into his body, gradually healed his serious injuries, and even broke through his originally blocked meridian all at once. Martial arts, step into it at this time. This is the mark of the Azure Dragon. Where did Long Yu not know what happened? 10 years ago, he was still the king of Earth Killers. After his accidental death, he traveled to this other world and was reborn in the young Long Yu. Since then, a mysterious green dragon mark has appeared on his chest, and he has never known what it does. At this time, because of Fatty's punch just now, some meridians in Long Yu's body were broken, causing the Qinglong mark to sense his dantian. In this way, it was a blessing in disguise, and the green dragon mark turned into a phantom of the green dragon, which not only healed his injuries, but also allowed him to step into the martial arts step by step. The first level of martial arts, communicating the aura of heaven and earth, tempering the body, bred a trace of profound energy in the meridians, possessing tremendous strength. Long Yu's eyes flickered. He has been trying various methods, hoping to step into martial arts, but all of them have failed. He didn't expect that the fat man's punch would break some meridians, thus activating the green dragon mark. Although I don't know what the green dragon mark is, but since I stepped into the martial arts, no one can easily let me die. Long Yu developed a strong self-confidence. In his previous life, he was able to become the king of killers because of his ruthlessness and hard work, as well as his incomparably strong willpower. In order to achieve success in martial arts, tenacious willpower is also essential. The phantom of the green dragon gradually dissipated. At this time, Long Yu finally stepped into the martial arts, achieved the strength of the first level of martial arts, punching 1,000 caddies. Not only that, but also greatly improved his reaction and perception ability. In the turbulent current, he could even hear the chirping of the bugs by the river, see the rippling aquatic plants at the bottom of the rapids, and easily follow the direction of the current. This is just a change in the martial arts. Martial arts are divided into 9 levels, and each time a level is improved, the strength of Wuxiu will be doubled. If he is cultivated to the 9th level of martial arts, one punch can crack the mountain wall, and one kick can crack the earth. He is mighty and powerful. Huh? Long Yu discovered that after the phantom of the green dragon dissipated, it returned to his chest and became a mark of the green dragon again. And his consciousness was able to communicate with the Azure Dragon mark. Activation. As soon as Long Yu thought about it, he felt that the Qinglong imprint began to heat up, and instantly a force spread to his limbs and bones, which made him amazed. 2,000 caddies. With one punch at this time, Long Yu could actually exert a force of 2,000 caddies, which is equivalent to a martial artist at the 2nd level of martial arts. Once the green dragon mark is activated, it can actually increase his strength by 1,000 caddies, and its power is terrifying. But soon, he felt a little tired. It seemed that the fever of the Azure Dragon seal could not last long. Of course, he is already very satisfied with this, and this can be used as a trump card in the future. In my previous life, I was also a descendant of the dragon. I don't know if the green dragon mark has something to do with it. Leave him alone, it's time to go ashore. Long Yu got acquainted with his own strength again, and felt that the water flow started to slow down, and he should have reached the downstream. Crash! With a movement of his body, he jumped onto the shore, stepped heavily on the grass, and his whole body was full of strength. On the shore, 2 figures, one fat and one thin, looked at him in astonishment. This kid, is he not dead? They waited downstream for an hour, expecting to find Long Yu's body, but they didn't expect that kid to be alive and kicking. This trash can still jump up? The fat man found it inconceivable. His punch was really powerful. How could this kid withstand it? Fatty, it seems that your punch was crooked. It's really useless. Why don't you go and finish him off? The thin man stared at Long Yu's wet figure from the side, his eyes flickered, and encouraged the fat man to say. Humph, it seems that I was careless just now, this time he can't survive. Fatty took a step forward, his fat face showed a ferocious look, looking at Long Yu as if he was looking at a dead person. But what he didn't know was that the current Long Yu had finally stepped into the martial arts, and he was able to use the strongest force of 2,000 caddies, twice as strong as him. Long Yu stood up and glanced at Fatty lightly. He didn't expect these two guys, fat and thin, to be waiting for him on the shore, but now that he has stepped into martial arts, and can even exert the power of the second level of martial arts, is he still afraid that these two guys will fail? The revenge of that punch just now should be reported. Long Yu watched the fat man pacing forward, and his heart was calm without any disturbance. Although he has no combat experience in this world, but as the king of killers in his last life, his killing techniques are proficient. Of course, there is no problem in dealing with this fat man who can't even learn martial arts. Stinky boy, you were lucky just now, but it's not so easy now. Fatty came not far from Long Yu, with a playful face on his face, he yelled arrogantly, but if you are willing to call me grandpa, I might make your death look better. He thought he was sure of winning and wanted to humiliate Long Yu, but unfortunately, Long Yu didn't listen to this guy's ramblings. Taking advantage of the other party's thoughts on talking, Long Yu rushed forward suddenly, and swept his leg across the fat ankle of the other party, causing the fat man to lose his balance and fall back in shock. Before the fat man could react, Long Yu's right fist condensed 1,000 caddies of force, and hit the side of the fat man's head heavily. With a bang, the fat body fell heavily to the ground, with an incredulous look in his eyes. He didn't even utter a scream until he was dying. He didn't expect that he would die here, at the hands of a trash who couldn't cultivate in the past. One-hit kill. The thin man frowned. This fat man, why can't he even solve a piece of trash? Long Yu stood still, raised his head and looked at the thin man. There was one more thing left, since the other party wanted to kill him, he would naturally not show mercy. Hee. At this moment, the thin man seemed to have seen something, and chuckled lightly. It's really rare to think that you, a piece of trash, will be able to step into the martial arts one day, but if you think you can escape from me by dealing with a dead fat man, that's too much. A little naive. Escape? The corner of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly. Why should I run away? What? The thin man suspected that he had heard it wrong, and then he reacted and laughed. That's right, anyway, you can't escape if you want to, so it's better to suffer death obediently, with less pain. He never thought of other possibilities. His cultivation is at the second level of martial arts, and the strength he can exert is twice that of the first level of martial arts, reaching a huge force of 2,000 caddies. As for Long Yu, who had been called a waste before, even if he had just stepped into the martial arts now, he only possessed 1,000 caddies of strength, which was completely incomparable to him. The thin man took a step forward, and a hideous look appeared on his face. Okay, I was negligent before and let the fat man lose his life for nothing, but now you have no chance. Die. As his words fell, the thin man's figure quickly rushed towards Long Yu, causing a gust of wind. Facing the thin man, Long Yu was a little dignified. Blue Dragon Mark, activate. Under the communication of his thoughts, the green dragon imprint on his chest began to heat up secretly, and then a tyrannical force rushed to his whole body, allowing him to temporarily have a strength of 2,000 caddies. What he was good at in his previous life was killing people. Now, the same is true. The skinny man came rushing forward, raised his fist and smashed at him. Long Yu flickered, dodging the punch. After stepping into martial arts, his speed was also much faster, but the opponent's punch still brushed against his cheek, almost breaking his head. The power of the second level of martial arts is too strong, Long Yu dare not touch it head-on. The next moment, he made a sudden move and grabbed the thin man's wrist that hadn't retreated. The thin man frowned slightly, and then screamed, "Ah!" His wrist was broken. You, martial arts level 2? The thin man was inexplicably terrified. He never expected that the trash in front of him not only stepped into martial arts, but also stepped into the second level of martial arts in one fell swoop. How could this be possible? However, Long Yu's strength to break his wrist definitely reached 2,000 caddies. Long Yu snorted softly, and didn't talk nonsense with him at all. Then he raised his foot and kicked the thin man hard, 3 inches below his belly button. This place is the root of martial arts, where the dantian is. This kick made the skinny man scream even more fiercely. He was crippled, his cultivation was ruined, and he became a waste from now on. Both sides possessed 2,000 caddies of strength, but Long Yu was clearly superior in the use of strength. Click. Long Yu broke the thin man's neck, and he who had just stepped into the martial arts violently fought back the 2 servants who wanted to kill him. One of them was at the second level of martial arts. If this was told, no one would believe it. Seeing the thin man lying on the ground powerlessly, Long Yu felt calm in his heart. Since the other party wants to kill him, he must be prepared to be killed. He is not a good person. After transmigrating to the Tianyu continent, I was careful and did not offend anyone. But now, someone is still trying to kill me. Long Yu closed his eyes and rested for a moment, then opened his eyes and stood up. It seems that in the world of martial arts, it is impossible not to provoke anyone. The only way to deal with it is to make yourself stronger. In the Tianyu continent, martial arts experts practice martial arts. Fortunately, this skinny man doesn't know martial arts, otherwise it would not be so easy to kill him. He randomly threw the corpses of the 2 servants into the river, and then walked towards Yuguan City. He should investigate carefully whether Feng Yao wanted to kill him. Yuguan City, at noon. Long Yu returned to the city alone, and walked towards Feng's mansion. As a large city in the Tang dynasty, there are many martial arts practitioners in Yuguan City, especially the major families in the city, who have sent batch after batch of fresh blood to the major sects in the Tang dynasty. This is a prosperous city, with a population of 1 million. The Feng family is only one of the 4 relatively large families in the city, and none of the other 3 families is weaker than the Feng family. Long Yu walked to the gate of Feng's mansion in the west of the city, and suddenly a servant rushed out to greet him. "Master Long, you are finally back. The patriarch is looking for you everywhere. You should go to the hall." Long Yu glanced inside the Feng family's mansion, but saw many servants searching around for something. It seemed that they were looking for him. Seeing Long Yu's return, these servants were all relieved. They certainly wouldn't have thought that I was taken out to kill someone, right? It's a pity that I was blessed by misfortune, stepped into martial arts in one fell swoop, and came back alive. Long Yu sneered, and walked towards the hall of the mansion. In the lobby of the Feng family's mansion, there are 3 members of the owner Feng Chang'e's family sitting. Feng Chang'e used to be a soldier on the battlefield. He was tall, with a brave and strong personality, extremely bold and unrestrained, and his every move was full of chilling intentions. However, at this moment, the expression of this former soldier was a little worried. His adopted son, Long Yu, disappeared early in the morning. You know, Long Yu is the son of his old friend. He treats Long Yu better than his own daughter. Now that Long Yu is missing, one can imagine his mood. In addition to the head of the family, Feng Chang'e, there is also a delicate girl in a light green dress in the hall, who is Feng Chang'e's own daughter, the genius Wuxiu Feng Yao. Feng Yao joined the Ice sect, one of the 7 major sects of the Great Tang Kingdom, in her early years, and she has outstanding cultivation talent. This time, she is already a disciple of the inner sect of the Ice sect, and her cultivation has reached the 7th level of martial arts. At this moment, the pretty girl's pretty face showed no expression, just an indifferent look. She seemed indifferent to Long Yu's disappearance. In addition to Feng Changge and Feng Yao's father and daughter, there was also a luxuriously dressed middle-aged lady sitting in the hall. It was Feng Yao's mother and Feng Changge's wife, named Lu Yu. Feng Changge, what else is there to wait for? The middle-aged lady Lu Yu had an indifferent look on her face, and said to Feng Changge, Yaoer has to go back to the Hambing Men to practice in a hurry, and I don't have time to spend time here with you. It can be easily seen that although Lu Yu and Feng Changge are husband and wife, their relationship with each other is not very good. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Feng Changge glared at him immediately, and asked angrily, How dare you say that? I just asked you last night, how about letting Xiao Yu marry Yaoer? Missing, can you explain it? Lu Yu looked contemptuous, what is there to explain? He is just a trash, how can he be worthy of our Yaoer? He is such a trash, anyone who leaves Fengfu can kill him, even if he really dies, he deserves it. Feng Changge shouted angrily, shut up. After the angry shout, the hall was quiet for a moment, and the anger in Feng Changge's heart was quickly replaced by worry and anxiety. As Lu Yu said, Long Yu, an ordinary person who cannot cultivate, would be extremely vulnerable to accidents if he left Fengfu. After a while, the indifferent girl Feng Yao stood up suddenly, turned to face the door, and a clear voice like a sparrow sounded, the sect still has something to do, I'm leaving first. Facing his daughter, Feng Changge restrained his temper, frowned slightly and asked, You've only been back for 2 days, so you're leaving in such a hurry? Feng Yao didn't turn her head back, and said calmly, I came back just to pick a soldier that I can take advantage of. With Dad's saber, I don't need to stay any longer. I'd better go back to the sect to practice as soon as possible. After speaking, she walked towards the entrance of the hall with light steps. However, when she raised her head, she saw a young man in black walking towards him. The young man was smiling. It was Long Yu, who had returned from outside the city. Feng Yao couldn't help but frown slightly. Xiao Yao, why are you leaving so soon? Long Yu stepped forward, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Feng Yao, this genius girl who has recently gained fame, is still his righteous sister. He also heard some of the words of the 3 people in the hall just now, and knowing that his adoptive father Feng Changge actually wanted to betroth Feng Yao to him, he couldn't help shaking his head secretly. Although his adoptive father was kind to him, he was too kind. Seeing Long Yu's figure in black, Feng Changge, who was sitting in the hall, stood up all of a sudden, his face was full of joy, this kid is fine. As for the middle-aged lady Lu Yu, she had a displeased look on her face, and she didn't want to pay attention to Long Yu who had returned. Feng Yao frowned slightly and nodded. It seemed that seeing Long Yu here again made her very puzzled. She walked slowly, and her slim figure floated towards the door, as if she hadn't seen Long Yu, and soon, she was going to pass by Long Yu. Long Yu didn't say much, just walked towards the hall. Just when passing by Feng Yao, he suddenly said a word. And these words made Feng Yao stop in her tracks. Father, 2 servants took me to the river outside the city in the morning, trying to kill me, but at a critical moment, an unexpected person appeared and rescued me. Long Yu said this sentence to Feng Changge, and of course he deliberately said it to Feng Yao, wanting to see her reaction. Want to silence? Feng Changge's good mood disappeared in an instant, and his face was gloomy all of a sudden. The servant of the Feng family actually took Long Yu out to silence him? What audacity! In the hall, Lu Yu, a middle-aged lady, also had a look of astonishment. She never expected such a thing to happen. As for the girl Feng Yao who passed by Long Yu, she paused for a moment and subconsciously asked, Then who saved you? Although her tone was flat, Long Yu was a human being in 2 lifetimes, and she had dealt with life and death countless times, so she had already understood people's hearts. In the depths of that plain tone, there was a trace of trembling. It was obvious that Feng Yao was in a very restless mood at this moment. It was her without a doubt. Long, you can be sure that the two fat and thin servants were ordered by Feng Yao to kill him. Isn't Xiaoyao in a hurry to go back to the ice gate? I don't bother you to pay attention to such irrelevant matters. Long Yu chuckled, then staggered away from her figure, and stepped into the hall. Although he wants to take revenge, he is no match for Feng Yao, based on his current strength. Most importantly, Feng Yao is still Feng Changge's own daughter. Snort. Feng Yao also realized that her reaction was a bit over the top. She snorted softly, and left without looking back. And her performance, of course, also caught Feng Changge's eyes in the hall, causing him to frown tightly. Could it be that Feng Yao ordered two servants to kill Long Yu? Based on Feng Changge's understanding of her daughter, it is really possible for her to do such a thing. Ever since that incident when she was a child, Feng Yao's desire for strength has reached a level beyond the reach of ordinary people. In her eyes, only strength is the only thing that hinders her from improving her strength. She will make up her mind to eradicate all factors that hinder her from improving her strength. Feng Changge suddenly realized that he wanted Long Yu to marry Feng Yao. It's not going to get any better. Snort. The middle-aged lady Lu Yu snorted coldly. She never had a good look towards Long Yu. She was about to say something with a dark face, but was scolded by Feng Changge. Lu Yu, you go out first. Seeing Feng Changge's serious face, Lu Yu also knew that her husband was really angry now. You're a good-for-nothing, you're lucky, someone will save you when you encounter this kind of thing. Listen to me, you good-for-nothing toad, don't think about eating swan meat all day long, from head to toe, what is worthy of you? Can it belong to my Yaoer? Lu Yu said disdainfully, turned and left the hall. Thinking about eating swan meat all day? Long Yu was stunned. This shrew is really self-righteous. Of course, the other party was Feng Changge's wife after all, and Long Yu didn't bother to say anything. In the hall of the Feng family, only Long Yu and Feng Changge were left soon. Feng Changge sat down at the first place, and greeted Long Yu. Xiao Yu, don't worry about what you said just now, come and sit down quickly, and tell me what's going on. Father. Long Yu went to sit next to him, deliberated in his mind, and quickly decided what to say. The adoptive father, Feng Changge, is his father's old friend who raised him since he was a child and treated him with great kindness. Without Feng Changge, it would be impossible for Long Yu, a waste who can't cultivate, to live in peace until now. But now, Feng Changge's own daughter is instructing the servants to kill Long Yu. This is revenge, and revenge must be avenged, which is Long Yu's consistent belief. However, Feng Yao is Feng Changge's own daughter, and there is an entanglement of grievances and hatreds. If this kind of thing were replaced by any other person, I am afraid that they would not know how to deal with it. Grace first, enmity second, repay favor first, then revenge. Long Yu quickly made a decision, with a clear heart and a clear distinction between grievances and hatred. If he really wanted to take revenge and kill Feng Yao, he had to repay Feng Changge's favor first, otherwise he would feel ashamed. Now that he is stepping into martial arts, it is a big taboo to harbor such guilt. Of course, no matter whether it is to repay favor or revenge, he must have a stronger cultivation base, otherwise both are just empty talk. After thinking it over, Long Yu began to explain. Early this morning, 2 servants came to me and said that the patriarch ordered me to go out to buy some sundries. I didn't doubt it, so I followed them out of the city. By the river outside the city, they suddenly shot to kill me. Ifu, in fact, the unexpected person I just mentioned is nothing at all. The reason why I came back alive is a blessing in disguise, and I just stepped into the martial arts at that time. Stepped into the martial arts. The last 5 words were tantamount to thunder from the sky, causing Feng Changge's face to show excitement immediately. Xiao Yu, are you able to practice? Before Feng Changge's butt was hot, he stood up excitedly. The news of Long Yuning's cultivation is definitely great news for Feng Changge. Long Yu's inability to cultivate has always been Feng Chang's knot in his heart. After all, in this world where martial arts are respected, a person who cannot cultivate is actually a waste. I can practice, and I have stepped into the first level of martial arts. Long Yu nodded and said with a smile. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect you to get a blessing in disguise. What a blessing. Feng Chang's resolute face was full of joy. He stretched out his hand to hold Long Yu's wrist, checked it, and found that there was a faint flow of profound energy in the meridians in Long Yu's body, which was at the level of the first level of martial arts. Again, the meridians were blocked like before. Feng Changge was also thankful in his heart. Fortunately Long Yu was fine, otherwise if Long Yuzhen was killed by those two servants, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. Father, in order to save my life, I killed those two servants. Long Yu was a little embarrassed. After all, those two servants were servants of the Feng family and they had done a lot for the Feng family. It's okay, they want to kill people, but their strength is not as good as others, so they are looking for death. Feng Changge smiled and waved his hands. You have just stepped into the martial arts and can defeat two servants, which shows that you have a good fighting talent. Work hard in the future, and your future is in your hands. The future is in your own hands. Long Yu nodded solemnly. Of course he understands this truth. On the way of martial arts, even a real monstrous genius may not be able to make it to the end. This road is too difficult and dangerous. Only by sticking to your heart, persevering, and overcoming obstacles all the way can you reach the peak. Okay, don't think too much about it. Seeing Long Yu's serious expression, Feng Changge couldn't help but smiled gently, patted him on the shoulder and said, Originally I prepared a Lingxian pill for Yaoer, but she left in such a hurry that I didn't have time to give it to her. After entering the martial arts, I will give you the pill now. After speaking, he took out a delicate small porcelain bottle from his shirt and handed it to Long Yu. Lingxian pill. Long Yu was taken aback. It turned out to be a pill. In Tianyu continent, pills are a great help for warriors to cultivate. If they grow up in some big aristocratic families and take various pills and spiritual herbs since childhood, they will have a much greater advantage in cultivation than ordinary people. Lingxian pill is a low-grade elixir. Although it is considered the lowest level elixir, it should have a good effect on you. Feng Changge said with a smile, Go ahead, absorb him now, you can't wait for a long time to practice. Long Yu didn't shirk it, after all he really needed the pill right now. As Feng Changge said, although this Lingxian pill is the lowest level pill, it is not easy to get one even for Feng Changge. The value contained in one Lingxian pill is enough to cover the living expenses of an ordinary family of 3 for at least 10 years. He took the small porcelain bottle containing Lingxian Dan, said goodbye to Feng Changge, and left, heading towards the small courtyard where he lived. Feng Changge stood at the entrance of the hall, watching Long Yu's back gradually disappear, nodded in relief. General, now that your son has finally stepped into martial arts, even I never imagined that such a day will come. After thinking about it, some tears flashed in Feng Changge's eyes. The days of galloping thousands of miles with the general and riding horses to kill the enemy are gone forever. Now, if Long Yu can achieve something in martial arts, Feng Changge will be satisfied in this life. Long Yu walked all the way to the small courtyard where he lived, and halfway, he suddenly felt a person rushing out from the side. Bad boy, do you still remember what day it is? An arrogant young man in a brocade costume led 2 servants of the Feng family to stop Long Yu. Not only the arrogant young man, even the 2 servants looked at Long Yu with contempt. Feng Luo. Long Yu smiled faintly, so it's young master Feng Luo. What day is today? Why can't I remember? In the past, Long Yu couldn't practice, so Feng Luo relied on his status as the young master of the Feng family to lead people to beat him many times, and robbed him of the monthly money issued by the mansion. Stop pretending. Feng Luo looked haughty, and snorted softly, hand over the monthly money obediently. You are a trash who can't cultivate. What do you need so much money for? It's a waste. You might as well give it to me, the young master, and let me improve my strength. In front of this trash like Long Yu, his proud nostrils were about to turn upside down. Who made him a martial artist at the third level of martial arts? Although the third level of martial arts is nothing to other people, it is extremely powerful for this waste of Long Yu. He can abuse him as much as he wants. The money you took from me, did you use it for cultivation? Which time was it not for fun? Long Yu smiled contemptuously. In my opinion, it's a waste of money to give you. Trash, you took the wrong medicine today. Do you still want to be beaten up? Feng Luo didn't expect Long Yu to be so uncooperative today. He was already submissive before, right? Of course he didn't know that now that Long Yu had stepped into martial arts, the gap in strength between him and him was not that big. Long Yu has been bullied by him all this time. Now that he has the strength, naturally he will no longer suffer silently. Exactly, let's try to see if we can fight against someone at the third level of martial arts. Long Yu thought in his heart that although he was still not as strong as Feng Luo, he had rich killing experience in his previous life. With the 2,000 caddies of strength he now possessed after entering martial arts, he might not necessarily lose to Feng Luo. However, at this moment, a loud shout came from the side. Stop! Feng Luo, what are you doing? Feng Chang's figure appeared not far away, and he came after hearing the sound. Wen Chang'e? Feng Luo's face changed, and then he gritted his teeth. Let's go. Trash, you are lucky today. After speaking, he turned and left with the two servants. Am I just lucky? Looking at Feng Luo's leaving figure, Long Yu smiled faintly. Maybe who is lucky? After Feng Chang'e drank Feng Luo away, he didn't come over. He just smiled at Long Yu from a distance, then turned around and left. Long Yu glanced at Feng Chang'e's back, then turned and left. Feng Luo, there is another elder brother named Feng Yin, who practiced in Jintian sect, one of the 7 great sects of the Tang dynasty, and is now a core disciple. Long Yu walked towards his small courtyard, thinking in his heart, as the core disciple of the Jintian sect, Feng Yin's cultivation is probably not much worse than that of his adoptive father. Controlled by the wind and cloud. Feng Luo was so arrogant, openly provoking and insulting Long Yu, he didn't even pay much attention to Feng Chang'e. It was because of his eldest brother, Feng Yin, who was practicing in Jintianzong. Every year at the Feng clan meeting, Feng Yao would lose to Feng Yin, which shows how strong Feng Yin is. If my cultivation level can be improved quickly, maybe I can help my foster father. Long Yu made up his mind. Feng Chang'e's kindness to him was as great as a mountain. How could he watch him being taken away by others as patriarch? Holding the small porcelain bottle containing Ling Xiandan in his hand, he continued to take steps. This step was more determined than before. Inside the room, Long Yu sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and adjusted his breath. He had just taken the Lingxian pill, and was about to slowly absorb the aura of heaven and earth contained in it, and use it for his own use, tempering his body, thereby improving his cultivation. Pills are made by alchemists by fusing and refining various spiritual herbs and medicinal materials, which can maximize the effects of spiritual herbs and medicinal materials. For example, Lingxian pill, although it is only the lowest grade low-grade elixir, after ordinary martial arts practitioners take it, it can easily be worth half a year of hard work. It can be seen that if you have enough financial resources to buy various medicinal herbs, Wu Xiu's cultivation base will enter the country much faster than others. An antibody, if you take the same pill later, the effect will be greatly reduced. Each martial arts talent is different, and the ability to absorb pills is also different. I don't know how my absorption ability is. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu began to exercise the trace of profound energy in the meridians in his body, trying to refine the Lingxian pill he had just taken. A burst of extremely rich aura of heaven and earth emanated from the Lingxian pill and was quickly absorbed by the meridians in his body. He could feel that the aura of heaven and earth had transformed into profound energy in his body and could be used by him. Originally there was only a trace of profound energy in his body, but soon that trace of profound energy began to grow gradually. And his strength gradually began to increase from 1,000 caddies. 1,100 caddies. 1,200 caddies. After a while, the Lingxian pill in his body completely melted and turned into a rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but he could not absorb all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. I can only absorb 30% of the aura of the pill. Long Yu was soon disappointed. 30% of the pill absorption ability was at most similar to that of Feng Yao. In fact, being able to absorb 30% of the aura of pills, this talent is considered good in the entire Tianyu continent. Even if you enter the 7 major sects of the Great Tang Kingdom, you can still rank in the forefront. After all, the vast majority of martial arts in the Tianyu continent it's just absorbing 10% or 20% of the aura of the pill. However, Long Yu was the king of killers in his last life, and he had extremely strict requirements on himself. Now that he has stepped into martial arts, he must of course sprint towards the peak. A mere 30% of the spiritual energy of the pill is far from enough. Long Yu clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, he suddenly felt the green dragon mark on his chest heat up again. Long Yu frowned slightly. Could it be that there is something mysterious about this green dragon mark? Just as he was thinking this way, a mysterious force instantly spread out from the green dragon mark, just like the force that helped him open up the meridians all over his body. This mysterious force actually wrapped up all the aura of Lingxian pill that Long Yu didn't absorb, and then Long Yu was shocked to find that the aura of heaven and earth that was supposed to be wasted was absorbed by him again. It's against the sky. Long Yu's heart was pounding, feeling everything in his body inconceivably. Under the influence of the green dragon seal, Lingxian Dan's heaven and earth aura was completely absorbed by him, and his cultivation base instantly broke through to the second level of martial arts under the influence of the medicine. The second level of martial arts has a huge strength of 2,000 caddies, and the power that can be exerted is twice as much as that of the first level of martial arts. After breaking through to the second level of martial arts, Lingxian Pill's heaven and earth spiritual energy was not completely consumed, but stored in his dantian. These remaining medicinal powers cannot be absorbed immediately. After all, Long Yu has just broken through and his cultivation base is not stable enough. It will be better to absorb these medicinal powers after he is familiar with the power of the second level of martial arts. At the same time, he also found that when he stepped into the second level of martial arts, the green dragon mark on his chest seemed to have changed a little, but he didn't know what the change was. What kind of existence is this azure dragon mark? Long Yu murmured. After possessing the green dragon mark, he could completely absorb the power of the pill. It would be shocking to hear it. In other words, with the same cultivation resources, his cultivation speed will be more than 3 times that of a genius like Feng Yao. It seems that relying on the green dragon mark, he can definitely quickly catch up with the gap that has fallen with other young people of the same generation over the years, and even catch up with everyone in the near future. The Azure Dragon Seal will become his biggest secret, and even Feng Chang'e, Long Yu doesn't plan to tell it, because it is too shocking, and telling him may not be good for him later. In the next few days, Long Yu consolidated his cultivation in the room, and no one in the entire Fengfu except Feng Chang'e knew that Long Yu was able to cultivate. And Feng Chang'e went to investigate that day, which 2 servants wanted to assassinate Long Yu, and when he found the bodies of the 2 servants, he was shocked. Of those 2 domestic servants, one of them was at the second level of martial arts. That is to say, it is simply unbelievable that Long Yu can kill a second-level martial arts existence, just after he stepped into the martial arts. Feng Chang'e didn't disclose this matter. He knew that it would be bad for Long Yu if too many people knew about it, especially, if there was such a terrifying force in the imperial city. If he knew that Long Yu could cultivate, it must be a great threat. 3 days later, Long Yu consolidated his cultivation at the second level of martial arts, and he was able to send and receive 2,000 caddies of force freely, so he left the small courtyard where he lived in satisfaction. Next, he will go to the Fengjiang Martial Arts Pavilion to pick out 1 or 2 books for martial arts practice. Although his own killing skills are very proficient, in Tianyu continent, this is not enough to guarantee his safety. The martial arts in Tianyu continent are complex, especially including the use of profound energy in the body, which is an area that Long Yu still doesn't understand at all. Feng Family, Martial Arts Pavilion. When Long Yu's figure appeared at the gate of the martial arts pavilion, many Feng family disciples cast suspicious glances at him. What is this trash who can't cultivate? What is he doing in martial arts pavilion? As one of the 4 big families in Yuguan City, the Feng family is naturally thriving. With all the direct and collateral families added together, there are hundreds of people. In the martial skill pavilion of the Feng family, there are always some children of the Feng family who choose martial arts and practice them. When Long Yu stepped into the door of the martial arts pavilion, a haughty voice suddenly came from the front. He, everyone, look who is here. Isn't this our big trash who can't cultivate? When these words came out, there was a burst of laughter all around. Long Yu looked up, and sure enough, he saw young Master Feng Luo, who stopped him 3 days ago from trying to rob him of money, standing in front of him, looking down at him. Feng Luo, what do you want? Long Yu said lightly. Trash, dare to come to the martial skills pavilion. Do you want to practice martial arts in the martial skills pavilion? Feng Luo contemptuously looked down on Long Yu. As we all know, martial arts require the use of profound energy. You trash can't cultivate. Where did you get the profound energy? Why don't you get out of here? What if I want to go in? Long Yu's voice became cold. This Feng Luo kept making trouble for him again and again, and he endured it, and now he actually prevented him from entering the martial arts pavilion. If he endured it any longer, he would really have lost his identity as the king of killers in his previous life. You really want to go in that much? Feng Luo looked at Long Yu disdainfully. If you are sincere and really want to go in and admire the mysteries of my Feng family's martial arts, that's all right. Of course, in order to show your sincerity, you should kowtow to me 3 times and slap yourself. 10 slaps in the face, and then just crawl under my feet. How about it, young master? Am I magnanimous? Kowtow 3 times, slap 10 slaps, and crawl under his feet? Many children of the Feng family looked at this side with great interest. Although Feng Luo was only at the 3rd level of martial arts, he was not considered a strong man, but Long Yu was even a waste, and he couldn't even step into the martial arts. Such a waste even dared to come to the Feng family martial arts pavilion. He deserved to be humiliated. Now they want to see how Long Yu will end up now. Feng Luo stood proudly in front of Long Yu at the gate of the Feng family martial arts pavilion, his eyes showing disdain. Kowtow 3 times, slap yourself, and crawl under your feet? Long Yu asked quietly. In the Feng family, even if it is just a servant with a foreign surname, it is not a problem to enter the martial arts pavilion, but now, as the adoptive son of the head of the family, Long Yu wants to enter the martial arts pavilion, and he has to kowtow to others, which is simply ridiculous. Behind all, this is obviously because Feng Changge's influence in the Feng family is no longer as good as before, and even the position of the head of the family is about to be replaced. That's right, this young master is magnanimous. If not, a waste like you should get out of my Feng family. Feng Luo squinted, with deep disdain in his eyes. Yeah? Long Yu sneered, and did not act in a hurry, but turned his gaze to the side. Near the entrance of the Feng family martial arts pavilion, there will naturally be guards, and today's guard is an elder from a branch of the Feng family named Feng Tianxiang. At this time, Long Yu looked at Feng Tianxiang, and saw that the elder of the sideline was a little old, with white beard and hair, but his cultivation was not to be underestimated, and he was by no means comparable to a junior like Feng Luo. Seemingly realizing that Long Yu was looking at him, Feng Tianxiang opened his eyes slightly, waved his hand, and said lazily, "Just do what Master Feng Luo said. If you don't kowtow 3 times, slap yourself 10 times, then climb under the feet of young Master Feng Luo, and you will not enter the martial arts pavilion." As soon as these words came out, many of the children of the Feng family who were watching around showed mocking expressions on their faces. This Long Yu is really a waste. I didn't know that Elder Tianxiang is also a member of our Feng family, so he asked him for help. It's ridiculous, this kind of waste, according to what I said, should really get out of Feng's family, and it's a waste of Feng's food to live. It is said that this waste was expelled from the house by a big family in the imperial city, so he lived in our Feng family with a shameless face. It is really shameless. Listening to the taunts from the Feng family children around him, Long Yu still smiled lightly, but there was indifference in this smile. It seems that this Feng family won't allow him. In the entire Feng family, only Feng Changge is kind to Long Yu, and he usually stays behind closed doors, but he doesn't feel much. But now he wanted to enter the martial arts pavilion, but encountered many obstacles. The Feng family doesn't allow me, and has a place to accommodate others. Long Yu has a tenacious personality, so naturally he won't be hit like this. Now that he has stepped into martial arts, staying at Feng's house will also cause trouble for Feng Changge. It is better to go out to practice and come back to help Feng Changge after his cultivation level has improved. But before leaving, he couldn't let go of Feng Luo in front of him. Feng Luo. Long Yu stepped forward, with indifference in his eyes, and looked at Feng Luo. "You keep saying that I'm a waste, but if one day, this waste of mine tramples you under your feet, then what are you?" Boom. As soon as these words came out like a thunderbolt, everyone in the field was stunned. How dare this trash say such a thing? A mere trash who can't practice dares to say that Feng Luo, a martial artist with a 3rd level of martial arts, will be trampled under his feet. Martial arts 3rd level, a random punch has a huge force of 4,000 caddies. I am afraid that one punch can smash Long Yu into meat sauce. In the martial arts pavilion, everyone stared at Long Yu, thinking that this trash is crazy, and dared to provoke young Master Feng Luo like this. Young Master Feng Luo is a direct descendant of the Feng family, and even the younger brother of the strong Feng Yun. Even if he kills Long Yu, it will probably be nothing in the end. This trash, Long Yu, actually courted death. Could it be that he has been insulted to the point where his mind is broken? What did you say? Feng Luo's complacent expression just now turned cold. He is really nothing in the Feng family. Feng Yao, who is the same age as him, has already reached the 7th level of martial arts and has become an inner disciple of the Frost sect. But he was still unable to break through the bottleneck and step into the 4th level of martial arts, so he was not even qualified to join the sect. This made him worry all the time, but right now, this useless Long Yu actually said something that would trample him under his feet. It is simply unreasonable. Trash, you're looking for death yourself. I'm going to cripple one of your legs, so you know how serious the consequences of talking nonsense are. Feng Luo said very gloomily, taking a step forward, the power of the 3rd level of martial arts gathered in his hands. Martial arts 3rd level, with a body of 4,000 caddies of strength. If it is Long Yu 3 days ago, it may not be his opponent. But 3 days ago, after Long Yu absorbed the Lingxian pill and stepped into the 2nd level of martial arts, his own strength has reached 2,000 caddies, and if the Green Dragon mark is activated, he can gain another 1,000 caddies of strength. With 3,000 caddies of strength, plus Long Yu's accumulated killing experience in his previous life, it would not be difficult to deal with Feng Luo. Feng Luo couldn't even break through the bottleneck of the 4th level of martial arts, and of course he couldn't comprehend any advanced martial arts. His combat power was the weakest in the 3rd level of martial arts. Die. Feng Luo's face was ferocious, and his right fist concentrated 4,000 caddies of force, exuding bursts of ghostly aura, and swung it towards Long Yu's chest like a shura. It's Shura's hand, it's a martial skill in the martial skill pavilion, Feng Luo has already mastered it. Long Yu, that trash, is doomed this time. He was a trash who couldn't cultivate in the first place, and he will lose a leg in the future and become a cripple. Azura hand, the great accomplishment of cultivation can reveal the breath of Shura, shocking people's hearts, but it's a pity that Feng Luo's comprehension is still too poor, and he can only comprehend the small accomplishment after so many years. So what about Shaoqing? To deal with the useless Long Yu, it is more than enough without martial arts. Are you afraid of losing? The children of the Feng family around talked a lot, pointing at the middle of the field. No one thought that Long Yu could escape from such an attack. In fact, Long Yu didn't even want to run away. With a thought, the Azure Dragon seal was activated immediately, and a burst of mysterious power filled his limbs and bones. The strength of 3,000 caddies. Not only strength, Long Yu was much stronger than Feng Luo in terms of fighting skills. Facing Feng Luo's punch, Long Yu's body moved quickly, and he swiped across the edge of the punch with one side, and then swept forward with one leg. Ah! 3,000 caddies of force swept firmly onto Feng Luo's knees, causing Feng Luo to scream, and fell to the ground with a bang. Snapped. Long Yu stepped on Feng Luo's back, still with a faint smile on his face. So this kid is so weak, I thought he was so strong. In the entire martial arts pavilion, it was quiet. With just one move, Long Yu trampled Feng Luo under his feet. Everyone was dumbfounded, they couldn't believe what they saw in front of them. The useless Long Yu, who couldn't cultivate, just now knocked down Master Feng Luo with one kick. How is it possible? Isn't he a waste? But how could that kick have a strength of 2,000 to 3,000 caddies? Impossible, it must be my eyesight. Many people rubbed their eyes, but when they opened their eyes again, what they saw was the same scene, and they couldn't help being speechless. That useless Long Yu really kicked Feng Luo down and stepped on him. Back. The words that Long Yu said to Feng Luo a moment ago sounded in everyone's minds. If one day, this trash like me tramples you under your feet, then what are you? What kind of? Of course it's more trash than trash. Feng Luo fell to the ground and was stepped on by Long Yu. He felt like the whole sky was about to collapse. He was actually defeated by a piece of trash or by a single move. How is it possible? You are obviously just a waste. Feng Luo gritted his teeth, his eyes were bloodshot. Yes, I am useless, but you are even more useless than me. Long Yu said lightly, just now you seemed to say that you want to cut off one of my legs. If that's the case, I'll pay you back. Stop. A stern shout came from the side, and the collateral elder Feng Tianxiang, who had been sitting by the side, finally moved. This old man with white beard and hair was as fast as a gust of wind, and a stern look flashed in his eyes. Using martial arts is strictly prohibited in the martial arts pavilion. Whoever uses martial arts, dies. Long Yu remained calm and sneered, are you blind? Just now Feng Luo made a move, but Feng Tianxiang ignored it. Now that Feng Luo was about to lose one of his legs, Feng Tianxiang came out and used the reason that martial arts were strictly prohibited in the martial arts pavilion, which is simply ridiculous. Although Feng Tianxiang was fast, there was still some distance between Long Yu and Long Yu. No matter how fast his speed is, it is not as fast as Long Yu's. Long Yu raised his foot and stepped on it heavily. Click. A clear sound of broken bones came from Feng Luo's feet, causing the expressions of everyone around to change. You trash, you dare to do it. Feng Tianxiang was furious when he saw this, his eyes flashed fiercely, and his figure was even more fierce. Today he was guarding the martial arts pavilion, but Feng Luo had one of his legs crippled. This was a great shame to him, and it put him in a very bad situation. You know, Feng Luo is the younger brother of the future head of the Feng family. Waste, since you are looking for death, you have nothing to complain about. Even if you have stepped into the martial arts, I will destroy you now, and let you know that a waste can only be a waste forever. Feng Tianxiang was extremely angry, his hands condensed the aura of Shura, and it turned out to be a Shura hand who had comprehended the most accomplished martial arts. If this hand hits Long Yu, even if Long Yu does not die, he will be crippled. Is it enough? Just when Feng Tianxiang was about to approach Long Yu, a muffled voice sounded from outside the door, and only a moment later, a tall and straight figure had already arrived in front of Long Yu. Feng Changge, the head of the Feng family, finally arrived at this time. Boom! After a loud noise, the two figures in the field quickly separated. Feng Changge firmly stood in front of Long Yu, without taking half a step back, as steady as Mount Tai. However, the collateral elder Feng Tianxiang stepped back several steps in a row during this collision. His face turned pale and his breath was vain. Obviously he suffered a disadvantage when he fought against Feng Changge. Feng Changge, you are the patriarch of the Feng family, and you actually connive at outsiders doing things in the martial arts pavilion. What crime should you be? Feng Tianxiang stared at Feng Changge firmly, his voice was stern. Really, it turns out that in your eyes, there is still me, the head of the Feng family. Feng Changge said lightly, in this case, I will use the power of the patriarch. Feng Luo provoked for no reason in the martial arts pavilion, and even attacked fiercely. Now that he has one leg crippled, it is his punishment. As for Long Yu, not guilty. You, don't go too far. Feng Tianxiang almost spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes almost burst into flames. You figure out who is doing the wrong thing. A stern look flashed across Feng Changge's eyes. Since you don't know what to do, then my patriarch has no choice but to be strict again. Feng Tianxiang, as the guard of today's martial skill pavilion, you actually connive at the children of the Feng family using martial arts in the martial skill pavilion. Family rules, deprivation of the status of elders. From now on, you don't have to guard this martial arts pavilion. You. Feng Tianxiang's eyes were about to burst. Feng Changge, why do you deprive me of my status as an elder? Just because I am the head of the Feng family. Feng Changge said categorically, without doubt. At this moment, Feng Tianxiang's face turned ashen. This is miserable. Not only was the position of elder taken away, but Feng Luo's leg was also lost, and he might have to face the censure of Feng Luo's brother and father. Thinking of this, Feng Tianxiang stared at Long Yu in the field with hatred. He felt that it was because of this trash that he would be in his current fate. If it wasn't for this trash, how could he have fallen to such a state? But he never thought that his current fate was actually entirely caused by himself. Little Yu, are you okay? Feng Changge turned around and smiled gently at Long Yu. It's okay, thank you foster father for your concern. Long Yu shook his head. Since that's the case, you can choose some martial arts at random in this martial arts pavilion. Feng Changge laughed. No need, adoptive father, I want to go out and make a living. Long Yu shook his head. Since he had already decided to leave the Feng family, he would not touch the martial arts of the Feng family. Breakthrough? Feng Changge couldn't help being taken aback, then smiled gratifiedly, and said softly, okay, now that you can defeat Feng Luo with one move, you have a little guarantee when you go out to fight. Your father has an old friend who is in the town of Tianzong. Why don't you go to town first? How about Tianzong? Suppressing Tianzong, good. Long Yu's eyes lit up, and he nodded. Zhen Tianzong has an old friend of his father, who could it be? Of course he doesn't know now, everything will only be discussed after going to Zhen Tianzong. Now that he decided to leave, of course the sooner the better, Long Yu immediately left the martial arts pavilion with Feng Changge, and went back to pack up. Long Yu followed Feng Changge and left the martial skill pavilion, and the matter of the martial skill pavilion quickly spread throughout the Feng family. The original waste Long Yu was no longer a waste. Not only was it not abolished, but Feng Luo's leg was also abolished, which was really cruel. Immediately afterwards, there was news that Long Yu was going to the Frost sect, intending to join one of the 7 great sects of the Great Tang Kingdom. Just relying on that trash to want to join the sect? What a wishful thinking. That's right, he just defeated that idiot Feng Luo. It's ridiculous to think he has so much talent. You can't say that. The patriarch's daughter is already an inner disciple in the Frost sect. Maybe this trash like Long Yu can get in with her relationship? Haha. In the Feng family, a group of people were talking about it, but they didn't know that what they got was actually fake news. Long Yu is going to Zhenchenzong, not Hambingmen. Hambingmen is in the north of Yuguan City, while Zhenchenzong is in the south of Yuguan City. One is south and the other is north. The two places are separated by tens of thousands of miles. The reason for this was that Long Yu knew that some people would not be able to let it go if he had crippled Feng Luo's leg. In the 2 days since he was about to leave, Feng Luo's father, Feng Changge's elder brother, Feng Changtian, had made a big fuss with Feng Changge several times over this matter. Once Long Yu leaves, the opponent is likely to catch up and strike. Now that the fake news is released, even if the other party wants to do something, it is impossible to find Long Yu's trace. 3 days later, at night, Long Yu prepared his horses, took the bundle that Feng Changge had prepared for him, quietly left Yuguan City, and headed south. Zhenchenzong is thousands of miles away, even by horse. It will take several days to reach Zhenchenzong. This Yuyao pill was prepared for me by my adoptive father with all my strength. It is a medium-grade pill. But now I still have the power of Lingxian pill in my body, so let's put it away. When Long Yu left, he looked back and saw that Yuguan City was bathed in the moonlight, and in this city, there was only one person who really cared about him, and that was Feng Changge. Don't worry, Ifu, I will definitely improve my cultivation as soon as possible, and I will come back to help you at the clan meeting in 3 months' time. Long Yu made up his mind and accelerated towards the front. And when Long Yu left, Yuguan Qingfeng's family immediately took action. Many martial arts masters set off secretly and chased towards the north. However, after several days of chasing and killing, they did not see Long Yu's shadow. Of course, those people knew that they were being tricked. Xiaoyu, the Feng family is not peaceful now. If you can gain a firm foothold in the Tianzong town, it will be much better than staying in the Feng family. Fengjia, Feng Changge, climbed to the top of the mansion, looked into the distance, and finally sighed after a long time. Today's Feng family is precarious, and the clan meeting in 3 months' time may be the day when the clan leaders will change. For the next 3 days, Long Yu galloped to his heart's content, galloping in the direction of Zhentianzong. The medicinal power of the Lingxian pill that was originally stored in his body was slowly absorbed by him in the recent period, and finally when he was about to reach Tianjin sect, he made a breakthrough in one fell swoop and reached the 3rd level of martial arts. Martial arts 3rd level, with 4,000 caddies of strength, plus Long Yu's activation of the Green Dragon mark can also increase 1,000 caddies of strength, stronger than ordinary martial arts 3rd level people. After stepping into the 3rd level of martial arts, the Green Dragon mark seemed to have undergone some changes, but Long Yu still couldn't see what had changed, so he had to give up. Early this morning, Long Yu finally saw a stretch of towering mountains from a distance. He knew that that was the Xintian mountain range where Zhenchenzong was located. Suppressing Tianzong, like the Hambing men where Fengyao is one of the 7 great sects of the Great Tang Kingdom. Long Yu rode his horse forward, looked at the mountain range, and thought of the records in the books he had read in Feng's house before. The 9th level of martial arts is not the ultimate state of martial arts. Above the 9th level of martial arts, there is a stronger state of martial arts. But that kind of existence can only be seen in sects like Zhenshenzong. It's almost there, drive. Half an hour later, Long Yu rode his horse and stopped not far from the mountain range. In front of him was a canyon, Xintian Canyon, which was the only way to enter Zhenshenzong. Foreign martial arts cultivators who want to join the Tianjin sect must pass the assessment as long as they can pass the Tianjin Canyon, but the Tianjin Canyon is not so easy to pass. At the entrance of Xintian Canyon, a group of hundreds of martial artists from nearby places are resting and discussing countermeasures. These martial arts are all young martial arts who want to join Tian sect. According to the rules, the age of these young martial arts should not exceed 18 years old. Long Yu's age happened to be 18 years old. If another year passed, the sect would not accept him. The punch that the fat man's servant gave was really just right. That horse rider over there, quickly come over to Miss Ben. Suddenly an extremely arrogant female voice came over, causing Long Yu to frown slightly. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the female voice, and saw a proud girl in a red dress walking towards him, surrounded by a group of servants. "It's you, what else are you looking at?" The proud girl saw Long Yu frown, and a hint of impatience flashed in her eyes. "Since you are a horse rider, you should know how to take care of the horses. This lady is going to Xintian Canyon. During this time, you have taken care of this lady's baishué. Alright, if there is even a slight mistake, this lady is the only one to ask." As the girl spoke, she pointed to her side. It was a white horse that was foaming from exhaustion, and it should be the baishué she was talking about. After the girl finished speaking, she then looked at Long Yu with condescending eyes, as if it was a great honor for Long Yu to let him take care of her horse. Seeing the movement here, many people around immediately started whispering. "That's Tan Yu. I didn't expect her to come today. It seems that another person can climb Tian Canyon today. Tan Yu, who is that? I think she seems very savage. What's wrong with her background?" "Shoo, keep your voice down, it will be miserable if she hears you. She is one of the 4 major families in the nearby Yuguan city, a member of the Tan family. Fight against it. Not only that, this Tan Yu also has an older brother in the Tian sect, who was an inner disciple of the Suppressing Sky sect a long time ago, and now ranks among the top 3 among the inner disciples, and his future achievements will be even more limitless." Listening to the comments of many people around, the girl proudly puffed out her chest, with a look of complacency in her eyes, as if she was the most noble peacock princess in the world. However, in Long Yu's eyes, this girl is just a fool. Who does this woman think she is, to catch a horseman casually at the gate of Xintian Canyon, and order him like a servant to take care of her foaming horse? According to previous experience, Long Yu knows that there is a word to describe such a girl, and that is princess disease. Long Yu ignored the proud Tan Yu at all, turned around and walked straight towards Xintian Canyon. Martial arts journey, not afraid of hardships and dangers. Since you want to join Xintian sect, just go directly to Xintian Canyon, why waste time outside? As for Tan Yu taking care of the foaming horse, it was even more impossible. Seeing Long Yu's actions, everyone around was stunned. How dare this boy in black ignore what Tan Yu said? I am really impatient. Sure enough, as soon as Tan Yu saw Long Yu turn around and leave, her pretty face immediately turned cold. She didn't expect that there were young people in this area who dared to ignore her like this. Tan Yu's proud face was covered with dark clouds. Long Yu turned around and left, completely ignoring her, obviously embarrassing her. How could she bear it when she was spoiled since she was a child? Bring him back to me, I will slap him. Tan Yu said coldly to the attendants behind her that they were all bodyguards she brought out from home. Miss, he has already entered Xintian Canyon, we're afraid it's inconvenient for us to do it. An older martial artist looked distressed. If it was outside Xintian Canyon, no one would care, but Long Yu had already entered Xintian Canyon, and if they did something, they would undoubtedly offend Zhenshenzong. Even the Tan family, the largest in Yuguan City, would not dare to offend Zhenshenzong. As one of the 7 great sects of the Tang dynasty, Zhenshenzong's background is unimaginable to ordinary people. Humph, a bunch of trash. Tan Yuejiao let out a snort, and walked towards Xintian Canyon. From today onwards, I will be a disciple of Zhenshenzong. As for that brat, if he comes out of the canyon later, I will interrupt him hands and feet. Yes, miss. Those attendants agreed one after another, watching Tan Yu's beautiful figure disappear at the entrance of the canyon. Each of them shuddered in their hearts. Mrs. Temper, these followers are the most clear. That boy in black offended Miss. No matter whether he can become a disciple of Tianjin sect or not, he will end up very miserable. Long Yu stepped into the canyon with one step, and his mind was completely on passing through the canyon. He didn't bother to pay attention to Tan Yu's princess disease. Long Yu raised his head and saw that Xintian Canyon was a long and narrow valley with steep mountain walls on both sides, and a long staircase was built in the middle of the mountain walls, leading step by step to the Xintian Zongmen. There are a total of 300 stone steps on this long ladder. It is said that when walking on this ladder, there will be heavy pressure from the sky, preventing people from moving forward. Without sufficient strength and understanding, it is impossible to complete these 3 steps. 100 steps of stone steps. And as long as you pass these 300 stone steps, you can join Tian sect and become an outer disciple. Let's see how it goes first. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu stepped out towards the 300 stone steps. When he stepped on the first step of stone steps, a heavy pressure suddenly fell from the sky. If ordinary people who have not practiced before stepped on this step of stone steps, they would be crushed to pieces immediately. Long Yu is now at the 3rd level of martial arts, and his own strength is 4,000 caddies, so it is no problem to resist this pressure for the time being. He stepped forward against the pressure. Every time he took a step on the stone steps, the heavy pressure from the sky would become stronger. Fortunately, the gradual improvement allowed Long Yu to take 100 steps in one breath and reached the 100th step, the stone steps. Arriving here, Long Yu's pressure is already very high. Wave after wave of heavy pressure surged from the vertical mountain walls on both sides, making Long Yu feel as if he was walking under a waterfall, and every step forward was extremely difficult. He gritted his teeth tightly, bearing the heavy pressure covering his whole body, but his back was still straight, beads of sweat oozed from all over his body, and his legs seemed to be bent under the pressure. The pressure here has already made it difficult for me to bear it. If I want to step on the 300 stone steps, it is impossible to rely on the strength of the 3rd level of martial arts. He raised his head, and there was still 2/3 of the way up the stairs. Sure enough, it was rumored that any of the 7 great sects of the Great Tang Kingdom recruited disciples very strictly. If they did not reach the 4th level of martial arts before the age of 18, they basically had no qualifications to join them. However, Long Yu was not reconciled. He had finally come here, and he hadn't gone all out. How could he back down? Suppressing Tianzong recruits disciples, it is impossible to only look at the current cultivation base, and it must also include the talent of the practitioner. If this is the case, there must be other ways. Long Yu gritted his teeth and thought about it. At this moment, he discovered that on the 2 sides of the Xintian Canyon, the edges and corners of those blade-like boulders seemed to be arranged in a special combination. The special combination of the edges and corners of these boulders seemed to have aura, exuding a burst of mysterious aura, which moved Long Yu's heart. Gradually, under the pressure that made him overwhelmed, he actually entered a rather strange state. In his eyes, the edges and corners of those boulders seemed to merge with the surrounding world, as if they were expressing something towards him. What did Long Yu realize by observing the mountain walls on both sides? Just at this time, the proud girl Tan Yu also entered the canyon. Seeing Long Yu's figure on the 100-step stone steps, she couldn't help but smile disdainfully. I thought he was so capable, but it turned out to be just a waste of 3rd-level martial arts. Tan Yu proudly raised her head, and began to step up the stone steps. Her beautiful figure under a long red dress looked graceful and exquisite. Her elder brother Tan Jian has long been a disciple of the inner sect in Zhenchenzong. He once told her that the 300-step stone steps for entry must be at least the 4th level of martial arts. 100 stone steps. Seeing Long Yu stopped at the 100-step stone steps, she guessed that he only had the 3rd level of martial arts. And she, the precious granddaughter of the head of the Tan family, has naturally reached the 4th level of martial arts, and she is confident enough to step on the 300 stone steps and pass through this canyon. The 4th level of martial arts is a watershed compared to the 3rd level of martial arts, and there is also a bottleneck. If a practitioner cannot break through this bottleneck, then no matter how long they practice, they will not be able to reach the 4th level of martial arts. The wind falls. But if he breaks through the bottleneck, he will be able to cultivate the inner strength of profound energy in his body, which will not only greatly improve his attack and defense capabilities, but also possess a terrifying power of 8,000 caddies. Tenyu walked briskly, bearing the heavy pressure with a strength of 8,000 caddies, and soon came to the 100th stone step where Long Yu was, and glanced at him contemptuously. It's a trash thing, even if it's only at the 3rd level of martial arts, it dares to embarrass others, it's simply life or death. Tenyu sneered disdainfully, since you have just embarrassed me, you don't need to keep such a waste of cultivation, but I am too lazy to do it. When you leave the canyon, my followers will naturally let you understand. What is it? It's called honor and humility. Originally, after she said this sentence, she hoped to see some expressions of panic and fear on Long Yu's face, but the fact made her disappointed. The current Long Yu is in a mysterious mood, comprehending with his eyes closed, as if he didn't hear her words at all. Just like outside the canyon, Tenyu was ignored again. Okay, you're fine. Tanyu's face darkened, she cast a bitter glance at Long Yu, who had her eyes closed, and then continued to take steps upwards. In this Tianjin canyon, she did not dare to do anything to Long Yu, but she believed that when this kid failed to join the Tianjin sect and left the Tianjin canyon, his time of death would come. Long Yu ignored her for the first time and made Tanyu decide to abolish him. The second time Long Yu ignored her was to make Tanyu decide to kill him. As the person involved, Long Yu knew nothing about it, and was still immersed in the mysterious artistic conception. Not long after, Tanyu went all the way up, condensing twice as much strength as Long Yu, and finally stepped on the 300th stone step. According to the rules, she is now regarded as the outer disciple of Zhenchenzong. 2 disciples guarding the mountain immediately came to greet them. They were also outer disciples of Tianjin sect, and they were ordered to arrange new disciples who passed through Tianjin Canyon here. Junior sister Tanyu, congratulations on becoming an outer disciple of Xintian sect. One of the skinny men with small eyes was extremely obsequious. My name is Wu Qing, and I am in charge of arranging the entry matters for junior sister Tanyu. Senior brother Tan Jian told me to wait here for a long time. Wu Qing. Tanyu looked at the skinny man Wu Qing, and nodded in satisfaction. This Wu Qing's obsequious face was obviously very helpful to her, making her feel like a high-ranking princess. I'm Han Jian, I've met junior sister Tanyu. The other person had a straight face and a square face, but when he looked at Tanyu, there was also a blaze of fire in his eyes. Tanyu has a good status and a beautiful face. He was attracted at the first sight. If he can win her favor, he will have more right to speak in front of senior brother Tan Jian in the future, right? Very good, what cultivation level are you all? Tanyu nodded proudly, and asked in an orderly tone. I am the 4th level of martial arts, brother Han Jian is the 5th level of martial arts. Wu Qing immediately responded flatteringly. Quadruple and quintuple, not bad. Tanyu nodded, and then a fierce light flashed in her eyes. You guys wait here with me for a while, there is a piece of trash at the 100-step stone step in the canyon, I want to see how he rolled down. Oh? There are still people here who dare to offend junior sister Tanyu. When he comes up, I, Wu Qing, must teach him a lesson and let him know that not everyone can be offended. Wu Qing's eyes lit up. He just wanted to find a way to curry favor with Tanyu, but unexpectedly, someone came to his door, just what he wanted. You think highly of him, that trash is only at the 3rd level of martial arts, how could he get there? Tanyu snorted softly, showing disdain. It turns out that I'm only at the 3rd level of martial arts, so I'll watch a good show with my junior sister. Han Jian smiled faintly at the side. I heard that the heavy pressure of Xintian Canyon often kills some guys who don't know the heights of the sky and the earth, and if they don't have enough strength to try to force their way, they will only end up being smashed to pieces. When Tanyu heard this, her eyes lit up. If that's the case, wouldn't it be very interesting to stimulate that useless boy with words, let him rush up, and watch him die under heavy pressure? The 3 of them quickly came to the 300-step stone steps, looked down, and saw Long Yu, who was dressed in black, still stopped at the 100-step stone steps. Sure enough, it's a waste of the 3rd level of martial arts. Wu Qing said contemptuously, although his own cultivation level is only 1 level higher than the 3rd level of martial arts, but this level is quite different. At this moment, Long Yu, who was immersed in the mysterious artistic conception below, finally opened his eyes, and raised his head as if realizing something. That's the feeling, it seems to be integrated with the surrounding world. Long Yu woke up from the mysterious artistic conception and took another step forward. Above Xintian Canyon, there is a peak towering into the clouds, and on the top of this peak, a quiet and elegant pavilion is built. In this pavilion at this time, there are 2 old men wearing 2 sets of robes, one black and one white, sitting opposite each other across the chessboard, each holding chess pieces and playing chess with each other. Suddenly, the 2 old men seemed to have noticed something below, and a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Old Hey, you feel it too. The old man in white robe had a kind face and said gently. Artistic conception. The black-robed old man cherished words like gold, and spit out 2 words lightly. At a young age, you can comprehend the artistic conception. Although there is only a trace, it is also commendable. The old man in white robe smiled. The 2 old men continued to play chess, seemingly ignoring the affairs of the canyon below, but in fact their attention was already focused on the young man in the canyon who had realized a little bit of artistic conception. That young man is indeed Long Yu. After Long Yu opened his eyes, he felt that the heavy pressure falling from the sky in the canyon seemed to be compatible with him, and the pressure instantly weakened. It should be fine. Confidence flashed in Long Yu's eyes. Now he can definitely step up the 300-step stone steps of the Tianzong sect, with only the strength of the 3rd level of martial arts. What's more, the sliver of artistic conception he just comprehended will be of great help to his future cultivation. Feeling that the Qinglong mark on his chest was already quietly heating up, Long Yu knew that his ability to comprehend this trace of artistic conception was inseparable from the Qinglong mark, and he never thought that the Qinglong mark would help him so much. Step by step, his footsteps even became lighter and lighter, because the trace of artistic conception he had comprehended continued to strengthen as he moved forward. On the 300-step stone steps, Tanyu stood together with Wu Qing and Han Jian, all looking at Long Yu below with contempt. You said, how many stone steps did they go to? Tanyu asked with great interest, as if playing a fun game. In my opinion, with his strength in the 3rd level of martial arts, he can reach at most 150 steps, which is already his limit. Wu Qing said with certainty, with a strong disdain in his tone. But as soon as he said these words, he saw Long Yu's footsteps lightly stepping over the 150 stone steps. Wu Qing's face suddenly became ugly. Isn't this a slap in the face? No more than 200 steps. Han Jian's tone was firm, but he still didn't care too much about it. A martial artist with a 3rd level of martial arts is 2 levels behind his strength. Compared with him, he is really too weak. But just after he finished these few words, Long Yu below stepped on him continuously, stepping over 200 stone steps with ease. At this time, Tan Yu and the three finally realized that something was wrong. Did he break through? Tan Yu was a little surprised. How can anyone break through in this situation? This guy must have found some way to cheat. If he can really come up, I will let him know that Tianjin, suppressing sect, is not for cheaters to join. A gloomy expression flashed across Wu Qing's face. These words made Tan Yu nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that Wu Qing was pretty smart. After all, if they didn't find a reason, they couldn't do anything to that trash kid. With them here, even if that good-for-nothing kid really breaks through to the 4th level of martial arts temporarily, he won't even think about joining the Tian sect. Soon, Long Yu stepped on the 250th stone step and continued to go up. 280 steps. 290 steps. 300 steps. Long Yu stepped heavily on the 300-step stone steps, and immediately felt the pressure on his body was swept away. He successfully passed through the Xintian Canyon, and according to the rules, he can become a disciple of the Xintian sect's outer sect. Not only that, Long Yu also had the biggest gain this time, that is, he realized a certain artistic conception on the canyon wall. After comprehending the artistic conception, Long Yu felt that he was more compatible with this world, and even the power he could unleash with a random punch was greater than before. However, before he had time to familiarize himself with the artistic conception he had just comprehended, 3 figures walked up to him. It's that Tan Yu. Long Yu frowned slightly, and raised his head to see Tan Yu and 2 Tianzong Yus walking towards him with malicious intentions. Looking at the looks of those 2 young men, it was obvious that they were flattering Tan Yu to the extreme, and it was absolutely impossible that they came to congratulate him on passing through Xintian Canyon. One of them had small eyes, and was as thin as a monkey. He jumped in front of Long Yu, and it was Wu Qing. Wu Qing had a playful look on his face, and asked loudly, "You trash, do you also want to join Tianjin sect?" The reason he called trash so directly was to anger Long Yu. If Long Yu was furious, he could justifiably teach Long Yu a lesson and drive him away. The most important thing was to be able to behave in front of Tan Yu. Waste? Long Yu looked as usual, and glanced at Wu Qing. That's right, even though you have passed the Skytown Canyon, it doesn't mean you are eligible to join our Skytown sect. Wu Qing said contemptuously, my current cultivation level is the 4th level of martial arts. If you can't even defeat me, you'd better get out as soon as possible. Don't embarrass yourself here. Long Yu raised his eyebrows when he heard the words, and said calmly, whether I can join the Xintian sect, is it determined by something like you? What did you say? When Wu Qing heard this, he was immediately furious. How could this kid in front of him disrespect him so much, calling him such a thing? His cultivation is indeed at the bottom of the Tianjin sect, but how can he say that he has also cultivated the martial arts of the Suppressing Sky sect? What right does this kid, who has just stepped into the Suppressing Sky Canyon, have to despise him so much? I mean, you are not qualified to decide whether I can join Tian sect. Long Yu stepped forward, not afraid of Wu Qing at all. Although Wu Qing has long been a disciple of Tianzong, and probably practiced the martial arts of Tianzong, Long Yu will not be frightened by the opponent at all. He has a smile on his face, but there is a killing intent hidden in the smile. Long Yu has long been used to observing the surrounding environment carefully at all times, and he has long seen the footsteps, movements, and strength of the 3 people in front of him clearly. Tan Yu and Wu Qing should be at the 4th level of martial arts, and the other person has a high level of cultivation, probably at the 5th level of martial arts. Now Wu Qing wants to rush to show off. Long Yu doesn't mind showing some color to him. At this time, Long Yu was at the 3rd level of martial arts, with a strength of 4,000 caddies, and if he activated the green dragon mark, he would have a strength of 5,000 caddies. There is also a trace of artistic conception that he has just comprehended, so it may not be impossible to fight against Wu Qing, who has a strength of 8,000 jin. What's more, Long Yu has experienced countless life and death fights in his previous life. No matter in terms of psychology or details, he must have a much better grasp than Wu Qing. Trash, you are looking for death. Wu Qing's small eyes were full of anger. Today I will teach you a lesson, and let you know what will happen if you go wild in Zhenshenzong. After the words fell, Wu Qing couldn't wait to move, and while taking steps, he gathered the inner strength of profound energy. The profound energy in his body surged, and the two fists were quickly covered with a layer of powerful inner energy of profound energy. Only after reaching the 4th level of martial arts, can a martial artist condense his profound energy and inner strength. Not only his attack ability, but also his defense ability will be greatly enhanced. The 4th level of martial arts is fengshuling, in the early stage of martial arts. Wu Qing had a look of contempt on his face. He saw his whole body was swept over like a gust of wind with every movement of his feet, and a fleshy fist covered with profound energy appeared in front of Long Yu's eyes. The speed is so fast. Long Yu's heart skipped a beat. His powerful fighting instincts made him retreat quickly, and at the same time lowered his head, finally dodging Wu Qing's punch. Trash, wasn't it very majestic just now? Why are you running away so fast now? Wu Qing's voice full of sarcasm came out. This is the martial skill of our Zhenshenzong, instant wind step, and I will use it with all my strength next. Let's see how you hide. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Qing's feet moved quickly, and the next moment, his thin figure came to Long Yu again, and his fists with inner strength were clearly in sight, and he was about to punch Long Yu away. If this punch hits Long Yu, with his current cultivation level, Long Yu will be crippled even if he is not dead. However, at this moment, Wu Qing suddenly felt a powerful force of artistic conception emanating from the target in front of him, which made the movement of profound energy in his whole body stagnate. Wu Qing was shocked instantly. What kind of weird power is this? How could this trash in front of him have such a powerful momentum? Shunfengbu, the speed is indeed very fast, but in the face of absolute power, what's the use of just being fast? Long Yu's calm voice sounded, and then he stepped forward, accompanied by a powerful artistic conception that enveloped Wu Qing's thin and small body. The artistic conception that he had just comprehended on the canyon was displayed by Long Yu, and it produced a miraculous effect, suppressing Wu Qing, a 4th-level martial arts practitioner like Wu Qing. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu activated the Azure Dragon Seal, concentrating 5,000 jin of strength all over his body, punching and kicking, each attacking Wu Qing from extremely tricky angles. Although Wu Qing was shrouded in the power of artistic conception, his movement slowed down a bit, but the 8,000 caddies of the 4th level of martial arts is still there. Facing Long Yu's attack, Wu Qing quickly reacted, and punched him with a fist that gathered profound energy and inner strength, instantly repelling Long Yu's punch, and at the same time there was the sound of the fist bone shattering. With just one punch, Long Yu lost to Wu Qing in terms of strength, and the bones of his fist were shattered. However, this is nothing to Long Yu, his trump card is yet to come. Immediately after the fist's tricky kick, it landed on Wu Qing's waist the next moment. The tyrannical force directly kicked Wu Qing more than 10 meters away, fell heavily, and rolled twice on the ground, covered in mud. This kick caused Wu Qing to suffer severe injuries. He could no longer get up and fell to the ground crying. Wu Qing. Han Jian, who originally wanted to watch the show from the sidelines, couldn't help being surprised. He didn't expect Long Yu to be so strong, and he kicked Wu Qing away. It's rubbish. Tan Yu, who was wearing a red dress, had a gloomy face and cursed. She thought that Wu Qing could teach the arrogant boy in black a lesson, but she didn't expect to be taught a lesson instead, embarrassing her. Now, am I eligible to join Tian sect? Enduring the pain of shattered fist bones, Long Yu calmly glanced at Tan Yu and Han Jian. That's a good idea. Han Jian, go and teach him a lesson, and make him regret offending Miss Ben. Tan Yu snorted coldly, and directly ordered Han Jian, who was behind him at the 5th level of martial arts. Hearing Tan Yu's words, a smile appeared on Han Jian's face. This guy Wu Qing was eager to show off, but in the end, he capsized in the gutter. Now that Han Jian is out, this is the best time to show his handsomeness and might. Junior sister Tan Yu, don't worry, no matter who it is, as long as anyone dares to offend junior sister, they will definitely learn a bloody lesson. Han Jian looked at Long Yu disdainfully, and then took a step. He could tell that although Long Yu had defeated Wu Qing, his fist bones had already been broken. No matter how against the sky, it was impossible for him to fight against a 5th-level martial arts expert like him. He will win this battle, and then he will be able to get closer to Tan Yu, and even. But when Han Jian was having a sweet dream, suddenly an old voice descended from the sky and clearly entered the ears of everyone present. Don't stop now? On Tian Canyon, how can you be presumptuous? Anyone who can pass through Tian Canyon before the age of 18 can become a disciple of my Tianzong sect. This is a rule that must not be violated. This old voice, gentle yet stern, made Han Jian's face change when he was about to make a move, and he broke out in a cold sweat instantly. It's the elder of the sect. Han Jian has long been a disciple of the heaven-suppressing sect, so he has naturally heard rumors that there are 2 elders guarding the heaven-suppressing canyon all the year round, but the rumors are just rumors, and no one has actually seen them. Now, in order to please Tan Yu, he violated the sect's rules and fought privately here, and even the elders of the sect stopped him, which shocked him a lot. Elder, disciple Han Jian knows his mistake, please punish him. Han Jian didn't even think about it, and immediately knelt down to the side, bowing his head respectfully and admitting his mistake. The penalty for violating the sect's rules is very severe. Now Han Jian only wants to get the elders of the sect to reduce the punishment, and he doesn't think about anything else. No matter how much you try to please Tan Yu, what's the use? After all, she's just the younger sister of an inner disciple. Compared with the elders of the sect, she is one underground and one heavenly. Forget about the punishment, you bring the 2 new disciples into the sect, and arrange them. The old voice continued to come, the cloud was calm and the wind was light, and he didn't even care about what happened just now. This made Han Jian slightly taken aback, but he reacted immediately, and happily kowtowed twice. Thank you, elder, disciple Han Jian will do it now. Han Jian was frightened like this, and Tan Yu on the side was not much better. Although she was arrogant and domineering, she would not dare to go against the elder of Zhenshenzong. Long Yu, on the other hand, glanced at the clouds above the canyon on both sides, with a vague smile on his face. This elder must have known that someone was troubling me for a long time, but he didn't speak out until now. He obviously wanted to see how strong I am, or how well I understand the artistic conception. If you don't punish Han Jian and Tan Yu now, I'm afraid it's going to cause me some trouble in the sect and urge me to practice. It's a good plan. Although Long Yu saw through the elder's intentions, no matter what, the elder's voice solved a problem for him. After all, he was indeed no match for Han Jian now. Of course, Long Yu believed that his own strength would increase rapidly, and Han Jian would definitely look up to him in the near future. Junior sister Tan Yu, come with me, I will arrange for you to go to the residence of the outer disciples. Han Jian smiled respectfully at Tan Yu, then glanced sideways at Long Yu, turned around and left. Just now when the elder appeared, Tan Yu didn't dare to stay for long, and hurriedly followed Han Jian to leave, but when her eyes swept over Long Yu, she showed a vicious look. Obviously, as long as she gets the chance, she will never let Long Yu go easily. Long Yu glanced at her indifferently. On the surface, there was nothing wrong with her, but he was secretly vigilant. When he entered the sect, he must quickly absorb the mid-grade pill prepared by Feng Chang'e, Yuyao pill. It is best to step into the martial arts 4 more times. In that way, the inner strength of the profound energy can be concentrated, and both the attack and defense capabilities will be greatly increased, and the safety of the Zhenchenzong will be a little bit guaranteed. Han Jian led the two of them straight along the mountain path on the canyon, and soon came to the place where the disciples of Zhenchenzong's outer sect lived. Junior sister Tan Yu, your residence is here, and senior brother Tan Jian has already arranged it. Han Jian led Tan Yu to a courtyard with an elegant environment, and said flatteringly, "Well, it's okay." Tan Yu took a look at the courtyard, and saw that there were gardens, rockery, pavilions, and she was quite satisfied. Then, junior sister Tan Yu, please wait a moment, I will take him to make arrangements first. Han Jian then pointed to Long Yu. Go. Tan Yu slightly turned her head, glanced at Long Yu contemptuously, and stepped into the elegant courtyard. Not coming soon? Han Jian turned and left, not forgetting to reprimand Long Yu, but the elder's voice was still echoing in his mind. He did not dare to say the word trash. Long Yu went straight to follow, walking all the way, and found that the disciples of Zhenchenzong's outer sect had one courtyard per person, and the environment was better than his residence in Feng's family, which is worthy of being a sect. But Long Yu soon discovered that Han Jian took him towards an extremely remote corner, and not long after he came to a somewhat dilapidated courtyard. You will live here now. Someone will send you the clothes of the outer disciples and the identity token of the Tian sect disciple. After Han Jian finished speaking in a cold voice, he turned around and left, apparently unable to stand the environment next to the courtyard. Long Yu looked around and took a few random steps, only to find that there was a large cesspool not far behind the dilapidated courtyard, emitting a terrible stench. This treatment is so unfair. Long Yu's expression turned cold. The place where he lived was actually such a harsh environment. It was obvious that Han Jianong had avenged himself and wanted to go back to curry favor with that Tan Yu. I'll take note of this account for now. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu turned around and stepped into the courtyard. The most urgent task now is not to find Han Jian's theory, but to absorb Yu Yao Pill and try to break through the current realm, otherwise even if he goes to the door, he will be humiliated in vain. When Long Yu breaks through, it will be the day to settle accounts with Han Jian. Yu Yao Pill, a medium-grade pill, is even more precious than the Lingxian pill I took last time. In the courtyard room, Long Yu roughly cleaned it, then sat cross-legged on the haystack, and took out the pill that Feng Changge had prepared for him. This is a crystal-clear elixir, exuding a mouth-watering medicinal fragrance, which is priceless. The last low-grade elixir, Lingxian pill, can be compared to the hard work of the first half of the year if ordinary people take it, but after Long Yu took it, relying on the green dragon mark, he broke through to the second level of martial arts, and then helped him step into the third level of martial arts on the way. Now this mid-grade pill, Yu Yao Pill, is equivalent to a year of penance for ordinary people to take, but for Long Yu, the absorption effect is obviously stronger. I hope to break through to the fourth level of martial arts in one fell swoop. Long Yu calmed down and swallowed the Yu Yao Pill exuding the medicinal fragrance in one gulp. As soon as Yu Yao Dan swallowed, a burst of spiritual energy immediately spread to Long Yu's limbs and bones. Absorb. Long Yu's heart was beating, gradually transforming the spiritual energy of heaven and earth contained in Yu Yao Pill into profound energy, and stored it in the meridians of his whole body. Originally, the power he possessed was 4,000 caddies of the third level of martial arts, but now, under the influence of Yu Yao Pill, his power began to increase slowly. 4,100 caddies, 4,200 caddies. Unknowingly, the green dragon imprint on Long Yu's chest began to heat up, storing the medicinal power that he could not absorb himself. Seeing this, Long Yu was determined and began to absorb the medicine faster. It didn't take long for him to transform 30% of the heaven and earth aura in Yu Yao Pill into the profound energy in his body, which flowed through the meridians all over his body. The profound energy in his meridians grows rapidly, but since he has not broken through the realm, his own strength cannot exceed 5,000 caddies. Only after breaking through to the 4th level of martial arts can his strength increase instantly, reaching the level of 8,000 caddies. He opened his eyes and found that it was getting late outside the house, so he stopped practicing for a while. Anyway, the remaining medicinal power was stored in the green dragon mark, so he had to go out to see if his things had arrived. Feng Chang'e told him that in a sect like Zhenshenzong, if you want to enter the martial arts pavilion to choose martial arts, you need a disciple's identity token as a proof. Long Yu didn't care much about outer disciple uniforms, but the disciple identity token was very important. When he opened the door, he saw some things lying on the ground at the entrance of the yard, apparently brought over by someone during his cultivation. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a set of blue cloth shirts, which must have been clothes for outer disciples, but this blue cloth shirts were thrown on the ground at will, full of mud and footprints, apparently taken by people. I don't know how many times I trampled on it. And beside that dirty blue cloth shirt, there was a plate of leftovers. Could this be a dinner for Long Yu? What about the identity token? Thinking in his heart, Long Yu immediately opened the dirty blue cloth shirt, but he couldn't find the so-called identity token of the outer sect disciple of Xintian sect. Obviously, the sender brought the clothes of the outer disciples and the leftovers, but only withheld the identity token, obviously trying to make things difficult for Long Yu. Very good, a few more sums have been added to this account. A cold light flashed across Long Yu's eyes, and then he turned his gaze to the yard not far away. There is a forest there, today's dinner should be settled. As for the others, it won't be too late to think about it after he steps into the 4th level of martial arts. As night fell, Long Yu finished his roasted rabbits caught from the forest, and continued to practice. In the seal of Qinglong, the medicinal power of Yuyao pill stored in it began to take effect, turned into profound energy and continued to be absorbed by Long Yu, and the power possessed by his whole body continued to increase. The effect of the azure dragon mark is really against the sky. Long Yu thought in his heart. In the middle of the night, the profound energy in his meridians overflowed, and his strength reached the limit of the 3rd level of martial arts, 5,000 caddies, and he was short of breaking through the realm. In Tianyu continent, anyone who wants to step into the 4th level of martial arts will have a bottleneck, and that is to gather profound energy and inner strength. For example, the Feng Luo that Long Yu taught at the Feng family couldn't break through to the 4th level of martial arts, because he couldn't gather the inner strength of profound energy. But this point doesn't seem to be a problem for Long Yu. Give me a breakthrough. Veins popped up on Long Yu's forehead, and the profound energy surged all over his body. It was quickly absorbed by his meridians, and then penetrated into every part of his body. It was as if he had been completely reborn, and his strength instantly increased by 3,000 caddies. 8,000 caddies. 4 levels of martial arts. Only relying on his own talent, Long Yu can be compared with a genius like Feng Yao. Feng Yao was able to step into the 7th level of martial arts at the age of 16. If Long Yu was not blocked in his meridians, he would naturally be able to do so. The bottleneck of the 4th level of martial arts almost does not exist in front of Long Yu. Long Yu opened his eyes, stood up, and finally reached the 4th level of martial arts, holding 8,000 caddies of strength in his hands. This feeling of becoming stronger made him feel excited from the bottom of his heart. In this world, only by mastering strength can one gain a foothold, and now Long Yu is gradually moving forward step by step along the road of the strong. When tomorrow dawns, I will go ask for an identity token. Long Yu thought in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly felt a hot feeling in his chest, as if something was going on in the green dragon imprint. By the way, when I broke through to the 2nd and 3rd levels of martial arts, the green dragon mark seemed to have changed a little bit, but I didn't see what changed at the time. Now that I have broken through to the 4th level of martial arts, the feeling is even stronger. Thinking of this, he quickly tore open the front of his chest, but what he saw at a glance made him stunned. This is? I saw that on his chest, Where the green dragon mark was originally, the winding green dragon turned out to be quite different. Before, the green dragon's imprint was still a little fuzzy, and it didn't fit his body well, but now, the green dragon became extremely clear, as if it was born with him. Moreover, the color of the green dragon has also changed. The original blue body has now become a little darker, with traces of black lines, mysterious and profound. The heat that Kai Longyu felt just now came from these black lines, which made him feel surprised. Jiuyo, the dragon of Jiuyo. A term inexplicably flashed in Longyu's mind, making him suddenly understand that the imprint on his chest was not a green dragon at all, but a dragon from the 9 netherworlds. In this way, perhaps the Azure Dragon Seal should not be called the Azure Dragon Seal, but should be called the 9 Nether Dragon Seal. Activation. Without thinking too much, Longyu quickly activated the 9 Serenity Dragon Seal, and found that the traces of black lines suddenly glowed with black light. At the same time, a burst of extremely terrifying power poured into his body from those black lines. This turned out to be the strength of 10,000 caddies? Longyu was instantly shocked. After he activated the 9 Nether Dragon Seal, the power from those black lines alone reached a terrifying level of 10,000 Jin, stronger than the 8,000 Jin he possessed. In other words, if the current Longyu activates the 9 Nether Dragon Seal, he will have a total of 18,000 Jin of strength, which is stronger than the 16,000 Jin of the 5th level of martial arts. In the Tianyu continent, the strength of 1,000 caddies is called the strength of a strong horse, because the most common strong horse in the Tianyu continent has almost the strength of 1,000 caddies when running at full speed. Therefore, after the current Longyu activates the mark, it can be said that he has the power of 18 fierce horses, which is not at the same level as the ordinary 4-level martial arts. In the Tianyu continent, there are 9 levels of martial arts. Every time one level is improved, the power possessed will be doubled. Therefore, in the Tianyu continent, few people can leapfrog the challenge. But this point doesn't seem to be a big problem for Longyu now. After only half a stick of incense time passed, Longyu felt his limbs began to ache. Although activating the 9 Serenity Dragon Seal gave him great power, the side effects were not small. In the final analysis, the body is not strong enough. With the 4th level of martial arts, it will definitely be very difficult to accommodate strength beyond the 5th level of martial arts, and it will even cause damage to the body after a long time. Longyu immediately stopped activating the 9 Nether Dragon Seal, lay down on the straw bed and got up to rest. Now his limbs are sore, and the side effects of activating the 9 Serenity Dragon Seal are very serious, but he should be able to recover after a night's rest. Early the next morning, Longyu went out to inquire about the news. With his rich experience, it didn't take long for him to learn something from several other disciples of the Tian sect's outer sect. The issuance of uniforms and identity tokens for the disciples of Zhenshenzong's outer sect are all managed by the disciples of the outer sect. And the outer sect director disciples are selected from the outer sect disciples, and they are changed every month. This month's outer sect director disciple is named Feng Yang. Feng Yang, he is actually from the Feng family in Yuguan City. It seems that if the identity token of my outer disciple is not issued, this person also has a share. A cold light flashed in Longyu's eyes, and before he knew it, he had already arrived at the residence arranged for Tianyu. This residence, elegant pavilions, gardens, and rockery, no matter from every aspect, it is 1,000 times better than the courtyard arranged for Longyu. The sound of footsteps came from the front. Longyu looked up, and saw Tianyu wearing a red dress, proudly puffing out her chest, walking back to her residence step by step like a princess. Behind her was Han Jian with a firm face and an upright look. Han Jian glanced sideways at Longyu, and said loudly to Tianyu, "Junior sister Tianyu, it seems that we are lucky. Just after returning from martial arts pavilion, we met an old friend." Longyu's identity token has not been handed out, but Tianyu's has already been obtained. It seems that just now, Han Jian took Tan Yu to the martial arts pavilion of Zhenshenzong, and it seems that he has gained a lot. Tan Yu stopped, and looked at Long Yu contemptuously. I have inquired about it. This waste is named Long Yu, who lives in Yuguan Qingfeng's house, and has been unable to practice since he was a child. Trash disciple. Tan Yu and Han Jian's unceremonious words immediately attracted the attention of many outer disciples around them. Originally, because of Tan Yu's beautiful appearance and proud temperament, she had already attracted the attention of many people when she first arrived yesterday, but now, seeing that Tan Yu was targeting an unremarkable new disciple, everyone stopped what they were doing, stopped to watch, and at the same time pointed at Long Yu. Who is this guy? The waste from Yuguan City can even enter our Qianzong sect? I don't know who it is, but if I offend junior sister Tan Yu, this trash won't end well. We'll just wait and see. Do you dare to guess what junior sister Tan Yu will do to this kid? What else? Of course it's to shatter his dantian, making him truly a waste. Everyone around laughed out loud, looking at Long Yu as if watching a joke. But he didn't know that the current Long Yu looked at Tan Yu and Han Jian indifferently, and was also watching a joke. After stepping into the 4th level of martial arts, the green dragon mark has transformed into the 9-Yu dragon seal. Long Yu's strength has not improved by a single bit, and Tan Yu is no longer worth mentioning. Even if it is Han Jian, who is at the 5th level of martial arts, Long Yu dares to fight him the last fight, the odds are not small. Seeing many outer disciples watching around, Tan Yu's proud face showed even more smugness. She glanced at Long Yu with disdain. Trash, you should have known that offending Miss Ben will not end well. Now, do you regret it? Long Yu stood still calmly, and glanced back at Tan Yu. Do I need to regret it? You take a piece of trash, why don't you come and try it yourself, and see if my trash can beat you to the ground? As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar, and a vicious look appeared on Tan Yu's face. That's what you said. With a serious expression on her face, Tan Yu took steps towards Long Yu, as if she wanted to make a move. Han Jian stood behind her without any action, obviously believing that with Tan Yu's strength, it would be no problem to defeat Long Yu. While watching, with a playful face on his face, he urged, Junior sister Tan Yu, senior brother Tan Jian just gave you a soldier, why don't you use it and see how powerful it is? Tan Yu snorted coldly when she heard the words, we don't need soldiers to deal with this trash. The two of them said a sentence, which made many people around them gasp in amazement. Zhanbing, it turned out to be a Zhanbing. For martial arts, if the realm of cultivation is the foundation, then martial skills and combat soldiers are two important factors that are indispensable for improving combat effectiveness. Martial skills can be cultivated as long as they step into the martial arts and condense profound energy in their bodies. The more brilliant the martial arts, the more powerful it can be in battle. The warriors are forged by blacksmiths, which can make the profound energy in Wushou's body exert stronger power. Soldiers can be weapons, armors, or some special combat equipment. Similarly, the higher the rank of soldiers, the more they can display the power of martial arts. In suppressing Tianzong, only those who are promoted to inner sect disciples can get rewards for warriors. Apart from that, very few people can own warriors. Unexpectedly, Tan Yu has won. Long Yu's expression was also a little dignified at this time. Of course, he had heard about Zhanbing long ago. Before Feng Yao returned to Feng's house and took away Feng Chang's saber, it was a warrior that could greatly enhance Wushou's combat effectiveness. The entire Feng family has less than 10 warriors in total, which shows the rarity of warriors. However, warriors are foreign objects after all, and the strength of martial arts is fundamental. Even if Tan Yu has warriors, I may not lose to her. Long Yu thought in his heart, watching Tan Yu approach calmly. He noticed that Tan Yu's footsteps were mysterious and contained certain rules, and she unexpectedly displayed some kind of footwork and martial skills quietly. Tan Yu has only come to Zhenshenzong for one day, so it is impossible to comprehend the martial arts of Zhenchenzong, so this footwork martial skill must be the martial skill of the Tan family in Yuguan City. I heard in the Feng family, before that there are 3 major martial skills inherited by the Tan family in Yuguan City. One of them is the footwork martial skill, and the lost step is a middle-grade martial skill. The people of the Tan family are extremely fast when they use it. Long Yu became fully vigilant. Although Tan Yu was a 4th-level martial artist like him, she had practiced the Tan family's martial arts, and her combat power must not be underestimated. Snort. Seeing Long Yu's cautious look, Tan Yu chuckled disdainfully, and then moved lightly, stepping on psychedelic steps, and the slender figure in the red dress came to Long Yu's side in an instant. Small empty palm. Tan Yu let out a stern voice, and with a sharp palm, she slapped Long Yu's shoulder with a slap. Broken empty palm is one of the 3 inherited martial skills of the Tan family. It is also a middle-grade martial skill, with unparalleled power. This palm struck with a force of 10,000 caddies, far exceeding the 8,000 caddies that Tan Yu should have as a 4th-level martial artist. It can be seen that a middle-grade martial skill can improve the combat power of a martial artist. Facing Tan Yu's extremely fast palm, although Long Yu was prepared, he never expected her to be so fast. Fortunately, he has rich combat experience and reacted immediately upon seeing the situation. Mysterious energy, inner strength, Ning. The profound energy in his body quickly condensed on his shoulders, ready to resist Tan Yu's palm. At the same time, the trace of artistic conception that he had comprehended in Jintian Canyon was quietly exuded by him. When Tan Yu's palm wind touched his shoulder, that trace of artistic conception also enveloped Tan Yu. Boom! Long Yu's shoulder was slapped by Tan Yu, but due to the condensed inner strength of profound energy, the injury was not serious, and his bones were not broken like in the fight with Wu Qing before. The blow didn't work, so Tan Yu wanted to get away and retreat quickly. The Tan family's martial arts are all brisk and flexible, so of course she won't fight Long Yu head-on. But when she performed the lost step again, she found that her body seemed to be shrouded by the weight of heaven and earth, as if she was in the Jintian Canyon, which made her slow down by half a beat. A rare opportunity for Long Yu. With a stern voice, he swung his fist out, barely brushing Tan Yu's cheek. The force of 8,000 caddies brought the fist wind, and drew a rough bloodstain on her delicate cheek. Thumb up. Tan Yu quickly backed away, raised her head after standing still, and looked at Long Yu viciously. How dare you hurt me? You attack me first, and your tricks are ruthless. Can't I protect myself? Long Yu said indifferently, besides, didn't you say that I am a waste? Why did you back away now? Could it be that you admit that you are more waste than me? After the voice fell, everyone around couldn't help but gasped. Just now, Long Yu and Tan Yu confronted each other as fast as lightning. They, who were also outer disciples, didn't react at all, and saw Tan Yu retreating with bloodstains on his face. Obviously, in the confrontation just now, Tan Yu actually suffered a disadvantage. Now being stimulated by Long Yu's words, Tan Yu seemed to be at a disadvantage. A chill and killing intent appeared on Tan Yu's face. She stared at Long Yu coldly. You are lucky, but this lady will not give you any more chances. As soon as the words fell, a 7-inch long dagger appeared in Tan Yu's palm, and the silver light on the blade shone, reflecting her sinister and vicious expression. She actually took out the soldiers. Didn't you say that you don't need soldiers to deal with trash like me? Long Yu sneered. Are you afraid? Tan Yu snorted coldly, tightly gripping the 7-inch long silver dagger in her hand, and proudly said, if you have soldiers, you can use them, but how can a waste like you have soldiers? Relying on her elder brother Tan Jian, who has long been an inner disciple, she obtained the soldier dagger, and she is very proud. If you dare to hurt me today, I will smash your dantian and let you know what will happen to you if you disrespect this lady. After the words fell, Tan Yu's footsteps continued to change, and the figure in the red skirt moved around Long Yu lightly, one after another phantoms in red skirts appeared, which showed how fast Tan Yu was. Without practicing martial arts, I am too passive. Thinking in Long Yu's heart, his eyes were as sharp as a goshawk, observing his surroundings closely, ready to make any reaction at any time. Die. With a flash of silver light, a dagger suddenly appeared in front of Long Yu's eyes, and it was within reach in an instant. Artistic conception, suppression. Long Yu immediately released the artistic conception, and the speed of the dagger was stagnant, and then Long Yu swung a fist sideways, which hit the back of the dagger heavily. Only a person with extremely rich combat experience can swing such a precise punch at this moment. A punch with a force of 8,000 Jin immediately swayed the dagger in another direction, but the sharpness condensed on the dagger fighter also caused Long Yu's fist to be injured again, and a layer of skin fell off. Long Yu didn't care, taking advantage of Tan Yu's dagger being tilted and her body's center of gravity unstable, he quickly shot. Boom! With one punch, Tan Yu fell heavily to the ground, and Long Yu stepped on the wrist of Zhang Bing holding the dagger. Trash, you lost. Long Yu stepped on Tan Yu's wrist, killing intent flashed in his eyes, but he restrained it quickly. Now is not the time to kill Tan Yu. Long Yu stepped on Tan Yu's wrist, her eyes seemed to burst into flames. And this scene fell into the eyes of a group of outer disciples around them, making them all open their mouths, stunned, and could hardly believe their eyes. Tan Yu, the eldest lady of the Tan family who possessed a soldier's dagger and cultivated powerful martial arts skills, was defeated by what she called a trash. When Long Yu stepped on Tan Yu's wrist and everyone was startled, Han Jian's expression on the side suddenly changed. Trash, don't let it go. Han Jian shouted loudly, his figure flickered quickly, and he galloped towards where Long Yu was. Tan Yu was actually defeated by Long Yu. Han Jian never thought about it, but now it might be an excellent opportunity for him. Defeat Long Yu, please the beautiful girl Tan Yu, and make friends with the genius inner disciple, Tan Jian. The time is at hand. Han Jian's figure is like a sword light, coming in a flash. You asked me to let go. I'm so sorry, I have no hands to let go. When Long Yu saw Han Jian galloping towards him, a cold light flashed in his eyes. With his hands behind his back, he stepped on Tan Yu's wrist with only one foot. Han Jian asked him to let go, but he really couldn't do it, or he could only let go. If Long Yu loses to Han Jian, he can threaten Tan Yu Xiang, but now, Long Yu doesn't need to. Go away. Long Yu raised his foot and kicked Tan Yu aside, preparing to face Han Jian. Tan Yu's body in a red dress rolled on the ground several times, and was immediately covered with dirt and sand, and accidentally swallowed a lot of dust into her mouth. Her long, soft hair was now scattered on her shoulders, looking extremely embarrassed, and her vicious eyes were exposed in the messy hair. Senior brother Han Jian, kill him. Tan Yu had never been so humiliated in her life. When Long Yu stepped on her wrist, she felt murderous. Today, this trash will die. Although Zhen Tianzong stipulated that fellow sects did not allow each other to kill each other, but if they accidentally killed someone during the sparring, the sect would not take the blame too severely. Tan Yu believed that with the backing of her brother Tan Jian, even if she killed Long Yu now, she would be fine. When Han Jian heard Tan Yu's voice, his heart shuddered, and while galloping towards Long Yu, he held the long sword behind him. His long sword is not a warrior, it is just an ordinary weapon used in conjunction with martial arts, and it has no effect on martial arts. However, Han Jian has been a beginner for a long time. He has practiced the swordsmanship and martial arts of Zhenchenzong, and he is still at the 5th level of martial arts, so his combat power must be stronger than Tan Yu. Long Yu kicked Tan Yu away, and then he was fully prepared to deal with Han Jian. When Han Jian attacked with a long sword in his hand, he once again released the power of artistic conception, covering Han Jian's whole body. What kind of power is this? Han Jian was about to finish off Long Yu with a sword, but suddenly he felt a heavy pressure from the sky, acting on him, causing his face to change slightly. Every time Long Yu releases the power of artistic conception, it only acts on one opponent, so until now, Han Jian still doesn't know what method Long Yu has. Now that the artistic conception was under heavy pressure, Han Jian, who was unprepared, was suddenly slowed down. No matter what kind of weird power you have, I can kill you with a single strike. Under the heavy pressure of artistic conception, Han Jian showed a ferocious expression on his face. With a wave of the long sword in his hand, he brought up a fierce gust of wind, condensed a tornado, and quickly attacked Long Yu. It's the Gale Sword art. The Zoman's top-grade swordsmanship and martial arts are extremely powerful and fast. I didn't expect that Han Jian had already comprehended the Gale Sword art to great success. Such a powerful gale tornado, even I can't handle it. It's unlucky for that good-for-nothing kid. He bullied junior sister Tan Yu and completely angered Han Jian. When everyone saw Han Jian unleashing his sword, they were all very surprised. Obviously, it is very difficult to comprehend high-grade swordsmanship and martial arts, at least it is rare among outer disciples. Just when everyone wanted to see Long Yu easily defeated, Long Yu calmly watched the tornado attack. It stands to reason that only when a martial artist has reached the 7th level of martial arts can he release his profound energy, but relying on certain martial arts, he can also achieve the same effect. Now this Gale Sword art should be able to let a martial artist release his profound energy and condense into a Gale Dragon roll, attack the enemy. Long Yu was thinking in his heart, knowing that if he continued to fight with Han Jian, he would definitely lose, so he had to fight quickly. 9 Nether Dragon Seals. With a thought in his mind, the 9 Nether Dragon seal on his chest was immediately activated. Inside the black clothes that no one else could see, the black lines on the 9 Nether Dragon seal condensed a huge force, which poured into Long Yu's limbs and bones in an instant. With the increase in strength, even Long Yu's speed has also increased a lot. Mysterious Chi Inner Strength, Defense. Long Yu wanted to fight quickly, so he had to face Han Jian head-on. He concentrated his profound energy and inner strength all over his body, and punched the tornado with his fist. Boom! With a loud bang, the tornado was blown apart by Long Yu's punch and scattered in all directions. The berserk wind tornado tore countless wounds on Long Yu's body, but he didn't care, and immediately jumped up high, carrying a terrifying force that surpassed the 5th level of martial arts, and swept towards Han Jian. Han Jian was under the heavy pressure of the artistic conception, and his speed slowed down. Shocked and hasty, he could only raise his arms and gather his profound energy to resist. Click! Long Yu kicked down, and the power of 18 fierce horses condensed the inner strength of profound energy, and kicked Han Jian's arm that was raised to resist in one fell swoop. Fearing that he was injured, Long Yu and Han Jian fought recklessly, and even defeated Han Jian faster than Tan Yu, kicking his arm off. Bang! Han Jian's body fell heavily to the ground, and his long sword fell to the ground with a clang sound. The pain of his arm being kicked off caused Han Jian's face to show blue veins, mixed with a look of disbelief. He didn't expect that Long Yu possessed such tyrannical power. He had already used his profound energy to defend against that kick just now, but his arm was still broken by the kick. Obviously, Long Yu's kick almost contained a terrifying force of 20,000 Jin. How could this be the power that a kid at the 4th level of martial arts could have? Could it be that that kick is not a super martial skill? The pain in his arm made Han Jian lose his fighting spirit. He had never suffered such a serious injury in his life. Although Long Yu's whole body was covered with blood and dozens of wounds were all visible to the bone, but his expression was indifferent, as if he didn't feel the pain at all. After kicking Han Jian, Long Yu took a few steps back to prevent Han Jian from counterattacking, but soon he realized that he was too worried. Han Jian's arm was kicked off and he lost his fighting spirit, he was so weak. Go to hell. At this moment, a vicious yell like a snake and scorpion came from behind Long Yu. It's Tan Yu. Although Tan Yu was defeated by Long Yu before, she didn't suffer any injuries. Seeing that Long Yu's body was covered in blood by Han Jian's Gale Sword art, she actually thought of a sneak attack. The beautiful figure in the red skirt, the silver light of the dagger, came behind Long Yu in an instant. Court death. A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and the effect of the 9 nether dragon seal on increasing strength had not faded. He moved his steps with tyrannical strength, and his speed was more than twice as fast as usual, easily dodging Tan Yu's silver light dagger. Immediately, he turned around and kicked heavily, sweeping across Tan Yuehong's thigh under her skirt. Ah! Tan Yu cried out in pain, and her whole body was kicked far away by the force of 18 fierce horses. She who was not injured at first was seriously injured, her leg bones were broken, and she couldn't even get up. Scatter! Long Yu kicked Tan Yu away, and then stopped the activation of the 9 Serenity Dragon seal. The meridians all over his body had already started to ache, and if he continued, he might hurt his body. Long Yu stood still in place, and the brief battle made his figure become extraordinary in the eyes of everyone. With the strength of one person, he trampled on Tan Yu, who had soldiers, and defeated Han Jian, who was at the 5th level of martial arts. Although he was injured a lot, it just made him look even more terrifying in the eyes of everyone. This guy is crazy. In the arena, many outside disciples of Tian Tian sect who were onlookers thought so. If they were replaced by them, they would never dare to fight Han Jian's tornado. Long Yu quietly felt his whole body. There were more than 20 large and small wounds all over his body, most of which were injured by Han Jian's Gale Wind Sword art. In addition, the bone in his left hand was broken yesterday, and it is still not healed. Long Yu, no one knows how much pain he is enduring. But these pains are nothing to him, he has suffered more serious injuries, let alone these flesh injuries. Take me to the director of the outer sect, Feng Yang. Long Yu adjusted his breathing, then randomly picked a short man with a dark face next to him, and said to him, Go, find Feng Yang? The black-faced short man was startled, his eyes were full of doubts and puzzlement, but thinking of the fight just now, Long Yu didn't seem to even display his martial arts, so he couldn't help but have some guesses. Could it be that this kid had his ID token taken away? This is not the first time this has happened. The black-faced short man is at the 5th level of martial arts, and his strength is not as good as Han Jian's. Hearing this, he hastily promised, turned around and left the place with Long Yu. After Long Yu left, the onlookers finally dispersed, and some of them had shrewd eyes and hurried towards the place where the inner disciples practiced and lived. Tan Yu was seriously injured, Tan Jian must be informed of this matter immediately. At the same time, many people followed Long Yu. They were shocked by Long Yu's performance just now, and they couldn't help but want to see what Long Yu was going to find Feng Yang, and whether there would be any fun to watch. You must know that Feng Yang, as the director of the outer sect, although he is also at the 5th level of martial arts, his martial arts are stronger than Han Jian. Of course Long Yu knew Feng Yang's strength. With his current state of serious injuries, it is almost impossible to defeat Feng Yang. After all, Feng Yang is stronger than Han Jian. When Long Yu was still in the Feng family, he heard that he was about to advance to the 6th level of martial arts and become an inner disciple of the Xintian sect. However, Long Yu is still being taken to find Feng Yang. Of course he has his own plans. Junior brother, your name is Long Yu, right? While leading the way, the short black-faced man spoke unwillingly. I heard from Tan Yu that you came from the Feng family in Yuguan City, and Feng Yang, the director of the outer sect this month, is from the Feng family. Are you right? What's the conflict with him? Otherwise, he shouldn't have withheld your identity token. Long Yu heard the words, but did not answer anything. He was not in the habit of revealing any news to a stranger. The black-faced short man didn't take it seriously, and said with a self-conscious smile, I listened to my brother's persuasion, that Feng Yang's strength is not bad, and he will be promoted to an inner disciple soon. Now that you are just getting started, it's better to keep a low profile, don't confront him head-on, or you must be the one who suffers. Even if you go to him now, he won't be able to give you the identity token. Instead, he will humiliate you severely. Besides, you just bullied Tanyu, and her brother will definitely not let it go. Now Tanjian is the top 3 inner sect disciples of the sect are extremely powerful, you can't beat them. According to me, you should leave Tian sect right now, lest you be humiliated in vain, or even encounter accidents. Anyway, Long Yu didn't say a word, and the black-faced short man felt bored, so he didn't talk either. Soon, the two walked up the mountain road and came to a courtyard with an elegant environment. The words Wyman Director's Pavilion were printed on the plaque at the entrance of the courtyard. And behind the two, many other people followed closely, obviously wanting to watch the fun. Long Yu didn't care too much, because what he was about to do later needed some people to watch, and the more people the better. Junior brother Long Yu, the outer sect director's pavilion you are looking for is here. If the identity token is confiscated, you can ask the outer sect director for it, but this is none of my business. While talking, the short man with black face stepped aside, with a playful face, obviously waiting to see Long Yu's joke. Long Yu glanced at the black-faced short man, without saying anything, and then stepped into the outer door director's pavilion. Feng Yang, come out. With a domineering tone, Long Yu roared loudly. This roar startled the people who followed him. Could it be that Long Yu is trying to find death for being so reckless? Who is so rude? A more domineering voice came from the courtyard, and then a tall young man walked out of the room. Judging from his appearance, he was somewhat similar to Feng Luo. This person is Feng Yang, with a strong body and an angry face, wearing a blue outer school disciple uniform, with a jade plaque hanging on his waist. Presumably it is the identity token of the outer school director. As soon as he saw Long Yu when he went out, Feng Yang's pupils shrank, and he snorted coldly, "It turns out that you are a piece of trash, but now you have become so courageous that you dare to come to the outer gate director's pavilion to act wildly? You are so embarrassing, is it just now? You must have been taught a lesson." When Feng Yang appeared on the stage, the crowd at the rear felt that there was a good show to watch. Everyone knew that Feng Yang had a hot temper, and now Long Yu dared to call him by his name to let him out, and he would never be let off easily. Long Yu stared at Feng Yang's strong body, with a sneer of disdain on his face. "Feng Yang, did you detain my identity token because you were afraid?" These words got straight to the point. When Feng Yang heard it, his anger rose immediately. "What do I have to be afraid of? So, my identity token was indeed seized by you?" Long Yu stepped forward and sneered. "This?" When Feng Yang heard the words, cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead. Just now he was anxious to express that he was not afraid, but he forgot to deny the facts. What a mistake. You know, Zhen Tianzong chose him as the director of the outer sect, and of course it is expressly forbidden to seize the identity token. If this matter is discovered by the elders of the sect, then it will definitely be punished, and even the training resources will be distributed. I knew you were scared. Long Yu didn't hold on to this point, but just smiled contemptuously. After all, once I get the identity token and go to the martial skills pavilion to practice martial arts, you Feng Yang will no longer be my opponent. You say, is it or not? Fuck your fart. Feng Yang reacted, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. What are you? Even if you come to Zhen Tianzong, you are still a waste. Will I, Feng Yang, be your opponent? Then let's make an appointment to fight. You give me your identity token, and when I go to the martial arts pavilion, I will fight with you when I come back. Feng Yang, do you dare or not? Long Yu's eyes were fixed on Feng Yang, with a little contempt in his tone. And this trace of contempt made Feng Yang furious. Long Yu, a waste who had been in the Feng family for more than 10 years, now came to suppress Tianzong, so arrogant, it is really hateful. Feng Yang glanced at the many onlookers outside the courtyard, thinking that if he didn't agree to Long Yu this time, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Everyone would think that Feng Yang is a waste. Therefore, even if Feng Yang knew that Long Yu's trip was to blackmail an identity token, he still had to agree. Why don't you dare? You asked for it yourself. Take the identity token. When you come out of the martial arts pavilion, I will let you know that you are no different from a dirt dog in my eyes. Feng Yang snorted coldly, took out an outer disciple identity token from his bosom, and threw it directly to Long Yu. Long Yu caught the identity token with one hand, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and he succeeded. This scene made the black-faced short man who sent him here dumbfounded. At first, he thought that Long Yu wanted to fight Feng Yang, but he didn't expect that Long Yu got the identity token with just a few words. Moreover, this Long Yu is so confident that he wants to fight with Feng Yang. Doesn't he know that Feng Yang is much stronger than Han Jian? Just by entering the martial skills pavilion and then coming out, Long Yu's strength may not be improved much. After all, Shen Tianzong's martial arts are not so easy to comprehend. Based on this, Long Yu wanted to defeat Feng Yang, which can be said to be wishful thinking. The thoughts in the hearts of the black-faced short man are also the thoughts in the hearts of other onlookers. However, Long Yu trampled on Tan Yu and defeated Han Jian first, and now he is domineering to fight Feng Yang. These outer disciples dare not say more. What about Long Yu? Wait. Just when Long Yu was about to leave, a young girl's voice as crisp as a weasel came, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Immediately afterwards, a figure wearing blue clothes of outer disciples rushed out from the crowd. Long Yu saw that it was a pretty girl, but the blue clothes were covered with mud. His cheeks were also covered with dust, and he looked as embarrassed as he was. Who is this man? Such a question popped up in almost everyone's mind. It's you? What are you doing again? Did you change your mind and want to ask me? Seeing the girl appearing, Feng Yang couldn't help squinting at her, and then laughed contemptuously. Bah, I beg you. The pretty girl let out a disgusted bah, and then shouted, since this junior has made a bet with you, I will make a bet with you too, how about it? Feng Yang heard the words, and his expression was joking. You want to do this too? Tell you, there is no door. Then you don't have the guts? The delicate girl said contemptuously, it turns out that you are really afraid that you will lose to this junior. Feng Yang, the director of the dignified outer sect, is so timid, ridiculous. When Feng Yang heard it, his face changed immediately. Fart. Then what do you want to bet on? Let me hear it. I, Feng Yang, are not afraid of a little girl like you. Just bet on the outcome between you and this junior brother. The charming girl smiled, and pointed at Long Yu carelessly. When this junior comes out of the martial arts pavilion to fight with you, if he loses, I am willing to beg you, but if Feng Yang loses at that time, not only you have to give me the identity token, and you have to give me the Qinghua pill you just got. How about it? Humph, you have a good plan. This bet is so unfair. Feng Yang sneered. The mid-grade elixir Qinghua Dan, bestowed by the sect not long ago, was so precious. How could it be used for gambling like a joke? Oh, it seems that you are really afraid of this junior, so forget it. With obvious contempt and teasing on her face, the delicate girl turned around and wanted to leave. Etc. Feng Yang's face turned blue and purple. He glanced around and saw that many people around him were pointing at him. He suddenly felt that his face was dull, and he snorted coldly, I promise this bet is, but don't regret it when the time comes. Hee, don't go back on your word, it's you, right? I have great confidence in this junior. The pretty girl grinned at Long Yu. Just him? You really found the wrong person. Feng Yang glanced at Long Yu, with obvious disdain in his eyes. This kid is a waste in the Feng family, but he is also a waste when he comes to suppress Tianzong. You expect him to defeat me, it's ridiculous. Really? It seems that I should tell you that this junior has only just entered the second day, and has just defeated both Tan Yu and Han Jian. Now that you enter the martial arts pavilion to learn more, you, Feng Yang, will still be his opponent? Feng Yang's face changed suddenly when the charming girl laughed. Defeated Tan Yu and Han Jian? How can this be? That Long Yu is obviously a waste. How could he defeat Tan Yu? Even if Tan Yu can be defeated by luck, it is absolutely impossible to be Han Jian's opponent. Feng Yang's face was uncertain, but at this moment, Long Yu had achieved his goal, so of course he ignored him, turned around and left. Seeing this, the pretty girl hurriedly followed her. Young fellow, wait for me. The pretty girl caught up with Long Yu in 2 or 3 steps, wanting to pat Long Yu's shoulder lightly. Long Yu nimbly dodged and looked at the girl vigilantly. Don't be nervous, I'm on the same side as you now. Your name is Long Yu, right? My name is Liao Lele, and I started 3 days earlier than you. The pretty girl said with a smile, as if she wanted to make friends with Long Yu. Hearing the words of the charming girl Liao Lele, Long Yu was a little surprised. You've only been here for 3 days? Long Yu asked. That's right, but just like you, not only was the identity badge confiscated by that fat man in Fengyang, but he was also suppressed everywhere, so now we can only rely on you to turn around. Liao Lele said with some distress. Long Yu glanced at her dirty blue outer school uniform, and understood what she had encountered, so he asked, why did he target you? When I started, that fat pig just became the director of the outer sect this month, so he took a fancy to me and wanted me to follow him. Pooh, no matter how blind I am, Liao Lele, I wouldn't be with a fat pig, right? Liao Lele said with a disgusted face. Hearing this, Long Yu felt a little silent mourning for Feng Yang. In fact, Feng Yang is not fat, but a bit strong. Unexpectedly he became a fat pig in the eyes of Liao Lele. Let's go. I think you have good potential. I will take you to the martial arts pavilion first. You have to work hard. Don't disappoint my expectations. If you beat that fat pig, by then, the Qinghua pill will be yours of. Liao Lele changed his face in a blink of an eye, and said with a smile. Long Yu frowned slightly. Qinghua Dan, you made a bet with him, so what does it have to do with me? It seems that you are very confident in yourself, so I am a little relieved. Liao Lele smiled, but if you don't have Qinghua pill, even if you win, it won't do you any good. Isn't it very aggrieved? I wanted to deal with him at first, but since Qinghua pill is offered as a gift, wouldn't it be too stupid for me to refuse? Long Yu smiled lightly. Qinghua pill, a middle-grade pill, is of the same level as Yuyao pill that allowed him to advance to the 4th level of martial arts. It is self-evident that it will be useful to martial arts. If he really wins Qinghua pill, Long Yu may be able to try it attack the 5th level of martial arts. His ability to absorb pills is at least 3 times that of others. Absorbing 1 pill is equivalent to absorbing 3 pills by others. In this way, his cultivation level is naturally improved much faster than others. Liao Lele took Long Yu and walked towards Zhenchenzong Martial Arts Pavilion, while the crowd gathered in the outer sect director's pavilion also dispersed one after another. Many of them did not go back to practice, but followed Liao Lele and Long Yu from afar, heading towards the martial arts pavilion, ready to continue watching the show. For them, it is still a lot of fun to have such a lively look after the boring practice all day. In the courtyard of the director's pavilion of the outer gate, Feng Yang watched Liao Lele leave with Long Yu, with a gloomy face, snorted coldly, and then followed to the martial arts pavilion. He has to wait at the entrance of the martial arts pavilion. As long as Long Yu comes out, he can immediately attack. Trash Long Yu, even if you can defeat someone like Han Jian, you will only die if you face me. I will wait for you to come out of the martial arts pavilion. At that time, both you and Liao Lele must submit to me. Feng Yang's eyes flickered fiercely, and he was not afraid because he heard that Long Yu had defeated Han Jian. On the contrary, he can be sure that Long Yu is doomed, even if Feng Yang doesn't make a move and Long Yu offends Tan Yu. her brother Tan Jian will not let him go easily. But looking at it now, he naturally had to deal with Long Yu himself, so as not to be talked about by others, which would only add to the shame. Zhentianzong, Martial Arts Pavilion. Strictly speaking, Zhentianzong's strongest martial arts are not stored in the Martial Arts Pavilion, but in a mountain stream behind the Martial Arts Pavilion, engraved on the steep mountain walls on both sides of the mountain stream. However, even inner disciples are not qualified to step into that mountain stream, and Long Yu, as an outer disciple, is even less qualified. At this moment, what appeared in front of Long Yu was a 10-foot-high exquisite tile attic, divided into 3 floors, of which outer disciples could only step into the first 2 floors. Okay, the martial arts pavilion is here, you go in quickly, you see that fat pig is following behind, don't waste time. When they arrived at the martial arts pavilion, Liao Lele glanced behind him, then waved and urged Long Yu. Long Yu took a look at Liao Lele and nodded. This delicate girl's identity token has not yet been obtained, so naturally she can't enter the martial arts pavilion with him, and she wonders if she will be bullied by Feng Yang if she stays outside? But soon Long Yu realized that he was worrying too much. When he was walking towards the martial arts pavilion, Liao Lele's pretty figure flashed by, and he ran directly along another road. This girl is really a ghost, it seems that there is no need to worry about her. Even if I lose to Feng Yang, this girl will definitely not commit herself to Feng Yang, but will just run away? The big deal is that she won't practice in Zhenchenzong, and go to the other 6 major sects of Datong Kingdom, it's the same. Long Yu thought in his heart, and then pulled back his thoughts. The next step, he finally stepped into the martial arts pavilion. Identity token, show it. As soon as he stepped into the martial arts pavilion, an old and energetic voice reached Long Yu's ears. Long Yu took out his identity token, with the word Long Yu engraved on it. This identity token was engraved by the elders, and then distributed by the directors of the outer sect. It was impossible for outsiders to copy it. Go in. The first floor of the Martial Skills Pavilion records the Zhentianju. When you come here for the first time, you must first comprehend the Zhentianju before you can go up to the second floor. Only when you reach the second floor can you practice various martial arts for combat. The vigorous and powerful voice continued to come, but Long Yu couldn't see where the other person was, and seemed unpredictable. However, young people need to be calm when they practice, and don't be aggressive. If your injuries are a little more serious, it will affect your future cultivation. There was a hint of sternness in those words, but that person had good intentions. Long Yu was grateful in his heart, cupped his fists and said to Kong, "Thank you, senior, the junior will go ahead." Facing the seniors of the sect, respectful titles are due courtesy, and Long Yu didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After saying this, he stepped straight into the first floor of the martial arts pavilion. The martial arts pavilion occupies quite a large area. On the first floor alone, there are a total of 108 rooms, each room's wall is engraved with a training method of Zhentianju. Zhentianju is the cultivation method inherited by Zhenchenzong. For a martial artist, the cultivation method is the foundation. Compared with martial arts, practicing mental techniques will not increase the combat effectiveness of martial artists too much, but practicing mental techniques can increase the speed at which martial artists can absorb the aura of heaven and earth, thereby improving their realm faster. In addition, it can also promote the circulation of profound energy in the meridians, and speed up the regeneration and recovery of profound energy. A good practice method is enough to prevent wuxiu from exhaustion and falling to the ground at critical moments. Zhentianju is the cultivation method of Zhenchenzong. Long Yu is naturally looking forward to cultivating mental skills. You must know that even the Feng family and Tan family in Yuguan City do not practice mental skills. If you want to practice mental skills, you can only go to one of the 7 great sects of the Tang dynasty. This is also the biggest reason why Feng Yao, Tan Jian, Feng Yun and others joined the sect. Long Yu chose a spare room on the first floor of the martial arts pavilion, entered it and locked the stone door. After entering, he raised his eyes and saw that the room was surrounded by stone walls. On the stone walls were engraved some words and patterns that were mysterious and incomprehensible at first sight. I think this is the Jintianju. Long Yu carefully observed the words and patterns on the stone wall, and suddenly found that these things seemed to have existed in his mind, and everything seemed familiar. The aura contained in this Jintianju actually coincides with the artistic conception on the mountain walls on both sides of Jintian Canyon. Long Yu quickly discovered this, and couldn't help showing surprise on his face. Jintianju is the unique mental method of Jintian sect, and the disciples of the sect are strictly forbidden to leak it to ensure that it will not be spread. Then the mountain walls on both sides of Jintian Canyon must not be the cultivation method of Jintianju. Then, what is on the mountain wall of Jintian Canyon, from which Long Yu can comprehend a kind of artistic conception that is compatible with Jintianju? Don't worry about it, Feng Yang is still waiting outside, I can't let him down. A gleam flashed in Long Yu's eyes. First comprehend the Jintianju, and then go up to the second floor and choose 2 martial arts. Only in this way can we be more sure of defeating Feng Yang. As he thought about it, he sat down cross-legged in the room, allowing the artistic conception in his body to radiate, and gradually merged with the Jintianju on the stone wall of the room. Not long after, the profound energy in Long Yu's body began to operate according to a specific route, and the comprehension of Jintianju was successful all at once. It seems that the artistic conception is helping me comprehend the Jintianju. Long Yu opened his eyes, and there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. He really wanted to figure out what that artistic conception was. Why didn't the other disciples of Tianjin sect seem to be able to comprehend it? Just when he was thinking this way, the old voice from when he just stepped into the martial arts pavilion came again. I said, why did you comprehend the heaven-suppressing art so quickly? So you are the kid that Lao Bai said had comprehended the artistic conception of Tian suppressing, haha. There was a satisfied smile in the old voice. Young man, it's not bad, you must know that Jintian artistic conception is not so easy to comprehend. It is really commendable that you can comprehend a trace of artistic conception just after getting started. Except for the core disciples of Tianzong, no one can comprehend even a trace of the heaven-suppressing artistic conception. Hearing this voice, Long Yu was still full of doubts in his heart, and couldn't help asking, Senior, I don't know what kind of existence this artistic conception is. Every method of cultivating the mind, such as the Jintianju of our Zhenshenzong and the Ice Heart Sutra of the Hambingmen, contains the unique understanding of the Creator. This understanding coincides with the laws of heaven and earth, and the artistic conception you understand will be it is the tip of the iceberg of the law of heaven and earth. The old voice came with a smile. When a martial artist cultivates the mental method, those with high talents can start to feel it from the artistic conception, so that they can use a trace of the laws of heaven and earth, which is very powerful. You have already comprehended a trace of the heaven, suppressing artistic conception, and you should be able to feel it. Is there power in it? That's right, the sky-suppressing artistic conception contains the strongest power of suppression, and it works well in battle. Long Yu nodded and said, Exactly, suppression is the law of heaven and earth, contained in the Tianju. The old voice said with satisfaction, however, artistic conception is only the most basic level. If you can comprehend it deeper and feel its charm, it will be more powerful, but this is still too far for you. Now, you first, let's get acquainted with Jintianju's mentality. Okay, Senior. Long Yu nodded, and finally solved a puzzle in his heart, which made him feel a lot easier. It turns out that the artistic conception is only the initial stage of comprehending the mind, and above the artistic conception, there is also the charm. Moreover, he is not the only one who has comprehended the artistic conception in Tian sect. There are many core disciples who have comprehended the artistic conception, among them, Feng Yin must be included. It seems that my cultivation has just started, and I need to work harder. Now that I have comprehended the Jintianju, I should be able to go to the second floor to choose martial arts. Long Yu's eyes showed anticipation. When Long Yu finished comprehending the Jintianju and walked towards the second floor of the martial skill pavilion, more and more people were gathering in the open space outside the martial skill pavilion. Not long after, a group of people surrounded a burly man in a black cloth shirt and arrived at the door of the martial arts pavilion. This burly man has sharp edges and corners like a knife, and a pair of sharp eyes, which makes people want to avoid him involuntarily. Obviously, his strength is extraordinary. He brought a group of people to the martial arts pavilion, glanced around, and said harshly, "Go and find out where that kid is now. Brother, you see that Feng Yang from the Feng family is waiting here. It seems that the trash must be in the martial arts pavilion." Behind the burly man, followed by a girl in a red skirt, with a sinister look, was Tan Yu, who had been taught a lesson by Long Yu before. Obviously, this burly man should be Tan Jian, the top 3 inner disciples of Tian Tian sect. Tan Jian turned his head and glanced at Tan Yu, with a doting look on his face. "Don't worry, Yuer, I will never let him go lightly if that trash dares to hurt you, but now, brother is preparing to attack the inner sect. I'm afraid I don't have time to wait for him in the number 1 seat for disciples." "That's natural. My brother's time is extremely precious. As for that waste, my brother can send someone casually to destroy him." Tan Yu, who was dressed in a red dress, said viciously with hatred in her eyes. That useless Long Yu actually scratched her face in public, kicked her to roll on the ground, and finally broke her leg, making her unable to walk now. She must make him pay the price with her life. At this time, Tan Yu was being carried on a stretcher by 2 of Tan Jian's followers. Originally, Tan Jian wanted Tan Yu to recover from her injuries, but Tan Yu insisted on watching Long Yu being abused with her own eyes, which made people feel sad. Then she followed. "Feng Kong, come out!" Tan Jian shouted, and suddenly a thin young man in a blue shirt came out behind him. It was one of his followers, Feng Kong. "Senior brother Tan, just order me if you have anything to do." Feng Kang's face was dark, but his eyes were shining with determination, his muscles were bulging, and his strength was extraordinary. "You have just stepped into the 6th level of martial arts, so it shouldn't be a problem to deal with the waste of the 4th level of martial arts?" Tan Jian said lightly. "Brother Tan, don't worry, Feng Kong Ding, will defeat that kid." Feng Kang's face revealed a confident expression. It is a trivial matter for him, a strong man of the 6th level of martial arts, to deal with a 4th level of martial arts, even killing chickens with a sledgehammer. However, you don't have to rush to make a move, just give the Feng family a face and let Feng Yang do it first. Tan Jian glanced at Feng Yang with his eyes closed, and said to Feng Kong. "Yes." Feng Kong nodded in agreement. Tan Jian said a few more casual words to Tan Yu, then turned and left. Obviously, his time was limited, and it was not an easy task to become the number 1 inner disciple. If he wanted to achieve it, he would have to pay twice as much as others' hard work. Outside the martial arts pavilion, Feng Yang quietly waited for Long Yu to appear, and wanted to make an appointment with Long Yu to prove his strength. Tan Yu, Feng Kong and a group of people were also waiting for Long Yu to come out, and wanted to make Long Yu appear. Nice. Unknowingly, hundreds of disciples from Zhenshenzong's outer sect had gathered outside the martial arts pavilion, wanting to watch the fun. Inside the martial arts pavilion, the 2nd floor. Long Yu finally stepped up and began to choose the martial arts for battle. The sky-suppressing art that he just comprehended, once comprehended, it will run on its own, speeding up the absorption of heaven and earth aura, so he doesn't need to put too much thought on it. All he should worry about is comprehending the artistic conception. But now, what can quickly improve Long Yu's combat effectiveness is obviously the martial arts used in combat. In the 2nd floor of the martial skills pavilion, there were already many outer sect disciples who were selecting martial arts, but when they saw Long Yu coming in, no one cared about him at all. Body training, agility, defense, swordsmanship, spearmanship. Long Yu walked around the second floor of the martial skills pavilion, and probably understood the classification of some martial arts, and these martial arts on the second floor were all outer disciples could choose to practice at will. Soon, he stopped in front of the bookshelf of body training martial arts, and body training martial arts, almost no one in Tian sect was willing to practice them. First, it is difficult to practice body training martial arts, and it is difficult to achieve them quickly. Even if they are successful, they do not have too strong attack power, and they can only be beaten, which is disliked by most people. Second, if you want to defend, it is better to practice defensive martial arts directly. It is easier to practice than body training martial arts, and the defense effect is much better. Because of this, besides Long Yu, there is no one else on the side of body training martial arts, but for Long Yu, there is an urgent need to practice a body training martial skill. Because, if he practiced body training martial arts, his physical strength would be strengthened, and it would be easier for him to bear the burden of activating the 9 Serenity Dragon Seal. The current 9 Nether Dragon Seal can allow him to increase his strength by tens of thousands of caddies, and the effect is better than that of top-grade attacking martial arts, not to mention that the 9 Nether Dragon Seal may further transform in the future. Since there are not many people practicing martial arts, and there are not many body training martial arts, Long Yu saw at a glance that there were only a few books on the bookshelf, most of them were middle-grade martial arts, and there was only one high-grade martial art. Like pills, martial arts are divided into low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, etc. The martial arts on the second floor of Zhenshenzong Martial Skill Pavilion are mostly middle-grade martial arts, and there are also a few high-grade martial arts. The Overlord Body of Subduing Demons. Long Yu glanced at the top-grade body training martial arts book, and only the top-grade martial arts that few people practiced would be placed on the second floor of the Martial Skills Pavilion for outer disciples to practice. Like the more popular swordsmanship and agility martial arts, those who want to practice high-grade qualities can only obtain them by being promoted to inner disciples. Fu Mo Dominant Physique. Temper your body with profound energy, strengthen your physique, and when you reach a small level of cultivation, you can double your own resistance to blows, and if you reach a great level of cultivation, it will double again. At the same time, it can also strengthen your own certain foundations. Strength, so that other martial arts can also exert stronger power. Long Yu glanced at the introduction of Fu Mo Dominant Body. After a little thought in his mind, he decided to choose this kind of martial arts for body training. Although it is extremely painful to cultivate Fu Mo Dominant Body, and needs to temper the body with profound energy, so that every part of the body can be tempered and reorganized, but such pain, Long Yu must be able to bear it. After taking the secret book of Fu Mo Hegi Body, Long Yu circled around again, and came to the other side where the more popular agility martial arts were. For body skills, there are many people who choose them. For any martial arts, speed is a very important part, and no one will ignore it. Shunfengbu, isn't this the middle-grade martial skill that Wu Qing practiced? Long Yu soon saw a secret book with the words Shunfengbu written on it. Remembering Wu Qing's speed when using Shunfengbu, Long Yu took the secret book down. 2 martial arts are enough for the time being. If there are more, it is impossible to comprehend them for a while. As for the means of attack, Long Yu has the 9 Nether Dragon Seals to enhance his strength, so it is not particularly necessary. Let's talk about it after he has finished cultivating the Subduing Demon Hegemony Body and Instant Wind Step. Long Yu took 2 martial arts secret books, registered them on the second floor of the Martial Arts Pavilion, and then returned to the first floor with the secret books, ready to find the room where he had comprehended the Jintianju before, and start practicing. Fu Mo Dominant Body, it's actually a body-refining martial art? Arriving at the first floor of the Martial Skills Pavilion, the old voice came again, with some surprise in his tone. Apparently he did not expect Long Yu to choose a body-training martial skill. Also, if you can achieve great success in body training martial arts, the effect will be obvious. Martial arts training is divided into beginners, minor successes, major successes, peak and other stages. If you can successfully learn the subduing demon hegemony body today, it will be considered pretty good. Only the Fumoba physique can be used for beginners. Long Yu thought in his heart. Naturally he was not satisfied with this result. The Martial Skills Pavilion will be closed at midnight every day. Before that, Long Yu must have comprehended both the subduing demon hegemony and the instant win step to a certain level, otherwise, the chances of winning are not great if he leaves the Martial Skills Pavilion to face Feng Yang. Entering the room, Long Yu began to look up the practice method of Fumo-dominant body while feeling the mind and artistic conception of Xintianju on the stone wall, and no time was wasted. The profound energy in a martial artist's body is transformed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It is the foundation of any martial art. If you want to cultivate the demon-subduing body, you must moisten and temper every inch of meridians with profound energy, so that the meridian's ability to withstand it will be greatly increased. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu began to stimulate the profound energy in the meridians according to the method recorded in Fumoba body, and soon, he felt a itchy feeling in the meridians all over his body, as if there were countless bugs in the meridians. He gnawed on his meridians. Long Yu didn't say a word. He knew that this was a kind of tempering of his meridians, and when this tempering was over, his meridians would be stronger than before, so that he could better withstand the powerful force of the activation of the 9 nether dragon seal. The pain and itchiness on the meridian became stronger every moment. Gradually, beads of sweat appeared on Long Yu's forehead, and his whole body began to tremble. Even he, at the entry stage of Fu Mo dominant body, could hardly bear it. If it were someone else, such as a girl like Tan Yu, it would be impossible for her to bear the constant pain and itching from her meridians. The key is that this kind of pain and itching spread all over her body, and she couldn't stop it, so she could only bear it abruptly. This kind of training method makes most of the Tianquanzong disciples discarded like shoes, and even if they succeed in cultivating Fumo-dominant body and temper their meridians, it will not significantly improve their combat effectiveness. This is the most criticized place. Only in special circumstances like Long Yu's would he want to practice body refining martial arts. For an hour, 2 hours, Long Yu persisted in enduring the pain from the meridians, and finally completed the tempering of the meridians of the whole body near the evening. It's done. Long Yu's whole body relaxed. His whole body was already wet with sweat, until now he realized that during the process of tempering his meridians, the Jiuyo dragon seal had already become a little hot. It seems that the 9 nether dragon seal also has an effect on improving the speed of my martial arts. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu opened his eyes and stood up, clenched his fists tightly, and found that when the Fumo-dominant body stepped into the beginner's level, his original physical strength of 8,000 jin had increased by 800 jin. Body refining martial arts are still somewhat useful. Immediately afterwards, he tried to activate the 9 nether dragon seal, and a huge force of 10,000 caddies poured into his tempered meridian in an instant. This time, he found that it was much easier than before. Now, I activate the 9 Serenity Dragon Seal and gain 10,000 caddies of strength. It is not a problem to last for 2 sticks of incense. Long Yu was determined, and the time for 2 sticks of incense more than doubled compared to before. In this way, he was more confident in the battle with Feng Yang. However, the day is not over yet. There is still half a night before the closing of the Midnight Martial Arts Pavilion. Long Yu decided to use it all to comprehend instant wind step. When Long Yu was practicing in the Martial Skill Pavilion, everyone outside the Martial Skill Pavilion was getting impatient. That kid wants to stay in the Martial Arts Pavilion for a long time. Does he think that senior brother Feng and junior sister Tan will give up? Hey, it's mostly trying to comprehend martial arts inside, but, in just one day, even a genius can't comprehend any powerful martial arts. Yes, when the time comes, with Feng Yang and Feng Kong watching, that kid will definitely not be able to escape. Everyone talked a lot, and some people even let Feng Yang and Tanyu hear it on purpose, in order to prevent them from waiting impatiently and leave. Wouldn't it be a good show? Feng Yang raised his head, glanced around, and snorted softly. His patience is better than anyone imagined. Although he has a hot temper, he obviously won't let his bad temper get into trouble at critical moments. And Tanyu hated Long Yu deeply, and it was even more impossible for her to leave before waiting for him. Feng Kong, take a good look at me, I must let that useless boy not survive, not die. Tanyu lay on the stretcher, and said through gritted teeth. Feng Kong sat quietly and adjusted his breath, and smiled disdainfully when he heard this. Junior sister Tan, don't worry, with that kid at the 4th level of martial arts, can he still make waves? It's better to be like this, otherwise you won't be able to explain it in front of my brother. Tanyu said bitterly. She remembered the scene when Han Jian was defeated by Long Yu in the morning. At that time she and Han Jian also thought that Long Yu was a waste. Who would have thought that guy could defeat both her and Han Jian? But now Feng Kong is at the 6th level of martial arts. No matter how defiant that waste is, it is impossible to defeat Feng Kong by crossing the 2nd level. The only thing to worry about is what kind of tricks that guy will use, and asking the elders of the sect for help. Of course, the elders of the sect seldom take care of the private fights between the disciples of the outer sect. As long as no one is killed, it generally doesn't matter. Even if Long Yu asks the elders of the outer sect for help, there shouldn't be any serious problems. The sun was setting, and night fell quickly, but the enthusiasm of hundreds of people outside the martial art pavilion did not die out, but became more and more prosperous. In the martial arts pavilion, Long Yu began to practice instant wind step. When he first set foot on Jintian Canyon, his opponent, Wu Qing, used instant wind walk. Now that Long Yu read the introduction of instant wind walk, he knew that Wu Qing had only cultivated instant wind walk to a small level, so that the body is as light as the wind, and he walks forward quickly. If you practice the instant wind step to a great success, you can take a single step and span a distance of 3 feet. If it is used for a sneak attack, it can be said to be hard to guard against. But now that Long Yu has half a night left, it is impossible to practice instant wind step to a great degree. As long as you can practice instant wind step to a small degree, you can make yourself as light as the wind, and your running speed will increase by more than 50%. It should be almost enough to deal with Feng Yang. While thinking about it, Long Yu carefully observed the cultivation method of instant wind step. Soon, according to the records in the secret book, he circulated the profound energy in his body through the meridians of the whole body through a special route. Not long after, he really felt that his body seemed to become lighter. The next key is the pace. Long Yu was thinking in his heart, feeling the regular circulation of profound energy in his whole body. He couldn't help feeling the magic of profound energy and martial arts in this world. Different profound energy circulation routes will produce completely different effects, thus giving birth to thousands of powerful martial arts in this world, and even controlling the laws of heaven and earth with this. After sighing, Long Yu began to practice quietly. The 9-nether dragon seal on his chest was quietly warming up, which affected the profound energy in his body, and secretly cooperated with the use of Shunfengbu, which made him comprehend Shunfengbu much faster. After another 2 hours passed, Long Yu opened his eyes, and stood up. It's done, instant wind step beginner. With a thought in Long Yu's mind, the profound energy in his body began to circulate, which made his body a lot lighter at once, and his speed was 20 to 30% faster than before when running in the room. It's not enough. As a middle-grade martial skill, instant wind step can only produce a qualitative change in battle if it reaches a small success. After running around for 2 laps to familiarize himself with it, Long Yu stopped and continued to sit quietly to comprehend. And the speed of his comprehension shocked the elders of the martial arts pavilion who were secretly observing him. This kid's comprehension ability is so extraordinary? He comprehended the demon-subduing body and the instant wind step in 2 hours. This speed is unheard of in the history of Zhenshenzong. Let's see if he can improve it tonight further. Under the secret observation of the martial arts pavilion elder, Long Yu continued to meditate until almost midnight. As a middle-grade martial skill, Shunfengbu is considered very basic in Zhenshenzong, so it is not too difficult to comprehend, and many outer disciples can easily cultivate it to the level of Xiaocheng. However, it has never happened in the entire history of Zhenshenzong to cultivate the instant wind step to Xiaocheng in just one night. The change of the 9 nether dragon seal on Long Yu's chest made him comprehend the martial arts much faster than ordinary people, because the 9 nether dragon seal could actually help the profound energy in his body to run according to the martial art circulation circuit. Based on this alone, he was destined to shock the elders of Wuji Pavilion. Instant wind step, Xiaocheng. Long Yu stood up again, feeling that his whole body was as light as the wind, and the profound energy in his body was circulating. As long as he condensed the profound energy on his legs, he could make himself more than 50% faster than usual. Moreover, this instant wind step does not consume too much profound energy, and it can be maintained in battle. It's no wonder that agility martial arts are more popular than offensive and defensive martial arts. Whether it's chasing or escaping, agility martial arts are necessary. For a martial artist from Tianyu continent, what is the most important thing? Of course it is life. Compared with offensive or defensive martial arts, body martial arts are obviously more effective in preserving life. Beginner of humo-dominant body, quick success in movement skills, and when the martial skills pavilion was about to close, Long Yu felt that it was almost done, got up and left the room, and walked towards the door of the martial skills pavilion. Long Yu used his knees to think about it. There must be Feng Yang waiting for him outside the martial arts pavilion. There may be other people, but he is not afraid. He has been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Feng Yang, you seized my identity token and treated me like a waste, so let me see if your strength is really that strong. Thinking in Long Yu's heart, he quickly stepped out of the martial arts pavilion. But he didn't hear an old voice in the martial arts pavilion murmured in satisfaction, "This son is amazingly talented. It seems that soon, my Tianzong will add another strong man to compete with many geniuses in the Tang dynasty." The moonlight was like a silver veil, and the shadows of the trees were mottled. On the open space outside the martial arts pavilion, hundreds of Tian sect disciples gathered together, and each of them found a place to watch the show. At midnight, most of the other disciples in the martial arts pavilion had already left. When Long Yu came out, his solitary figure looked particularly depressed under the moonlight. As soon as he appeared, the atmosphere outside the martial arts pavilion immediately changed. "Look, that kid finally came out, his footsteps are light, it seems that he has comprehended some physical skills. Sure enough, it really made us wait. I hope he won't be so frightened that he kneels down and begs for mercy. Otherwise, we'll be waiting in vain today." Even if he kneels down and begs for mercy, there's nothing he can do. Will junior sister Tenyu let him go? There was a lot of discussion among the crowd, and most of the gazes towards Long Yu were contemptuous and disdainful. They all felt that this kid knew nothing about the sky and the earth, and he was so rampant when he first joined the Tianjin sect, so he must be taught a lesson. They never thought that Long Yu would be completely forced to face the current situation. And now, the person who forced him is right in front of him. "Feng Yang, I'm coming out." Long Yu stepped out of the martial arts pavilion, and immediately found the tall Feng Yang in the crowd, and said with a little indifference in his eyes, "Trash, you really dare to come out." Feng Yang stood up and looked at Long Yu with contempt. "Now I will let you know what a wrong decision you made to fight with me, you trash. Mistakes are not mistakes. In addition, do you have Qinghua pill with you?" Long Yu waved his hand and asked, changing the subject. "Qinghuadan, do you really want to play Qinghuadan's idea?" Feng Yang smiled contemptuously, with disdain on Feng's face. Does this trash like Long Yu really want to beat him? It's wishful thinking. Hey, a promise is a promise, you man, you can't go back on what you say. At this moment, a delicate figure jumped out from the side. It was Liao Lele, who ran away before. But at this moment, Liao Lele was wearing a gray cloth shirt, which didn't look like the disciple clothes issued by Zhenchenzong. Moreover, she was carrying a cloth bag behind her back, and she looked a little like she was about to run away. When Long Yu saw it, he couldn't help but twitched his mouth. Liao Lele, do you mean to run away from Zhenchenzong directly after I lose? Liao Lele turned her head and stared wide-eyed. Nonsense, how can I, Liao Lele, be the kind of villain who doesn't abide by the agreement? I'm planning that if you lose, I will take my luggage and move to fight with that fat pig. Let's live together. Fat pig. When Feng Yang heard it, his face immediately turned green, and this stinky girl actually called him a fat pig, which is really disgusting. But when he saw Liao Lele's attire, how could he not know what this stinky girl was planning? Waste Long Yu, when you lose, this stinky girl can't run away even if she wants to. In order to prevent you from saying that I don't follow the rules, I bring this xuanhuan with me. If you have the ability, come and get it. Feng Yang snorted softly, moved forward with a strong body, and soon came to the center of the open space, confronting Long Yu. When Long Yu walked out of the martial arts pavilion, the good show finally took place. Liao Lele took a few steps back, opened her eyes wide in the crowd, stared at the two people in the field, and shouted, Long Yu, come on. My junior sister, I think your efforts are wasted. Behind Liao Lele, an outer disciple smiled disdainfully. Everyone knows that each month's outer disciples are about to become inner disciples. In the front row. This Long Yu, there is no way he can be Feng Yang's opponent. You talk so much nonsense, so long-winded. Liao Lele snorted softly. Some people said before that he is definitely not the opponent of Tanyu and Han Jian. What about now? Hearing these words, the outer disciple snorted coldly, looked contemptuously at Liao Lele and Long Yu, and stopped talking. On the other hand, Tanyu, who was lying on the stretcher beside her, seemed to burst into flames when she heard this, and she glanced at Liao Lele like a knife. This dead woman dares to despise Miss Ben. Miss Ben will make her pay the price. Tanyu said viciously and softly. Feng Kong, who was sitting next to her, heard the words and said, Junior Sister Tan, after we get rid of that trash of Long Yu, it won't be too late for us to deal with that woman. Snort. Tanyu resented her and didn't say anything more. Feng King's words were still a little intimidating to her. After all, Feng Kong was about to become a master of inner disciples. In the arena, in the open space outside the door of martial arts pavilion. Feng Yang stared at Long Yu leisurely, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Trash, did you comprehend some super martial arts in the martial arts pavilion, so that you have the confidence to face me? Have you comprehended super martial arts? Don't you try it yourself? Do it. Long Yu smiled contemptuously, and hooked his fingers at Feng Yang. This action, with an extremely obvious contemptuous meaning, made Feng Yang's face gradually darken, and then he took a step forward and said cruelly, Trash, you will never leave here standing up tonight. As he stepped forward, there was a circle of ripples in the air, and the distance of several feet away from Long Yu came in an instant. It's the Zhenkong body technique. When Long Yu saw it, he immediately knew what Feng Yang's movement technique was, the Zhenkong movement technique, which he had seen in the martial arts pavilion just now, and it was the same as Shunfengbu. It was a middle-grade martial technique, but it was a combination of the two movement techniques. The principle is different. The instant wind step is to make one's body as light as the wind, so as to speed up, but the air shock movement method is to vibrate the air to create ripples, and use the air ripples to propel one's body. At the stage of beginners and minor accomplishments, the effects of the two body techniques are not much different, but when it comes to major accomplishments, they are completely different. The instant wind step of the Desheng realm can take one step in an instant, span a distance of 3 feet, and accelerate one's own speed to the extreme. And the Desheng realm's shocking body technique can greatly shake the air ripples and suppress the actions of surrounding enemies. Feng Yang, as a strong man who is about to be promoted to the inner sect disciple, naturally has already comprehended the Jinkong body technique to the level of Desheng. When he moves, the ripples in the air spread out, enveloping Long Yu in an instant. Suddenly, waves of air ripples made it difficult for Long Yu to breathe. The power of martial arts, cultivated to the level of Desheng, is completely incomparable. 9 Serenity Dragon Seal, open. With a thought in Long Yu's mind, the 9 Serenity Dragon Seal in his chest immediately became hot, and a huge force of 10,000 caddies poured into his whole body through the black lines. It is almost impossible for Long Yu not to activate the 9 Serenity Dragon Seal if he wants to fight Feng Yang, who is at the 5th level of martial arts, and who has also comprehended Desheng martial skills. The next moment, Feng Yang's figure was already close to Long Yu with the shocking ripples. Crossing the dragon's legs, coiling the dragon with one leg. Feng Yang's eyes showed a fierce look, and his legs were like a coiled giant dragon, concentrating the tyrannical inner strength of profound energy, and attacked Long Yu. It's another martial art move that has reached the realm of perfection, dragon legs. Suppressing the mood of the sky, suppress it. As soon as Long Yu gritted his teeth, Tianjin momentum surged out, slightly suppressing Feng Yang's power, and then blasted an ordinary punch at Feng Yang's legs. The Fumo-dominant body has strengthened his basic strength. At this time, his punch has a huge force of nearly 20,000 caddies, which is the strength of 20 strong horses. With one punch and 2 legs, they collided with each other, and the powerful inner strength of profound energy erupted into a whirlwind, spreading towards the surroundings, and suddenly dust filled the sky, covering the sight of many people under the moonlight. There was a burst of severe pain from Long Yu's fist, and he was naturally at a disadvantage when he met head-on with his fists and the martial arts that he had cultivated to a great degree. However, relying on the inner strength of profound energy condensed in his fists, and the strength levels of the two sides are almost the same, he did not suffer any serious injuries in this confrontation. Feng Yang was knocked back 2 steps by Long Yu's punch, and his face turned blue and purple. How could this trash have the power to push him back? And what kind of power was it that made him suddenly blocked? How did it make him feel an aura that suppressed the world, just like when he was in Jintian Canyon? While he was thinking, Long Yu's figure in front of him suddenly moved in the flying dust, transformed into a gust of wind, and disappeared in Feng Yang's eyes. Huh? Instant success? Feng Yang was unprepared, and suddenly lost his target, with a look of surprise on his face. He never imagined that in just one day, this trash Long Yu would be able to practice instant wind step to a small success. Thumb up. A series of heavy footsteps came from his left, which made him suddenly alert. His legs curled up like a dragon, and he swept straight to the left. However, the next moment, he found that his legs had been swept away. Long Yu deliberately made the sound of footsteps on his left, and then fled directly. Middle. A heavy punch came from the right side of Feng Yang, and his legs hadn't been retracted yet, so there was no way to dodge it. Boom. Feng Yang's shoulder was hit hard by Long Yu's punch, and his balance was unstable. He staggered and took several steps back. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he concentrated his profound energy on his shoulders, otherwise this punch would have crippled one of his arms. Feeling the numbness in his shoulders, Feng Yang's scalp was also numb for a while. He couldn't figure it out. How could the useless Long Yu, who was obviously only at the 4th level of martial arts, have more power than him? At the 5th level of martial arts, he only has the strength of 16 fierce horses, but the trash Long Yu actually possesses the strength of nearly 20 fierce horses, suppressing his wind and yang in terms of strength. The difference in strength between the two was more than 3,000 caddies, and the advantage brought by the martial arts of the Desheng realm that Feng Yang had comprehended disappeared all of a sudden. It's time to end. The corner of Long Yu's mouth was slightly raised, and he didn't stop at all. The next moment, he kicked Feng Yang's back heavily. Just wait for you. Feng Yang was not an idiot either. He had already made preparations. With his legs coiled around the dragon, he used the Jinkong movement technique again, turned around and swept his legs out. One leg resisted Long Yu's attack, and the other kicked straight at Long Yu's head. Flash! Seeing this, Long Yu moved his body, retreated like a breeze, and continued to attack in a random direction. Although Feng Yang's sky-shocking body technique has been cultivated to a high level and can hinder Long Yu's movements through air ripples, but the sky-suppressing artistic conception that Long Yu comprehends has a stronger hindering effect on Feng Yang. Under the ebb and flow, Feng Yang gradually fell into a disadvantage. Ah, see the elder. Just when the two were at a stalemate, a clear female voice came out from the crowd with surprise. This female voice immediately attracted the attention of many people. The crowd who were originally focused on the battle between Long Yu and Feng Yang in the arena looked around, trying to find the figure of the so-called elder. Even Feng Yang trembled when he heard this. Not good. Wouldn't it be bad if I let the elder know that I withheld the identity token of the outer disciple? Feng Yang panicked suddenly, his eyes swept away to the surroundings. Only Long Yu remained completely unmoved, only had Feng Yang as his opponent in his eyes. Seeing Feng Yang started to look around, Long Yu knew that victory was not far away. Suppressing the artistic conception of heaven. Kill. The momentum of the artistic conception spread, covering Feng Yang completely, and then Long Yu used the instant wind step to quickly attack Feng Yang's body with fists and feet. Every attack is from an extremely tricky angle, not to mention that Feng Yang's mind is in a mess. Even if he is fully concentrated, it is difficult to completely resist it. The next moment, Feng Yang hadn't reacted much yet. The rain of fists and kicks had already landed on him. Boom! 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 Countless bombardments, with the power of 20 horses in succession, made Feng Yang completely unable to resist, spitting blood. Blood flew out backwards, and fell heavily to the ground. Feng Yang fell, and the audience was silent. Everyone's eyes turned back, and they were all full of unbelievable colors. In just a short while, Long Yu won? That Feng Yang wasn't the peak of the 5th level of martial arts, was defeated by a boy of the 4th level of martial arts, and was still seriously injured and comatose, completely beyond everyone's expectations. Well done, you really won. A cheer came from the female voice of See the Elder just now, and then a lively figure in grey cloth jumped into the arena and ran to Feng Yang, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Who is this figure? Not Liao Lele. Just now she said See the Elder, which directly disturbed Feng Yang's mind, allowing Long Yu to succeed in one fell swoop, severely injuring Feng Yang. At this time, Liao Lele came to the unconscious Feng Yang, reached out his hand to dig inside his clothes a few times, and quickly took out an identity token and a delicate jade bottle. Seeing these two things, Liao Lele showed a satisfied smile on her exquisite face. Qinghua Dan, here it is, Long Yu, continue. After Liao Lele put away her identity token, she threw the little jade bottle to Long Yu not far away. Long Yu reached out to catch it, opened it, and sure enough, a burst of intoxicating medicinal fragrance filled the air. It was a middle-grade elixir, Qinghua elixir, without a doubt. But before he could relax, a sneer came over from the side. You're a traitor, and you won't win with force. Tonight, I, Feng Kong, want you, a trash, to show your true colors and avenge junior brother Feng Yang. Everyone looked at the place where the sound came from, but saw a thin young man in a blue cloth shirt coming up from beside Tanyu, who was on a stretcher. This young man, with dark skin, bulging muscles, and powerful martial arts, is Tan Jian's follower, Feng Kong, who has only stepped into the realm of the 6th level of martial arts not long ago. When Long Yu defeated Feng Yang, everyone around was stunned on the spot. They never thought that Long Yu was really stronger than Feng Yang. And when Feng Kong stood up and walked towards the field, everyone concentrated again. Defeating Feng Yang can be said to be an accident, and Liao Leilei's Sea Elders had a great impact on the entire battle situation. But facing Feng Kong, they wanted to see what Long Yu could do. Long Yu glanced at the dark young man Feng Kong who was walking over, and couldn't help showing a smile. It turned out to be senior brother Feng Kong. I have admired you for a long time, and I have heard of your name for a long time. It is my honor to meet you now, senior brother. When Feng Kong heard this, although he disdained Long Yu very much, he couldn't help feeling a little bit elated. This Long Yu has only been introduced for 2 days, and he has heard of Feng Kang's name. So, Feng Kong is already very famous? Thinking about it, Feng Kong is only 20 years old this year, and he has already stepped into the realm of the 6th level of martial arts. 1 month later, he will be able to enter the Royal Ancient Ginseng Forest on behalf of Zhenshenzong. Such an achievement is enough for him to be proud of. It's useless to say what you said today. Brother Tan Jian asked me to teach you a lesson. You won't be able to escape. With some complacent expression on Feng Kang's face, he squinted at Long Yu and said, "It should be, the lesson should be." Following the meaning of his words, Long Yu said with a smile, "After all, senior brother Feng Kong is magnanimous and upright, and he is a role model for new disciples like us." That is. Feng Kong snorted softly, extremely proud. So, I believe that senior brother Feng Kong will not take advantage of me, a new disciple like me, right? Long Yu changed the subject, and suddenly said, "I am only a 4th level martial brother now, and my brother is a 6th level martial artist. Although it is right for a senior to teach me a lesson, I am afraid that it will also make people gossip. I am definitely not willing to gossip. How about, brother Feng Kong asked me to absorb Qinghua pill here, and then I will let my brother teach me a lesson, and no one else will gossip, how about it?" As soon as these words came out, Liao Leilei at the side finally breathed a sigh of relief. She thought that Long Yu was talking nicely to Feng Kong and wanted to beg for mercy from Feng Kong, but she didn't expect that it was just to buy time and take Qinghua down. As for the other onlookers around, they all looked shocked. They didn't expect that Long Yu would say such a thing. It seems that Long Yu also knows that he is not Feng Kang's opponent. However, even if he absorbs Qinghua pill here, he might not be able to break through the realm of martial arts, right? At that time, it will not be the same as being taught by Feng Kong. Feng Kong also had the same mentality, so when he heard Long Yu's words, he immediately looked down with contempt. Qinghua pill is an elixir that the sect rewards the directors of the outer sect, and the effect is not bad. But you want to use it to advance to the 5th level of martial arts. Heavy, it's impossible, so what if I, Feng Kong, wait for you for an hour? Since Long Yu had complimented him so much, in order to maintain his image of being magnanimous and upright, Feng Kong should not act hastily. Anyway, Long Yu is not his opponent, so what are you afraid of? Seeing this, Tan Yu on the stretcher at the side had a look of resentment on her pretty face, but she couldn't say much about Feng Kong, as long as Feng Kong could help her teach Long Yu a lesson in the end. Tonight, I, Tan Yu, will definitely step on your bastard's face and hear you call me aunt. Tan Yu's eyes shone with hatred, and she stared at Long Yu in the field. However, Long Yu didn't care about Tan Yu at all. His defeated generals didn't deserve his attention. After hearing Feng Kang's agreement, Long Yu secretly heaved a sigh of relief, then sat down cross-legged in the arena, and swallowed the Qinghua pill exuding the medicinal fragrance in his hand. As a middle-grade pill, Qinghua pill is extremely rare, and it would be a lie to say that the outer disciples present were not moved. But within the sect, of course they can't rob it with their hands. It's one thing to win according to the agreement like Long Yu, but it's another thing if they rob it with their hands. The sect will not forgive such behavior lightly. Seeing Long Yu swallowing the Qinghua pill, many people looked regretful in their eyes. What a good pill, it was going to be wasted by such a new disciple. This Long Yu offended Tan Jian, even if he could really advance to the 5th level of martial arts, even if he could really defeat Feng Kong, so what, if he was going to be killed by Tan Jian in the end, wouldn't Qinghua pill be a waste? What's more, Long Yu must not even be able to pass Feng Kang's test. Liao Leilei's pretty figure stood in front of Long Yu, vigilantly scanning the surrounding people, ensuring that he would not be disturbed by others when he was absorbing the pill. According to the logic, Liao Leilei completed the bet with Feng Yang and obtained the identity token. Long Yu's matter has nothing to do with her, but she can't let her leave Long Yu alone now. Even if she would make Tan Jian an enemy, she would not back down in the slightest. After Qinghua Dan swallowed, Long Yu immediately felt the power of the medicine dissipate in his body. Without hesitation, he directly activated the 9 Nether Dragon Seal, ready to use the 9 Yu Dragon Seal to absorb the power of the medicine. After all, the situation is urgent now, and Feng Kong also said that he will only be given 1 hour. In this hour, he must completely absorb the medicinal power of Qinghua Dan. Fortunately, the Yuyao pill that I took before still has some remnants of medicinal power preserved by the 9 Nether Dragon Seal, plus this Qinghua pill, which is more effective than Yuyao pill. There is still hope for me to advance to the 5th level of martial arts. Long Yu thought in his heart that the aura of heaven and earth contained in Qinghua pill was gradually transformed into profound energy and absorbed by his meridians. At this time, he discovered that after learning Fuma Body for the first time, he absorbed the power of the pill much faster. The fundamental reason was that the meridians were thicker, and when the profound energy was strong, he would not encounter too much resistance. Half an hour later, the strength of Long Yu's whole body increased sharply, and the strength of his whole body finally reached the limit of the 4th level of martial arts, 10,000 caddies. At this time, he only absorbed 30% of the heaven and earth spiritual energy in Qinghua Dan. Immediately afterwards, the medicinal power of the elixir preserved in the 9 Nether Dragon Seal began to be sent into his body suddenly, causing the profound energy in the meridians of his whole body to surge violently, and the air around his body formed an invisible vortex. Seemingly feeling the movement around Long Yu's body, many people stared at him in surprise, discussing among themselves. This kid, is it possible that if he can absorb a Qinghua pill, he will not be able to advance? Of course, even if this was the case, these people wouldn't be too surprised. After all, they didn't know that Long Yu had just stepped into the 4th level of martial arts. An hour passed quickly while waiting. At the last moment, Long Yu finally completely absorbed the medicinal power preserved in the 9 Nether Dragon Seal. His whole aura suddenly changed, and his whole body made beep beep bobo sounds like an explosion, making him feel like he had been completely reborn. 5th level of martial arts, finally arrived. Long Yu opened his eyes, and his eyes were shining brightly. He has the 5th level of martial arts and possesses the power of 16 fierce horses. With a random punch, he can blow up a boulder, and with a random grasp, he can pull up a 10-foot-high plant. Old tree. Oh? I actually advanced. Feng Kongben was sitting quietly at the side, but now he opened his eyes and saw that Long Yu's aura was different from before, so he knew that he had advanced to the 5th level of martial arts. But even so, Feng Kong is not worried about anything. He has the strength of 32 strong horses at the 6th level of martial arts, which is twice as strong as Long Yu's. In any case, not his opponent. It's a pity that Feng Yang was knocked unconscious by Long Yu just now, otherwise Feng Kong might know that Long Yu's strength is more than what it seems on the surface. You advanced? Liao Leilei looked back and saw the change in Long Yu's whole body. He couldn't help being overjoyed, and then he stepped aside and said, "Then go on, don't lose." Hearing this, Long Yu nodded. Of course he knew that this delicate girl was guarding him for an hour just now, so he couldn't help but feel a little moved. In Tianyu continent, except for Feng Changge, no one has treated him so well. Now, you have no reason to escape. Feng Kong came pacing, with a playful look on his dark face, but as a brother, I will let you do 3 tricks, lest people say that I bully the small with the big. Then thank you, brother. Long Yu smiled lightly, and didn't say much. If the other party asked him to make 3 moves, he would do 3 moves first. I only hope that Feng Kong will not regret it when the time comes. The next moment, Long Yu turned into a breeze and quickly approached Feng Kong. The first move. Long Yu approached quickly, with the strength of 16 fierce horses concentrated in his fist. He punched Feng Kang's head. Snort. Seeing this, Feng Kong sneered, and raised his hand, casually, blocking Long Yu's fist with a huge force of more than 30,000 jin. Even if Long Yu was coming so aggressively, under the strong resistance of the 6th level of martial arts, he couldn't even advance even half a point. Second move, 9 Serenity Dragon Seal, activate. Long Yu took 2 steps back, determination flashed in his eyes, and he shot again. He had a strength of 16,000 jin at the 5th level of martial arts, and 26,000 jin with the Joyo Dragon Seal. The first punch, just now, was much stronger. This punch, with an unparalleled force, hit Feng Kang's face like an instant wind. Oh? What kind of martial art is this that can enhance your strength so much? Feng Kong felt the power contained in Long Yu's punch and was a little surprised, but he still didn't pay much attention. The bulging muscles all over his body trembled, more than 30,000 jin of force was concentrated in the palm of his hand. He waved his hand casually, and with a pop, Long Yu's fist was crooked. The bodies of the two passed by each other. Feng Kong stepped back slightly, but he was completely unharmed. Next, the third move. A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and his whole body disappeared from the spot. This time, it wasn't because of his fast speed, but because he had comprehended the instant wind step to the level of Desheng, and in a blink of an eye, he leaped 3 feet. Suppressing the artistic conception of heaven. The power of artistic conception shrouded, although Feng Kong reacted vigilantly, his body speed couldn't keep up. Long Yu's fist appeared on the side of Feng Kong, and suddenly blasted at the blind spot in his field of vision. The violent force hit Feng Kang's fragile waist all at once. Feng Kong didn't expect to be attacked at this part at all. He didn't even condense his inner strength of profound energy. When he was hit by Long Yu's punch, his whole body screamed and flew upside down like a kite with a broken string. 3 moves, Long Yu one move after another, accurately grasping Feng Kang's psychology, until the last move, suddenly violent, the instant wind step of the Desheng realm, 1 step at a time, and sneak attack. Boom. Feng Kang's slender body fell to the ground, and he immediately lost consciousness. Long Yu's punch hit his completely defenseless waist, causing him more serious injuries than Feng Yang, and he may have to lie on the bed for several months. Desheng, Desheng. Long Yu, how could you comprehend instant wind step Desheng so quickly? Liao Lele on the side was completely stunned, and couldn't help but ask after a long time. Hearing this, Long Yu smiled lightly, but did not explain. In fact, it didn't take him an hour to absorb the medicinal power of Qinghua pill. Most of the hour just now was used to comprehend instant wind step. Because in the battle with Feng Yang, he used the instant wind step in actual combat, and he also saw Feng Yang's Shinkong body technique that had comprehended to the Desheng state, so he had a little more understanding of the use of body technique martial arts profound energy. Relying on the heaven-defying effect of the 9 Nether Dragon Seal, within just an hour, he finally comprehended the instant wind step to the level of Desheng. The audience was silent, and everyone stared at the venue dumbfounded. Feng Kong, a 6th-level martial artist who was about to become an inner sect disciple, was actually defeated by a guy who had just started for 2 days. If this had been told to them before, they would never have believed it. But now, this fact was placed before their eyes, and they had no choice but to believe it. Everyone looked at Long Yu no longer with contempt and disdain like before, but with admiration and shock. In this world, people always worship the strong, and Long Yu proved his strength with his own efforts and defeated Feng Kong. Let everyone look at each other with admiration. Under the night, everything was silent, only the whirling sound of the wind blowing the leaves was heard by everyone in the field. Until... Snapped. 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 Suddenly, a series of applause came from the darkness, which was particularly eye-catching in the silence of the night. Everyone, including Long Yu, glanced at the place where the applause came from, and they all froze on the spot. It turned out to be him? Feng Yun, the strongest genius of the Feng family in Yuguan City, the core disciple of Zhenchenzong, dressed in white, like a gentleman, appeared from the darkness with a smile on his face, and slowly walked towards Long Yu. When the gentleman dressed in white, with a smile on his face, stepped into the arena step by step, everyone was attracted by his demeanor. Feng Yun, the core disciple of Tianjin sect, was recognized by almost everyone present. Unexpectedly, what happened tonight would even alarm Feng Yun. It seems that Long Yu is doomed. Everyone knows that Feng Yun and Feng Yang belong to the same family. Now that Long Yu had severely injured Feng Yang, Feng Yun, who heard the news, would definitely not spare Long Yu lightly. In the crowd, Tan Yu on a stretcher stared at Feng Yun carefully, and couldn't help but blush. Of course she recognized Feng Yun's identity. Tan Jian once told her that Feng Yun is now ranked among the top 10 core disciples of Zhenchenzong, and he is handsome. Now that she saw the real person, Tan Yu immediately felt that what her brother said was true. This situation was indeed unparalleled. If she could hook him up, she would pull him into the Tan family's camp. Tan Yu was having a sweet dream when a crisp female voice interrupted her thinking. This man is so handsome. Hey, Long Yu, do you recognize him, or why is he applauding for you? Liao Lele stared at Feng Yun stubbornly, with a look of liking on her face. Why don't you introduce me to the girl? How about it, I will give you the Qinghua pill for nothing. I would also like to introduce you, but unfortunately, I don't know him very well. Long Yu spoke lightly, raised his head, and looked at Feng Yun. Feng Yun kept smiling all the time, and when he heard Long Yu's words, he couldn't help chuckling. Cousin, you actually said something we don't know very well. It's really strange, but you entered the martial arts so quickly. It's out of your brother unexpected. As he spoke, he stood still 3 feet away from Long Yu, turned his face to look at Feng Yang, who was lying on the ground, and the smile on his face gradually faded. However, cousin, now that you have laid such a heavy hand on brothers of the same clan, don't you think the Feng family is too low? This sentence was already full of murderous intent, and he looked at Long Yu with sharp eyes, making the atmosphere in the field suddenly tense. This guy can change his face faster than turning the pages of a book. Liao Lele naturally also felt that the visitor was not kind, and her heart sank. Although she didn't know who Feng Yun was, but listening to Feng Yun's words, she felt the atmosphere around her, and knew that this person was by no means comparable to Feng Yang and Feng Kong just now. All she knew was that the person in front of her was from the Feng family, and seemed to be Long Yu's cousin. As for Long Yu's identity, everyone knew very well that he was the adoptive son of the head of the Feng family in Yuguan City, so Feng Yan's words did not make the onlookers feel strange. They knew that Long Yu must be in great trouble now. Feng family? Facing Feng Yun, Long Yu still maintained his momentum, and said with a sneer, if you want me to put the Feng family in your eyes, you have given me a reason. Feng family, have you ever put me in your eyes? In the family, you crippled my brother's leg. Feng Yun closed his eyes and said lightly. Are you changing the subject? Long Yu smiled disdainfully. Feng Yun joined Tian sect in the early years, and he is already 24 or 5 years old this year. Last year, the Feng Family Association was already at the 7th level of martial arts. Now Feng Yun has stepped into the top 10 core disciples of Zhenchenzong, and his strength is already stronger than Feng Changge. Facing the situation, Long Yu knew that he had absolutely no chance of winning by force, so he could only try to use words to tide over the difficulties. However, Feng Yin doesn't seem to accept this. He was dressed in white, and suddenly opened his eyes. I don't want to pursue who is right and who is wrong. But you crippled my brother's leg, and I will get it back for him tonight. As soon as the words fell, Long Yu felt a terrifying aura descending from the sky, enveloping him. This aura was exactly the same as the artistic conception he had comprehended, even stronger than the artistic conception he had comprehended, and closer to the law of heaven and earth to suppress. Under this tyrannical momentum, Long Yu couldn't move at all, and could only let others slaughter him. Is this the artistic conception that the strong comprehend? This kind of feeling that people are swords, and I am fish is really uncomfortable. Long Yu gritted his teeth. There was no room for resistance when he broke out with all his strength. The same was true for Liao Lele, who was beside him. In just a moment, beads of sweat appeared on the faces of the two of them, obviously bearing terrible pressure. And Feng Yin in white, who was 3 feet away from the two of them, raised his right hand with a domineering smile, and swung it hard. The skywave crosses. The 4 words were spit out one by one, and then a white light wave condensed by profound energy came out of Feng Yin's hand. Unleash your profound energy. Long Yu opened his eyes wide and stared at the light wave of profound energy, only to see that it spanned a distance of 3 feet in an instant and pierced through his right leg with a bang. Boom. Blood splattered. Long Yu clenched his teeth tightly, feeling the severe pain from his right leg. He almost fainted from the pain. Feng Yin's strength was too terrifying. The aura he released at will made Long Yu unable to move, and the martial arts he used casually caused Long Yu's leg to be pierced. But even so, Long Yu didn't fall down, only his remaining leg supported his straight waist. This scene moved Liao Lele beside him. Is this Long Yu still human? He can even endure the pain of his right leg being pierced by profound energy. Most importantly, this guy can still stand upright with one leg broken. Does not fall? Not only Liao Lele, but also the other people around, as well as the situation of Shou, were a little surprised. Perseverance is not bad. Feng Yin exuded a domineering aura, and walked towards Long Yu. The next step is to avenge my cousin, Feng Yang. His eyes fixed on Long Yu's chest, obviously that was where he attacked. Perhaps it was because the martial arts with profound energy released were not very good at controlling power. Feng Yin came pacing, approached Long Yu, and met Long Yu's eyes. Aren't you reconciled? Feng Yin's eyes revealed a playful look. Long Yu gritted his teeth tightly, without saying a word, but was thinking quickly in his mind. For the current plan, apart from the elders of the martial skill pavilion, I can only hope for the Joyo dragon seal. The 9-yu dragon seal is on my chest. Feng Yin wants to attack my chest. I want to see whether Feng Yin is stronger or not. The 9-nether dragon seal is even stronger. Long Yu is almost facing a desperate situation, but he still thinks calmly. Zhen Tianzong strictly forbids his disciples to kill each other, and in the current situation, they definitely would not dare to kill him in front of the elders of the martial arts pavilion. But let Feng Yin continue to be arrogant like this, Long Yu will naturally not be reconciled. Long Yu puffed out his chest, proudly and unyielding. Interesting. Feng Yin smiled disdainfully. I will let you remember forever the lesson you have learned tonight. After the words fell, he was finally ready to make a move. Concentrating the power of 30 fierce horses in his palm, he aimed at Long Yu's chest and slapped directly. Boom! There was a heavy bang, and when Feng Yin's palm was printed on Long Yu's chest, powerful profound energy immediately invaded his body. And at this moment, the 9-nether dragon seal on Long Yu's chest finally felt the invasion of external forces, and instantly awakened automatically. A burst of mysterious power that seemed to come from the ancient times erupted from the 9-nether dragon seal, and instantly sent Feng Yin away. This scene made hundreds of Tian sect disciples nearby widen their eyes, and they couldn't believe what they saw. Feng Yin, one of the top 10 core disciples, slapped the trash Long Yu in the chest, but was bounced away instead? How can this be? If that Long Yu was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, it was impossible for Feng Yin to cripple his right leg before. What is going on? The next moment, Feng Yin's body fell heavily to the ground, not far from Feng Yang. His white clothes were instantly covered with dust, and he looked in a state of embarrassment. Ahem. Feng Yin coughed and raised his head with bloodshot eyes. He couldn't believe that Long Yu's trash was able to bounce him away. Although he didn't suffer any serious injuries, he lost face a lot. The point is, he still doesn't know what happened. But when he looked up, he saw that Long Yu had already collapsed on the ground, as if he had passed out, and the girl in the gray cloth shirt was calling Long Yu's name, seeming quite anxious. Long Yu, how are you? Are you okay? Liao Lei lay on Long Yu's chest, her face full of panic. However, Long Yu closed his eyes tightly and remained motionless, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. If it wasn't for his breathing and heartbeat, Liao Lei would have thought he was dead. After all, Feng Yin's power is too strong, although he doesn't know why he was bounced away, but Long Yu will definitely be seriously injured by such a palm. Give it up, Feng Yin. At this moment, an old man sighed, and then everyone around felt that an old man in a black robe had appeared beside Long Yu. Elder Yu. Seeing this, Feng Yin knew that he had no chance, but today's face, could it be that he just lost it? Moreover, the secret of why Long Yu was able to bounce him away, how could he just let it go? It's a pity that now that the elders guarding the martial arts pavilion, Elder Yu, have appeared, he can't do anything to Long Yu anyway. It seems that he can only make plans in the future. Feng Yin, even though you are the core disciple of my Zhentian sect, you should not act recklessly. There is no end to the journey of martial arts. With your talent, you should strive to climb to the top instead of being obsessed with personal hatred. Although Elder Yu's old voice was not loud, it spread throughout the audience, making everyone's minds moved, as if they had realized something. That's right, there is no end to the journey of martial arts, and they actually stayed here for a whole day just for a little fun. What a waste. Disciple knows, leave. Hearing the words, Feng Yin finished speaking a little bit unwillingly, took a deep look at Long Yu on the ground, then turned around and left. The moment he turned around, he suddenly felt a strange power surge in his body, which made him want to vomit blood, but in order to save his face, he held it back forcefully. What kind of power is that? Could it be transferred from that trash? Feng Yin's face darkened, he didn't dare to stay for long, and hurriedly left at a faster speed. Seeing Feng Yin leave in a hurry, the rest of the people also knew that there was nothing good to see, and what Elder Yu said made them quite regretful. It would be better to go back to practice sooner. Take him and come with me. Elder Yu, who was wearing a black robe, heard the old voice in Liao Lei's ears, making Liao Lei nod quickly. Yes, Elder. Although Liao Lei is a young girl, she also has the 4th level of martial arts and has the strength of 8,000 caddies. Naturally, there is no problem in lifting Long Yu's body. The night was filled with stars twinkling. Elder Yu, who was wearing a black robe, led the two of them to the entrance of Zhenchenzong. It seemed that the destination was Zhentian Canyon. A good show seems to end like this. However, no one knew that the current Long Yu was caught in a memory of ancient chaos. Just now, the power of the 9 nether dragon seal suddenly exploded, allowing him to finally get a glimpse of some secrets related to it. In a barren and vast chaotic world, thunder from the sky shines brightly, fire from the earth bursts out, and the power to destroy the world fills the entire space. The world of martial arts, in the ancient times, was full of flames of war. Long Yu felt that he was in this ancient and vast world. Shenwu world, could it be that the world I live in was called the Shenwu world in ancient times? Long Yu opened his eyes wide, but felt that no matter what he could not see the scene in front of him more clearly. He knew it was just a memory, a memory that flooded into his mind from the 9 Serenity Dragon seal. This world is too vast. At first, Long Yu only saw all kinds of destructive forces churning, but did not see any living creatures. I don't know how long it took, a black ripple gradually spread out in the distant sky, and soon magnified in his eyes. It turned out to be a huge black monster flying from the sky. Although he couldn't see its shape clearly, Long Yu clearly knew what it was. Jiuyo, the dragon of Jiuyo. Long Yu looked over nervously, only to see the shadow of the 9 nether dragon covering the sky and the sun. Everywhere he went, the spreading black ripples would destroy the space there. The level of the destructive power was far higher than this. The other powers in the piece of space are many times stronger. He is the only master of this world. Like an emperor overlooking the world, where the 9 nether dragons marched, even the space was ignited by black flames, condensing into black lotus blossoms, which lasted forever in the world. The dragon of the 9 nether soared high in the sky, making the whole world seem to be covered with dark clouds, but not long after, a divine light suddenly descended into the world and landed on the body of the dragon of the 9 nethers. That ray of divine light seemed to stop time and space. Even if it was as strong as the 9 nether dragon, it couldn't resist it. In the end, the 9 nether dragon, who was ruled by emperors, suffered divine light and heavenly punishment, fell into the depths of the world of martial arts, and was brutally sealed. After an unknown number of years, the world of Xuanhuan once again glowed with new vitality. Long Yu has always been floating at the place where the 9 nether dragon fell, and this position, after countless years, has formed a towering valley. They are all printed with mysterious black lines. In the valley, people gradually became populated, and a tribe began to form. Members of this tribe call themselves descendants of the dragon, because the black dragon patterns on the mountain wall gave the people of this tribe great power. As long as they carved the 9 nether dragon seal on their chests, they could borrow the power of the ancient 9 nether dragon. Everyone in the tribe didn't know why they were able to borrow the power of the 9 nether dragon, but in this world where martial arts are the most important thing, only those with strong power can gain a foothold in this world. Therefore, gradually, no one in the whole tribe tried to find out the reason, and engraving the 9 Serenity Dragon seal on their chest became their oldest traditional custom. The 9 Nether Dragon seal was not the 9 Nether Dragon seal when it was first engraved, but just an ordinary dragon-shaped mark. And this dragon-shaped mark has 9 changes, and its power will increase tenfold after each change. The first change is to awaken the dragon-shaped imprint into the Jiuyo dragon imprint. It turns out that at the 4th level of martial arts, you can change the first level of the dragon seal. When you awaken and activate it, you can enhance your strength. And the next level of change will be at the 8th level of martial arts. When you activate it, you can strengthen yourself 100,000 caddies of strength, while being able to display the innate martial skill of the 9 Serenity Dragon seal. It is so terrifying. Long Yu carefully observed the life of the people in that tribe, and quickly figured out some growth laws of the Jiuyo dragon seal. However, any part of the memory related to the 8th level of martial arts and above is blurred in Long Yu's eyes. Obviously, with his current cultivation level, he still can't get a glimpse of memories of too high a level. After these memories, Long Yu knew that he was right to choose body training martial arts. Because the people in that tribe, in order to make their bodies able to bear the power of the 9 Nether Dragon seal, everyone has practiced body training martial arts since childhood. Their skin and flesh are like steel, and their muscles and bones are like iron. Memory, here gradually blurred. Long Yu got a glimpse of some secrets, however, even greater doubts arose in his heart. That tribesman, who calls himself the descendant of the dragon, has any connection with his previous life? Why did he, Long Yu, be engraved with the 9 Serenity Dragon seal after his death and come to this world? These questions are still far from being answered. The memory was blurred and gradually faded away, but at the last moment, Long Yu seemed to see a beautiful woman in white gauze, noble but illusory. The beautiful woman looked at him from an extremely distant place. Her whole body could not be seen clearly, only her pair of beautiful eyes were as clear as a mirror, and her pair of slender hands seemed to have just retreated from Long Yu's chest. Concubine Yu, concubine Yu. These two words suddenly appeared in Long Yu's heart, as if they came from the 9 nether dragon seals, but they didn't. The 9 nether dragon seal on my body was engraved on me by this woman named Concubine Yu? But, who is she? Why did you engrave the 9 nether dragon seal on me? The scene in front of Long Yu's eyes gradually became blurred, and soon turned into darkness. Whether it was the dragon of 9 netherness, the tribe descended from the dragon, or the beautiful woman named Concubine Yu, all of them disappeared without a trace before his eyes, as if they had never appeared before. Suddenly, Long Yu opened his eyes. Ah! Are you awake? A crisp female voice suddenly sounded, as if Long Yu was taken aback. As soon as Long Yu heard it, he remembered that it was the voice of the charming girl Liao Lele. When he looked closely, he saw that he was lying on a bamboo bed, and Liao Lele was twisting a towel, as if wiping his body. What are you doing? Long Yu looked at Liao Lele vigilantly. What do you say I'm doing? Seeing the vigilance in Long Yu's eyes, Liao Lele couldn't help but glared at him. Your leg was pierced by Feng Yin's move. If it weren't for Bai Lao's magical wound medicine, and the girl I took care of day and night, your leg would have been useless long ago. Already. It was only then that Long Yu realized that she was wiping the wound on his knee, and the wound there had indeed almost healed. He raised his head, looked around, and found that it was a bamboo house with a quiet environment, and he didn't know where it was. Where is this? Long Yu asked aloud. It's the place where Bai Lao and Hilo live, on the top of Xintian Canyon. Liao Lele replied casually. Bai Lao and He Lao? Long Yu was a little puzzled. Before he passed out at the entrance of the martial arts pavilion, he vaguely heard Feng Yin calling the elder of the martial arts pavilion Elder Yu. How come there are 2 white elders and black elders? The elder protecting the sect of Zhenshenzong is a good friend of the Elder Yu of the martial arts pavilion. Liao Lele explained. Hearing this, Long Yu nodded, then remembered something, and asked, How long have I been in a coma? Half a month. I thought you were dead. Liao Lele snorted softly. Although her tone was not very good, but Long Yu could hear a trace of concern from it, and couldn't help feeling warm, smiled, and didn't say anything more. He sat up and found that there was no discomfort in his whole body. Instead, he seemed to be more energetic after lying down for half a month. As for the right leg that was penetrated by Feng Yun, the injury has basically healed, and there will be no hindrance to his actions. You're awake, I'll call the second elder to come in. Seeing Long Yu get up, Liao Lele didn't say anything, turned and left the bamboo house. Long Yu stretched his muscles and bones a little, and wanted to stretch, but suddenly found that all his clothes had been changed, so he couldn't help but froze on the spot. Who changed my clothes? Bai Lao and Hilo? As guardian elders, it shouldn't be possible, could it be? Liao Lele? No, this question must be asked clearly. However, no matter who changed the clothes, the Jiuyo dragon seal must have been discovered, right? Just as he was thinking this way, the door of the bamboo house was pushed open, and an old man in white came in. Liao Lele followed behind the old man, but did not enter the house, made a face at Long Yu, and closed the door behind him. In the house, only Long Yu and the old man in white were left. Long Yu, you're finally awake. The old man in white paced over without making a sound, with a kind smile on his face, looking at Long Yu as if he was looking at his best friend, without the slightest airs. You can call me Lao Bai. After the old man in white finished speaking, he stood beside Long Yu, and then looked at Long Yu's chest. Long Yu's heart trembled. The 9 nether dragon seal was indeed discovered. But the white-clothed old man didn't ask anything about it, he just smiled and said, In order to cure your leg, I used a reincarnation pill, which is a top-quality pill, except for me. I am afraid that no one in the Tian Tian sect can take it out. Thank you, Elder. Long Yu was grateful, but at the same time he was a little puzzled. Why would this old man be willing to use a top-quality pill to save his leg? Could it be because he discovered his talent, so he loved talent and wanted to accept him as a disciple? Just as he was thinking this way, Bai Lao smiled calmly. Boy, don't get me wrong, my saving you has nothing to do with you, but because of your father. My father? Long Yu was taken aback when he heard the words. Did his father still know Bai Lao? No, it's not just an acquaintance, there must be a deeper relationship. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Bai Lao to spend a top-grade elixir for an ordinary friend. The top-grade elixir is 2 levels higher than the top-grade elixir, so it goes without saying that it is precious. Suddenly Long Yu thought, Feng Changge said before coming to Zhenshenzong that Zhenshenzong had his father's old friend. Could it be this old Bai in front of him? But it's inconvenient for me to say more about your father. Bai Lao glanced at Long Yu's chest again. The dragon-shaped imprint on your chest should be left for you by your father, right? Although I don't know what it is, old man, but your achievements in the future must be great. Wait, you are strong enough, so you will naturally know about your father. Long Yu nodded casually, thinking to himself, even though he didn't even know who his father was in his life, he could be sure that the Azure Dragon mark was definitely not left by his father. Because he clearly remembered that the Green Dragon mark did not exist before he crossed over, and it was definitely a mark produced by his crossing. Moreover, in the vague memory of just now, the one who carved the 9 nether dragon seal was a beautiful woman whose name seemed to be Concubine Yu. Any relatives are irrelevant. Of course, it's not bad for this old Bai to automatically connect the 9 nether dragon seal to his father, lest a bigger secret be involved. Regarding Concubine Yu, the tribe of descendants of the dragon, and the dragon of 9 nethernesses, Long Yu can be sure that at Bai Lao's level, he absolutely doesn't know. But you boy, it's tough enough. Lao Bai changed the subject, suddenly smiled and said, do you know how the current situation is going? Feng Yun? What happened to him? Long Yu was taken aback when he heard the words. He really didn't know what happened to Feng Yun, but he had been in a coma for half a month because of Feng Yun, and now he really wanted to know if there were any sequelae after the domineering Feng Yun was blown away by him. Seeing the look of anticipation on Long Yu's face, Bai Lao chuckled, stroked his white beard and said, Feng Yun is one of the top 10 geniuses among the core disciples of our Zhentian sect, and now he is at the 8th level of martial arts. But thanks to your father, I'm afraid he will spend the next 2 months recuperating from his injuries. Bai Lao still thinks that the Jiuyo Longyin is related to Long Yu's father. Long Yu did not refute this, only a little strange. Healing? Good. Bai Lao smiled faintly. He announced that he would retreat for more than 2 months, but of course old guys like us know that the palm he gave you in the martial arts pavilion was shocked by the power in your body. We were surprised at first. He is only at the 5th level of martial arts, how can he be shocked away? But after knowing the identity of your father, there is no surprise. That guy must have done something to your body long ago. Long Yu finally knew that Feng Yun was injured by the countershock of the 9 nether dragon seal, and had to rest and recuperate for more than 2 months. It seems that the injury was not serious. Seeing the danger in the future, it can attract the opponent to attack the Jiuyo dragon seal, but if this trick is used too much, no one will be fooled in the future. Long Yu thought in his heart, felt his whole body, and found that his own strength was still at the level of 16,000 Jin at the 5th level of martial arts, and the 9 Serenity Dragon Seal could still be activated to enhance his 10,000 Jin strength. By the way, little guy, your current cultivation is at the 5th level of martial arts, and there is still half a month until the opening of the Royal Ancient Ginseng Forest. If you can step into the 6th level of martial arts within half a month, it will be possible qualification represents our Zhentianzong to enter it and strive for great opportunities. Bai Lao said suddenly, looking at Long Yu with some expectation in his eyes. Royal Ancient Ginseng Forest? Long Yu was puzzled, he hadn't heard about this before. There are 7 major sects in our Great Tang Kingdom, but the 7 major sects are all under the jurisdiction of the Great Tang royal family. Bai Lao explained, the Royal Ancient Ginseng Forest is an ancient ginseng forest built by the Tang royal family. There are many wild ancient ginseng growing in it. After taking it, it can improve the realm of martial arts. The effect of high-quality ancient ginseng is comparable to some high-quality ancient ginseng pills. Some big families in the Great Tang Kingdom, and the 7 major sects, take turns to enter every year. This year, it is our turn to suppress the Tianzong, and the 3 major sects of the Ice sect and the Chanxi sect to select disciples to enter Frost Gate. When Long Yu heard this, an interesting look flashed in his eyes. Isn't Feng Yao the inner disciple of the Frost sect? In the eyes of Long Yu, Feng Yao, a genius girl at the 7th level of martial arts, is no longer so far away. Feng Yao, you want to kill me, this debt will be settled sooner or later. For this reason, this opportunity to enter the Royal Ancient Ginseng Forest must not be missed. Immediately afterwards, the old General Bai told all the relevant matters about the Royal Ancient Ginseng Forest. The Royal Ancient Ginseng Forest selects 3 sects or families to enter each time, and the person who enters must be under the age of 20 and a genius who has reached the 6th level of martial arts, otherwise he will not be eligible to enter. This year, there were originally 16 people who could meet this condition in Tian sect, but because Fong Kong was seriously injured by Long Yu, it was estimated that they would not be able to go, so there were only 15 people left. If Long Yu can advance to the 6th level of martial arts within half a month, he can take Fong Kang's place and go to the Royal Ancient Ginseng Forest. In addition, including the disciples of the Ice sect and Chanxi sect, there are about 50 people in total. In the Royal Ancient Ginseng Forest, the ancient ginseng is divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, and the number of top-grade ancient ginseng produced every year is definitely not more than 3. It is conceivable that the goal of about 50 geniuses competing for each year is the handful of ginseng. Countable top-grade ancient ginseng. In addition, every few years, some super-grade ancient ginseng may appear in the ancient ginseng forest, and the effect is better than the top-grade ancient ginseng. If Wu Xiu absorbs the aura of heaven and earth, it can easily compare to 2 or 3 years of penance. The appearance of super-grade ancient ginseng means that martial arts can directly improve a realm. Of course, if there is a bottleneck, it is not so easy to improve this realm. For example, from the 6th level of martial arts to the 7th level of martial arts, it is another big bottleneck to release the inner strength of the profound energy, and ordinary martial arts will cost a lot of money. Spend less time on top. As for super-grade ancient ginseng, there is also top-grade ancient ginseng, but this grade of ancient ginseng will hardly appear. Every time it appears, it will be taken away by members of the Tang royal family, and it will not be the turn of the 7 major sects and other family disciples. Little guy, you want to break through the 6th level of martial arts. I can't help you, old man, but I can give you a little hint. After Bai Lao finished talking about the ancient royal ginseng forest, he continued, in the Xintian mountain range, there is an abyss of soaring snakes. Many soaring snake monsters haunt it. The disciples of the outer sect go to experience in it, and the effect is good. If you can killing a soaring snake, obtaining its inner alchemy, and taking its inner alchemy, the effect on improving the realm is no less than that of a middle-grade pill. Even if you collect some spiritual herbs, you can take it directly or refine it into a pill, which is very beneficial to cultivators. It will play a big role in entering the country. For all things such as spirit grass pills and monster inner pills, Wu Xiu only has the best effect when taking the first pill, and it doesn't have much effect after taking it. Therefore, in places like the abyss of the soaring snake, every disciple of the Xintian sect's outer sect would go there at least once to see if they could encounter the soaring snake and kill it to seize the inner alchemy. Once encountered, it is like getting a middle-grade pill, which is of great benefit to the improvement of the realm. I see, thank you senior. Long Yu said with a smile. Of course, he would take a look at the abyss of Soaring Snake. With the heaven-defying absorption ability of the 9 Nether Dragon Seal, if he got a Soaring Snake Knighten, even if he could not be promoted to the 6th level of martial arts, he would still be able to improve his cultivation by a large amount. Because of this, it is closer to the 6th level of martial arts. Due to time constraints, Bai Lao didn't say anything more. Long Yu tidied up and prepared to leave. It was Liao Lele who saw Long Yu off. Not far from the bamboo house, on top of the isolated peak, there is a pavilion, where Bai Lao and another old man in black robes are playing chess, completely paying no attention to the 2 young people. On the fork road down the mountain, Liao Lele stopped. You go to the abyss of Soaring Snakes, be careful all the way. Liao Lele took care of Long Yu for half a month, but at this moment she looked a bit reluctant. Aren't you going? Long Yu asked. No, Mr. Bai accepted me as a disciple, and I will be cultivating here for the time being, and my cultivation base is also low. Going to the abyss of Soaring Snakes will definitely hold you back. Liao Lele said embarrassingly. Long Yu suddenly realized that it turned out that this girl was accepted as a disciple by Bai Lao. It was quite a chance that Bai Lao saw that her cultivation level was advanced. She probably already surpassed the 9th level of martial arts, and reached another level. Liao Lele has a backer to be a teacher of Bai Lao. At least she won't be bullied by a fat pig like Feng Yang again. Long Yu turned around and was about to go down the mountain, but after taking 2 steps, he stopped suddenly and asked without looking back, by the way, you have been changing my clothes for the past half-month? Right. Liao Lele's crisp voice came from behind him. Then you saw everything? Long Yu asked again, but still didn't look back. Certainly. Liao Lele answered again. Long Yu didn't say anything more, walked down the mountain quickly, and disappeared from Liao Lele's sight. So what if you see it? However, it's quite interesting. Liao Lele straightened her hair that was blown by the breeze. Her face couldn't help being a little rosy. She stood at the fork in the road for a long time, until she was sure that Long Yu would really not come back, then she turned back with some reluctance. Naturally, Long Yu didn't know Liao Lele's reaction after he left. At this moment, his mind is completely on the improvement of his cultivation base. He must go to the abyss of the Soaring Snake, but even if he is lucky enough to kill a Soaring Snake, he cannot rely on a Soaring Snake Knighten alone. Let him step into the 6th level of martial arts. There is still half a month left. I don't know if there is any other way. Forget it, let's go to the abyss of Soaring Snake first. Long Yu made a decision in his heart, and walked along the mountain road towards the abyss of Soaring Snake. Jintian mountain range is a continuous stretch. Even if you stand on the highest peak of Jintian Canyon, you can't see the end of the mountain range at a glance. The abyss of Soaring Snake is more than 40 miles away from Jintian Zhongmen. Long Yu used instant wind to walk all the way, and occasionally met a group of Tian sect disciples who went to the abyss of Soaring Snakes together, but no one greeted him, they all went their own way. Only half an hour later, the abyss of Soaring Snake appeared in front of Long Yu. It was a dark valley with luxuriant trees that almost covered the sky and the sun. The area was vast. Even the outer disciples from the Tian sect only dared to act on the periphery. We'll be lost. I hope that with better luck, I can find a flying snake soon. With hope, Long Yu stepped into the abyss of Soaring Snakes. Ordinary Soaring Snake monster beasts are all about the 5th level of martial arts, so it is easy to deal with them alone. After entering the abyss of Soaring Snakes, Long Yu's vision decreased a lot. When running in the forest, he could only rely more on hearing, smell, and a man's intuition. In addition to the Soaring Snake monster beast that may be encountered, there are many poisonous plants and poisonous substances in the Soaring Snake abyss, which are not fatal, but they can often cause a lot of trouble to the martial arts who set foot in it. For example, when Long Yu passed by a place, he saw some dense vines, which entangled several Tian sect disciples, making them unable to run away even if they wanted to, and it would take a lot of time to clean up those vines. Long Yu's heart moved, but he ignored them, relying on his keen intuition, and quickly passed through the abyss of soaring snakes. After about 10 miles deep, he keenly caught a trace of bloody smell, which made him concentrate completely. The smell of blood represents killing. His heart beat faster, and he ran cautiously towards the place where the bloody smell was coming from. Not long after, he faintly heard some people calling for help. The king of soaring snakes is the king of soaring snakes, help, help. Junior sister Qin, don't leave me, ah. Screams, cries for help, one after another in the dark abyss forest. Long Yu approached secretly, and quietly looked forward, and he saw the shadow of a huge monster swallowing a disciple of the Tianjin sect's outer sect wearing a blue shirt. A disciple of Tian sect who was alive and kicking not long ago has now become the belly of that huge monster, and there is not even a trace of residue left. Long Yu cautiously hid aside, and when he took a closer look, he saw that the huge monster looked like a cobra that had been magnified countless times. The entire pitch-black body was at least 10 feet long, and when it was raised up, it was as high as 3 feet. It was extremely ferocious. However, there are no eyes and noses on its head, only a giant mouth dripping with venom, and it is this giant mouth that just swallowed an outer disciple of Tianjin sect. This is the king of soaring snakes. The king of soaring snakes is comparable in strength to a 7th-level martial arts expert, and it is extremely poisonous, with rough skin and thick flesh, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Long Yu's eyes shone with shrewdness. However, if I can kill him and obtain his inner alchemy, it will definitely allow me to step into the realm of the 6th level of martial arts. The king of soaring snakes has 5 or 60,000 caddies in strength alone, and he can kill Long Yu with a simple sweep of his tail. In a head-on fight, Long Yu is definitely not his opponent. It seems that he can only think of other ways. Long Yu carefully observed the surrounding environment, and quietly started to act. In the arena, apart from the soaring snake king, there were 4 other disciples from the Xintian sect's outer sect, all wearing blue cloth robes, each fled in panic. One of the women escaped the fastest. She should be the so-called junior sister Qin, but no matter how fast she escaped, she would not be able to escape as fast as the king of snakes. I saw the huge black monster walking quickly through the forest, and with a sweep of its tail, it directly knocked the outer disciple who was running the slowest into the air, knocked down a towering giant tree heavily, and fell to the ground with a bang. It seemed that he would not survive. Immediately afterwards, the king of soaring snakes spewed out a mouthful of venom, which directly sprayed on the body of another outer disciple, causing his body to rot in an instant, and he fell to the ground amidst screams. Junior sister Qin! Junior sister Qin! The last one left ran and shouted in panic, as if junior sister Qin could save him. Hold on for a moment, my brother is coming soon. Junior sister Qin was also extremely flustered. She only knew how to run as fast as she could. How could she dare to stop? Hold on? The remaining person is almost desperate. Hold on? Facing the terrifying soaring snake king, what can he use to support him? Just relying on his 5th level of martial arts cultivation? It's not enough for the king of snakes to sweep his tail. Shocking sky movement. The man used all his body skills and martial skills, but he hadn't been a beginner for a long time. Jinkong body skills only comprehended to Xiacheng realm. And even if he had comprehended the Desheng realm's sky-shocking movement technique, it would be impossible to rely on air ripples to hinder the soaring snake king's actions, because the power gap between the two sides was too great. Even if he ran away with all his strength, he still couldn't match the pursuit speed of the soaring snake king. Only a moment later, the giant body of the soaring snake king rushed over, crushing him instantly in the jungle, and the huge mouth of the soaring snake king roared at the last junior sister Qin. Don't come here, don't come here. My brother is a strong man in the 7th level of martial arts. If you dare to touch me, my brother will definitely not let you go. Junior sister Chen was quite delicate and beautiful, but at this moment she was full of panic. Facing the king of snakes who could kill her at any time, she went to the doctor because of her illness, so she could only tell her brother's identity to try to threaten him. It's a pity, how could the king of soaring snakes care about her threat? After crushing the last person except junior sister Chen, the soaring snake king swiped his tail and knocked down a thick old tree nearby. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud bang, and the fallen ancient tree blocked junior sister Chen's escape route. A sharp branch pierced directly into her snow-white thigh, causing her pain and falling to the ground. Hush! The king of soaring snakes spouted a stench, and dragged his huge body towards junior sister Chen. In the next moment, he could kill junior sister Chen completely. But at this moment, a huge boulder suddenly slammed towards the soaring snake king from not far away. That huge boulder was about the size of the soaring snake king's head and weighed 10,000 jin. It went straight through the dense forest and fell on his head. With a loud sound, the soaring snake king's entire body was thrown to the side. But immediately after, the soaring snake king began to use his strength, and directly bounced the boulder away, falling to the ground not far away and breaking it into pieces. The huge mouth of the soaring snake king turned quickly and aimed at the place where the 10,000 catty boulder flew. 30 feet away in that direction, Long Yu was maintaining the movement of throwing the huge boulder just now. With his current strength, it is not bad to be able to throw the boulder of 10,000 catties so far. After all, he is a member of Tian Tian sect. It is a pity that he can save one person. As for those who are already dead, it is a pity. While thinking, Long Yu calmly observed the actions of the soaring snake king. Phew! The king of soaring snake was extremely angry when he was hit by a stone. He immediately abandoned junior sister Chen, who was close at hand, and rushed towards Long Yu's direction. Seeing this, junior sister Chen gasped in fear, and felt very grateful to see the soaring snake king being led away. She tried to get up and run away, but found that her thigh was pierced by a sharp branch, bleeding profusely. It was impossible to stand up, and she couldn't help but curse secretly. Facing the king of soaring snake, who was rushing angrily, Long Yu calmly retreated with instant wind step. With the current instant wind step effect, his speed is definitely not as fast as the soaring snake king, but Long Yu didn't want to escape, but to lure the soaring snake king into a trap. After a while, the distance between the soaring snake king and Long Yu was only 20 feet, but at this moment, the soaring snake king suddenly felt that his feet were caught by a vine. Immediately, the soaring snake king wanted to tear off the vine, but he didn't expect that this move would startle a large area of nearby vines. In just a moment, thick vines suddenly rolled over one after another, wrapping around the body of the soaring snake king. Spikes spread out from the vines, piercing into the skin of the soaring snake king, trying to suck his flesh and blood. This kind of vine is a unique plant in the abyss of the soaring snake. It has its own intelligence. It is a natural enemy with the soaring snake monster beast. It is born to feed on the soaring snake monster beast. Long Yu remembered the information that Liao Lei told him not long ago after checking the information, and couldn't help feeling that the girl was very hardworking, and she even found out the information on this kind of vine. If Wu Xiu was entangled by this kind of vine, at most it would be a little troublesome and a waste of time. But if the soaring snake monster beast is entangled, it will be the result of being sucked of flesh and blood. The king of soaring snakes underestimated Long Yu, and under his anger, he didn't think of Long Yu's plan, and accidentally plunged into it, and fell into a desperate situation immediately. Phew! The king of soaring snake opened his huge mouth and sprayed out venom continuously. However, his venom had no effect on the natural enemy vines at all. It could only temporarily prevent them from entanglement, and soon more vines entangled up. The soaring snake king is a great supplement to these vines, however, the power of the soaring snake king is far beyond the imagination of these vines. A tearing force of 5 to 60,000 caddies erupted from the giant body of the soaring snake king, and the vines that wrapped around it were torn off one by the huge force, and they fell limp. However, there are too many vines nearby. Although the soaring snake king kept tearing with great force and tore off more and more vines, there were more and more wounds on his body, and his strength became weaker and weaker. Both the vines and the soaring snake king were extremely powerful, and they tossed and entangled, destroying all the nearby thick old trees and creating a messy open space. Long Yu stayed on the sidelines and observed the situation all the time. After about 2 sticks of incense, the power of the soaring snake king seemed to be exhausted, and he fell to the ground and fell silent, unable to move any more. Around its body, there were countless spiky vines scattered, and all the vines were torn off by him, which shows the horror of the power of the soaring snake king. Seems to be a lose-lose situation? Long Yu appeared cautiously, and walked towards the giant body of the soaring snake king. Soon, he was within 3 feet of the soaring snake king. Phew! Suddenly, the body of the soaring snake king rose up, opened his huge mouth, and sprayed a mouthful of thick venom towards Long Yu's place. It turned out to be a sneak attack. If another person couldn't dodge in time, he would be directly poisoned to death by the venom, and the soaring snake king would be the final winner. However, Long Yu has always maintained a high degree of vigilance, and the mere king of soaring snakes would never even think about attacking Long Yu. The venom sprayed over, and Long Yu's figure flashed immediately. Instant wind step. The instant wind step of the Deshang realm, 1 step in an instant, can span a distance of 3 feet, and the next moment, he is close to the belly of the king of soaring snakes. "Any idea, come out for me!" Long Yu yelled, and took the opportunity to pull several spiked vines with both hands, and swung them towards the belly of the soaring snake king like a whip. Chi la la! Although the spiked vine was torn off and lost its vitality, the spikes on its surface were still full of attack power, which suddenly enlarged the abdominal wound of the soaring snake king. At the same time, Long Yu's hands holding the spiked vines were also dripping with blood. The pain almost made him unable to hold the things in his hands. However, if he wanted to defeat the soaring snake king, Long Yu couldn't care about the pain in his hands. Now, except for the spiked vines, he couldn't break through the tough skin of the soaring snake king's abdomen. He gritted his teeth, grabbed both ends of the thorny vine forcefully, and sliced across the abdomen of the soaring snake king like a soft sword. Phew! The soaring snake king roared fiercely, and Long Yu completely cut open his entire abdomen, including the inner alchemy that was immediately pulled out by Long Yu, holding it tightly in his hand. Successful! Long Yu succeeded and jumped away at the fastest speed, feeling the fist-sized warm monster inner alchemy in his hand and the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth contained in it. He was full of joy. Even if his hands are covered with blood from the spiked vines, he doesn't care about the countless piercing holes. As long as he can get the inner alchemy, he can step into the 6th level of martial arts. Behind him, the soaring snake king, who had lost his inner alchemy, crashed to the ground. But in front of Long Yu, there were 2 martial arts figures. One of them is the junior sister Qin he rescued just now, holding on to a branch and walking with difficulty. Beside her was a young man in a black cloth shirt. He looked to be in his early 20s. From the powerful aura he exuded, it could be seen that this person had a very high level of cultivation, probably at the 7th level of martial arts. "Brother, it's him who stole the inner alchemy of the soaring snake king. He must help me get it back." Seeing Long Yu at this moment, the junior sister Qin, who was holding on to the branch, pointed greedily at Long Yu. Long Yu couldn't help frowning when he heard junior sister Qin's words. Steal the Niden of the soaring snake king? Help her get it back? This junior sister Qin is simply ridiculous. If it wasn't for Long Yu, the soaring snake king would have killed her long ago. Why would she be dictating here now? It's fine to ignore the grace of saving her life, but she even asked someone to help her snatch the inner alchemy from Long Yu's hand. Are you planning to avenge her kindness? Thinking in his heart, Long Yu took a closer look at junior sister Qin and the young man in black. Only then did he feel that they looked familiar. Contacting that both of them were surnamed Qin, Long Yu quickly realized. Yuguan City, Qin family. It turned out to be Qin Rong'er and Qin Tianke, both brothers and sisters, joined the Zhentian sect. Among them, Qin Tianke seemed to be in his early 20s this year, but he had reached the 7th level of martial arts. At the 7th level of martial arts, he can release profound energy. From the perspective of combat effectiveness, Long Yu, who is only at the 5th level of martial arts, is definitely not his opponent. However, if Long Yu can have time to absorb the inner alchemy of the Soaring Snake King in his hand, and step into the 6th level of martial arts, then there is still a chance. Qin Tianke, a young man in black, glanced at Long Yu with arrogance in his eyes, and said indifferently, I am an inner disciple of the Zhentian sect, Qin Tianke. If you are sensible, you will hand over Naiden, the king of snakes, so that you will not be hurt by flesh and blood. Suffering. Joke, I killed the king of soaring snakes and saved your sister's life. Why do you ask me to hand over the inner alchemy? Long Yu smiled, contemptuously. Ha ha ha. How ridiculous. Qin Tianke laughed. How can you, a mere boy at the 5th level of martial arts, kill the king of snakes who is as powerful as the 7th level of martial arts? You clearly took the inner alchemy from my sister by despicable means. Hearing the other party's indiscriminate words, Long Yu's heart turned cold. He glanced at junior sister Qin, but Qin Rong'er was unmoved at all. Her beautiful eyes were completely lingering on the inner alchemy of the Soaring Snake King. If she gets the inner alchemy, she will be able to step into the 6th level of martial arts, and then enter the Royal Ancient Ginseng Forest in half a month. She will never let go of this opportunity, even if it is revenge. She will not hesitate, not to mention that there is no one else around. No one will know what her siblings have done. Therefore, there was no guilt or uneasiness in her eyes, only greed and expectation. Rong'er, don't worry, I will take back the inner alchemy of the Soaring Snake King for you. Qin Tianke glanced at Qin Rong'er dotingly, then turned his head to face Long Yu. A hint of teasing flashed in his eyes, and said indifferently, How, do you want me to do it myself? Don't bother senior brother to do it, I'll leave the Naiden, king of soaring snakes, to you. Long Yu said calmly, and then raised his hand, intending to throw the inner alchemy in Qin Tiang's direction. You are acquainted. Qin Rong'er proudly raised her chin, as if she had foreseen the scene where Long Yu threw out the inner alchemy and was killed by her brother. Naturally, they would not let Long Yu have a chance to spread the word about this matter. But the next moment, Long Yu raised his hand and threw it, but he didn't throw the inner alchemy out. Instead, he threw several vines covered with thorns, entangled towards Qin Tiang's place, and he himself performed instant wind step, turned into a gust of wind, turned and ran. You asked for it. Seeing this, Qin Tiang's complacent face immediately turned cold, and with a wave of his hand, several cyan ripples of profound energy condensed into wind blades, which swept out in an instant, cutting off those few spiked vines in midair. Immediately afterwards, with a movement of his footsteps, he unleashed his physical skills and martial arts, and chased towards where Long Yu was. Brother, we must take Naiden back. Qin Rong'er shouted viciously. Rong'er, don't worry. While talking, Qin Tianke circulated his profound energy, and unexpectedly displayed his peak martial arts skills, running faster than Long Yu. The movement technique he used was a middle-grade martial technique of the Qin family in Yuguan City, and the effect was no worse than Shunfengbu. It only took half a stick of incense, and the distance between the two quickly shortened. Originally, Long Yu took advantage of his unpreparedness and turned to run away, opening a distance of 20 or 30 feet, but soon, the distance between the two sides was less than 10 feet. Zhang is the farthest distance Qin Tianke can release his profound energy now. Xuanhuan breaks. Qin Tianke narrowed the distance, and then waved his hand. The powerful cyan profound energy ripples condensed into wind blades again, piercing the air towards Long Yu's fleeing direction. Instant wind step, dodge. Long Yu just procrastinated for some time, and finally he was able to perform the instant wind step again. Feeling the proximity of Qin Tiang's Xuanhuan breaking martial skill, his profound energy condensed, his body transformed into a light breeze, and he took a step in an instant, spanning 3 feet away. Just relying on your instant wind walk of Desheng realm, can you still run for the second time? Qin Tianke sneered, and quickly caught up with him in a flash. After a while, he once again condensed the Xuanhuan Po martial arts, cut through the sky, and attacked Long Yu in the darkness like a poisonous snake. Block me! Long Yu's figure flashed to the side, and immediately hid behind a giant tree. However, Xuanhuan Po is the top-grade martial skill of Xintian sect, coupled with Qin Tiang's 7th-level martial arts cultivation. A random wind blade can penetrate and split the giant tree. Laugh. Long Yu's arm was cut with a wound, and blood flowed profusely immediately, but he insisted on remaining silent, and his running speed increased rather than decreased. I'll see how Long Yu can escape. Qin Tianke laughed jokingly, playing with Long Yu like a cat catching a mouse. In this shadowy abyss of soaring snakes, it is impossible for anyone to know what is happening here. Qin Tianke naturally wants to destroy Long Yu's corpse and wipe out all traces. But the next moment, the smile on Qin Tiang's face suddenly froze. How is it possible, this kid actually? After chasing and fleeing, they turned around unknowingly and returned to the original position. Qin Ronger's leg was severely injured and it was difficult to move. She still stayed here with her back to them, never expecting them to circle around and come back. Long Yu ran ahead with a sneer on his face. Ronger, be careful. Qin Tianke immediately shouted loudly. Qin Ronger was imagining that her brother would help her snatch the inner alchemy back, so how could she have expected Long Yu's plan? Before she could react, Long Yu turned into a light breeze and came to Qin Rengier's side with one big stride, and grabbed her neck with one hand. Ah! Qin Ronger was startled, and then felt a strong force coming from her neck, which made her feel suffocated, and she couldn't even make a sound. Stop! Long Yu grabbed Qin Ronger, turned sideways, and threatened Qin Tianke. Put Ronger down, or I'll let you die. Qin Tianke was dressed in black, and he couldn't see clearly in the dark woods, but he could feel the gnashing of teeth on his face. Originally thought that micromanagement would win, but now Long Yu succeeded, taking Qin Ronger as a hostage. It was really a mistake. One can imagine how much hatred Qin Tianke felt. If you go one step further, your sister will die first. Long Yu said indifferently, using more force in his hand. Qin Ronger was suffocated for a while, and his beautiful eyes rolled up. Rao used her whole body strength to break free from Long Yu's shackles, but Long Yu had cultivated the subduing demon overlord body, and her strength was much stronger than her at the same level. At this moment, she was bound tightly. Between the same family, do you know what crime should be? Qin Tiang's sinister voice came, but his footsteps really stopped. He didn't dare to joke about his sister's life. I should ask you that, right? Long Yu smiled faintly. Now, you step back 100 steps, otherwise, you will see your sister fall down in front of you. Qin Tianke hesitated for a moment, but in the end he still took steps and slowly backed away. Take a bigger step. Long Yu sneered, diddling, are you a bitch? These words made Qin Tiang's heart burst into anger, but he couldn't resist at all. Instead he could only retreat obediently. As long as I seize the opportunity, boy, you will die without a place to die. Qin Tianke thought viciously in his heart, and the distance between him and Long Yu gradually widened. By the way, Qin Tianke, you are an inner disciple, so you must have a soldier on you, right? Now, throw the soldier over, or you will know the consequences. Long Yu continued to speak calmly, threatening Qin Tianke with Qin Ronger's life. Boy, don't go too far. You also know that I am an inner disciple, but you are only an outer disciple. The days to come are still very long. Qin Tianke's cold snort came from a distance. Obviously he was not willing to submit to Long Yu like this, so he started to threaten Long Yu instead. Are the days still long? Why don't I think, what about John Bing, why don't you throw them here soon? Long Yu sneered and threatened again. But this time, he didn't get a response, and Qin Tianke didn't make any more sound, and seemed to have disappeared from the dark forest. It seems that you are not as important as a soldier in your brother's eyes. Long Yu said to Qin Ronger with a hint of disappointment in his words. These words made Qin Ronger feel disappointed. Did her brother, Qin Tianke, really disregard her life for a soldier? No, definitely not. You dare not kill me. Qin Ronger calmed down, and said with a soft snort. Brother must have known that this kid didn't dare to kill her, so he didn't throw the soldier over. After all, if Long Yu killed her in the abyss of soaring snakes and spread it to the ears of the elders of the Jintian sect, he would definitely be severely punished, and even expelled from the sect would be considered light. You still have some brains. Long Yu smiled. However, did your brother cowardly run back to the sect to file a complaint? As he said this, he paid close attention to the movement around him. In such a dark forest, his perception of the fifth level of martial arts was brought to the extreme by him, and he suddenly noticed that Qin Tianke was quietly approaching from another direction. Want to attack me? Long Yu sneered in his heart. I'm afraid Qin Tianke never thought that Long Yu would observe his surroundings so calmly. After all, Long Yu was at the fifth level of martial arts, and facing Qin Tianke, who was at the seventh level of martial arts, his life was at stake. Under such circumstances, most people's heartbeat would speed up and they would panic. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu pinched Qin Rengier's neck and began to move slowly. The direction he moved happened to put the body of the Soaring Snake King in the center between him and Qin Tianke. Obviously, Long Yu had already thought up a plan to deal with Qin Tianke. In the dark and humid abyss of Soaring Snake, where the sun is blocked by giant trees, there are many dangers. Long Yu pinched Qin Ronger's neck, and kept in a straight line with the body of the Soaring Snake King and Qin Tianke. The huge body of the Soaring Snake King blocked Qin Tianke's line of sight, making him unable to observe Long Yu. This made Qin Tianke very annoyed. He is a majestic 7th-level martial arts expert, but now he is being tricked by a 5th-level martial arts kid, which makes him very unhappy. Do you want to block my sight and take the opportunity to escape? Qin Tianke found that Long Yu was hiding behind the body of the Soaring Snake King, and couldn't help but snorted coldly. Now, no matter what methods Long Yu uses, he can't escape his hunting. He is the hunter, and Long Yu is just the prey. Of course, this is just Qin Tianke's own opinion. Suddenly, Qin Ronger cried out in pain, making Qin Tianke's heart tighten. No, he must act quickly. Swish! Qin Tianke's figure in black moved quickly, and jumped onto the corpse of the Soaring Snake King in 2s and 3s, condescending, and his vision suddenly became wider. Let go of my sister. If anything happens to her, you will definitely die. Qin Tianke saw that not far away, Long Yufeng was pinching Qin Ronger's neck hard, making her groan in pain. But when Qin Tianke jumped onto the corpse of the Soaring Snake King, the corners of Long Yu's mouth suddenly turned up slightly. Baited. Long Yu waved his hand forcefully, and the 10,000 gene boulder that had been prepared earlier flew out towards the body of the Soaring Snake King. Qin Tianke's face changed, and before he could react, the boulder smashed into the torn abdomen of the Soaring Snake King. The terrifying force immediately filled the internal organs and blood of the Soaring Snake King. Everything was smashed and splashed out. Qin Tianke, who was originally standing above the corpse of the Soaring Snake King, was the first to bear the brunt. He was drenched in those filthy things, and his whole body exuded a terrible stench. Successful, let's go. Seeing this, Long Yu immediately left Xuanhuan behind, turned around and ran away in one direction. Trash, I'm going to kill you. Qin Tianke didn't expect Long Yu to come up with such a move. His eyes turned red all of a sudden, full of hatred. Since he stepped into the martial arts, Qin Tianke, as a genius of the Qin family in Yuguan City, has he ever been so embarrassed? He was actually drenched all over with the blood and viscera of monsters. However, when he saw that Long Yu had abandoned Xuanhuan and ran away with Naiden, the soaring snake king, he couldn't help exuding a strong murderous aura. You are bound to die. Qin Tianke swore in his heart, and then slapped his body vigorously. After removing some particularly strong-smelling filth, he jumped to Qin Rengier's side in a flash. Ronger, I'll chase after you with me. Qin Tianke said that he would never make the same mistake as before. Qin Ronger nodded silently, and couldn't help but frowned when she smelled the stench coming from Qin Tiang's body. The smell was really too bad. Qin Tianke took his younger sister's expression into his eyes, and hated Long Yu even more. How dare this trash make him embarrass himself in front of his younger sister? He picked up Qin Ronger, stepped forward, and once again displayed his peak martial arts, chasing Long Yu in the direction where he was fleeing. However, due to the delay just now, the distance between the two parties may have been hundreds of feet. Even with Qin Tiang's speed and Qin Ronger, it would not take a while to catch up with Long Yu. Of course Long Yu would not just run away like this. The brother and sister wanted to avenge their revenge and wanted to steal his inner alchemy, and even killed him to silence him. How could he not retaliate? At least, Qin Tiang's soldier, Long Yu, was going to be determined. Soon, Long Yu ran back several miles. Qin Tianke finally caught up with Qin Ronger again and appeared not far behind him. But at this time, Long Yu finally arrived at his destination. This junior brother, help us quickly. Junior brother, come and help, we are entangled by vines. Several voices came in succession. Long Yu raised his head to look, and sure enough, he was back near the three outer disciples who were entangled by vines before. Someone will be here to help you soon. The corner of Long Yu's mouth turned slightly, he said something casually, then walked around them, disappeared into the dark forest and grass, and disappeared. The three youths looked at each other in disappointment. Someone will come to help them soon? It didn't take long for them to understand the meaning of Long Yu's words. When they saw Qin Tianke chasing Qin Ronger in his arms, they couldn't help but shouted joyfully as if they had met a savior. Senior brother Qin, junior sister Qin, come and help us. Among the same sect, if someone is in danger, it is only natural for others to help. Especially when the three entangled youths saw that the person who ran over was Qin Tianke, an inner sect disciple, they had even greater hopes in their hearts. With the strength of inner disciples, it should be easy to cut off these vines, right? Did you see a junior in black passing by here? Qin Tianke ran over, smelly all over his body, and asked sharply. Hearing his tone, the three youths were taken aback for a moment, but then, something that shocked them happened. I saw the vines that were entangled with them, as if they sensed the presence of some food, they let go of them one after another, and rolled towards Qin Tianke at lightning speed. The three young men hadn't reacted yet, but Qin Tianke was startled. His body is full of visceral fluids of the soaring snake king, could it possibly attract these vines? Soon he realized that he guessed right, not only the vines entwining the three youths, but also other hidden vines nearby, all moved at this moment, like vicious snakes, instantly surrounded him. Stand up. Take care of my sister. Qin Tianke quickly pushed Qin Ronger to the side of the three young men, and immediately concentrated his profound energy. Shanfeng breaks. The cyan profound energy condensed into wind blades, cutting off several vines in an instant, but the other vines were faster, entangled his body and limbs in an instant. Immediately afterwards, sharp thorns spread out from the surface of those vines, apparently taking Qin Tianke as a flying snake monster and wanting to suck his flesh and blood. Go away! Qin Tianke let out a roar, and finally gathered all his strength at this moment, and exploded. The most fundamental difference between martial arts and monsters is that martial arts can use soldiers and martial arts. At this time, Qin Tianke finally took out the soldier who was rewarded by becoming an inner disciple. I saw that it was a jade seal, which was tightly held by Qin Tianke in his hand. With a urge of profound energy, a series of sharp wind blades were released from the seal, which was more powerful than Qin Tian's Xianfeng breaking martial skill. The wind blade is like a sickle of death, cutting off all the thorny vines, and its power is infinite. If Long Yu faced these wind blades, he might not even be able to dodge them, and would be cut into pieces. However, the number of vines is simply too much. Even with the huge body of the king of soaring snakes, a bunch of vines can completely entangle him, let alone a mere Qin Tianke. Although Qin Tianke cut off the vines faster than the soaring snake king, his whole body was still gradually entangled and covered by the vines, and then his skin was pierced by the sharp thorns on the vines. Blood flowed out, and those vines quickly retracted their spikes as if they saw something disgusting, but the stinky body fluid of the soaring snake king on Qin Tian's body was still the favorite of these vines. The two sides fell into a protracted struggle, which left the three young people on the side dumbfounded, but the good news is that they were saved. You three, hurry up and catch up. Don't let that boy in black get away just now, he has the inner alchemy of the king of snakes. Qin Rengier's leg was injured and she was leaning against a tree. She didn't have time to care about Qin Tianke, but hurriedly shouted at the three of them. The inner alchemy of the soaring snake king? The three of them had just escaped from the shackles of the vines, and when they heard this, they immediately became interested. Although even if the inner alchemy is snatched, it must be handed over to Qin Tianke, but if you can make friends with Qin Tianke and Qin Rong'er, it will be extremely beneficial to their future development in the sect. Thinking of this, the three of them looked at each other, and chased after Long Yu's disappearance. Long Yu hid in the bushes in the other direction, the corners of his mouth slightly raised when he saw this. He knew that those three people would become Qin Tian's lackeys, but it didn't matter. Those three people chased in the wrong direction, and what they saw when they came back would be a scene that shocked them. The inner alchemy of the soaring snake king has been crushed by him, absorbing all the aura of heaven and earth contained in it. The inner alchemy of an ordinary soaring snake monster beast is equivalent to a middle-grade pill for wuxiu, and the inner alchemy of the soaring snake king is even more equivalent to a top-grade pill. Long Yu absorbed the aura, and immediately felt a powerful warm current, filling all his meridians. Under the heaven-defying effect of the 9 nether dragon seal, all parts of his body were undergoing tempering, the profound energy in his body increased rapidly, and the strength he possessed gradually increased from 16,000 Jin to 18,000 Jin Kadi. This is already the limit of the 5th level of martial arts. If you want to improve again, you have to break through the realm. Boom. 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 Long Yu's heartbeat became faster and faster, and the profound energy in his meridians became stronger and stronger, which made him clearly feel that he was in the process of transformation. He is becoming stronger than before. The inner alchemy of the soaring snake king was quickly absorbed by him, leaving only a pile of useless residue. From within his body, there were some muscular and bone sounds, which was a sign that his realm was about to rise, and the 6th level of martial arts was finally not far away. And the movement on his side finally attracted Qin Rong'er's attention. At this time, half an hour had passed since Qin Tianke fought with the vines, and Qin Tianke finally cut off all the spiked vines by relying on the warrior Xianfeng seal. Correspondingly, the stinking body fluids of the soaring snake king on his body were also a blessing in disguise, and were absorbed by the vines. Brother, there seems to be movement over there. Qin Rong'er pointed to the dark bushes beside her. Her leg was injured and she didn't dare to check it out. Now that Qin Tianke had defeated the vines, it was time to take a look. And the direction she pointed was the place where Long Yu hid and absorbed the inner alchemy of the Soaring Snake King. Could it be that the kid hid inside and secretly absorbed the inner alchemy? Qin Tianke felt the aura in the bushes, and there seemed to be signs that Wuxiu was about to advance, so he couldn't help but look cold. The Niden, king of soaring snakes, was supposed to be used by Qin Ronger to improve her cultivation. How could it be used by others? Even if your realm improves, I will kill you. Qin Tianke made up his mind and walked towards the bush where Long Yu was, step by step. Just as Qin Tianke kept approaching, Long Yu in the bushes finally successfully stepped into the realm of the 6th level of martial arts. The power possessed by his whole body instantly rises, and with a wave of his hand, he has a terrifying force of 32,000 jin. Coupled with the enhancement brought by the demon subduing hegemony body, he is stronger than ordinary 6th level martial arts masters, almost reaching 35,000 caddies. If the 9 Nether Dragon Seal is activated, the basic strength can be increased by another 10,000 jin, reaching the level of 45,000 jin. In this way, the gap with Qin Tianke has narrowed a lot, but it is still not so easy to deal with him. Long Yu's eyes flickered coldly. At this moment, a conversation suddenly came from outside the bushes. Senior Brother Qin, how are you? Are you okay? It turned out to be one of the 3 youths just now. Those 3 people ran in the wrong direction to chase Long Yu. Of course they returned in vain, but they were unwilling to give up this opportunity to make friends with Qin Tianke, so they ran back. Of course I'm fine. Qin Tianke's voice came from 20 feet away from Long Yu, letting Long Yu probably know the opponent's location. Junior sister Qin, what happened just now? Then who got the Niden of the Soaring Snake King? Seeing that Qin Tianke seemed a little indifferent, the other person pointed his mind at Qin Ronger and asked. Qin Ronger heard the words and snorted softly, we don't know who it is, the woods are too dark, and he hides too well, we couldn't see his appearance clearly, we only know that he is an outer disciple of the 5th level of martial arts. Did Brother Qin not see clearly? The remaining one was surprised. Qin Tianke snorted coldly and didn't answer. Obviously, he felt very humiliated for not being able to see Long Yu's face clearly. As everyone knows, what did Long Yu do in his previous life? How could he expose his appearance so easily? And it's in such a convenient place to hide. It doesn't matter who he is, all I know is that he robbed me of the Soaring Snake King Niden. Qin Ronger said lightly. When the 3 of them heard this, they immediately stated their position, you dare to snatch junior sister Qin's inner alchemy, you are so impatient. Could it be that person did that to junior sister Qin's leg injury? It is so cruel, it must not be lightly forgiven. It's good that you know, my brother will deal with him later, you guard around and don't let him run away again, understand? Qin Ronger ordered like a young lady. No. The 3 answered in unison. But Long Yu, who was hiding in the bushes, sneered in his heart. This woman portrayed him as a greedy villain in a few words, and the viciousness in her mind is evident. These 3 vowed to besiege and kill Long Yu, but they didn't know that the real greedy villain was Qin Ronger herself. But even if they knew, they probably wouldn't change their positions, because Qin Tianke was an inner disciple of the Xintian sect, and it was obviously more beneficial for them to stand on Qin Tianke's side. Qin Tianke kept approaching the bushes. Of course, even facing a kid at the 5th level of martial arts, he couldn't be arrogant enough to use his face to probe the bushes. The next moment, it was not Qin Tianke who entered the grass first, but the continuous wind blades. Mysterious windbreaks. As a master of the 7th level of martial Dao, Qin Tianke was able to release his profound energy, so naturally he would not forget his own advantages, and used his martial skills towards the bushes from a distance, and the blue wind blades attacked into the bushes one after another. Facing these sharp wind blades, it is impossible for Long Yu to hide inside, but with the appearance of Long Yu's figure, there is also a thick trunk of a giant tree. Long Yu jumped up from the bushes, kicked a giant tree with a sweeping kick, then hugged the giant tree with both hands, and smashed it down heavily towards Qin Tiang's location. With Long Yu's strength of more than 30,000 genes, it is quite difficult to lift this giant tree. It is conceivable that if Qin Tian was hit by this blow, even with his 7th level martial arts cultivation, he might be injured. Innocent. Qin Tian let out a sneer, and instantly used his martial arts skills, dodging the giant tree in a blink of an eye. Boom! With a loud noise, the strong trunk of the big tree hit the ground heavily. Long Yu's figure suddenly appeared behind Qin Tian. Instant step, span 3 feet. Long Yu came behind Qin Tian in an instant, and the 9-Yu dragon seal was activated immediately, sweeping towards Qin Tiang's waist with a 45,000 gene foot. If nothing else happened, this kick could at least hurt Qin Tian. A layer of translucent cyan barrier suddenly appeared beside Qin Tian, resisting Long Yu's powerful kick. This is? Long Yu's expression changed. He was sure that Qin Tian hadn't noticed his kick beforehand, so how did he gather this blue barrier to resist it? Is it a defensive skill? This is our Qin family's martial skill, the Qin Feng movement technique. After comprehending to the peak state, it will automatically condense the Qin Feng screen when it is used. Qin Ronger sneered at the side, with your strength, don't even think about smashing the green wind screen and hurting my brother. As her words fell, Qin Tian sternly shouted, and punched Long Yu heavily from the side. Mysterious G inner strength, cover. Long Yu covered his right shoulder with profound energy at the fastest speed, and was immediately hit by Qin Tiang's punch, causing him to fly backwards. Long Yu fell to the ground, feeling the pain from his shoulder. He couldn't help clenching his teeth. Fortunately, just now when he used the blinking step, he had a deeper understanding of this martial skill. After a lapse of half a month, his physical martial skill seemed to be showing signs of sprinting to the peak. Seeing Long Yu fall to the ground, gritting his teeth in pain, Qin Tian stood proudly, with strong disdain in his eyes. Boy, even if you step into the 6th level of martial arts, you can't be my opponent. The 7th level of martial arts is completely different from you. You are on the ground, but to you, I am the sky. Qin Tian approached Long Yu step by step, ready to make the final move. This person despicably snatched my sister's soaring snake king inner alchemy, and even injured my sister's leg. Now he has taken the inner alchemy privately and advanced to the 6th level of martial arts. Qin Tian said lightly, you tell me, how should I deal with him? Qin Ronger didn't speak, but the other 3 immediately said loudly, this person is despicable and shameless. How could the Tian sect allow such a person to exist? Brother Qin, you should kill him and clear the door for the sect. Clean the door, well said. Qin Ronger's eyes seemed to burst into flames. It was a waste of a good inner alchemy of the king of soaring snakes to be taken by this son. If not, she, Qin Ronger, would be able to advance to the 6th level of martial arts, and enter the royal ancient ginseng forest in half a month. Everything is to blame for this person, brother, you must clean up the door for the sect. Qin Ronger gritted her teeth and said, but never thought that her life was saved by Long Yu from the king of soaring snake, not long ago. That's natural. Qin Tian puffed up his chest, and said proudly, like a god of death in the dark night, pacing to Long Yu, you can only take one step in a short period of time with your Desheng realm. Where are you going? If you want to kill me, do it. Long Yu fell to the ground, as if he had risked everything. In that case, I will fulfill you. Qin Tian laughed, and with the attitude of the final winner, he raised one leg and stepped heavily on Long Yu. This kick contained a huge force of 64,000 gene in the 7th level of martial arts, and it caused the roar of the wind. If it hit the ground, it would definitely crush Long Yu to pieces. But now, Long Yu was severely injured by Qin Tiang's punch, and he had no chance to dodge at all. In front of this cruel scene, neither Qin Rong'er nor the other 3 young disciples of the outer sect of Zhen Tianzong spoke out to stop him. In their eyes, if Long Yu is against their own interests, then he should die. There was even a hint of expectation in Qin Rong'er's eyes. This kid actually took the Naiden of the Soaring Snake King privately, and now it's finally time to pay the price. Die. Qin Tianke snarled, and stomped down heavily with a huge force. Boom. There was a loud bang and dust was flying, but Long Yu, who was under his feet, turned into an afterimage, gradually dissipating in the wind. What? Qin Tianke couldn't react for a while, and was stunned on the spot. How could it be possible? How could this kid only have an afterimage? Not only Qin Tianke, Qin Rong'er and the other 3 were stunned. Where did that kid go? They looked around, but they didn't see Long Yu's figure, so they couldn't help but be full of doubts. However, at this moment, Qin Tianke suddenly felt a whistling wind coming from above his head, his heart trembled slightly, and he quickly raised his head to take a look, only to see a pair of shoes that were getting bigger and lower down. Damn you! Long Yu actually fell from the sky. With a loud noise, Long Yu stepped on the unprepared Qin Tiang's head. The power contained in this foot definitely exceeded Long Yu's limit. Boom! Qin Tianke had no power to resist. Being stepped down by Long Yu's foot, his whole body fell to the ground, and his neck was twisted directly by the huge force. He died with regret. It turned out that at the critical moment just now, Long Yu felt that his instant wind step had finally broken through to the peak state. The instant wind step at the peak level can create an afterimage on the spot, and then 3 consecutive instant steps, spanning a distance of 10 feet. When Qin Tiang's deadly foot stepped down, Long Yu immediately used the instant wind step, leaving an afterimage on the spot, and he himself took 3 steps in an instant, and crossed 10 feet above Qin Tiang's head. The terrifying force falling from a high place, coupled with Long Yu's own strength, actually kicked Qin Tianke to death with one kick. The green wind screen just now didn't appear either, it should only be formed when performing physical martial arts, and facing Long Yu's kick, Qin Tianke didn't have time to react at all. However, when Qin Tianke died and fell to the ground, Long Yu also fell to the ground, because although that kick killed Qin Tianke, the countershock was too strong, causing his leg to be broken again. Of course, breaking a leg is nothing compared to losing your life. Qin Tiang's haughty figure fell to the ground with a bang, and the 4 nearby people who were expecting Long Yu to be trampled to death all opened their mouths and stared, unable to believe what they saw. Qin Tianke, an inner sect disciple of the heaven-suppressing sect at the 7th level of martial arts, was kicked to death by a boy who had just stepped into the 6th level of martial arts. Elder brother. Qin Rong'er was completely stunned. Her brother, who had been a strong man since childhood, died like this. Long Yu endured the pain of a broken leg, barely stood up, glanced at Qin Rong'er aside, ignored her, but lowered his head, and found his soldier on Qin Tiang's body. Xianfeng seal, here it is. Junior sister Qin, this son is so cruel that he killed your elder brother. If we don't kill him, what is the law? At this moment, one of the other 3 reacted quickly, with greed in his eyes. If they join hands with Qin Rong'er to kill Long Yu, who is now seriously injured, they will be able to win that soldier, the Xianfeng seal. One must know that only inner disciples can have a soldier, and it is like a treasure to outer disciples. In this world where martial arts are respected, everyone focuses on improving their own strength, but how many people care about right and wrong? When Long Yu defeated Qin Tianke and was seriously injured, the minds of the remaining 3 became active. These 3 are all outer sect disciples of Zhentian sect, one of the 6th level of martial arts, and 2 of the 5th level of martial arts. Although their cultivation bases are not high, they are a very strong force together. Long Yu, who was originally weak, is still weak in comparison, and Qin Rong'er, who was originally strong, has become weak now. As the three of them approached Long Yu slowly, Qin Rong'er was still in a daze. She still couldn't accept the fact that her brother had died in front of her. However, at this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the direction of Zhenchenzong. "Stop!" Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man in a purple cloth shirt stepped into the arena, waved his hand casually, and the turbulent air wave forced the three people who wanted to attack Long Yu back several steps. This middle-aged man has a determined face and a pair of upright eyes. Looking at the identity token on his waist, he is actually the law enforcement elder of Zhenchenzong. Law enforcement elders are relatively important existences in Tian suppressing sect, who specialize in dealing with disciples who violate the sect rules. Long Yu raised his head with difficulty, and seeing the law enforcement elder coming, he didn't feel relieved, but became even more nervous. Because he didn't know whether the law enforcement elder was an enemy or a friend. "Elder Tan, you are here." Qin Rong'er was paralyzed by the sight. Seeing the middle-aged man in purple shirt coming, she couldn't help showing a gleam of joy on her pretty face. "Rong'er." The middle-aged man in purple shirt nodded to Qin Rong'er, then with a look of regret on his face, he turned his head to look at Qin Tianke who was lying on the ground, and then focused his eyes on Long Yu. Hearing the mutual address of the middle-aged man in purple shirt and Qin Rong'er, Long Yu's heart sank. It seemed that this talk about the elder came with bad intentions. Qin Tianke is the disciple I Tan Wuchuan just accepted. Elder Tan glanced at Long Yu, and said calmly. "So, do you want to avenge your disciple?" Long Yu said calmly, racking his brains to think of countermeasures, but no matter what he thought, he couldn't find any chance to escape under such circumstances. Tan Wuchuan, the middle-aged man in the purple shirt, as the law enforcement elder of Zhenchenzong, his cultivation has reached at least the 9th level of martial arts, and he has even broken through that limit and reached a higher level. Long Yu's current state is still too weak, and he can't compete with the real strong at all. "If you are at fault, it is right to punish you, but if not, I will not touch you." Contrary to Long Yu's expectation, Tan Wuchuan said something lightly, then closed his eyes, as if he was saddened by the death of his disciple. However, before he closed his eyes, a faint killing intent flashed in his pupils, but Long Yu keenly caught it. There is no truth to this, and the law enforcement is by no means as impartial as it seems on the surface. Long Yu was secretly vigilant in his heart. "What happened, who will tell?" Tan Wuchuan asked. "Talk about the elders, I say. Qin Rong'er was the first to speak out, and said anxiously, "Elder Tan, early this morning, I invited 4 senior brothers to enter the abyss of soaring snakes, and by chance, I met a king of soaring snakes." "The king of soaring snakes?" Upon hearing this, Tan Wuchuan frowned slightly with closed eyes, nodded, and said, "Continue." "After meeting the soaring snake king, 4 senior brothers and I fought desperately. Because the soaring snake king was too powerful, all 4 brothers died, but at this time, the soaring snake king also exhausted his strength." Speaking of this, Qin Rong'er showed a vicious look on her face, stared at Long Yu and said, "Just as I was about to kill the king of soaring snakes to avenge my brothers, this murderer suddenly appeared and not only wounded my leg, and snatched away the inner alchemy of the soaring snake king." When Tan Wuchuan heard this, he didn't say a word, as if he was thinking about something. Long Yu watched coldly, he wanted to see what else Qin Rong'er could do. Qin Rong'er didn't stop, and continued to say softly, "After snatching the inner alchemy of the king of snakes, this murderer ran away all the way, but was finally caught up by my brother. My brother asked him to hand over the inner alchemy, but he didn't listen, but used tricks to ambush and frame my brother, causing him to die now." "Is this true?" Tan Wuchuan showed shock on his face. "Well, Elder Tan, this man is cruel and ruthless, and he kills his fellow disciples so cruelly." This kind of villain must not be left in this world. Qin Rong'er said viciously. Next, I'll ask you a few questions, Rong'er, answer truthfully. Tan Wuchuan nodded, and then, as if he was enforcing the law impartially, he began to ask, first, the 4 senior brothers who set off with you this morning are all at the 5th level of martial arts. You are the opponent of the Soaring Snake King. How did you kill the Soaring Snake King? As soon as this question came out, Qin Rong'er's tone froze for a moment, but then she came to her senses and said, we rely on the spiked vines to consume the strength of the Soaring Snake King, and then kill him. Long Yu on the side sneered, this woman really knows how to brag. Second. Tan Wuchuan didn't care about Long Yu, but continued to ask, why did Tian Ke arrive in time? Did you send the signal? Qin Rong'er did not deny this, and nodded directly, yes. Third, why is this person able to defeat Tian Ke? When this question was asked, Tan Wuchuan's gaze focused on Long Yu, and a stern look flashed past him. He used insidious means to splash the body fluid of the Soaring Snake King on my brother, causing my brother to be ambushed by thorny vines, which consumed his strength. Finally, Elder Tan should have seen that my brother was brutally beaten by him. Kicked to death. When Qin Rong'er said this, she stared at Long Yu viciously. What about the 3 of you, is what Rong'er said true? After Tan Wuchuan listened, he shifted his gaze to the 3 outer disciples beside him. Hearing the words, the 3 thought to themselves that Qin Tian Ke, who is now dead, is the elder's disciple, so the elder must wish to get rid of Long Yu and hurry up, right? We didn't participate in the previous matter, so we don't know very well, but Brother Qin was indeed killed by this person with despicable means. The 3 spoke in unison and said at the same time. Sure enough. Tan Wuchuan snorted coldly, and glanced at Long Yu. Long Yu, what do you have to say now? Long Yu. Until now, Qin Rong'er and those 3 people knew Long Yu's identity. It turned out to be the new disciple who was slapped by Feng Yin but sent Feng Yin flying. The faces of the 4 were shocked. This Long Yu, who had barely defeated Feng Kong half a month ago, was now able to kill Qin Tian Ke, who was at the 7th level of martial arts. Isn't this progress too fast? In order to advance from the 5th level of martial arts to the 6th level of martial arts, it would take 3 to 4 months for ordinary martial arts practitioners, and the combat power of this Long Yu seemed to be a level higher than ordinary martial arts practitioners. Could this person be a freak? Compared to the shock of Qin Rong'er and others, Long Yu's expression was indifferent at this time. Elder Tan has his own decision in his heart, why bother to ask me? Besides, the traces of the battle with the Soaring Snake King are still there, so Elder Tan went to take a look. You will know the truth. The actual situation, I will naturally investigate it myself. Tan Wuchuan said lightly, but for now, you should go to the law enforcement hall with me. His words did not give Long Yu any chance to explain at all. This made Long Yu frown slightly, with some doubts in his heart. If Tan Wuchuan wanted to kill him, why did he show up just now, and stop the 3 outer disciples from besieging and killing him? But if Tan Wuchuan is really a person who enforces the law impartially, then it is impossible to take him back to the law enforcement hall without giving him a chance to explain. Tan Wuchuan's behavior is really weird. Long Yu thought about it, and couldn't help guessing, could it be that while Tan Wuchuan wanted to convict himself, he was also trying to show his justice to others? Just at this moment, the laughter of an arrogant man suddenly came from the nearby woods. Ha ha ha. Accompanied by this loud laugh, a mysterious man in black tights appeared, with a wild smile on Juancho's face, and he walked aggressively. It seems that he only took 3 or 2 steps, but the next moment he came to Tan Wuchuan. Long Yu raised his head and saw that this mysterious man in black was about in his early 20s, with deep eyes and extremely attractive. Although this mysterious young man looked about the same age as Qin Tian Ke, his cultivation had reached an unfathomable level, and Long Yu even felt that he would be no worse than Tan Wuchuan. When this mysterious man appeared amidst the loud laughter, Tan Wuchuan's expression finally changed. What are you doing out here? Tan Wuchuan's words were slightly sullen, as if he thought this person was meddling in his own business. I hit it off with this brother Long Yu, so I want to take him away. The young man in black stood with his hands behind his back, and looked at Long Yu with a smile. I have seen everything that happened today, so I don't need to bother Elder Tan to check it again. This matter is under the jurisdiction of my law enforcement hall. Tan Wuchuan sneered, even if you want to intervene, you should think clearly about the consequences. Just now, Qin Ronger has explained the matter in detail. As for the facts, I will naturally find out the truth. Yeah? The mysterious man smiled arrogantly, took a strong step forward, and pressed Tan Wuchuan. Elder Tan, Qin Tianke is your disciple, and it is reasonable for you to want to avenge him, so why did you show me a hypocritical show just now? I'm here, you're talking about the elder wanting to turn the truth upside down. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. After saying these words, Tan Wuchuan's face immediately changed, and Long Yu who was beside him finally suddenly realized. Sure enough. This mysterious man has followed him from the very beginning, knowing the whole thing from beginning to end. The reason why Tan Wuchuan behaved strangely was because he wanted to show this mysterious man. But, who is this mysterious man? It seems that he is not very old, so how could Tan Wuchuan be afraid of such a law enforcement elder? Long Yu couldn't help guessing the identity of this mysterious young man. Was he from Elder Yu? Or white old and black old people? In Zhenshenzong, Long Yu only knew these three elders, so he was qualified to confront the law enforcement elders. When Long Yu guessed secretly, Tan Wuchuan, who was dressed in purple, turned pale. The words of the mysterious young man fell right into his arms and made him extremely unhappy. Don't go too far, I'm talking about Wuchuan. Why did you ever want to turn right and wrong? Tan Wuchuan snorted angrily, as if the man in front of him insulted him. Ha ha. The mysterious young man laughed. Elder Tan, everyone knows it well, why beat around the bush? I won't say much, I'll go first. After saying this, the mysterious young man moved his footsteps, and saw a black shadow flashing past. Long Yu felt as if he was being taken away by someone flying through the clouds, and the speed was more than 3 or 4 times faster than after he used the instant wind step. Tan Wuchuan didn't stop him, and allowed the mysterious youth to take Long Yu away, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Elder Tan, who is this person and why is he so arrogant? Seeing Long Yu being taken away, Qin Ronger was upset and couldn't help asking. The number 1 core disciple of Tian sect. Tan Wuchuan spoke with indifference, and then looked at Qin Tiang's corpse at his feet, with sadness in his eyes. With that person intervening in this matter, I can't help you as a teacher. Talking about the elders, is this the end of the matter? Qin Ronger felt unwilling, and there was a malicious look in her eyes. What else can I do? Tan Wuchuan snorted coldly. At this time, he no longer liked Qin Ronger. You still don't know how to regret what happened today? Forget it, forget it. For Tiang's sake, I won't make things difficult for you, and tomorrow morning, pack your bags and leave Zhenshenzong. Tan Wuchuan, it was entirely because of Qin Tianke that he intervened in this matter, wanting to avenge Qin Tianke. But now that there is no hope of revenge, and Qin Tianke is dead, of course he doesn't have any good feelings for the culprit, Qin Ronger. The whole incident, he talked about Wuchuan as the law enforcement elder, of course he knew everything about it. When Qin Ronger heard this, she was stunned. Talking about the elders. She opened her eyes wide. Unexpectedly Tan Wuchuan dared not go against a core disciple. The number 1 core disciple, isn't it just a disciple of the Zhentian sect? Tan Wuchuan, as the law enforcement elder, would be afraid of a disciple of Tianjin sect. Qin Ronger couldn't figure it out anyway. However, Tan Wuchuan certainly wouldn't explain further to her. You 4, no one is allowed to say what happened today, otherwise. Tan Wuchuan's eyes flashed fiercely, and he glanced at Qin Ronger and the other 3 present. disciple understands. Except for Qin Ronger, the other three immediately answered in fear, for fear that they would be snapped by Tan Wuchuan if they answered too late. If the incident just now spreads out, it will obviously have a major impact on Tan Wuchuan's reputation, so of course the three of them dare not spread it randomly. Remember your words. Tan Wuchuan's eyes flashed with murderous intent, then he lowered his head and glanced at Qin Tiang's body. The murderous intent increased rather than diminished. Obviously, he doesn't intend to give up Qin Tiang's hatred, but he just needs to bear it for the time being. He picked up Qin Tiang's body, and walked towards Zhenchenzong step by step. The purple robe moved with the wind, and disappeared from the spot in just a moment. In the abyss of soaring snakes, a thrilling competition finally came to an end. Long Yu was taken away by the mysterious young man, and soon returned to the bottom of Xintian Canyon after flying like lightning. Long Yu, I will send you here. I have notified the elders that they will come to pick you up. The mysterious young man looked at Long Yu with admiration in his eyes, and said encouragingly, "Your talent for fighting is very high, maybe you will become my strong enemy soon." Senior praises me, thank you Senior today. Enduring the pain from the broken leg, Long Yu clasped his fists, and said, "Hey, don't call me Senior, do I look old?" The mysterious young man looked serious. "I am a disciple of Zhenchenzong, just like you, but only a core disciple. You can call me Senior brother." Core disciples. Long Yu was taken aback when he heard the words. This mysterious young man was actually only the core disciple of Xintian sect? He thought he was some kind of elder too. This guy suppressed Tan Wuchuan just by being a core disciple, which shows that his strength is terrifying. In comparison, Feng Yin, who is also a core disciple, is much weaker. In Tianyu continent, strength determines everything, even if this mysterious young man is only a core disciple. As long as he is stronger than Tan Wuchuan has nothing to do with him. This is the benefit of great strength. If not, Long Yu might not be able to get away so easily today, but now, he has not only stepped into the 6th level of martial arts and returned safely, but also obtained Qin Tiang's warriors, Xian Fengyin, and Ting Snake Ziyuan and his party have gained a lot. All this is thanks to the core disciple in front of him, the mysterious young man. Senior brother, please also tell me your name, I will thank you greatly in the future. Long Yu immediately went on to say, trying to figure out the other party's name. Haha, what's the point of a mere name? Not much to say, I'm leaving first, and there will be a period later. The young man laughed, then turned around, and disappeared with a single step. Seeing him leaving like this, Long Yu couldn't help but be a little puzzled. What is this guy's name? Why did you suddenly show up to help him? If it was just because he saw his great potential, Long Yu would never believe it. Could it be related to Feng Yin? At the level of core disciples, Long Yu has only dealt with Feng Yin. Could it be that this mysterious young man had a grudge against Feng Yin, that's why he paid special attention to him and showed up to help him? Or, is it related to my father, whom I have never met? Long Yu thought for a while, but it was impossible to guess the truth. Soon, a pretty girl in a blue shirt appeared on the mountain road leading to the top of the canyon. It was Liao Lele. Long Yu, what did you do? You only went out for an afternoon, and your leg broke again? Liao Lele was called down by Bai Lao. Seeing Long Yu half kneeling on the ground, how could he not know what happened? She ran over quickly, her pretty face was full of contempt. You are not strong, so you know how to fight and kill. Now your leg seems to take another half a month to get better. Half a month, when the time comes, I will just go to the royal ancient ginseng forest. Long Yu defended and said, what's more, others have bullied me, should I take the initiative to confess and be bullied by them? TCH, hurry back with me. Liao Lele rolled his eyes, helped him up vigorously, and walked towards the top of the mountain step by step. Although Liao Lele didn't like to see Long Yu very much between the lines, Long Yu could always feel a long-lost warmth from this delicate girl, which made him feel cared for. Especially after coming back from injury this time, it was Liao Lele who came to pick him up again, which invisibly narrowed the distance between the two of them again. 10 days later, at the top of Xintian Canyon. Long Yu's leg injury this time, because it was a musculoskeletal injury, healed relatively quickly. Bai Lao gave him a high-grade elixir, which allowed him to fully recover within 10 days. But this time, Bai Lao made it clear that next time he is seriously injured, there will be no healing pills, just wait for a few months to recover slowly, just like Feng Yun. Although Long Yu felt a little sorry for this, if he was given another chance to choose again, he would still do the same thing. Trade one leg for one life of your opponent, earn it. What's more, in the end, I got a soldier, the Xianfeng seal. However, Bai Lao said that the Xianfeng seal was not suitable for Long Yu, so he took the Xianfeng seal away privately, saying that he would go to the sect to exchange for another soldier. However, for the past 10 days, Bai Lao has not given any news, making Long Yu's heart itchy. Early this morning, Long Yu couldn't wait to get out of the bamboo house, and saw Bai Lao sitting on the edge of the cliff, drinking tea leisurely. Old Bai. Long Yu took a step forward and asked, "Didn't you say that you would tell me the identity of that senior brother when my leg injury is fully recovered? You really want to know that, his name?" Old Bai stroked his beard and smiled. "I hope the elders will inform you." Long Yu clasped his fists in salute. During the 10 days of recuperation, 2 things have been bothering him. One is the confiscated Xianfeng seal, and the other is the identity of the core disciple of the mysterious young man. "Then I'll tell you, don't regret it." There was an interesting look in Bai Lao's eyes. His identity is the #1 core disciple of Zhenshenzong, and one of the 9 great young masters of the Tang dynasty. His name is Walking. The core disciple of Zhenshenzong is the first. One of the 9 great young masters of the Tang dynasty. Long Yu's face changed slightly. He didn't expect the identity of the mysterious young man to be so amazing. He was ranked in the entire Tang dynasty. But when he heard the name from Bai Lao's mouth, he couldn't help being stunned for a moment. "No? Walking. Bai Lao explained. Long Yu was a little puzzled. Who gave this name? No wonder that mysterious young man refused to tell even if he was killed. Man, how can you not? But unfortunately, Walking is Walking. Long Yu, I want to remind you, regarding this name, you must never mention it in front of him. The most you can call him is Brother Budot. Bai Lao paused, and his tone was a little serious. Do you understand? I see. Long Yu realized something. Okay, next, try this soldier I just brought back for you, Blizzard Boots. Old Bai nodded in satisfaction, and as soon as he stretched out his hand, a pair of snow-white boots appeared in front of Long Yu's eyes. Blizzard Boots? Long Yu's eyes lit up. This is the more suitable soldier, Bai Lao promised him in exchange for the Xianfeng seal. Soldiers, like elixir, are divided into low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, and other grades, but the Tian sect rewards the inner disciples are all low-grade soldiers. Bai Lao leisurely said, the Blizzard combat boots are also low-grade soldiers, but they are the most precious low-grade soldiers. Try it and you will understand everything. Well, thank you, Bai Lao. Long Yu took the pair of snow-white boots and observed them carefully. I saw that this pair of combat boots were snow-white in color, and they were completely made of a kind of ice and snow crystals. As soon as I started to feel a burst of icy cold air, they deserved to be called Blizzard Boots. I don't know, what effect can this warrior have after wearing it? After getting the Blizzard Boots, Long Yu couldn't wait to put them on, wanting to try the effect. Suddenly, the icy cold breath completely surrounded his feet, making him shiver uncontrollably, but there was joy in his eyes. Because he could clearly feel that after wearing these Blizzard Boots, the icy air contained in them could increase his speed. The instant wind step I practiced has reached a great achievement, now with this pair of blizzard boots, I'm afraid it can fully double my speed. Long Yu thought in his heart, and then he turned into a light breeze, and performed instant wind step on the top of the mountain. The super-fast speed made Liao Lele dazzled, his beautiful eyes rolled, and he thought to himself, although this kid is a bit stupid and always fights recklessly with others, his comprehension speed of martial arts is really too fast. Liao Lele started 3 days earlier than Long Yu, but now, she is still at the 4th level of martial arts. As for martial arts, she only chose the instant wind step later, and now she has reached the Xiaoqing realm, which is far behind Long Yu. Every soldier is in existence that can give spirituality. When Long Yu was familiar with the blizzard boots, Bai Lao continued to explain leisurely at the side, if you get along with this soldier for a long time, you will be able to match it, and the deeper strength of the soldier will be revealed, and even let Zhanbing have self-awareness. But it is not so easy to match Zhanbing, and I can't teach you the method, you can only explore it yourself. Compatible with soldiers? Long Yu was a little surprised when he heard that every soldier can be endowed with spirituality, and even have self-awareness. This actually made him startled. He thought that the soldier under his feet was just an ordinary weapon used for combat, but he did not expect that the soldier from Tianyu continent was so unusual. However, Long Yu had never heard of this matter before, so it must be quite difficult for him to match up with Zhanbing. At least, Feng Changa's high-grade warrior, the Bingtong ancient sword, that Feng Changa lent to Feng Yao, must still be devoid of spirituality. Don't think too much about it for now. There are still 5 days before I go to the Royal Ancient Ginseng Forest. In these 5 days, I will try to cultivate the demon-subduing body. As for the instant wind step, there is no room for improvement. Thinking in Long Yu's mind, he first spent a day getting familiar with the speed of Blizzard's boots, and then in the bamboo hut, he began to comprehend it with all his strength and practice the demon-subduing super body. The Royal Ancient Ginseng Lin and his party will not only meet some geniuses from Tian sect, but also young geniuses from the 2 major sects of Hanbing sect and Qianxi sect. Among them, there is Long Yu's acquaintance, Feng Yao, in the Ice Gate. At least you can't lose to Feng Yao. Long Yu thought in his heart, the last time Feng Yao returned to Feng's house and arranged for his servants to kill him, he was at the 7th level of martial arts, and he also got Feng Changa's Bingtong ancient sword, which is extremely powerful in combat. You know, Feng Changa's bronze ancient sword is a high-grade warrior, much stronger than Qin Tiang's Xianfeng seal. It is not so easy to break through the realm of martial arts, but the power that Feng Yao can exert with the ancient Bingtong sword is definitely not at the same level as Qin Tian. If Long Yu didn't master the Fumo-dominant body, he would definitely not be Feng Yao's opponent. If you want to achieve a small success, you need to temper your muscles and bones with profound energy, and if you want to achieve great success, you must temper your flesh and blood with profound energy. These 2 processes are extremely painful. However, Long Yu was not afraid of pain. As long as he survived these 2 stages, his body's ability to resist blows would increase several times. This sacrifice is worth it. Mysterious energy tempers the muscles and bones. Long Yuduan sat on the bamboo bed in the bamboo hut, the profound energy flowing all over his body penetrated into his muscles and bones. Immediately, he only felt an itchy feeling coming from his whole body, which made him grit his teeth uncontrollably. The pain in the muscles and bones is 100 times more severe than the pain in the meridians before. If you want to temper your muscles and bones, if you don't have extraordinary willpower, you will definitely not be able to do it, and what Long Yu lacks most is this hard work. When Long Yu was cultivating, Liao Lele came in from time to have a look. Seeing Long Yu's painful face, he couldn't help feeling a little worried. If it hadn't been for Bai Lao saying that body training martial arts are already extremely painful, Liao Lele would have thought that something went wrong with Long Yu's training. But even so, Liao Lele couldn't help feeling a little distressed. Come on. Liao Lele silently prayed for Long Yu in her heart. 2 days later, Long Yu finally escaped from the pain of tempering his muscles and bones, subduing the devil and overlord his body, finally reached the realm of Xiaocheng under his indomitable willpower. The subduing demon body of Xiaocheng realm has increased my basic strength a lot, and the ability of my muscles and bones to resist blows has become extremely strong. A flash of light flashed in Long Yu's eyes. Attacks with the same strength can only hurt my flesh from now on, but cannot destroy my muscles and bones. If he had cultivated the fumo-dominant body to a great success, even his skin and flesh would be like adamant and iron. Attacks under the 5th level of martial arts would be like tickling for him. In the description of the martial arts skills of the fumo hegemony, Long Yu also knew that the fumo hegemony of the Desheng realm could condense the fumo hegemony Vajra shield, which had a super strong defense ability. Even if you haven't reached the 7th level of martial arts, you can still release your profound energy and condense the demon-subduing Vajra shield on your body, which is enough to withstand the impact of all martial arts with the same strength. The Desheng realm of fumo-dominant body must be reached. With determination in Long Yu's eyes, he did not rest at all, and once again entered the cultivation process. This time, Xianqi tempered the skin and flesh, just started to practice, his whole skin seemed to be cracked, and blood oozes from the cracks in the skin. As if being stabbed hundreds of times with a knife, one can imagine the pain Long Yu endured. However, Long Yu gritted his teeth and endured the pain of cracked skin all over his body. This is a painful process of peeling and exchanging flesh, but once it survives, Long Yu will be like a silkworm chrysalis turning into a butterfly, possessing brand new skin and flesh, strong enough to resist swords. For 3 whole days and 3 nights, Long Yu spent in pain, but after 3 days, his flesh and blood finally transformed. Under the bamboo bed, there was a layer of broken skin and old meat, and the regrown flesh on Long Yu's body, tempered by profound energy, was as smooth and tough as a baby's skin, as if covered with a layer of profound energy, becoming extremely tough. Fumo's hegemony has a great body. The meridians, muscles, bones, and flesh have been tempered by profound energy, and the whole body is invulnerable. If you want to hurt me, you must at least have stronger strength than me. Not only that, the demon-subduing hegemony body in the Desheng realm can also condense the demon-subduing Vajra shield on the body surface with profound energy, which instantly increases the defense power greatly. Even if he resisted Qin Tiang's Xianfeng breaking martial skill before, or the wind blade released by Xianfeng Yin, it is more than enough with the demon-subduing Vajra shield. Of course, a lot of profound energy is required to maintain the Vajra mask, and Long Yu will only use it at critical moments. He opened his eyes, got off the bamboo bed and stood up, finally showing satisfaction. Now, if he meets a 7th-level martial arts expert like Qin Tianke again, the battle will not be so difficult, at least he will not suffer such serious injuries. After Fumo's hegemonic body was completed, the strength of his whole body also increased from the initial 35,000 jin to 42,000 jin, which was a very impressive increase. The next step is to go to the Royal Ancient Ginseng Forest and try to win the top-grade Ancient Ginseng. In this way, you should be able to step into the realm of the 7th level of martial arts and let your profound energy out. Long Yu thought in his heart, this opportunity to enter the Royal Ancient Ginseng Forest, if he seized it well, it would definitely make his strength leap forward. At this moment, the people who were selected by Zhenchenzong to go to the Royal Ancient Ginseng Forest are gathering under Zhentian Canyon. There are 15 people in total, all young masters who have reached the 6th level of martial arts before the age of 20. Feng Qianqian, that trash of your Feng family is going to the Royal Ancient Ginseng Forest this time, why hasn't he come yet? Among the crowd, a burly man with sharp edges and corners like a knife was showing a look of extreme impatience. How much face does he think he has, to let 15 of us wait for him? This burly man is Tan Yu's elder brother, Tan Jian. The current Tan Jian has been in the limelight for a while in Zhenchenzong, because just a few days ago, he successfully broke through to the 8th level of martial arts, and became the #1 inner disciple with his absolute strength. At this time, Tan Jian was only 2 months away from turning 20 years old. Obviously, his future was limitless, and he might even break through the boundary of the 9th level of martial arts and step into another level. This kind of achievement is more prominent than Feng Yun, and among the 15 people who suppressed Tianzong to go to the Royal Ancient Ginseng Forest this time, Tan Jian was the strongest. The one who was talking to Tan Jian was a girl named Xing Yi, who looked only 18 years old, but her face was extremely indifferent and arrogant. From her appearance, it could be seen that she looked a bit similar to Feng Yang and Feng Yun, and she was obviously also from Yuguan. People from the Qingfeng family. Feng Qianshan, Feng Yang's younger sister, although younger than Feng Yang, has a higher level of cultivation than Feng Yang, reaching the 7th level of martial arts, and is also an inner disciple of Zhenshenzong. Hearing Tan Jian's impatient words, Feng Qianshan snorted coldly, "Don't associate that useless Long Yu with our Feng family. As for why he hasn't come yet, you can ask Elder Yu." In front of the 15 people, an old man in black robes was resting with his eyes closed. It was Elder Yu who was guarding the martial arts pavilion. But at this moment, Elder Yu did not participate in the discussion of the crowd, but kept silent, not knowing what he was thinking. As the #1 inner disciple, Tan Jian is naturally qualified to speak to Elder Yu. "Elder Yu, why didn't that Long Yu come here? If we delay our journey to the city of ancient ginseng, what should we do?" Tan Jian looked at Elder Yu and asked sharply. "Isn't this here?" Elder Yu said calmly, and then everyone looked back, and they saw a young man in a blue cloth shirt, walking towards the mouth of Xintian Canyon step by step. The young man in the blue cloth shirt is exactly Long Yu, and this time he is going out on behalf of Zhenshenzong, but he also put on the cloth shirt representing the disciples of Zhenshenzong's outer sect. When Long Yu appeared in front of everyone, there was a stern look in many people's eyes. Among them, Feng Qianshan and Tan Jian were the most obvious, making no secret of their killing intent towards Long Yu. Long Yu's perception of killing intent was extremely sensitive, and he saw the figures of Feng Qianshan and Tan Jian along the way, and recognized them immediately. It turned out to be Feng Qianshan and Tan Jian, and these two people are going to go. Long Yu remained calm and walked over step by step. "Trash, you hurt my elder brother Feng Yang. I will definitely make you look good during this trip to the Royal Ancient Ginseng Forest." Feng Qianshan sneered and threatened Long Yu. "To this day, you still refer to me as a trash. In this way, your brother Feng Yang can't even beat me. Isn't he even more trash than me?" Not to be outdone, Long Yu spoke out to fight back. "A sharp mouth can't save you. I hope your strength is as strong as your mouth." Feng Qianshan finished speaking with a sneer, then turned and left. She disdains to talk to Long Yu. She is the 7th level of martial arts, a mere useless Long Yu. How can she have any qualifications to talk to her? But she didn't know that half a month ago, Long Yu had already killed Qin Tianke, who was also at the 7th level of martial Dao. Compared with Feng Qianshan, Tan Jian on the side is much more mature. This burly man who has stepped into the 8th level of martial arts didn't say a word, just looked at Long Yu with a single glance, and the killing intent enveloped him like a substantial one. People who are really confident enough don't bother to say anything more, they can warn people just by looking at them. This trash like Long Yu dared to hurt Tan Yu and kicked off one of Tan Yu's legs. How could Tan Jian, an older brother, spare him? Don't need to think too much, Tan Jian will definitely take action against Long Yu and Gu Canlin and his party. It's a pity that Long Yu was completely unmoved by Tan Jian's murderous eyes. Does Long Yu still see murderous eyes? This Tan Jian is still a little tender. Long Yu didn't pay attention to the other party at all, and directly stepped into the crowd, ready to set off. Since they were about to go to the Royal Ancient Ginseng Forest, the disciples of Zhenshenzong were so excited that they didn't care about the brief conflict between Long Yu, Feng Qianshan and Tan Jian. There were 15 people in the crowd, including Long Yu and Elder Yu, making a total of 17 people, and they were all the people who Zhen Tianzong went to the Royal Ancient Ginseng Forest this time. Everyone is equipped with a strong horse so that they can travel quickly. If you reach the legendary realm of martial arts, you will be able to unite nature and man, and walk in the air. It's a pity that there are only a handful of such characters in the entire Tang dynasty. Elder Yu looked into the distance and rode on the strong horse, seemingly unintentionally, but in fact he deliberately said such a sentence, which made the 16 people behind him realize something at the same time. The unity of heaven and man, walking in the sky, how powerful is that? Even for a strong man like Elder Yu, it seemed out of reach. I'm already old, and the realm of martial arts has stagnated, but for you, martial arts still has infinite possibilities. Elder Yu didn't turn his head back, but his words clearly reached everyone's ears. The Royal Ancient Ginseng Forest is just a small station on your way of martial arts. If you encounter danger in it, you must put your own life first. Do you understand? Clear. Everyone nodded their heads one after another. In the journey of martial arts, strength is the most important thing, but strength is based on life. Without life, what kind of martial arts and strength are we talking about? Everyone understands this truth. However, when faced with some big opportunities on the way of martial arts, it is impossible for anyone to remain absolutely calm. At that time, for the sake of strength, everyone will probably choose to work hard. Everyone mounted their horses and set off. The Royal Ancient Ginseng Forest is located far away from the North Pole of Zhenshenzong. Even if you ride a horse, it will take 10 days to reach it. 20 days back and forth, plus 10 days in the Ancient Ginseng Forest. The Royal Ancient Ginseng Forest and his party took a total of 1 month. When we come back from the Ancient Ginseng Forest, the Feng family meeting will almost start. Long Yu was thinking in his heart, secretly observing the Tian sect disciples who were walking with him. Except for himself, the 15 people are all inner sect disciples, and their strength ranges from the 6th level of martial arts to the 7th level of martial arts. Among them, Tan Jian has reached the 8th level of martial arts, which is extremely tyrannical. It stands to reason that with Tan Jian's strength, he could have tried to challenge to become a core disciple, but he has not. In Zhenshenzong, there are a total of 108 core disciples. If you want to be promoted from an inner disciple to a core disciple, you must challenge one of the core disciples. If you succeed in the challenge, you can replace his ranking. But Tan Jian may want to wait for his strength to improve again after returning from the Royal Ancient Ginseng Forest before challenging. In that case, he can get a higher ranking at one time. After all, the opportunity to challenge the core disciples is only once every 6 months. In comparison, it is much easier to become an inner disciple. Long Yu thought to himself, he only needs to reach the 6th level of martial arts, and then go to the elder assessment, and if he passes the assessment, he can become an inner disciple of Tianjin sect. If you become an inner disciple, the sect will reward you with a low-rank soldier to increase your strength. However, Long Yu owns blizzard boots, so he is not much different from an inner disciple. This time, there were no core disciples among the 16 people who went to the Royal Ancient Ginseng Forest for Zhenshenzong. It is not that the core disciples are not strong, but those core disciples are all over 20 years old, and they have not entered the Royal Ancient Ginseng Forest. Qualifications. I heard that this time Qianzizong has a core disciple with a strong talent to participate. I don't know how far his cultivation has reached, and how it compares with Tan Jian. Long Yu thought to himself, looking forward to it. As long as he can step into the 7th level of martial arts, even against a master of 8th level of martial arts like Tan Jian, he will not be without the slightest resistance, and the opportunity to step into the 7th level of martial arts is in the Royal Ancient Ginseng Forest. As long as you collect a few ancient ginseng trees and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, It is not difficult to advance to the 7th level of martial arts. Everyone rode their horses and galloped all the way. The field was empty, white clouds and blue sky. During this period, Long Yu was also idle when he was idle, but he started to actively operate Tiantianju. In Jintianju, there is the understanding of the law of heaven and earth by the seniors who created and cultivated their minds. If Long Yu can go to a higher level, as Elder Yu said, and feel the charm of Jintianju, then the combat power will obviously be even stronger powerful. It's a pity that after 10 days passed, Long Yu didn't make much progress, but the artistic conception of suppressing the sky that he felt before was slightly enhanced. It seems that there are still many difficulties in comprehending the divine charm of Jintian. No wonder among the disciples of Jintian sect, those who can comprehend the artistic conception have become core disciples. Long Yu felt sorry for himself, but he wasn't discouraged if he didn't break through. After all, it was too short time for him to step into martial arts. As long as he was given enough time, he believed that he would be no worse than anyone else. 10 days later, an ancient city built on the hillside appeared in front of everyone. The city of ancient Ginseng was built by the royal family of the Tang dynasty. The people who live there are all working for the royal family and specialize in taking care of the residents of the ancient ginseng forest behind the city. Arriving outside the city of Gushen, Elder Yu explained to everyone. Long Yu raised his head and looked towards the city of ancient ginseng, but saw that the city was much smaller than Yuguan City, but the city wall was significantly thicker. It seemed that it was specially built to protect the ancient ginseng forest. Over the years, if the major sects and imperial families wanted to enter the ancient ginseng forest, they would all settle in the city of ancient ginseng. The gates of the city of ancient ginseng were closed tightly. Elder Yu stepped forward on his horse and shouted loudly at the top of the city, "Suppress Tianzong Yu Shuiyun, lead the disciples of the sect to this point." With a bang, the huge city gate fell down immediately and lay across the moat, apparently allowing them to pass through. "Let's go." Elder Yu turned around and led the crowd into the city of ancient ginseng on horseback. Entering the city, the first thing Long Yu saw was a spacious street made of ancient bricks, leading all the way to the mountains behind the city, and in the middle of the street, there was a black shadow standing impressively. When Long Yu saw it, he was immediately stunned, because the black shadow was so strange. Although it looks like a beautiful woman with a graceful figure, Long Yu can be sure that it is definitely not a person, but an existence like a human shadow. It's just that the black shadow was able to stand up and block the way of the Zhenshenzong people, which seemed extremely unbelievable. "It's from Qianxi sect." Among the Tian sect crowd, some people couldn't help whispering. "Qianxizong?" Long Yu frowned slightly when he heard this. What is the origin of this Qianxi sect? Why does it look like an upright shadow? Just when everyone's thoughts were turning sharply, the black shadow standing upright suddenly spoke. It was a clear and pleasant female voice, but with some disdain. "You Tian sect disciples, you don't seem to be doing very well. You look worse than those of the ice sect." These words, coming from a black shadow, are really weird. And hearing the content of these words, everyone in Zhenshenzong was upset for a while. What do you mean that Zhenshenzong's people are not good this time? Worse than the ice gate? Such obvious contempt made most of the Zhenshenzong people filled with righteous indignation. Only Tan Jian, with a calm expression on his face, said lightly, "Could it be that your excellency is Princess Qianxi? Even if you still have some eyesight, well, this princess has no interest in you, so let you go there." The black shadow smiled contemptuously, and then it became fragmented in front of everyone, quickly turning into a cloud of black smoke, and disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. "Princess Qianxi? Brother Tan Jian, who is that Princess Qianxi?" In Zhenshenzong, a tall young man with a 7th level of martial arts frowned slightly and asked, "Tan Jian." Princess Qianxi is the daughter of the lord of the Qianxi sect, and the only core disciple of the Qianxi sect who entered the ancient ginseng forest this time. her strength may be stronger than mine. Tan Jian said in a deep voice, if you run into each other in the ancient ginseng forest, be careful, this woman is cruel and merciless, don't touch her head on. Everyone in Zhenchenzong nodded after hearing the words, and their hearts were covered with a shadow. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived in the city of ancient ginseng, he was given a slap in the face by the strong man of the Qianxi sect. How could they embarrass these so-called geniuses with such obvious contempt and disdain? Long Yu, on the other hand, didn't pay much attention to this matter, but was a little curious about Princess Qianxi. Qianzizong, what kind of mind and martial arts are they cultivating, that they can control human shadows? Since the human figure can speak, it can also be used in battle. Facing such an opponent with strange abilities, Long Yu had a premonition that this trip to the ancient ginseng forest might be extremely difficult. In the front of the crowd, even Elder Yu's expression became a little dignified. Everyone in Zhenchenzong continued to move forward, and soon arrived at the residence arranged by the Tang royal family for Zhenchenzong. This is a very well-decorated inn, which belongs to the royal family's property. It is very spacious, and it is more than enough to accommodate a total of 17 people from Zhentianzong. You all find a room to rest. Tomorrow morning, you are going to enter the ancient ginseng forest to find your own opportunities. Elder Yu instructed everyone. In addition, the information about Qianzizong's mind and martial arts are all on these bamboo slips. You can read them yourself, and I won't remind you. Soon, everyone got a bamboo slip, which recorded some special features about Qianxi sect. In addition, the bamboo slips also slightly recorded the martial arts mentality of the Hanbing sect. After getting the bamboo slips, Long Yu went to the second floor of the inn, found a room and sat by the table, watching the materials recorded on the bamboo slips alone. Qianxi sect, the practice of mind is Qianxi Yuyingju. After practicing, one can control one's own shadow to fight. Many martial arts are also derived from this. It is very vicious and terrifying, and it is impossible to guard against. Manipulate your own shadow to fight? Long Yu frowned slightly, thinking of the shadow of the so-called Princess Qianxi he saw at the gate of the city not long ago. The people of Qianzizong can separate their body and shadow at will, and use the shadow to attack, and the shadow can also speak, which is extremely strange. In Tianyu continent, Wushou's research on profound energy has long spawned various schools. The essence of Qianzizong's cultivation methods and martial arts is, after all, to use profound energy to manipulate one's own shadow by special means. This kind of fighting method has never been encountered before. After entering the ancient ginseng forest, one must be careful at all times and try to avoid the shadowy land to avoid being attacked. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu continued to read the information on the bamboo slips, and gained a better understanding of Qianxi sect. As for the martial arts of the Ice sect, there is no difference between them in the early days and those of the Xintian sect, but if the disciples of the Ice sect understand the artistic conception of their mind, then their combat effectiveness will be significantly improved. Artistic conception is another artistic conception. The Tianjingju of Zhenchenzong, the artistic conception contains the law of heaven and earth of suppression, so the Hanbing Heart Sutra of the Hanbing men should contain the law of heaven and earth related to ice, right? Long Yu guessed in his heart that during this trip to the ancient ginseng forest, he should not meet an opponent who has comprehended the artistic conception, but it is not certain, he still needs some psychological preparations. He carefully studied the characteristics of the martial arts of the two sects of Qianxi sect and Ice sect, and kept them in his heart. These are all important information. Maybe after entering the ancient ginseng forest tomorrow, these information will save Long Yu's life. Time passed, and several hours passed quickly. A knock on the door suddenly came from outside Long Yu's gate. Junior brother Long Yu, are you in the room? A slightly familiar voice reached Long Yu's ears. It's him? When Long Yu heard this, he remembered the inner disciple who was more active along the way, Ling Han. Ling Han, an inner disciple of the Tian sect, is now at the 7th level of martial arts, and he can be said to be the strongest person in the Tianshan sect this trip besides Tan Jian. Long Yu's impression of Ling Han was good, because even though Tan Jian was hostile to Long Yu many times along the way, Ling Han didn't take it seriously, and still talked to Long Yu to express his friendship. Ling Han, what he thinks in his heart is the unity of Zhenshenzong, and hope that everyone can meet the opportunity in this ancient ginseng forest. Brother Ling Han, what's the matter? Long Yu thought for a while, then asked aloud. It's like this, junior brother Long Yu, the princess of the royal family will come to the city of ancient ginseng soon. I want to go out for a walk with all the junior brothers. If I can make the princess of the royal family stronger, that would be a good thing. Ling Han was outside the door, talking politely. Royal princess? Long Yu has a bit of a headache. He met Princess Chanxi when he first came to the city of ancient ginseng, and now there is a princess from the royal family. How can there be so many princesses in this world? Of course, Long Yu understood that the imperial princess that Ling Han was referring to was a real princess, and that Princess Chanxi was just a private name. The royal family of the Great Tang Kingdom, the builders of the ancient ginseng forest, and the masters of the 7 great sects of the Great Tang Kingdom. A gleam flashed in Long Yu's eyes. He vaguely heard before that his real identity seems to be the abandoned son of a big family in the imperial city, so sooner or later, he will go to the imperial city of Tang Dynasty. Now that the royal princess is coming, it would be good to take a look first. Since senior brother invited me, why would Long Yu not go? Long Yu answered while getting up. He is not interested in the royal princess, but wants to see what kind of style the royal family of the Great Tang Kingdom has. Aha, since junior brother Long Yu agrees to be together, then there are 6 of us together, we can set off. Ling Han laughed. Long Yu opened the door, and what he saw was a tall young man in a white cloth shirt. His face was like a jade crown, and his temperament was elegant. This tall young man was none other than Ling Han. Junior brother, they are all waiting below, let's go. After Ling Han finished speaking with a smile, he turned around and went downstairs. Long Yu followed behind him and saw that there were already 4 other people waiting at the door of the inn downstairs, but Long Yu was not familiar with them. When the 4 people saw Long Yu, they all looked a little dissatisfied, but because of Ling Han's face, they didn't say much. The 6 of them traveled together and walked on the cold streets at night in the city of ancient ginseng. Few people come to the royal ancient ginseng forest on weekdays, so the entire ancient ginseng city is quite deserted. The entire ancient ginseng forest is actually a back garden built by the royal family. That's why the royal family invites some sects and families to pick ancient ginseng once a year, which can be regarded as cultivating future powerhouses for the entire Tang dynasty. Hey, it's a member of the Ice sect. Halfway through the journey, someone with sharp eyes suddenly saw 4 disciples of the Ice sect walking on the street not far away. Long Yu casually looked at it, and was taken aback for a moment. However, among the 4 disciples of the Ice sect, one of them was wearing a light green dress, her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and she was carrying a bronze longsword scabbard at her waist. Feng Yao. Long Yu could tell at a glance that the woman was Feng Yao, and the long sword she was carrying at her waist was Feng Chang's high-grade warrior, the ancient Bingtong sword. Beside Feng Yao, there was a handsome young man in brocade clothes, who walked quite close to her, and it could be seen that the 2 of them should have a good relationship. Immediately afterwards, the 4 Ice sect disciples naturally also discovered Long Yu and the other 6. Look, it's someone from Zhenshenzong. Then the one who walks in the front is Ling Han? He looks pretty good, but I don't know how strong he is. 2 of the female disciples of the Ice sect immediately started talking. At this time, Feng Yao turned her head and finally saw Long Yu in the crowd. This discovery made Feng Yao frown slightly. It's him? How is it possible? Feng Yao's expression was seen by the handsome young man beside her, and she couldn't help wondering, Yaoer, who did you see? It's the trash I told you about, but how could he appear here? Feng Yao said, casually, her brows furrowed. That trash? The handsome young man beside her was taken aback for a moment, then followed Feng Yao's gaze, and finally saw Long Yu. At this moment, Long Yu, with a calm face, followed behind Ling Han. Meeting Feng Yao when he went out was already expected by Long Yu, but it had nothing to do with him. He came out tonight just to look up to the imperial family. As for Feng Yao, after entering the ancient ginseng forest, he had plenty of time to play with her slowly. However, Long Yu didn't want to pay attention to the other party, but it didn't mean that the other party ignored him. I saw the handsome young man next to Feng Yao sneer, and actually strode towards Long Yu's direction. As soon as the young man moved, the other 3 female disciples of the ice sect, including Feng Yao, naturally did not stand by and followed them one after another. Seeing the menacing look of the young man headed by the other party, Ling Han smiled heartily, stepped forward, and actually stopped the other party directly. This brother of the Hambingmen, please speak carefully if you have something to say, don't mess around. Hearing the words, the handsome young man from the ice sect showed disdain in his eyes. He stretched out his hand and pointed at Long Yu. Let that trash come out, I have something to tell him. This scene made the 4 people around Long Yu take a step back, expressing that they did not want to get involved in this matter. Only Ling Han was still standing in front of Long Yu, motionless. Brother, this is the city of ancient ginseng, don't go too far. Ling Han still said with a smile, but there was a hint of threat in his tone. Although the other party was aggressive, how could Ling Han be a soft persimmon that could be squeezed by others? Forget it, senior brother Ling Han, let me do it. Seeing this, Long Yu felt warm in his heart. At such a time, Ling Han would actually stand up to help him, which he never expected, but how could he involve Ling Han in the matter before him? It is Long Yu, not Ling Han, who has enmity with Feng Yao. What's more, Long Yu didn't think he couldn't solve the matter before him. Junior brother, you. Ling Han turned his head, glanced at Long Yu, easily saw the confidence in his eyes, and smiled sassily. Forget it, let you do it yourself. Ling Han recalled that when Long Yu was in the suppressing Tianzong, even Feng Yin hit him with a palm and was thrown flying and seriously injured. This junior is quite strong, and has his own secrets. He Ling Han participated in it without authorization, but it looked unbeautiful. Trash, you actually have the face to stand up. You are quite courageous. I thought you would only hide behind other people's backs. Seeing Long Yu stand up, the young man on the other side smiled contemptuously. Long Yu didn't pay attention to that guy at all. He turned his head sideways, looked at Feng Yao, and asked with a casual smile, Xiao Yao, I haven't seen you for a long time, why is there a dog beside you who only knows how to bark? Barking dog. These words instantly made the young man's face turn livid. The trash in front of him actually called him a barking dog? He is my cousin, a member of the Lu family in the imperial city, Lu Mingxian, just like me, a disciple of the inner sect of the Frost sect. Feng Yao said lightly, with a pair of beautiful eyes full of sarcasm. She glanced at Long Yu with great interest, as if she wanted to see how he would end up now. Imperial City, Lu family, Lu Mingxian. Long Yu finally knew the identity of the dog in front of him. It turned out to be Feng Yao's cousin, her mother's family. Unexpectedly, Lu Yu, Feng Yao's mother, would be from the Imperial City, but how could she marry Feng Changge? Could it be that Feng Changge also left his footprints in the Imperial City? It's getting more and more fun. Long Yu thought to himself, so it seems that it is not particularly difficult to get his true identity. As long as he goes to the Imperial City, many puzzles should be solved. Of course, now is not the time for Long Yu to worry about his life experience. That Lu Mingxian from the Lu family in the Imperial City stared at him. Trash, you will pay for what you just said. that's natural. Everyone is responsible for what they say, including your barking dog. Long Yu smiled contemptuously and said. When Lu Mingxian heard this, his handsome face twisted angrily. You stand up and dare to fight me. Lu Mingxian glared at Long Yu, pointed at his nose, full of disdainful provocation. Why don't you dare? Long Yu chuckled and took a step forward, as if he didn't pay attention to Lu Mingxian at all. This Lu Mingxian is the same as Feng Yao, only at the 7th level of martial arts. His strength is estimated to be not much different from that of Qin Tianke, so Long Yu is naturally not afraid. The current Long Yu, Fumo hegemony has cultivated to the stage of Deshang, and has obtained soldiers, blizzard boots, and his combat power is much stronger than when he defeated Qin Tianke. However, others didn't know that Long Yu had killed Qin Tianke, let alone that his strength had become stronger. When Ling Han heard Long Yu's words, he couldn't help being startled, and quickly stretched out his hand to stop him. Junior brother Long Yu, you must not be impulsive. This Lu Mingxian has reached the 7th level of martial arts, you are not an opponent. If it's just theory, Ling Han can let Long Yu do it himself. But if there is a fight, Ling Han doesn't think Long Yu is Lu Mingxuan's opponent. Ling Han, I don't want to be your enemy, so get out of the way. Lu Mingxian smiled contemptuously, let this trash come out, wouldn't he dare to fight me? I want to see why this trash talks to me like that. Feng Yao, at the side, with a look of contempt on her face, glanced at Long Yu. She could also see that the current Long Yu was at the 6th level of martial arts. Although he didn't know why he was able to step into the martial arts, but based on his 6th level of martial arts alone, he could never be Lu Mingxuan's opponent. As for why Long Yu's realm improved so quickly after stepping into martial arts, Feng Yao guessed that her father had prepared some pills for Long Yu, and there was no other possibility. Senior brother Ling Han, just let me handle it. Long Yu said. No. Ling Han was resolute, standing in front of Long Yu like an iron wall. The ancient ginseng forest will open soon, even if you want to fight, there is no need to do it now. Wouldn't it be better to enter the ancient ginseng forest and compete? It doesn't matter if you don't fight. Lu Mingxian said proudly and disdainfully, then let this trash kowtow to me, admit his mistake, and say it loudly, who is the dog? Your Excellency, don't go too far, my Tian sect disciple, not everyone can be bullied. Ling Han's face gradually turned cold, and he acted as if he would replace Long Yu if there was any disagreement. This scene warmed Long Yu's heart. Ling Han is really protecting him, treating him as a fellow apprentice. As for the other 4 people, they have long been hiding behind, wishing that Long Yu would not implicate them. It is impossible to stand up and defend Long Yu. Kowtow, admit your mistake, who do you think you are? Long Yu sneered, then turned his head away, and said to Ling Han, brother Ling Han, trust me, everything will be fine. Ling Han frowned, always feeling inappropriate. Although he knew that Long Yu's strength was good, but the opponent was an inner disciple of the 7th level of the Ice Sect martial arts, if he really wanted to do it with real swords and guns, it would be difficult for Long Yu to be his opponent. One must know that there is a huge gap between the 6th level of martial arts and the 7th level of martial arts. Just the release of profound energy gives the 7th level of martial arts an absolute advantage. Long Yu probably has never seen a master of the 7th level of martial arts, so he thinks he can deal with it, right? Junior brother Long Yu, listen to what brother said, don't be impulsive. Ling Han said solemnly, determined to protect Long Yu behind his back. The other 4 disciples of Tian sect, as well as Feng Yao and 2 female disciples of Hambingmen, of course felt that Long Yu was pretending to be a tiger, and confronted Lu Mingxian so arrogantly by relying on Ling Han in front of him. It's really shameless to drag senior brother Ling Han into my own affairs. No wonder this Long Yu would offend senior brother Tan Jian and senior sister Feng Chanqian. It turned out to be this kind of person. The 4 disciples of Zhenshenzong whispered to each other, which made Long Yu a little puzzled. Right now, he really wants to fight Lu Mingxian to see who is stronger, but Ling Han still refuses to let go. It seems that he has to find a way to drive him away. It turns out that you are not only a waste, but also a softie, you only hide behind others. Lu Mingxian smiled contemptuously. How can someone like you be worthy of Yaoer? No wonder even Yaoer calls you trash. Hearing this, Feng Yao on the side didn't have any special expression, as if she felt that it should be taken for granted. The others were a little surprised. What did Lu Mingxian mean when he said that Long Yu was not worthy of Feng Yao? Is there still some ambiguous relationship between the two? But judging by Feng Yao's appearance, she also disdains Long Yu. In this way, there is only one possibility, that is, someone wants to match Long Yu and Feng Yao. Ling Han was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that there was such a relationship between Long Yu and Feng Yao. Senior brother Ling Han, he already said that about me. If I don't fight, wouldn't I be disgraced by the senior brother and the sect? Long Yu's eyes shone brightly, and finally found a chance to persuade Ling Han. In this case, then you have to fight bravely. Ling Han's eyes shone brightly, and he said encouragingly, remember, senior brother will always be behind you, don't worry too much, even if you lose, you will lose. He also thought that Long Yu liked Feng Yao, so in front of the person he likes, he really couldn't admit cowardice, even if he knew he was going to lose, he still had to fight bravely. Do not worry. Long Yu nodded, and finally stepped out. For Ling Han's blood, Long Yu felt a little helpless, but as long as he stepped aside, the matter would be easy. You really dare to come out? Seeing Long Yu take 2 steps, Lu Mingxian couldn't help but smiled contemptuously. Trash, I'll beat you to your knees and beg for mercy right now, and make you regret your rude words just now. Stop talking nonsense, and come if you want to fight. Long Yu said lightly, and the profound energy in his whole body began to circulate. The Vajra cover was ready at any time, even if Lu Mingxian directly attacked with the strongest force, Long Yu could still guarantee his own safety. The next moment, Lu Mingxian finally made a move. Collapse Mountain Fist. Using a middle-grade martial skill, he punched Long Yu's chest. Ling Han squinted his eyes, and felt the power contained in this punch, which was only at the 6th level of martial arts, so he didn't make any movements. As for Long Yu, he didn't move at all in the face of the opponent's punch. It's just an attack at the 6th level of martial arts, and it can be resisted by just relying on the subduing demon super body. Long Yu thought in his heart, the next moment, that Bing Shan punched directly on his shoulder. The strong wind surged from the place where the punch fell. Everyone stared with bated breath, everyone felt that Long Yu would definitely be blown away by this punch, or at least be thrown back by it. But then something that surprised them happened. They saw the force of the punch dissipate in a gust of wind, and under this punch, Long Yu's body remained motionless, as if the opponent's attack was just tickling him. Is that all you have the strength for? Long Yu said lightly, if you only have this little strength, you will be the one who will kneel down and beg for mercy later. Lu Mingxian withdrew his fist and took a few steps back, still with a disdainful smile on his face. Trash, this is only less than 30% of my strength, you can resist it, it is beyond my expectation. Next, let me show you what true power is. Cold Dragon Break. With disdain in Lu Mingxian's eyes, with a wave of his arms, a strong accumulation of profound energy suddenly condensed into 2 cold dragon profound energy, roaring towards Long Yu from 2 directions. These 2 streams of profound energy have actually condensed into the shape of a dragon, obviously extremely powerful. This Frost Dragon Pa is definitely a high-grade martial skill, and Lu Mingxian has already comprehended it to the level of Xiaocheng. Long Yu's eyes flashed with anticipation. Let me see how strong the defense of the subduing demon Vajra shield is. Thinking of this, he still didn't dodge, facing the 2 cold dragons with profound energy, he still wanted to resist directly. This scene made Ling Han's heart tremble behind him. No, you can't be impulsive, junior brother Long. You should be sure enough to go forward, otherwise, he will definitely not dodge. Ling Han took a step forward, but in the end he didn't make a move. He chose to believe in Long Yu. But at this moment, facing the two cold dragon profound chi, Long Yu felt the strong impact force of at least 6 to 70,000 caddies, and tried his best to stabilize his footsteps, and then the profound energy in his body began to surge out towards the surface of his body. Subduing Demon Vajra Shield, Ning. The next moment, a faint golden light appeared on Long Yu's body surface, making him look extremely holy. Two cold dragon profound energy impacted Long Yu's body, one left and one right, and there was a sudden strong impact, which almost made him unable to stand still. But immediately, the pale golden Vajra mask on his body suddenly lit up, generating a holy force, which dispelled that strong impact in the first place. And Long Yu's body stood still in the turmoil of profound energy, as stable as Mount Tai. Seeing Long Yu's unmoving body, everyone around was shocked. No matter whether it was Ling Han, Feng Yao, or other disciples of the heaven-suppressing sect and the ice sect, none of them thought that Long Yu could resist it so easily. With this trick, Han Longpo. The one who was most shocked was Lu Mingxian. How is it possible? Frost dragon breaking is a high-grade martial skill I just cultivated. Even though I have only reached the Xiaocheng realm now, the two frost dragon profound chi have a combined impact of 70,000 caddies. How can this trash move? Don't even move. Lu Mingxuan's eyes were full of disbelief. The useless Long Yu in front of him really only has the cultivation base of the 6th level of martial arts. Even if he is a master of the 7th level of martial arts, it is impossible for him to resist this move so easily. What's wrong? Could it be that this is your strongest strength? Long Yu made a sound and smiled contemptuously. If that's the case, you dog has no right to shout in front of me at all. After the words fell, Lu Mingxian became angry from embarrassment. Just as he was about to use stronger martial arts to deal with Long Yu, there was a clear sound of horse hooves in the distance from the street, which made everyone's expressions change. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound of horseshoes, and saw a group of martial artists in golden armor riding on horseback. It's the royal princess who has arrived. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The identity of the princess of the royal family is enough to make everyone in the field change their colors. When the sound of horseshoes sounded, Feng Yao quickly persuaded Lu Mingxian, "Cousin, the royal princess is here, we'd better not do anything for now." As she spoke, she glanced at Long Yu, and a gleam of indifference flashed in her eyes. As for this trash, there will be plenty of opportunities to teach him a lesson in the future. To be honest, Feng Yao was very shocked that Long Yu was able to resist Lu Mingxuan's two moves just now. However, the impression of Long Yu's useless firewood was so deep in her mind that she was not sure if it was Long Yu's own strength. It is also possible that there will be some powerful defensive soldiers on Long Yu's body. This is not impossible. In short, now that the royal princess has arrived, it is not appropriate for them to continue fighting, so they can only stop temporarily. Lucky this trash. Lu Mingxian felt unwilling, but he could only give Long Yu a hard look. In Gushen Forest, if I bump into you, I will kill you. That depends on whether you have the ability to kill me. Long Yu glanced at him, turned around and retreated to Ling Han's side. He wasn't afraid of Lu Mingxian, but it was really inappropriate to continue fighting. The royal princess is here, and it is not convenient for him to do it again, which is one of the reasons. Another reason is that if he really wanted to defeat Lu Mingxian, he would definitely use the power of Blizzard's boots. In this way, all his trump cards will be exposed, which will not be good for the trip to the ancient ginseng forest tomorrow morning. After entering the ancient ginseng forest tomorrow, if there is a chance to deal with Lu Mingxian alone, it's not too late to do it. Junior brother Long Yu, congratulations. Seeing a group of golden-armored martial artists riding horses not far away, Ling Han couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, the current situation could be resolved. He felt that if Long Yu and Lu Mingxian kept fighting, Long Yu would definitely lose. Now Long Yu has resisted Lu Mingxuan's 2 martial arts moves, and even has a high-grade martial art Han Long Pa, which has already proved his strength. If it continues, Long Yu may not be able to resist it. Thank you, Brother Ling Han. Long Yu smiled, didn't say much, and then focused his attention on the group of golden-armored martial artists riding horses at the far end of the street. 6 people from Zhenchenzong and 4 people from Hanbingmen stood on both sides of the street, staring at the group of people. It didn't take long before the distance between the other party finally approached, allowing everyone to see clearly the group of people's attire. In the front and rear, there are 10 fierce horses paralleling each other, and a total of 20 golden-armored warriors are protecting a beautiful girl in the center of the formation. I saw that beautiful girl, wearing a noble snow-white silk robe, riding a white horse, wearing a beautiful flower crown, and a gentle smile on her delicate and flawless face. Is that the royal princess? Long Yu saw it in his eyes, but he didn't pay attention. Instead, he moved his eyes to the person beside the princess. That man seemed to be the head of 20 gold-armored martial artists, wearing a golden helmet and holding a golden gun. He looked to be in his early 20s, but his cultivation was extremely strong, at least, much stronger than Feng Yun. I don't know if the number 1 core disciple of Zhenchenzong, walking, is the opponent of the golden-armored youth. Long Yu thought in his heart, but what he was most concerned about was not the strength of the golden-armored youth, but the appearance of the golden-armored youth. Whether its eyes, nose, or mouth, that young man in golden armor is actually 3 points like Long Yu himself. Seeing this, Long Yu quietly took a step back, letting himself hide behind Ling Han. I'm afraid my life experience has something to do with that young man in golden armor. Long Yu's eyes flashed brightly, and he thought, for so many years, my adoptive father has not told me about my life experience. Obviously he has some scruples. Until my strength becomes stronger, I should avoid the edge for now. Temporary forbearance is for the sake of a stronger rise in the future. Long Yutsai started martial arts not long ago. Although he has the 9 Serenity Dragon seal, he can't be too careless. The royal family is extremely powerful, not to mention the current Long Yu, even the entire Tian sect, dare not oppose it. Soon, the 20 golden-armored warriors, protecting the royal princess in a snow-white silk robe, came to the center of the crowd. When they came here, they pulled the reins and stopped the fierce horse temporarily. Suppressing Tianzong, Frost Gate. The beautiful princess of the royal family smiled and said, "You all have good cultivation, and you are all young talents from our great Tang kingdom. I hope that this trip to Gushenlin will benefit you all." Thank you, Princess. Lu Mingxian couldn't wait to smile, and said handsomely, I'm Lu Mingxian from the Lu family in the Imperial City. It's a great honor to meet the princess here. It turned out to be the Lu family. The princess of the royal family smiled politely. The Lu family has been rooted in the Imperial City for generations, and they have devoted themselves to trade. I believe that the emperor will see it. The princess is polite. Lu Mingxian suddenly became complacent. Noble birth is different, even the princess praised it. Little did he know that Long Yu, who was at the side, couldn't help but sneer in his heart. So the Lu family in the Imperial City is just a commercial family, and I thought it was some kind of powerful force that holds military power. No wonder this Lu Mingxian is only at the 7th level of martial arts. If he is really a child of a powerful family, his cultivation level must be more than that. Princess, along the way, it seems that this time the disciples of the Frost sect and Jintian sect are a little bit behind, but the girl of Qianxi sect is still a little bit strong. At this time, the young man in golden armor who looked a lot like Long Yu smiled and said to the princess, although it seemed to be chatting, but his face was obviously proud. Young people don't think much of it. Where, those who can enter the ancient ginseng forest are the future pillars of the Tang dynasty. They just lack resources temporarily. The princess of the royal family smiled, and said softly, "Okay, let's go first. Everyone, go back and rest first. You should enter the ancient ginseng forest tomorrow morning. I wish you good luck in advance." "Thank you, princess." Everyone answered in unison, and then watched the princess leave under the escort of the group of golden-armored martial artists. That's really arrogant. In the Frost Gate, Lu Mingxian felt very upset when he thought of the words of that young man in golden armor just now. Okay, he is a princess guard. At such a young age, his cultivation has already made us unable to see through it. It is only natural to say that. He has the qualifications. Feng Yao squinted her eyes, turned and left after saying this. Tomorrow, she will enter the ancient ginseng forest, and her imaginary opponent is the heavenly girl of Qianxi sect, the so-called Princess Qianxi. As for the useless Long Yu here, she didn't bother to pay attention to it. In Feng Yao's eyes, Long Yu was not at the same level as her at all. "Senior brother Ling Han, should we go too?" On Tian sect's side, one of them asked Ling Han. At this moment, Ling Han was looking at the direction where the princess left, as if he still had something to say. When he heard someone calling him, he came back to his senses. What? Oh, we should go back. Haha, senior brother Ling Han, you must have taken a fancy to that princess, right? Suddenly someone joked. Don't talk nonsense, it's just that the princess is so beautiful, can't I just look at it more? Ling Han laughed. By the way, the golden-armored martial artist who spoke just now looks a bit like someone from our sect. Brother Ling Han, have you noticed? One of them, looking at Long Yu with his eyes, asked aloud. Huh? Like who? Ling Han didn't notice the golden armor youth at all, and was taken aback when he heard this. It's the one behind you, junior brother Long Yu. The man sneered. I heard that junior brother Long Yu seemed to be kicked out by a certain family in the imperial city. I thought it was nonsense at first, but now it seems that this possibility is really possible. Junior brother Long Yu, am I right? I'm really sorry, I don't know my own life experience. If you really know so clearly, how about please tell me? Long Yu chuckled, completely ignoring the opponent's difficulty. The man's words froze, and he had nothing to say. Okay, stop talking nonsense, why don't you go back quickly? Hearing this, Ling Han hurriedly interjected with a smile, everyone is well prepared. It might be your chance to enter the ancient ginseng forest tomorrow. If you can get a high-grade ancient ginseng tree, you may be able to directly improve a level. Speaking of this, the hearts of the four people in Zhenshenzong became hot. However, ancient ginseng, especially high-grade ancient ginseng, where is it so easy to get? Unless they are extremely lucky, it would be considered good for them to get middle-grade ancient ginseng. With different thoughts, different people returned to the inn where they stayed and went to rest. This night, almost everyone suffered from insomnia to varying degrees, because the first important opportunity in their lives was approaching, entering the ancient ginseng forest, and if they were lucky, their cultivation would skyrocket. Only Long Yu, whose psychological quality is too strong, sleeps like a dead pig. One night passed quickly. Early the next morning, everyone gathered in the inn yard. Except for Long Yu, everyone was more or less mentally exhausted, even Tan Jian included. However, everyone's eyes were full of excitement. They had been looking forward to Gushenlin for too long. Elder Yu appeared in front of the crowd in a black robe. Come with me, we are going to enter the ancient ginseng forest today. You all have to remember that life is paramount, so you can do it for yourself. Elder Yu gave a final reminder, and led everyone out of the inn, heading towards the back of the ancient ginseng city. Not long after, everyone came to the back gate of the city of ancient ginseng. As long as they go out of the back city gate, there will be an ancient ginseng forest like the back garden of the royal family. At the gate of the city, a total of 53 disciples from the three major sects of Hambingmen, Qianzong, and Zhenchenzong gathered together, each led by an elder. But the princesses of the royal family and those golden-armored martial artists stood at the forefront. Without the hand orders of members of the royal family, the city gate leading to the ancient ginseng forest would never be opened. After everyone had arrived, the young man in golden armor who looked a little like Long Yu stood up, with a hint of arrogance in his eyes, and glanced at everyone. Now, you will all enter the royal ancient ginseng forest. There is only one rule, that is, if there is a top-quality ancient ginseng, it will belong to the royal family no matter what, understand? The young man in golden armor sternly warned. Understood. Everyone looked a little excited. They were about to enter the ancient ginseng forest, and their opportunity was coming. As for the best ancient ginseng, how could it be so easy to appear? That is a treasure of heaven and earth that is rare to come across in 10 years, and no one ever expects to come across it. Among the crowd, Long Yu carefully observed the Qianzi sect and the disciples of the Ice sect, and quickly got a general idea of each other's situation. Among the disciples of Qianzi sect, a woman in light yellow clothes stood proudly with her hands behind her back. She was exactly the Princess Qianzi who stopped Long Yu and the others at the gate of the city. Princess Qianzi, named Yu Channing, is now at the 8th level of martial arts, and has a top-rank soldier, the Qianying Needle. Among the 53 people who entered the ancient ginseng forest this time, this Yu Channing is the strongest, and she must not be with her at the beginning. Hard hit. Long Yu thought in his heart, then moved his eyes to another direction. Among the Frost sect, besides Feng Yao and Lu Mingxian, there are 2 other people who have cultivated higher than them, and they have both reached the 8th level of martial arts. Those 2 people, a man and a woman, seemed to be a pair of brothers and sisters. They were both wearing gray cloth shirts. They were very low-key and thin, as if a gust of wind could blow them both down. In addition to Tan Jian, who is at the 8th level of martial arts in Zhenchenzong, these 4 people are the 4 people that Long Yu must not confront head-on when he first entered the ancient ginseng forest. However, everyone will stay in the ancient ginseng forest for a total of 10 days. If Long Yu can advance to the 7th level of martial arts in it, it may not be impossible to fight against these 4 people. Soon, the princess of the royal family brought the royal handbook and ordered to open the city gate leading to the ancient ginseng forest. As the giant city gate slowly fell, everyone's eyes became hotter. Everyone, please come in. The princess in the snow-white silk robe smiled softly, and pointed behind the city gate, in the forest of ancient ginseng. A total of 53 disciples from the 3 major sects rushed in at once, and after flashing their figures quickly, they all entered the ancient ginseng forest in an instant. Long Yu followed slowly at the end, until everyone had gone in, then he stepped across the city gate and stepped on the ground of the ancient ginseng forest. This ancient ginseng forest is really big enough. Long Yu glanced ahead, and found that the entire mountain range was within the range of the ancient ginseng forest, among which the ancient trees were towering, but they were not as shaded and damp as the Ting Snake Abyss, but rather open and dry. Suddenly, Long Yu felt a gaze cast on him from the hidden place in front of him through the forest. Is someone following me? Long Yu sneered, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Except for the 4 people he had noticed before, he was not afraid of others. And those 4 people must have gone deep into the ancient ginseng forest long ago, looking for high-grade ancient ginseng. How could they be idle and bored staring at Long Yu at the edge? Is it Feng Yao? Lu Mingxian? Or Feng Qianshan? Long Yu excluded Tan Jian. After all, based on his understanding of Tan Jian, this person's most important thing was to improve his cultivation, and it was his turn to teach Long Yu a lesson and vent his anger on Tan Yu. Whether it's Feng Yao, Lu Mingxian, or Feng Qianshan, Long Yu is sure to win. After a little thought, he lifted his steps and strode directly into the ancient ginseng forest. It is not so easy to find high-grade ancient ginseng, but the quantity of low-grade ancient ginseng and middle-grade ancient ginseng is more. If you find 1 or 2 trees first, you can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and you can improve a little. Long Yu walked to the depths of the ancient ginseng forest, and soon noticed that someone followed behind him, but he didn't show up. I'm afraid, he thought I didn't notice him, and wanted to launch a sneak attack when I wasn't paying attention? Long Yu sneered in his heart. He could only say that the other party was too stupid and naive. In the ancient ginseng forest, the ancient trees are towering, and each tree has a trunk as thick as a dozen people can hug. Every time Long Yu passed an ancient tree, he memorized the shape and location of the ancient tree, so as not to get lost in the forest. An hour passed, and Long Yu had penetrated into the ancient ginseng forest for more than 50 miles, and the surrounding area was desolate. Only the person who had been following Long Yu from the very beginning still followed behind persistently. There is a breath of heaven and earth aura, there should be an ancient ginseng tree nearby. At this moment, Long Yu's nose wafted a burst of fragrance, which lifted his spirits, and hurriedly ran towards the place where the fragrance came from. And the follower behind him also quickened his pace, obviously feeling the aura of Gu Shen. Such an anxious pace, this tracking method is really too clumsy. Long Yu kept his composure and ran ahead. It didn't take long to come to the edge of a stream, and finally saw a plant that looked like withered grass growing on the bank of the stream, exuding bursts of intoxicating fragrance. Ancient ginseng, inferior ancient ginseng. Long Yu was overjoyed. Although it was a low-grade ancient ginseng, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth contained in it was equivalent to a low-grade elixir. Relying on the heaven-defying ability of the 9 nether dragon seal, even if Long Yu only absorbs low-grade ancient ginseng, the effect is better than ordinary people absorbing middle-grade ancient ginseng, which will definitely allow him to take a big step forward in the 6th level of martial arts. However, just as Long Yu was stepping towards the low-grade ancient ginseng tree, the mysterious man who followed him all the way finally made a move. Long Yu, die. A soft and stern voice came from Long Yu's back, and then a gust of palm wind hit Long Yu's back. It turned out to be Feng Qian. Hearing that voice, Long Yu finally knew the other party's identity. The opponent's palm was exactly the same as Qin Tiang's martial skill, a middle-grade martial skill, Xian Feng Pa. Since it was a sneak attack from afar, this attack did not gather too much power. Although Long Yu did not take any action, his flesh, muscles, and bones tempered by the Fumo-dominant body did not suffer any damage. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Long Yu sneered, the profound energy in his whole body gathered, and he immediately stepped out on the ground, his figure flickering. Instant wind step, span 3 feet. The next moment, Long Yu's figure appeared behind Feng Qian, and he punched Feng Qian's back. What? Feng Qian was taken aback by Long Yu's reaction speed, but she is also a master of the 7th level of martial arts, so she would not panic when Long Yu found out. Shock Kong movement. Feng Qian's profound energy surged from her side, and she immediately displayed her peak-level shocking movement. A wave of ripples swept away in the air, instantly enveloping Long Yu, and the tyrannical force knocked him back several steps. Once the air shock movement technique reaches its peak, the effect is not just to hinder the opponent's actions, but to shake people away extremely domineeringly. Even weaker martial artists will be directly injured by it. Long Yu Fumo's body was great, this time he was not injured, but the punch that countered the sneak attack ended without a problem. Long Yu, you deceived my elder brother, now, I will take your life as promised. Feng Qian said in a cold voice, her long hair fluttered, making her look like a murderous ghost. No wonder she didn't do it right away after entering the ancient ginseng forest, but appeared after following all the way for so long. She actually wanted to take Long Yu's life directly. My life, do you want to take it when you want? Long Yu smiled, contemptuously. It's wishful thinking to escape from me based on your 6th level of martial arts. Feng Qianqian said proudly. Then let's try it. Long Yu shrugged. Your instant wind step should be at the level of Deshang, and it can only take a short step. Next, besides your useless body training martial arts, I want to see what other means you have. Feng Qianqian said disdainfully, and then moved her footsteps, and performed the Zhenkong movement again, shaking the surrounding air, making her seem to be flying in the air. With shocking ripples, Feng Qianqian's figure quickly attacked Long Yu, and struck out with a heavy palm. This palm was Feng Qianqian's sure kill blow. Gathering all her strength, she slapped Long Yu's head with it. Xianfeng breaks. The close-up Xianfeng breaking martial skill is even more powerful. This palm contains at least 60,000 to 70,000 caddies of terrifying power. With one palm, even a huge human-shaped boulder will be blasted into pieces. Feng Qianqian took it for granted that even if Long Yu had practiced body training martial arts, his body would not be as hard as a boulder. Long Yu's speed is not as fast as hers, and his strength is not as strong as hers. This palm will definitely kill Long Yu. Facing Feng Qianqian's sure kill slap, Long Yu just sneered. Instant wind walk, blizzard boots. With a thought in Long Yu's mind, he immediately cast wind step, and activated his blizzard boots, making his whole body retreat towards the rear as if turning into a breeze. The instant wind step at the peak level, combined with the effect of blizzard boots, made Long Yu's speed far surpass Feng Qianqian at this moment. Swish! Ripples rippling through the air, Feng Qianqian slapped the air with her palm, an expression of disbelief suddenly appeared on her face. How could this trash, Long Yu, have such a fast speed? By the way, soldiers. Feng Qianqian caught sight of the blizzard boots on Long Yu's feet. The whiteness was so eye-catching. The blizzard combat boots on weekdays are just like ordinary cloth shoes, but once the acceleration effect is activated, the blizzard combat boots are as if covered with a layer of ice and snow, which is extremely beautiful. Soldiers with an acceleration effect, even if they are only low-rank soldiers, are rare to see, and they are priceless. I never thought that such a waste would have such a treasure. Feng Qianqian was even more determined to kill Long Yu, and finally she wanted to use her trump card. As an inner disciple of Tian sect, she has naturally obtained a soldier, the Wandering Soul Gauntlet, combined with the top-grade martial arts that she is only qualified to practice as an inner disciple, the soul-destroying hand, and wants to kill a mere Long Yu, is absolutely easy. She clenched her right hand into a fist, and a burst of black mist suddenly came out from the glove she was wearing, and then she moved quickly, rushing towards Long Yu. You should run and show me again. Feng Qianqian sneered, and a ghost claw made of black mist flew out instantly, holding the fast-moving Long Yu in the blink of an eye, making him unable to move immediately. Clasping Soul Hand, a high-grade martial skill, can release profound energy and condense into ghost claws, holding the opponent alive and making him unable to move. Long Yu's face changed, and at this moment, Feng Qianqian struck with a palm full of killing intent. Die. The palm with the Wandering Soul glove has a huge force of 10,000 caddies. With a single palm, Long Yu will definitely die. Boom. The palm wind hit, and it was printed on the top of Long Yu's head. But then, Long Yu's body shattered like an afterimage, gradually disappearing, and Feng Qianqian's punch turned out to be an afterimage of Long Yu. What? Instant wind walk at the peak level? Feng Qianqian understood something almost immediately. Her face changed, but she had no time to react. A powerful artistic conception descended from the sky to suppress her. Even with the strength of her 7th level of martial arts, her movements were hindered by this artistic conception force. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu's figure flashed from behind her, and the 9 Serenity Dragon seal was activated, and he punched heavily on her back with great force, blowing her fragile body away with one punch. Like a kite with a broken string, Feng Qianqian was sent flying more than 10 feet away, fell heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood sprayed out, obviously seriously injured. Feng Qian flew backwards, fell to the ground, and fainted immediately. Long Yu regained his composure, walked to Feng Qian's side in 2 or 3 steps, and took off the warrior and wandering soul gloves from her hand. Putting on the wandering soul gauntlet, Long Yu waved 2 punches casually, and found that the wandering soul gauntlet could actually increase the strength of his right hand by 30%, and this was only the effect of a low-grade warrior. It's hard to imagine what kind of power a martial arts master with middle-rank warriors, or even top-rank warriors, would have. Feng Qian, I will forgive you once today, if there is another time I will not show mercy. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu turned around and walked to the edge of the stream, carefully picking the low-grade ancient ginseng tree. Then, he raised his head and looked around. It seems that the only place that can safely absorb the aura of low-grade ancient ginseng is on the tree. After Long Yu thought about it, he moved quickly, and ran to an ancient tree with dense leaves not far away, and climbed up the tree with hands and feet. Soon, he was hidden in the foliage, 10 feet high, condescending, able to see the scene in the distance. Even if there was any danger coming, he could be the first to notice it. And he, sitting quietly in the bushes, believes that no one can easily find him. Immediately afterwards, without wasting time, he directly put the low-grade ancient ginseng in his mouth, and began to absorb the aura of heaven and earth in it. The Jiuyo dragon seal was activated at the same time. After taking the elixir many times, Long Yu was already familiar with the use of the Jiuyo dragon seal. India and China. And the remaining 30% of the spiritual energy was directly absorbed by Long Yu. The profound energy in his body grew stronger again, and soon his basic strength increased from 32,000 jin to 33,000 jin. The effect is not bad. Long Yu was quite satisfied, and immediately absorbed 70% of the aura stored in the 9 nether dragon seal. 34,000 caddies. 35,000 caddies. Long Yu absorbed all the aura of the low-grade ancient ginseng, and the profound energy in his whole body surged, and he was improved. But this is just a drop in the bucket for his current 6th level of martial arts, and it is far from enough to advance. A low-grade ancient ginseng was completely absorbed by Long Yu in this way, and not a single drop of spiritual energy wasted. If it was spread, it would definitely be shocking. He hid among the leaves on top of the ancient tree, and began to tease and recover. The battle with Feng Qian just now consumed some of the profound energy in his body. If he did not recover to his peak state, Long Yu would not go on the road again. Before you know it, the sun sets and the sky begins to darken. At this time, Long Yu suddenly felt a burst of strong heaven and earth spiritual energy, gradually coming from a distance, until it enveloped his whole body, and it became stronger and stronger. Someone is carrying ancient ginseng and is approaching me. Long Yu's heart shuddered. Judging from the strong aura of heaven and earth, the ancient ginseng that was approaching was definitely not just a low-grade ancient ginseng, it should be a middle-grade ancient ginseng. As for top-grade ancient ginseng, it's still impossible, because the aura of top-grade pills is much stronger than this, and it's not like Long Yu has never seen it before. Mid-grade ancient ginseng, if possible, grab it. Of course, Long Yu is not a good person. Once he encounters an opportunity to improve his strength, he will not hesitate at all. But soon, it was an acquaintance who appeared in front of him. He was condescending, and saw a figure running towards him several miles away, wearing a white cloth shirt. It was the disciple of Tianjin sect, Ling Han. Ling Han was running with a medium-grade ancient ginseng in his hand, but he seemed to be injured, so his running speed was not very fast. Immediately behind him, another figure appeared. It turned out to be Lu Mingxian, a disciple of the Ice sect, wearing a blue silk robe. Lu Mingxian, hurt senior brother Ling Han? A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes. It seemed that he needed to take action again. Ling Han came running all the way, with a serious look on his face. It could be seen that he was injured on his leg, and Lu Mingxian might catch up to him soon. Lu Mingxian chased after him, laughing loudly. Ling Han, where else do you want to go? Obediently hand over the middle-grade ancient ginseng, otherwise when I catch up, I will definitely abolish your cultivation base and make you a mediocre ginseng. Crap. Seeing his smug look, he obviously felt that Ling Han was already a turtle in the urn, and he couldn't escape no matter what. In fact, if Ling Han hadn't happened to be near Long Yu, there was really no way for Ling Han to escape, but now, Lu Mingxian was looking for his own death. Are you going to abolish senior brother Ling Han? You are really cruel. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu squinted his eyes, even less fond of Lu Mingxian. Huh? Junior sister Feng? At this moment, Ling Han, who was running ahead, saw Feng Qianqian who was unconscious on the ground. His expression changed, and he stopped quickly, ready to check Feng Qianqian's injuries. Seeing this, Long Yu was a little stunned. This Ling Han is really enthusiastic. He is still being hunted down by powerful enemies, yet he has the thought to stop and look at Feng Qianqian. Ling Han, you are really a good person, haha. Lu Mingxian chased him from behind and laughed loudly. It's a pity that in this world, a good person like you never lasts long. While laughing, he ran wildly, with a gust of wind. His figure was wild. And at this moment, Long Yu on the ancient tree at the side finally found a chance, jumped down towards where Lu Mingxian was, and punched hard. There was a faint black mist shining on the fist wearing the Yuhun glove, which increased the strength of his punch to more than 50,000 jin. Long Yu was not stupid, so naturally he wouldn't make any noise during a surprise attack. By the time Lu Mingxian found out that the top of his head was abnormal, Long Yu's fist was already close at hand. Trash dares to sneak attack. Lu Mingxian came to his senses, stopped in an instant, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Immediately, with a wave of his arms, profound energy accumulated, and two cold dragon profound energy condensed into a shape, roaring straight towards Long Yu. Suddenly, the attacks from both sides exploded in midair. In a hurry, Lu Mingxuan's Han Longpo wasn't strong enough, but was smashed by Long Yu's punch. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu's figure was not hindered by anything, and that punch continued to hit Lu Mingxian. Agility. Lu Mingxuan's footsteps moved, his body was as light as the wind, and he took several steps back in an instant. Long Yu jumped down from the ancient tree. He had no leverage to pursue, so he could only balance his body and stand still where Lu Mingxian was originally. Junior brother Long Yu? Ling Han on the side couldn't quite believe his eyes, but when he took a closer look, it really was Long Yu who suddenly appeared and forced Lu Mingxian back. Senior brother Ling Han, take senior sister Feng and go first. Long Yu said without turning his head. How can I do that? In the face of a strong enemy, how can senior brother leave you alone? Don't worry, senior brother will definitely fight side by side with you. There was awe-inspiring righteousness in Ling Han's words. Senior brother, take care of senior sister Feng first, lest she be missed by thieves and become a hostage. Long Yu had no choice but to turn a corner to persuade. Hearing this, Ling Han was right when he thought about it. If someone suddenly ran out and hijacked Feng Qianqian, wouldn't they be very passive? Thinking of this, Ling Han immediately picked up Feng Qianqian and retreated to the side of the ancient tree. Junior brother Long Yu, resist him first, and senior brother will come to help you right away. Ling Han yelled, and began to check Feng Qianqian's injuries. Lu Mingxian stood firm, faced Long Yu, and smiled contemptuously. Waste, you dare to show up when you meet me, let me see if I don't destroy you and become a real waste. You can go ahead and try. Long Yu said calmly. There is something I want to warn you about. Young Master Wang Tianzhua of the royal family in the imperial city has already taken a fancy to cousin Feng Yao. Lu Mingxian was extremely arrogant, and said contemptuously, for a waste like you, it's better to stay away from cousin Feng Yao. Which of your eyes can see that Feng Yao and I are getting closer? Long Yu said lightly, aren't you going to destroy me? Why are there so many nonsense? Since you are anxious to die, I will help you. Lu Mingxian snorted coldly, his whole body surged with profound energy, and his blue silk robe moved with the wind, showing his extraordinary cultivation. All of a sudden, Lu Mingxian stepped on light steps, unleashed his agility and martial skills, and quickly attacked Long Yu. His arms were gradually covered by profound energy, like two cold dragons roaring. This time, he used the cold dragon break at close range, because this kind of power is stronger. Lu Mingxuan's speed was extremely fast, but Long Yu's speed was not slower than him when he used the instant wind step to activate Blizzard's combat boots. I saw Long Yu's body turned into a light wind, and he dodged to the side in an instant. Lu Mingxuan's cold dragon break was completely empty. There is such a pair of combat boots. Lu Mingxuan's eyes lit up. He was a little surprised, like Feng Qianqian. This is a good thing. Today, you will definitely be abolished. Lu Mingxian spoke ferociously, and then a thin black iron lock came out of his blue silk sleeve without a sound, like the most insidious poisonous snake, instantly entangled Long Yu's body. Lu Mingxuan's soldier is actually such a thin black iron lock. Immediately afterwards, Lu Mingxuan's arms trembled, and he continued to use the martial skill Han Long Pa at close range. This move is a high-grade martial skill, and he has comprehended it to the level of Xiaocheng, so it is the most powerful. Trash, go to hell. There was cruelty in Lu Mingxuan's eyes, and he swung his arms heavily towards Long Yu. Not far away, Ling Han raised his head to take a look, and saw the scene where Long Yu was locked tightly by Lu Mingxian, and was about to be beaten by his Han Long. His heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. "Brother!" Ling Han exclaimed. However, it was too late for him to take any action, because the distance was too far. At this moment, Ling Han seemed to see the scene where Long Yu was knocked back by that punch, and then he was seriously injured. Facing Lu Mingxian at the 7th level of martial arts, no matter how strong Long Yu was, it was impossible to resist his full blow. However, Long Yu is destined to shock people. Lu Mingxian bombarded heavily with both arms, instantly hitting Long Yu's shoulder, but the next moment, Long Yu disappeared like an afterimage, making him and Ling Han stunned. The same method, repeating the same trick, has achieved the same effect. Aren't you going to abolish me? Now look, who abolished who? Long Yu's voice came from behind Lu Mingxian, a punch wearing a wandering soul glove, covered with a layer of faint black air, accompanied by a burst of powerful coercion of suppressing the sky, suddenly enveloped Lu Mingxian. The trace of sky-suppressing artistic conception that Long Yu comprehended, along with the improvement of his martial arts realm, also increased its power. At this moment, the artistic conception of suppressing the sky enveloped him, making Lu Mingxian at the 7th level of martial arts slow down by several beats, as if a heavy pressure fell from the sky, making it difficult for him to turn around. Facing Long Yu's strongest punch, Lu Mingxian reluctantly swung a punch to block it, but he only exerted less than 30% of his strength. The two fists collided, and with a bang, Long Yu punched Lu Mingxian back. Long Yu had cultivated the Fumo Overlord body, and the tyrannical force could not hurt him at all, but Lu Mingxian took several steps back hurriedly, and at the same time felt that the fist was about to shatter. Waste. Lu Mingxuan's eyes seemed to burst into flames. Just as he uttered two words, Long Yu's attack came again in an instant. Look clearly, who is the trash? In terms of speed, you are not as good as me. In terms of strength, you are not as good as me. Where did you get the confidence to say that you want to destroy me? Long Yu let out a sharp shout, and punched Lu Mingxian with one punch after another. Lu Mingxian had the 7th level of martial arts cultivation, with a strength of 64,000 Jin, but Long Yu took advantage of it, punching his body so that his center of gravity was unstable, and he couldn't exert his full strength at all. Punch after punch, Lu Mingxian couldn't bear it more and more, and finally when Long Yu swung the 18th punch, he was hit in the abdomen by a punch, and his whole body flew backwards. Since you just wanted to abolish me, now, I will abolish you first. A fierce light flashed in Long Yu's eyes. He took a step forward, and Lu Mingxian was completely suppressed by the heaven-suppressing mood. Under the suppression of artistic conception, the injured Lu Mingxian could hardly move. Long Yu's body moved quickly, turning into a light breeze, and in an instant he came to Lu Mingxian, and stomped down on the place where his dantian was. Puff! Lu Mingxian was kicked hard, his eyes stared out, his dantian was shattered, his profound energy was scattered, and his strength was drained all of a sudden. He, the inner disciple of the 7th level of martial arts of the Frost sect, was crippled by a former waste, even now only the 6th level of martial arts. From then on, Lu Mingxian had no destiny with martial arts, and could only live in humiliation like a waste in this life. Master Wan Tianzhua of the Imperial City, I won't let you go. When Lu Mingxian was seriously injured, it was difficult for him to say these words. Whether he will let me go or not is a matter for the future, but now, you are useless. Long Yu Linxing said. When Lu Mingxian heard this, he couldn't bear the blow immediately, fell backwards, and passed out in a coma. Not far away, Ling Han was about to step out to help Long Yu deal with Lu Mingxian. Seeing this series of situations, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. How is it possible, junior brother Long Yu? He actually destroyed Lu Mingxian by himself. No matter what, Ling Han couldn't believe the scene in front of him. How could the 6th level of martial arts defeat the 7th level of martial arts? This completely overturned Ling Han's understanding of martial arts. At this time, Long Yu also felt the qi and blood in his body surging. Just now he and Lu Mingxian fought 18 punches, although he won in the end, but Lu Mingxian is a martial arts level 7 master after all, so he suffered a lot of trauma. Fortunately, with the protection of the Desheng realm's subduing demon body, Long Yu's injuries were not serious, and he should be able to fully recover after a night's rest. Senior brother Ling Han, why did you get chased and killed by Lu Mingxian? Long Yu turned his head sideways and asked Ling Han. I found a middle-grade ancient ginseng, but was besieged by 2 disciples from the Ice sect. Ling Han started to talk about the previous events, and his eyes flashed coldly. I finally defeated them and snatched the middle-grade ancient ginseng, but this Lu Mingxian suddenly attacked. If it wasn't for my senior brother's wit, I would have been crippled by him long ago. As soon as Long Yu heard this, he felt that Lu Mingxian was really insidious and cunning. He was also at the 7th level of martial arts, yet he still needed a sneak attack to deal with Ling Han, and he was about to decimate others at every turn. He was extremely arrogant and cruel. Now being abolished by Long Yu's cultivation is also his own fault. Junior brother, are you not injured? You should take this mid-grade ancient ginseng first. While talking, Ling Han handed the mid-grade ancient ginseng to Long Yu. Long Yu was stunned. Senior brother, what is the meaning of this? This middle-grade ancient ginseng is obtained by senior brother, so it should be taken by senior brother himself. Hearing this, Ling Han resolutely said, don't refuse. If it wasn't for my junior brother's help, I would have been overtaken by that Lu Mingxian long ago, and I am afraid that my cultivation base will be abolished. Now that you have a big battle, it is time to repair your body. Pinga ginseng, it is most suitable for you to take it. Replenish your body? Long Yu always felt weird hearing these 3 words, but seeing Ling Han's resolute attitude, as if he would not let him go, he had no choice but to accept it calmly. Middle-grade ancient ginseng looks slightly larger than low-grade ancient ginseng, but the aura contained in it is much richer. Long Yu was about to start absorbing middle-grade ancient ginseng, when Ling Han suddenly asked, by the way, junior brother, why is junior sister Feng here, still unconscious? And the soldiers you use? As soon as she entered the ancient ginseng forest, she followed me until she found a low-grade ancient ginseng tree, and suddenly attacked me and wanted to kill me. Long Yu simply explained. And this sentence let Ling Han basically know what happened, and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect junior sister Feng to be so confused. This ancient ginseng forest is a place to find opportunities, but she is so persistent in wanting to do something to her fellow disciples, alas. Ling Han didn't blame Long Yu. He knew that there was some hatred between Feng Qianqian and Long Yu, but he didn't expect Feng Qianqian to strike so soon. Junior brother, you should take the ancient ginseng first, and I will protect your dharma while healing your wounds. As Ling Han said, he hid Feng Qianqian in a bush, so as not to be discovered by others and do evil things. Long Yu nodded, sat down cross-legged on the spot, and then glanced not far away. By the way, senior brother, Lu Mingxuan's soldier seems to be pretty good. Senior brother gave me all the ancient ginseng, and the iron lock is just fine. Let the senior brother accept it. When Ling Han heard this, his eyes immediately brightened. Yes, how could I forget this? Ling Han ran to the place where Long Yu made the afterimage before, and picked up a thin black iron lock. This iron lock is also a low-grade warrior. If used properly, it can play a miraculous effect in battle. As night fell gradually, everything was silent in the ancient ginseng forest. Although more than 50 sect disciples poured in, the ancient ginseng forest was too big, and the probability of meeting other people was too small. And at night, most people will choose to rest first instead of continuing to act. Sitting cross-legged, Long Yu spent one night completely absorbing the middle-grade ancient ginseng into his body, raising his basic strength to 40,000 jin, which is already the limit of the 6th level of martial arts. Next, if he does not break through to the 7th level of martial arts, it is impossible for his basic strength to grow any further. When the first ray of sunlight shone on Long Yu's body through the shade of the trees in the morning, he finally opened his eyes, and a burst of brilliance burst out of him. After absorbing the middle-grade ancient ginseng, my basic strength has reached 40,000 caddies. Due to the influence of the subduing demon overlord body, I can at least weigh more than 50,000 caddies with one punch. Adding the 10,000 caddies of the 9 nether dragon seal, the total is 60,000 caddies. He weighs more than 1,000 kilograms, and with the Yuhun glove, he is no longer my opponent at all, an ordinary 7-layer martial arts master. The current Long Yu has a clear understanding of his own strength, but he is not optimistic about his next actions. If I want to break through to the 7th level of martial arts, I must find a high-grade ancient ginseng, but there are only 2 or 3 high-grade ancient ginseng trees every year. The competition is fierce. Even if I find it, it is not so easy to snatch it. While thinking, Long Yu looked around and saw Ling Han was familiar with the usage of that black iron lock. After a night of use, Ling Han has been able to skillfully use the black iron chain soldier, and the wound on his leg that was attacked by Lu Mingxian has almost recovered. Junior brother, you're awake. Seeing Long Yu opened his eyes, Ling Han laughed and came to his side with big strides. I've already dealt with that trash Lu Mingxian. Today we will set off again to see if we can find more ancient ginseng. Hearing this, Long Yu was taken aback for a moment, never expecting Ling Han to be so decisive. Originally, Long Yu wanted to do it himself yesterday, but because of the poor blood in his body, he chose to take middle-grade ancient ginseng first. Now that Ling Han has dealt with Lu Mingxian, there is no need for Long Yu to do it himself. Obviously, although Ling Han is a righteous person and has a hot-blooded personality, he also knows that if he has the kindness of a woman in his heart and doesn't kill Lu Mingxian at this time, it will only cause more trouble. This iron lock must not be used unless it is absolutely necessary, or it will be seen by others. While talking, Ling Han put the thin black iron lock into his bosom. The two searched around and confirmed that there were no clues left, so they were relieved, but what surprised them was that Feng Qianqian quietly left last night while they were not paying attention. It seems that she also knows that the most important thing in coming to the ancient ginseng forest is to find the ancient ginseng, not to fight Long Yu to the death. Needless to say, she was no match for Long Yu at all. Even the wandering soul gloves were taken away by Long Yu. After cleaning up the venue, Long Yu and Ling Han set off together. The ancient ginseng forest occupies an extremely vast area, and it is not so easy to find another ancient ginseng, especially a top-grade ancient ginseng. As Ling Han walked forward, he said, "By the way, junior brother, although I don't know about the matter between you and that female student from the Hanbing sect, but this Lu Mingxian said that Wan Tianxue of the Wan family in the imperial city has already taken a fancy to her, so you have to be careful." "Ah. Brother, don't worry, I have nothing to do with that Feng Yao, and she even sent someone to kill me." Long Yu smiled lightly and didn't say much. As for Feng Yao, sooner or later he will settle accounts with her. However, Long Yu himself did not expect this day to come so soon. Not long after, the two of them crossed a small hill, followed the creek all the way to the downstream, and saw a vast water pool, and on the bank of this water pool, several people were actually confronting each other. One of them was Feng Yao, with an ancient bronze sword hanging from her waist. Her light green dress swayed in the breeze, making her look like a fairy. And the reason for these people's confrontation is an ancient ginseng tree beside the pool, a high-grade ancient ginseng. The top-grade ancient ginseng, just like that, grows by the pool, exuding a rich aura of heaven and earth, which can be clearly felt by people with a radius of 10 miles. Long Yu and Ling Han were attracted by this burst of heaven and earth aura. On the bank of the water pool, besides Feng Yao, there are 2 other female disciples of the Hanbing sect and 3 disciples of the Xintian sect. A total of 6 people are facing each other. Even the 3 female disciples of the Ice sect, or the 3 male disciples of the Tian sect, are vigilant against each other. After all, there is only one high-grade ancient ginseng tree, and whoever can get it can take that step, improve the realm of martial arts by 1 level, and increase his strength dramatically. Even if they come from the same sect, they have to fight for this kind of opportunity. But before that, of course, they must join forces to deal with outsiders. The 3 male disciples of Tianjin sect happened to be the 3 who went out with Ling Han and Long Yu that night. It seemed that they had just entered the ancient ginseng forest, and they had been acting together until now. The faces of the 3 of them were not very good, because the 3 of them were all at the 6th level of martial arts. Even if they were added together, they would not be a match for Feng Yao, not to mention, there were 2 other female disciples of the Hanbing men. However, facing the temptation of high-grade ancient ginseng, the 3 of them certainly would not retreat without a fight. "It's the juniors, I'm going to help them." Ling Han and Long Yu rushed over together, and when they saw the situation in the field, their blood burned immediately, and they wanted to rush out to help. "Wait, brother." But Long Yu grabbed him. "Look at the edge of the water pool, there are only disciples from the Frost sect and our heaven-suppressing sect, but no disciples from the Qianxi sect. Just hide aside and wait for an opportunity to sneak attack at any time." Hearing this, Ling Han broke out in a cold sweat. "That's right, the people of Qianzizong can control the shadow to fight. Of course the body will not appear openly. If he rushes out like this, wouldn't he become the target of the people of Qianzizong?" Just when Ling Han thought so, the 6 of them were already fighting together by the pool. Feng Yao took the lead, facing the disciples of Zhenchenzong, showing no mercy at all. The top-grade martial arts Hanlongpo tumbled out. It's also Frost Dragon Break. Feng Yao is obviously stronger than Lu Mingxian when he uses it. It can be seen that Feng Yao's strength surpasses Lu Mingxian. Not to mention, Feng Yao has not yet used the ancient bronze sword on his waist. That is a top-rank soldier, and its power is unimaginable when used. At the Deshang realm, Han Longpa condensed 3 cold dragon profound energy, and rushed towards the 3 Tian sect disciples respectively, causing the 3 Tian sect disciples to panic and move backward one by one. "Where are you running?" The other 2 female disciples of the Ice sect screamed coquettishly, and their bodies fluttered, blocking the way of the 3 Tian sect disciples. Collapse Mountain Fist. Mysterious energy was overflowing, and a few fists came down, instantly defeating the 2 Tian sect disciples, and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing the situation, there was only one person left who didn't dare to stay for a long time. and jumped into the hidden bushes next to him in a blink of an eye. Ah! A scream came from the bushes. Obviously, the Tian sect disciple encountered an accident as soon as he entered the bushes, causing Feng Yao and the others to change their expression slightly. People from the Qianxi sect ambush at the side. Feng Yao said in a low voice, "We took the high-grade ancient ginseng and left immediately." Although the other two female disciples of the ice sect also wanted to obtain high-grade ancient ginseng, they had no chance at all with Feng Yao around, and now, they could only go with Feng Yao. While the three of them were discussing, suddenly a black shadow flickered to the edge of the pool, and immediately wanted to take the high-grade ancient ginseng away. "Don't think about it." Feng Yao's face changed, and she could tell at a glance that it was the shadow manipulated by a disciple of Qianxi sect. Swish! Swish! With a wave of Feng Yao's hand, two streams of profound energy condensed and directly blasted at the shadow, but saw the shadow directly sticking to the ground, avoiding her attack of energy like this. The top-grade ancient ginseng was just held in the hands of that shadow and uprooted. The black shadow succeeded, and immediately fled towards the side of the bushes at an extremely fast speed. Chase! Feng Yao's face darkened, and with a wave of her hand, she took the lead in chasing after her. The two female disciples of the ice sect behind her looked at each other when they saw this, and they did not follow Feng Yao closely, but started to catch up after a while. Obviously, the two of them also had their own thoughts. If Feng Yao catches up and fights with the people from Qianxi sect, both of them will lose, and the two of them will be able to reap the benefits. In addition, they have no hope of winning top-grade ancient ginseng at all. Feng Yao pursued alone, and soon followed the black shadow into the bushes. Although she understands that the shadow controlled by Qianzizong can easily hide in the shadows of the forest, making it impossible for her to find the trace of the other party, but the other party has high-grade ancient ginseng in his hand, so as long as she follows the strong spiritual energy of heaven and earth, she will definitely not lose it. But what she didn't expect was that as soon as she entered the bush, there was a burst of force that tightly entangled her legs. It's the martial skill of Qianxi sect. Feng Yao's heart trembled. She looked down, and she saw two black shadows of arms entangling her legs like ropes, which contained tens of thousands of caddies of strength, as if they were about to entangle her legs to pieces. "You got fooled." A gloomy voice came from the nearby shadows, making it impossible to determine its location, but then, all the black shadows near Feng Yao moved together. The Qianxi sect practices the Qianxi Yueying Ju, and has the ability to manipulate shadows, and the martial arts in this sect are all related to shadows. For example, the disciple of Qianxi sect who was hiding in the dark manipulated the shadow of the nearby ancient trees to make them entangle Feng Yao directly. The shadow of the huge ancient tree covered Qianqi, and it easily covered Feng Yao's body, as if it wanted to suppress and tear her into pieces. But the next moment, a burst of icy cold air burst out from Feng Yao's body. Ice Moon Sword Art. A flash of sword light broke through the shadow in an instant, easily crushing the profound energy on it, and then Feng Yao jumped up high, and quickly swung her sword in another direction. Ice Moon Sword Qi. A sword energy containing icy cold aura, like a crescent moon, cut off a thick ancient tree in an instant. The thick ancient tree collapsed, but behind the ancient tree, there was only a trace of the existence of the Qianxi sect disciple, and his figure had long since disappeared. "Gu Shen, over here." Feng Yao didn't hesitate, and continued to chase towards the depths of the bush based on her perception. Relying on the top-rank warrior Sebron's ancient sword, she now has the strength to fight even against the strong of the 8th level of martial arts. It is because of this that she boldly chases into the woods. Among the bushes, shadows were everywhere, and suddenly, the shadows of two branches rose from her feet, like a sinister poisonous snake wrapped around her ankles again. Hidden souls linger. Feng Yao looked impatient, and was about to slash down with the ancient Bingtong sword in her hand, when suddenly shadows from all directions swept towards her. Even though the ice moon sword art she used is extremely lethal, but facing the shadow strangling from all directions, she couldn't react for a while. With so many shadows and such strong profound energy fluctuations, there must be more than one person. Feng Yao reacted in an instant, knowing that she had stepped into a trap, but at this moment, the shadows that were about to entangle her retreated away. Feng Yao frowned slightly. She didn't know what happened. The other party launched an attack. Why did she retreat so quickly? However, she soon understood why. Because in the woods not far away, there was a sound of fighting and the sound of profound energy exploding. Obviously, the aura of high-grade ancient ginseng attracted other people, and made those Qianxi sect disciples be targeted. In fact, it was Long Yu and Ling Han who directly dealt with the real body of the Qianxi sect. The two of them hid in the dark, and they had already climbed up to find out the situation. This time, Qianzizong had a total of 3 disciples ambushing in the bushes. 2 of them were 7th level martial arts, and 1 was 6th level martial arts. While the 3 of them were besieging Feng Yao with all their strength, Long Yu and Ling Han attacked suddenly, beheading the disciple of the Qianxi sect who had obtained the ancient ginseng with lightning speed. Although the disciples of Qianxi sect had strange fighting methods and sinister martial skills, if they were approached by someone, they didn't have too much fighting power, and they could easily be beheaded by the 2 together. Gu Shen, you got it. Holding the high-grade ancient ginseng, Long Yu's eyes flashed joy. Ling Han on the side was a little excited. Junior brother, you take Gu Shen and go first. I will stop these people here. He can feel that if Long Yu absorbs the aura from this high-grade ancient ginseng, it is very possible to advance to the 7th level of martial arts. Now Long Yu, who is only at the 6th level of martial arts, can defeat experts at the 7th level of martial arts, so when he is promoted to the 7th level of martial arts, won't he be able to deal with experts at the 8th level of martial arts? In that way, Long Yu can walk more in the ancient ginseng forest, find more ancient ginseng, and benefit the disciples of Zhenchenzong. The reason why Ling Han made such a decision is because Ling Han is still a long way from breaking through to the 8th level of martial arts, and even top-grade ancient ginseng cannot make him break through. It is obviously more effective to hand it over to Long Yu. Long Yu has never been an indecisive person. After confirming that with Ling Han's strength, his life would not be in danger if he stayed, he decisively took the high-grade ancient ginseng, turned around and left. The situation in this place is too complicated, not only the Qianxi sect, but also 2 people hiding in the dark. Feng Yao and 2 other female disciples of the ice sect are also catching up. The most important thing is that Long Yu is afraid that there will be more people coming later. If he meets a martial arts 8th level expert, then the situation will be very bad. Therefore, the top priority now is to leave with the high-grade ancient ginseng, find a safe place to absorb the spiritual energy, and try to break through to the 7th level of martial arts. Instant wind walk, blizzard boots. With determination in Long Yu's eyes, he unleashed his peak instant wind step, activated his blizzard boots, and ran towards the depths of the woods. In the shadow of the bushes, a shadow hides deeply, following him faster than he can run with all his strength. Puff! 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 A series of long needles formed by black shadows shot at him from the shadows. The martial arts of Qianxi sect? Seeing this, Long Yu turned into a light breeze without hesitation, took a short step, and moved forward a distance of 3 feet, easily dodging those long black shadow needles. Immediately afterwards, the black shadow that followed suddenly disappeared. Long Yu knew that it was Ling Han who found the real body of the Qianxi sect disciple and entangled him, so that the other party didn't have the intention to continue pestering him. At this time, Ling Han had just killed a 6th level disciple of the Qianxi school of martial arts who was hiding in the top of a tree, and immediately saw Feng Yao holding an ancient bronze sword, and quickly chased him up. If you want to chase someone, pass me first. Ling Han roared and jumped off the tree. Long Yu quickly avoided the battlefield with the high-grade ancient ginseng, while Ling Han jumped off the ancient tree and directly stopped Feng Yao. Ling Han? Get out of the way. Feng Yao's complexion changed slightly. She knew Ling Han's strength, and among the 16 disciples of the heaven-suppressing sect this time, he was second only to Tan Jian, who was at the 8th level of martial arts. If Ling Han was determined to stop her, she would definitely not be able to break through quickly. In that case, the high-grade ancient ginseng would slip away in vain. Haha, it's not impossible for me to get out of the way. Ling Han laughed. Step over my corpse. Act recklessly. Feng Yao's face darkened, and the ancient bronze sword in her hand was immediately covered with a layer of frost, and then the sword energy swept across, and a beam of ice moon sword energy swept towards Ling Han. Ling Han was already ready to take the move. He saw that he stomped his right leg heavily, and a large piece of soil immediately floated up under his feet, fused with profound energy, forming a rocky shield wall in front of him. Royal Rock! Ling Han sternly shouted. The rock shield wall was hit by the ice moon sword energy, but it remained motionless. Yupancher is a very popular defensive martial skill among the inner disciples of the Xintian sect. It is a top-grade martial skill, and it is quite difficult to practice. However, once it is mastered, it can condense the rock shield wall with a wave of hand, and its defensibility is extremely strong. Ling Han obviously has cultivated Yupancher's martial arts to the level of Desheng. The Ice Moon is agile. Feng Yao didn't care about Ling Han's rocky shield wall at all. Her figure flashed, and it turned out to be the accelerated body technique derived from the Bingyue sword art that had been cultivated to the peak state. Any martial art will undergo a qualitative change when practiced to the peak level, and the same is true of the Bingyue sword art. At the Desheng state, one can display the Ice Moon sword qi, and at the peak state, one can condense the Ice Moon qi, making oneself agile and speeding up greatly. I saw Feng Yao stepping on the wind of broken ice, and instantly bypassed the rocky shield wall, wanting to chase Long Yu. Your opponent is me. Ling Han laughed loudly, and with a wave of his hand, the rocky shield wall turned into earth fists, and chased after Feng Yao at an extremely fast speed. Unexpectedly, it is also the Imperial Rock who is cultivated to the peak state. Faced with these earth punches, it was impossible for Feng Yao to move forward. Daimei frowned, and quickly turned around to deal with it. The two fought fiercely together, and the Qianxi sect disciple who was hidden beside him wanted to take the opportunity to catch up with Long Yu, but was also stopped by Ling Han's earth fists, smashing the ancient tree he was hiding into pieces. Ling Han, with his own strength, actually stopped the pursuit of Feng Yao and the masters of Qianxi sect. Long Yu used the instant wind step, urged the blizzard boots, and ran fast. After only 1 cup of tea time, he ran a distance of more than 10 miles, so that the rich aura emanating from the top-grade ancient ginseng was far away from the place where Ling Han and others were. Area. The direction of Long Yusua's running is naturally towards a remote place, constantly changing its route. If you follow the direction in which he was running at the beginning, you will definitely not be able to catch him. It's almost done, just take the top-grade ancient ginseng. Although Long Yu was safe for the time being, he didn't dare to be careless. He chose an ancient tree that was tall enough, and climbed to the top in 2 or 3 moves. In this way, even if someone is approaching, he can be the first to notice. Top-grade ancient ginseng exudes intoxicating and rich aura. If it is fully absorbed by martial arts, it will have a strong effect on improving the cultivation base. 9 Nether Dragon Seals. Long Yu urged the 9 Nether Dragon Seals, quickly absorbing the aura from the top-grade ancient ginseng. At this moment, Long Yu couldn't help but think to himself, if there is a way to cover up the aura of high-grade ancient ginseng, then it will be much more at ease to absorb it. Just as he was thinking this way, a burst of black light and shadow flashed on the Juyulong seal. Immediately afterwards, the surface of the top-grade ancient ginseng was covered with some black lines, which were exactly the same as those printed on the Juyulong seal. And the aura that had originally spread 10 miles away suddenly disappeared without a trace. This situation stunned Long Yu for a moment, and then he was pleasantly surprised. The 9 Nether Dragon Seal can actually shield the aura emitted by the treasure. It's so heaven-defying, why didn't I know it earlier? Now, Long Yu is completely safe. Even if someone comes nearby, it is absolutely impossible to guess that he will hide on the top of the tree to absorb high-grade ancient ginseng. Top-grade ancient ginseng is extremely precious, and only 2 or 3 trees will appear in the entire ancient ginseng forest every year. And now, one of them is in the hands of Long Yu. Ling Han, I owe you a favor. Long Yu thought about it, and without any hesitation, he crushed the high-grade ancient ginseng and swallowed the spiritual energy in it in one go. As soon as he swallowed the rich spiritual energy, Long Yu immediately felt the profound energy surge in his whole body, which was much stronger than before taking the low-grade and middle-grade ancient ginseng. 7th level of martial arts, it seems that there is no problem, but I don't know if there will be a bottleneck. Thinking in Long Yu's mind, he began to use the rich aura in the high-grade ancient ginseng to sprint to break through the realm. At the 7th level of martial arts, the key to being able to release profound energy is to open up the most critical meridian in the body, the Tian Mai. Once the Tian Mai is opened, it will be able to control the meridians of the whole body, regardless of whether it is opened or closed freely, and the control of the profound energy will be more than 10 times more flexible than before. Not only that, the Tian Mai will play more and more important roles in the future martial arts realm. For every martial artist, the Tian Mai is no less important than the Dan Tian. Tian Mai, pass me through. Long Yu shouted in his heart, and the profound energy in his whole body surged towards the source of the Tian Mai, impacting the Tian Mai again and again, vowing to open it up and step into the 7th level of martial arts. 30% of the spiritual energy of the top-grade ancient ginseng was absorbed by him, which made him feel that the 7th level of martial arts was close at hand. However, the Tian Mai in his body has never been able to break through, so there is always an obstacle between him and the 7th level of martial arts. 9 Serenity Dragon Seal, break it for me. 70% of the high-grade ancient ginseng aura stored in the 9 Nether Dragon Seal was continuously absorbed by Long Yu, forming waves of turbulent waves that hit the Tian Mai. Boom. 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 Long Yu's heart beats in accordance with the rhythm of the profound energy's impact on the Tian Mai, each time getting stronger and stronger. Finally, when the top-grade ancient ginseng had only 30% of its spiritual energy left, the heavenly veins that had been blocked by him were completely pierced under the continuous impact of profound energy. Long Yu felt as if a burst of spiritual light broke through his head, making him seem to have established some kind of vague connection with the whole world. The Tian Mai is the meridian that connects to the sky. Only by relying on the Tian Mai can one feel the laws that exist between the heaven and the earth. And this step, Long Yu firmly stepped out. Suppressing the artistic conception of heaven, it seems that there is a tendency to break through. Is it because the ability to sense the laws of heaven and earth is strengthened because of the opening of the heavenly veins? Long Yu thought in his heart, no wonder, those who can comprehend the artistic conception of cultivating the mind are already core disciples, because with the improvement of the realm of martial arts and the penetration of the heavenly veins in the body, martial arts practitioners' understanding of the laws of heaven and earth will be raised to another level. Just like now, when Long Yu Tian Mai is connected, the heaven-suppressing artistic concept that he had comprehended before is ready to move, as if he wants to break through and become the heaven-suppressing charm. It's only a little bit, just a chance, to comprehend the charm of suppressing the sky, and make the suppressing law of heaven and earth stronger. A gleam flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and he jumped from the top of the ancient tree and landed heavily on the ground. After breaking through to the 7th level of martial arts, the most direct change was the enhancement of his body strength. The basic strength increased from 32,000 Jin at the 6th level of martial arts to the current 64,000 Jin. Coupled with the effects of Fumo-dominant body and 9 nether dragon seals, Long Yu can have a strength of 10,000 caddies with one punch. Of course, Long Yu, who is at the 7th level of martial arts, is not very powerful yet. Ever since he awakened the memory of the 9 nether dragon seal last time, Long Yu knew that stepping into the 8th level of martial arts was his real transformation. An ordinary 8th level martial arts expert possesses a huge strength of 120,000 gene. If I use the Wandering Soul Gauntlet, I can also unleash such a strong attack. However, the 8th level martial arts expert must have special means of strength. It is impossible to be defeated so easily. Long Yu thought in his heart, now his strength can rival the 8th level martial arts expert, but if he actually meets him, he may not necessarily be his opponent. However, if he can comprehend Xintian artistic conception to a deeper level of charm, then Long Yu's confidence will be much greater. The artistic conception that contains the laws of heaven and earth is not something you can comprehend if you want to comprehend it. It's better to go and see how Ling Han is doing. Long Yu counted the time, and it was about 2 hours since Ling Han jumped out to stop the pursuers for him. For such a long time, he didn't know what happened to Ling Han. He used the instant wind step of the peak state, and returned along the original road. Soon, he returned to the edge of the pool where the top-grade ancient ginseng grew. Long Yu ran into the jungle, but he didn't feel any movement of fighting. Long Yu searched carefully and found 3 corpses in the hidden bushes, all of which were left by disciples of Qianxi sect. It seems that brother Ling Han should be fine, but Feng Yao seems to be fine. Long Yu thought in his heart, since he couldn't find them, let's not worry about it for the time being. It's not so easy to kill Ling Han with just Feng Yao. Just as Long Yu wanted to get up and leave, he suddenly heard the sound of violent fighting coming from the direction of the pool. Call back? Long Yu's face changed slightly. He took a short step, hid in the dark bushes, and looked towards the water pool. What he saw was not Feng Yao, Ling Han and the others, but Tan Jian, the strongest disciple of Xintian sect, and 2 other strong men at the 8th level of martial arts. Tan Jian, and the 2 8th level martial arts masters from the Hambing men. Long Yu's eyes lit up. He never thought that these 3 people would match up. A man and a woman at the 8th level of martial arts were thin and thin, but they released a force of more than 100,000 caddies when they waved their hands, pushing Tan Jian back step by step. Tan Jian, on the other hand, seemed to have some scruples, and stepped back step by step, with a fierce look on his face. Top-grade ancient ginseng, top-grade ancient ginseng. Long Yu felt the aura coming from Tan Jian's body, and immediately recognized that it was the smell of high-grade ancient ginseng, but it was obvious that the high-grade ancient ginseng had been absorbed by Tan Jian. No wonder those 2 men wanted to chase after Tan Jian and beat him. This guy even snatched a high-grade ancient ginseng. A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes. Ever since he entered Xintian Canyon, Tan Jian has been making trouble for him. If he hadn't been strong enough, he might have been abolished or even killed. Now that he has the opportunity to reap the benefits and ambush Tan Jian, Long Yu will certainly not let it go. Even the best result is to wipe out Tan Jian and the man and woman from the Hambing men. On the bank of the pool, Tan Jian and the thin man and woman from Hambing men fought fiercely together, without even noticing that there was a fierce tiger in the nearby bushes, waiting for an opportunity. Tan Jian, if you snatch the high-grade ancient ginseng away, you should know the consequences. The thin man sneered, his voice hoarse. Ha 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 ha. While resisting the attack of the 2, Tan Jian laughed wildly. Consequences? What consequences? Just relying on the 2 of you, do you still want to do something to me? Don't be too arrogant. You are the 8th level of martial arts, but the 2 of us are also the 8th level of martial arts. The skinny woman said coldly, 2 against 1, you will definitely lose. What she said was to put psychological pressure on Tan Jian, so that Tan Jian could not exert his full strength in the battle. However, Tan Jian has a firm mind, so of course he won't be affected like this. He snorted coldly, Hua Qing, Hua Yun, you two really think that I, Tan Jian, will be afraid of you failing after absorbing high-grade ancient ginseng? As soon as the words fell, Tan Jian stepped on his feet, and a lot of profound energy melted into the ground, and a layer of ground was immediately stripped away, condensing into a rocky shield wall in front of him. High-grade martial arts, you pancher. The rocky shield wall appeared, instantly resisting the profound energy attack of Hua Yun and Hua Qing. Even if the two joined hands, they couldn't shake the rocky shield wall at all. At the Frost sect, only core disciples can cultivate supergrade martial arts. Although you two are 8th level martial arts, you are not core disciples. Tan Jian controlled Yu Pancher and said calmly, I want to see how you can break through my rock. Snort. Hua Qing, a thin man, snorted hoarsely when he saw this, stepped forward, shook his arms, and the profound energy in his body condensed into 3 cold dragon profound energy, roaring and attacking Tan Jian. Frost Dragon Break, a high-grade martial skill in the Desheng realm. 3 cold dragon profound energy attacked from 3 different directions. Tan Jian calmly waved his hand lightly, and the rock shield wall in front of him rapidly expanded until it covered the opponent's 3 cold dragon profound energy. Boom. 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 The cold dragon's profound energy bombarded the rock shield wall, but it had no effect at all. The defense power of the rock shield wall was terrifying, and it didn't move. But then, the thin woman, Hua Yun, smiled contemptuously. Although the defense of this rock shield wall is strong, its speed is too slow. Watch me pick flowers and fly leaves. Picking flowers and flying leaves. Hua Yansu gently waved her hand, and then the profound energy accumulated at the fingertips, and it condensed into countless flowers, plants, and leaves, each of which was as sharp as a blade. What kind of martial art is this? Seeing this, Tan Jian looked solemn. He also checked the bamboo slips given by Elder Yu, but there was no record of this martial skill in it. Could it be the family martial skill of Hua Qing and Hua Yun? The next moment, the flowers, plants, and leaves condensed in Hua Yansu's hands suddenly flew all over the sky like flying knives, and rushed towards Tan Jian. Picking flowers and flying leaves, a high-grade attack martial skill, not only has amazing power, but the most important thing is to condense profound energy into flowers and leaves. It is extremely fast and pervasive. It can't be more suitable to deal with defensive martial skills like Yu Pancher. Flowers and leaves were flying all over the sky, covering Tan Jian's whole body. Although the rock shield wall is powerful in defense, it is useless at this moment. The flying flowers and leaves are extremely fast and extremely tricky. They changed direction in the blink of an eye and went around the rock shield wall to Tan Jian. When? A series of sounds of gold and iron clashing sounded, and flying flowers and leaves hit Tan Jian's body, making tinkling sounds. Is it a defensive armor? Hua Yun's face changed slightly, and she saw at a glance that Tan Jian was still wearing a defensive battle armor. Tan Jian jumped up, his body shook, and he blocked all the flying flowers and leaves, and he was still intact. Tan Jian, as expected of Tan Jian. Long Yu was observing from the side, and couldn't help but think in his heart that if he was facing Tan Jian now, he might not be able to break through his defense no matter what. This guy, who has mastered Yu Pancher's martial arts skills, even the peak, and is wearing a defensive armor, is as hard as a tortoise shell. How? Tan Jian stood still and looked at Hua Qing and Hua Yun mockingly. Are you powerless? Are you desperate? Next, it's my turn. Tan Jian's sturdy body was like a rock, and he stepped heavily on the ground. When he stretched out his right hand, a burst of black mist suddenly condensed into ghost claws, and stretched out towards Hua Yun from the air. It's the soul-destroying hand, be careful. Hua Qing hoarsely reminded her, but she didn't pause at all, and finally took out her soldiers. It was a sharp long sword, the blade was shining with silver light, gradually covered with a layer of ice and snow under the cover of Huaqing profound energy, turning the nearby area into a harsh winter. Kill. Taking advantage of Tanjian's soul-snatching hand at Huayun, Huaqing used his swordsmanship to kill Tanjian with the sword. And Tanjian's ghost claw came to Huayun in an instant. Huayun couldn't react in time, and was directly held by it. Suddenly, the whole person seemed to be fascinated, unable to move. Come! Tanjian yelled loudly, his profound energy was mobilized, and his soul-destroying hand, which had been cultivated to the peak level, instantly exerted force, and grabbed Huayun's thin and delicate body at once. If you want to kill me, just kill me. Tanjian looked at Huaqing who was attacking with a sword, he laughed, and swung his right hand, grabbing Huayun in his hand and bumping towards Huaqing. Huaqing paused for a moment, but immediately became faster, and the icy sword pierced directly through Huayun's delicate body. Tanjian's smile froze on the spot. What's going on? Huaqing was sick and killed his sister with a sword. But soon, Tanjian knew that was not the case. Huayun's delicate body was pierced by the ice sword energy, but no blood spilled out, and then the whole body turned into flying flowers and leaves, spreading all over the sky. That's just Huayun's fake body. The next moment, Huaqing was holding a sword in front of her, the ice and snow were flying, and the sword was full of aura. The clouds of flowers turned into flying flowers and leaves, and they came behind Tanjian in a flash. The flying flowers and leaves gathered into a torrent, killing Tanjian. Attacking back and forth, Tanjian's eyes flashed fiercely, and finally turned from defense to offense. You Pancher, Earth Transformation Fist. That rocky shield wall instantly turned into hundreds of earthen fists, volleying towards the two people behind them. Huaqing's footsteps moved lightly, and she used her body and martial arts skills, dodging earth fists one after another, and the long sword was cold, and the next moment she stabbed directly at Tanjian's face. Huayun turned into flying flowers and leaves, and her speed was even more terrifying. With a dodge, she avoided all the earth punches and got close to Tanjian. Collapse Mountain Fist. A simple punch, although it is only a middle-grade martial skill, but when it is used by Huayun, its power is not inferior to other high-grade martial skills. Dzogchen Martial Arts. Tanjian's heart trembled slightly, and he felt the aura of practicing martial arts to the great perfection coming from behind, so he had to deal with it with all his strength. Even if it is a middle-grade martial skill, once it is cultivated to perfection, its power will be extremely terrifying. Beginner, small success, great success, pinnacle, consummation. Martial arts training, one level after another, every time one more level is comprehended, the power will be completely different. Tanjian had to pay attention to the perfect level of Bang Shengquan, because it could already penetrate his defensive armor and directly hurt him. If you practice Bang Shengquan to perfection, you will be able to beat cattle across mountains, and its power will increase greatly. Although Huayun was thin and weak, she cast the Bangshan fist with extreme ferocity, hitting Tanjian's back with a punch. And in front of Tanjian, the ice sword light had already arrived in front of his eyes. Attacking from front to back, the situation is extremely critical. You Pancher, explode. As soon as Tanjian gritted his teeth and activated his profound energy, the rock that turned into an earth fist came in a detour, and immediately exploded towards Huaqing and Huayun. At this moment, a bang sounded, and the field was filled with dust and chaos. The sounds of ice swords, fists collapsing mountains, and rocks exploding were all mixed together, making Long Yu unable to see exactly what was going on. Sudden. With two bangs, two thin figures flew upside down from the field. One fell into the puddle, causing a splash of water, and the other fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, in extreme embarrassment. The smoke and dust dissipated, and Long Yu finally saw Tanjian spitting blood in the arena, half kneeling on the ground, His clothes had been broken into pieces, and even the blue battle armor he was wearing inside his clothes had several holes. That soldier was destroyed. Looking at the ground beside him, Huayan's thin and delicate body fell to the ground, and the gray cloth shirt was also blown to pieces, revealing a little bit of seductive snow-white color from top to bottom. On the bank of the pool, Huaqing struggled to get up, and it seemed that she was more seriously injured than Huayun. It really hurts both sides. Long Yu smiled. In such a situation, these three martial arts 8th level powerhouses can be ignored as a threat. His opponent was only one Princess Chancy left, Yu Channing. Long Yu stood up, ready to leave quietly. Although he really wanted to kill all three of them in front of him to eliminate future troubles forever, but even if the three of them were seriously injured, they were all strong at the 8th level of martial arts, and they still had a certain fighting power. If Tan Jian joins forces with Huaqing and Huayun, even if Long Yu can kill them all, he will probably suffer heavy injuries. It is unnecessary. But just when Long Yu turned around and wanted to leave, he suddenly felt his feet being restrained by a strong force. Disciple of Chancy sect. Long Yu squinted his eyes, looked down, and sure enough, he saw two shadow hands tightly entangled his feet, and the shadows of the surrounding ancient trees strangled towards him. In the entire Chancy sect, except for Yu Channing, I am really not afraid of anyone. A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes. Originally, he didn't want to waste any more time here. After all, there was no ancient ginseng. But since someone is going to sneak attack him, then no one can blame him. Vendor Demon Overlord Body. Long Yu practiced body training martial arts, and his own defense was extremely strong, and the opponent's mere shadow strangled him, and he couldn't help him at all. Suppressing the mood of the sky, Ning. Long Yu released the heaven-suppressing artistic conception, and after the Tianmai was opened, the artistic conception he comprehended was even more powerful. At this moment, Long Yu was able to find the hiding place of the Chancy sect disciple. Just at the top of the ancient tree on his left, a disciple of Chancy sect was suppressed by Long Yu's artistic conception, and his breath was suffocated. Long Yu was keenly aware of it. Instant wind step, 3 steps in an instant. A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes, leaving only an afterimage on the spot, and he himself crossed the height of 10 feet one after another, and went behind the disciple of Chancy sect. Die. Long Yu activated the 9 Serenity Dragon seal, and wearing the Wandering Soul gloves, punched that person's back with a punch of over 100,000 gene of force. Boom. The 7th level disciple of Qiansazong martial arts, who was dressed in black, was crushed to death by this punch, spat out a mouthful of blood, fell towards the tree, and fell motionless in the bushes. When Long Yu stepped into the 7th level of martial arts, ordinary people at the 7th level of martial arts were like chickens and dogs in front of him, vulnerable to a single blow. However, the movement in it also attracted the attention of the 3 people by the pool. Huaqing, Huayun, Tan Jian, the 3 of them looked towards the top of the ancient tree almost at the same time, and saw Long Yu at a glance. Long Yu stood on the top of the ancient tree, and was seen by Huaqing, Huayun, and Tan Jian. It's that trash. Although Tan Jian was injured, there was still a fierce look in his eyes. He thought of Tan Yu, who was kicked and broke his leg by Long Yu and Zhenshenzong, and Feng Kong, who was seriously injured by Long Yu's men. No matter who the enemy is, he will never let Long Yu go. As soon as Huayun saw Long Yu, she couldn't help being ashamed and angry, because now she was dressed in rags, her alluring white was faintly visible, and she was peeped by a brat. If you look at my body, you will die. Huayun Qiao had a sinister look on her face. Whether it was Tan Jian or Long Yu, she would spare their lives. Brother, show me Tan Jian, I'll kill that kid first. Huayun said calmly, and immediately turned into flying flowers and leaves, as if being blown by a gust of wind, and quickly swept towards Long Yu's place. Go away, that kid's life is mine. Tan Jian yelled sharply, stepped on the ground with both feet, and suddenly a rocky shield wall reappeared, and then turned into hundreds of earth fists, and went towards Long Yu through the air. Long Yu stood on the top of the ancient tree, his heart was calm. Originally, he still wanted to leave quietly, to save time and see if he could find more ancient ginseng. But now, since the other party doesn't intend to let him go, of course he won't back down. Let me see how strong the 8th level of martial arts is. There was a flash of light in Long Yu's eyes, and the blizzard boots were activated immediately. He jumped off the top of the ancient tree, and unexpectedly met the flying flowers and leaves transformed by Huayun, and the hundreds of earth fists that Tan Jian controlled you. The Vajra mask. Long Yu's whole body's profound energy accumulated on the surface of his body, and a faint golden light suddenly emerged, making him as solid as gold. Clang clang. Flying flowers and leaves were like blades, cutting Long Yu's body piece by piece, but there was only the sound of metal collisions, unable to hurt him at all. Hundreds of earth fists exploded on him one after another, but they still couldn't break through the faint golden light, and the explosion, the power is completely blocked. With a loud bang, Long Yu landed firmly on the edge of the pool, shaking up a cloud of dust. Tan Jian was just 5 feet away from him, Hua Qing was at the edge of a pool 10 feet away, and Huayun, after performing the martial art of picking flowers and flying leaves, turned into flowers and leaves, landed in another direction. 3 martial arts 8th layer powerhouses surrounded Long Yutuan. You really want to die? Tan Jian stood up, with a mocking look on his face, and said lightly to Hua Qing and Huayun, you too, this son has a grudge against me, why don't we settle him first, and then deal with the grievances between us? How? I have no opinion. Huayun said sternly, standing not far away with a thin body, the grey cloth jacket fluttering in the wind all over her body, her snow-white delicate body looming. Then kill him first. Hua Qing stood up from the edge of the pool, holding a long sword covered with ice, and said coldly. The 3 of them fought against each other, and they were seriously injured. Now there is a boy who wants to take advantage of it. Do you think their 8th level of martial arts is just for fun? The 3 of them discussed as if no one was around, and they didn't take Long Yu seriously at all, but they were all injured, so they wanted to join forces to kill Long Yu first. They could also see that Long Yu easily resisted the plucking flowers and flying leaves and the rock and earth fist, and his own strength was much stronger than that of ordinary 7th level martial arts people. If they didn't join forces, it might not be so easy to deal with Long Yu. Trash, we 3 martial arts 8th level experts join forces to deal with you, even if you die, you should be honored. Tan Jian sneered and moved his steps to prevent Long Yu from escaping. Are you so sure that it will be me who will die? Long Yu made a faint sound. As soon as these words came out, the 3 strong men immediately laughed in disdain. Haha, what do you think you are? Tan Jian laughed contemptuously, even if I'm alone, you have no way out. Now, I just don't want to be so troublesome. The battle between the strong, something like you, if you intervene, there is only a dead end. Holding a sword, Hua Qing walked step by step, with a proud expression. Just like what Tan Jian said, even if he alone, Hua Qing, can kill Long Yu by the sword, not to mention, now there are 3 of them joining forces. Stop talking nonsense, do it. Huayun uttered a ruthless voice, took a step forward, and the profound energy in his whole body was activated, and he was about to transform into a flying flower and a flying leaf in the next moment. However, at this moment, a loud roar suddenly came from the distant woods. Stop it. Following this loud roar, a young man in a white shirt came quickly, with a nervous look on his handsome face. It turned out to be Ling Han. Brother? When Long Yu saw Ling Han, a big stone fell from his heart. Fortunately, this senior brother is fine. But then, a burst of ice moon sword energy suddenly burst out of the bushes and attacked behind Ling Han. What do you intervene in other people's battles? Feng Yao's clear and mocking voice came from the bushes, and then she was seen stepping on the wind of crushing ice, her figure under the light green dress flashed, and she was already stopped in front of Ling Han. The ancient Bingtong sword was thrown across Ling Han's face, and the cold air was overwhelming. The battle between us is not over yet, you'd better concentrate. As soon as Feng Yao's profound energy was urged, a layer of ice and snow appeared on the blade of the Bingtong ancient sword, and another ice moon sword energy condensed and attacked Ling Han. Seeing this, Ling Han couldn't come to help Long Yu again, and could only be forced by the sword energy to take several steps back. Junior brother, you go. Ling Han hastily reminded him. Brother, you don't have to worry about me, just hold Feng Yao back. Long Yu said out loud. Don't worry, with me here, she will never make it through. As Ling Han spoke, he mobilized his profound energy, and continued to use Yu Poncher's martial arts, easily resisting Feng Yao's ice moon sword energy. The corners of Feng Yao's mouth turned up slightly, that's right. Now, Ling Han was held back by her, and Long Yu was surrounded by Tan Jian, Hua Qing, and Hua Yu, so he was sure to die. For her, Long Yu must die. If not, her father Feng Changge would not give up taking care of him, and even wanted to betroth her to him. She didn't want to go against her father's wishes, but she also didn't want to see Long Yu. The only way was to let Long Yu die. Now, she stops Ling Han and prevents Ling Han from helping him. Under the siege of the three masters of the 8th level of martial arts, Long Yu must die. At this moment, Ling Han was very anxious, but with Feng Yao blocking him, he couldn't break through to help Long Yu, so he could only hold Feng Yao firmly as Long Yu said. The two restrained each other, and no one could intervene, and the battle started at the edge of the pool in the field almost at the same time. Hua Yun was the first to strike, turning into a flying flower and flying leaf. She came to Long Yu's side in an instant, clenched her fist, and swung it. Collapse Mountain Fist. The perfect state of Bangshan Quan can beat cattle across mountains, and its power is infinite. Long Yu didn't dare to take it head-on, urged Blizzard's combat boots, used instant wind step, and quickly retreated to the side, but Hua Yun was faster than him, and followed closely behind. Picking flowers and flying leaves, the speed of this martial skill is really too fast, even the current Long Yu can't dodge it. With a bang, he punched Long Yu's shoulder heavily, and a burst of terrifying destructive force passed through his shoulder and shook into his body. The Vajra Mask. A faint golden light appeared on Long Yu's body, barely resisting 50% of the punch's power, but the remaining 50% of the power directly penetrated into his body. The effect of cultivating the Fumo-dominant physique has finally manifested now. That punch penetrated deep into Long Yu's body, but in the end, it only made his blood vessels churn, and the internal organs suffered a little shock, and they were released by the Fumo-dominant physique. Even the Collapse Mountain Fist of the Perfect Realm failed to cause any harm to Long Yu. But then, Long Yusua's retreating direction was blocked by Hua Qing. The ice-covered sword glow flickered, and a sword slashed towards his neck. The icy energy enveloped Long Yu, making Long Yu's whole body cold, and his speed was half a beat slower than usual. As soon as Long Yu lowered his head, the icy sword light barely brushed against his head, cutting off a few strands of his hair and freezing them into silver strands. Soul-cracking hand. As soon as Tan Jian made a move, a ghost hand exuding black mist swept over from the air. Long Yu's center of gravity was unstable, and he couldn't dodge at all. He could only use the instant wind step at the peak level, leaving an afterimage in the original place, and he himself took an instant step and dodged behind Tan Jian. Eat me with a punch. While Tan Jian was still using his soul-destroying hand, Long Yu activated the 9 Nether Dragon seal, and punched Tan Jian hard on the back. However, even though the soldier's armor in Tan Jian's body had been shattered by the explosion, its defensive ability was still extraordinary. Long Yu's punch with all his strength failed to make Tan Jian move half a step. What a turtle! Long Yu cursed secretly, but at this moment, Hua Yun and Hua Qing's attacks came in an instant. Fei Hua Fei Yi attacked from the left, and icy sword energy pierced through the air and appeared on his right. Suppressing the artistic conception of heaven, let it go. With a thought in Long Yu's mind, he immediately released the sky-suppressing artistic conception, covering the surrounding area with a radius of 10 feet in an instant. The repressive atmosphere made Tanjian, Huaiyue, and Huaqing stagnate, and each of them showed surprise on their faces. This kid actually comprehended the artistic conception of Xintianzhu so early. His talent is really good. However, facing their 8th level martial arts experts, so what if they comprehend the artistic conception? Suppressing the sky can only weaken their strength and speed by less than 30% at most, and their strength is still stronger than Long Yu, let alone 3 of them fighting one. The Vajra Mask. Long Yu's profound energy condensed on the surface of his body, and a faint golden light flashed again, barely resisting the attacks of Huayun and Huaqing. Immediately afterwards, Tanjian turned around and stamped his feet, the rocky shield wall appeared again, turned into hundreds of earth fists, and blasted towards Long Yu like raindrops. Too much profound energy has been consumed, and the demon-subduing Vajra shield can no longer be used. Thinking in Long Yu's heart, facing Tanjian's hundreds of earth fists calmly, his body turned into a light breeze, and he hid aside like a gust of wind, but those hundreds of earth fists followed closely behind him like a shadow. However, there are some things that are easier to break through in battle. At this time, Long Yu finally felt that the heavenly veins in his body were more closely connected with this world, and the trace of sky-suppressing artistic conception he had comprehended had finally undergone a qualitative change, sublimated into Xuanhuan. Practicing Tiantianju, there is the law of heaven and earth that suppresses within the body, but only when one understands it can one borrow it. At this moment, Long Yu finally comprehended the charm of suppression, and released it without hesitation. The heaven-suppressing divine charm descended on the audience, enveloping the 3 8th-level martial arts experts, greatly hindering the circulation of profound energy in their bodies instantly. Both strength and speed were cut in half by the suppression. Above the artistic conception and charm, there is the general trend of the world and the domain. If the domain is finally achieved, within the domain I will be the master. Long Yu's eyes flickered, however, to deal with these 3 wounded people at the 8th level of martial arts, just comprehending Xuanhuan is enough. Under the strong suppression of Long Yu's comprehension of Xintian Xuanhuan, the speed of Tanjian's hundreds of earth fists dropped sharply, and was easily dodged by Long Yu. Huayun and Huaqing's movements slowed down, and they could no longer catch up with the current Long Yu. Long Yu has completely grasped the initiative in the battle. When Xintian Xuanhuan descended, the arena became a stage for Long Yu alone. Taking advantage of Huaqing's speed slowing down, Long Yu urged Blizzard's boots to use the instant wind step, and circled behind Huaqing at an extremely fast speed. Kill! Long Yu let out a sharp shout, and swung out a punch. Black mist emerged from the wandering soul gauntlet. Flash! Huaqing felt the momentum of a punch coming from behind, and wanted to dodge, but under the suppression of Xintian Xuanhuan, he seemed to be moving forward in the mud, and his movements became extremely slow. The next moment, Long Yu punched Huaqing's spine on the back, and a terrifying force exceeding 100,000 Jin erupted, blasting her flying. The long sword covered in ice and snow fell to the ground with a bang. Without the support of Huaqing's profound energy, the ice and snow on the sword quickly dissipated, leaving only a silver light long sword. Good sword. Long Yu picked up the long sword and smiled faintly. This long sword undoubtedly relieved his current pressure. If he didn't have such a sharp weapon, he really didn't know what to do with the turtle like Tanjian. Plucking flowers and flying leaves. Seeing her brother being blown away, Huayun was frightened and angry, turned into flying flowers and leaves, and continued to step towards Long Yu. Thousands of flowers and leaves rolled towards Long Yu like blades. However, even picking flowers and flying leaves became unbearably slow under the shroud of Xintian Xuanhuan. Long Yu waved the long sword in his hand at will, chopped up all the flying flowers and leaves, and then cast out the wind step instantly, turning into a light wind, and slashed at Huayun head-on. Puff. A sword protruded, and the long sword accurately pierced Hua Yun's throat, causing her eyes to widen in disbelief. How, maybe, you are clearly only at the 7th level of martial arts. I said a long time ago that I won't be the one who died. Long Yu said lightly, and drew out his long sword. Hua Yun's thin and delicate body fell to the ground immediately, her heartbeat and breathing stopped. Xiaoyun. Seeing this situation, Hua Qing, who was blown away by Long Yu's punch and was wounded more and more, cried out in pain, with hatred in his eyes, and stared at Long Yu. I will kill you. Unfortunately, you don't have this opportunity. Long Yu snorted softly, his body flickered, and turned into a ray of wind. He went behind Hua Qing in an instant, and stabbed forward with his long sword. Puff. Hua Qing didn't even have time to display her defensive martial skills. The sword pierced through her abdomen, and her dantian was shattered by Long Yu's profound energy attached to the sword. Hua Qing fell to the ground on her back, and in an instant, only Tan Jian was left in the field. Heaven-suppressing charm descends, killing powerful enemies in an instant. Long Yu glanced at Tan Jian, and saw that Tan Jian's eyes were flickering with horror. Long Yu, a waste in the past, has become so terrifying now that he has even comprehended the 2nd level of artistic conception. Such a terrifying talent is beyond imagination for Tan Jian. Long Yu, stop, we are all from Zhenchenzong, there is no need to fight to the death. Tan Jian stepped on both feet, and a rocky shield wall emerged, looking at Long Yu calmly, and said, "Now, you call me by my name. Before, weren't you a trash?" Long Yu smiled, contemptuously. In the face of the threat of life, everything can be abandoned. For example, Tan Jian has given up his all-time arrogance now, and wants to shake hands with Long Yu to make peace. However, how could Long Yu agree? If you don't take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of this turtle, the next time you meet, it will be another big trouble. Long Yu never left any trouble for himself. You must die. Long Yu's long sword pointed at Tan Jian, his expression indifferent. Tan Jian's heart skipped a beat, looking at the indifference in Long Yu's eyes. He had an ominous premonition in his heart. As for the situation here, Ling Han and Feng Yao, who are not far away, are of course also aware of it. How is it possible? This trash. Feng Yao gritted her teeth. She never expected that Long Yu would be able to face the siege of 3 martial arts 8th level experts, and even kill 2 of them back. It even made Tan Jian, who has always been extremely arrogant, put down his posture. Could it be that these 3 8th level martial arts experts fought too hard against each other before, and their strength was too seriously damaged? Otherwise, even if Long Yu stepped into the 7th level of martial arts, he would not be able to defeat 3 experts in the 8th level of martial arts. No, if you don't take this opportunity to get rid of this son, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble in the future. A fierce light flashed in Feng Yao's eyes, but as soon as she moved, Ling Han on the side chased after her. Haha, junior sister Feng Yao, your opponent is me. Ling Han stood in front of Feng Yao, laughed loudly, and punched Feng Yao, casually, stopping Feng Yao's pace. Ling Han never expected that his junior brother, Long Yu, would be so powerful. It seems that giving him the high-grade ancient ginseng was indeed the right choice. The current Long Yu, even though he was only at the 7th level of martial arts, had killed 2 experts at the 8th level of martial arts. Who is your junior sister? Feng Yao was stopped by Ling Han, and she suddenly felt powerless. Although she is not weak, facing Ling Han, there is really nothing she can do. The strength of the 2 is equal, and it is definitely not a short-term matter to decide the outcome. No matter who it is impossible to escape the other party's restraint and entanglement. In the beginning, Feng Yao prevented Ling Han from going to help Long Yu, but now, Ling Han prevented Feng Yao from going to kill Long Yu. Neither of the 2 can affect the battle situation on Long Yu's side. Step by step, Long Yu walked towards Tan Jian. Tan Jian condensed his profound energy and released the rocky shield wall, but he felt that the profound energy in his body was consumed so much that he could no longer hold on for much longer. He snatched the high-grade ancient ginseng, and was chased by Hua Yun and Hua Qing. He took the risk of swallowing the high-grade ancient ginseng, and the aura had not been fully absorbed. Along the way, he has never rested at all, and now that he is at the end of the road, he really hates it in his heart. Seeing Long Yu approaching step by step, Tan Jian's thoughts suddenly changed. He is not someone who can't afford to let go. In the face of life, even if it is dignity and face, so what if we let go of it for the time being? Long Yu, it was her fault that my younger sister, Tan Yu, disrespected you before. After I go back, I will discipline you strictly. Tan Jian said in a deep voice, since we come from the same sect, how about you put down the sword in your hand? When he said this, Tan Jian was extremely unwilling in his heart, but now that his profound energy is exhausted, he can only be patient. The meaning of this sentence is already very clear. Tan Jian is actually begging for mercy from Long Yu. Ling Han at the side never imagined that Long Yu would be able to force the number one inner disciple of Tianjin sect to such an extent. However, at this moment, Ling Han was a little worried. Facing Tan Jian's low profile, would Long Yu just let him go? Ling Han didn't make a sound. He wanted to see what kind of person Long Yu was. If you want me to put down the sword in my hand, yes, but there is one condition. Long Yu smiled lightly and said casually. What conditions? Tan Jian asked subconsciously. It's very simple. Long Yu uttered 3 words, and then he held a long sword, turned into a light breeze, and stepped behind Tan Jian in an instant. The profound energy attached to the long sword flashed like a streamer, and the sword pierced through the damaged battle armor on Tan Jian's body. Tan Jian's attention was still focused on hearing Long Yu say a condition. How could he think that Long Yu would do it directly? The next moment, the long sword possessed profound energy, and easily pierced Tan Jian's chest. You. Tan Jian wanted to say something, but he stared and couldn't say a word. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu kicked Tan Jian directly to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. This difficult tortoise finally died under Long Yu Jian. Even when you were begging for mercy, you still had unwillingness and hatred in your eyes. Do you really think that I would be stupid enough to spare your life and cause trouble for myself? Long Yu sneered, and pulled out the long sword from Tan Jian's back. This silver light long sword is a low-grade warrior, but it is a pity that Long Yu has not practiced swordsmanship, so he can't display much power, so he can only use its sharpness to kill people. He raised his head, and saw Ling Han showing joy in front of him, running towards this side. As for Feng Yao, after Tan Jian was stabbed to death by Long Yu's sword, he knew that she was definitely not the opponent of Long Yu and Ling Han, so he decisively used his body skills and martial arts to retreat quickly and left this place. Junior brother, you have advanced. Ling Han laughed, and stepped forward. It's still thanks to senior brother. Long Yu said, if Ling Han hadn't blocked the pursuers for him at that time, he wouldn't have stepped into the 7th level of martial arts so smoothly. I didn't expect body training martial arts to be so strong. It seems that after I go back, I have to think about it. Ling Han said with a smile, and hammered Long Yu's shoulder. Different martial arts have different functions. Long Yu shook his head and said, actually, just now, if Tan Jian still has the strength to fight again, I must be the one who loses in the end. The profound energy in my body is exhausted, and it's all because of too much consumption of body training martial arts. Although the demon subduing Vajra shield is extremely strong in defense, its consumption is far greater than other martial arts. In terms of practicality, it is really not as good as defensive martial arts like Yupancher, but the crouching Vajra cover can protect the whole body, and it can better defend against martial arts like picking flowers and flying leaves. By the way, junior brother, when Feng Yao left just now, she told me to tell you something. Ling Han put away his joy, and said with a solemn expression, Hua Yun and Hua Qing from the Hambing men also have a big brother named Hua Buxi. Now that you have killed Hua Yun and Hua Qing, you must be careful about Hua Yun. Thank you for your revenge. The flowers are not thankful? What kind of cultivation is he? Long Yu was taken aback for a moment. Not sure, but Hua Buxi seems to be the #1 core disciple of the Frost sect. Ling Han said solemnly. The #1 core disciple. Long Yu couldn't help but think of the mysterious young man of Zhenshenzong, walking, who was also the #1 core disciple of Zhenshenzong. Thinking of it this way, Long Yu was immediately under tremendous pressure. Now, if he is facing Feng Yun, he has some confidence, but if he is facing Walking, he knows that he has no chance of winning at all. The opponent's martial arts realm has long since reached an unfathomable level, and it can even make the law enforcement elders regress. Feng Yao, I will definitely tell the news that I killed Hua Yun and Hua Qing, tell Hua Buxi, and then use a knife to kill someone. Long Yu snorted coldly in his heart. But junior brother, you don't have to worry too much. No matter how arrogant that flower is, it is impossible to come to our sect to kill people. Looking at Long Yu's face, Ling Han thought he was frightened, so he couldn't help comforting him. With your talent, as long as you continue to practice in the sect, it shouldn't be a problem if you don't thank the flowers. Hearing this, Long Yu couldn't laugh or cry. This senior brother is really. However, there is one thing about Ling Han's words that Long Yu agrees with. It is a matter of time for him to surpass the flowers and not thank them. With the 9 nether dragon seal, I believe that day will not be too long. By the way, I just heard an interesting story. It is said that this year's ancient ginseng forest has a top-quality ancient ginseng tree. Now, the royal princess and her guards have entered the ancient ginseng forest to get that top-quality ancient ginseng tree. Ling Han said casually, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. For him, the appearance of the best ancient ginseng naturally has nothing to do with him. But when Long Yu heard it, his mind moved. The best ancient ginseng, 2 levels higher than the top-grade ancient ginseng. The 9 nether dragon seal can block the emission of aura. Maybe I can try to snatch the top-quality ancient ginseng without being discovered by the royal family. The light in Long Yu's eyes flickered. The problem is that the members of the royal family are extremely powerful, and the martial arts cultivation level of that golden-armored young man alone is hard to see through. To snatch food from the royal family, only he dared to think about it. But the temptation of the best ancient ginseng was too great. If Long Yu got the best ancient ginseng, he would definitely try to hit the 8th level of martial arts. Brother, what are you thinking? Ling Han stood aside and asked with some doubts. Oh, nothing. Long Yu smiled and shook his head. By the way, senior brother, you can hold this long sword first. It's a pity that Tanjian's armor is broken. Otherwise it would be a good defensive soldier. While talking, he handed Hua Qing's long sword warrior to Ling Han. Brother, what are you doing? Ling Han's face changed slightly, and he refused to accept it. You got this soldier in battle, how can I have it? I think you can use this long sword very well. All right. Long Yu nodded. Now, he can finally be sure that this Ling Han is definitely a friend worth making. According to Long Yu's personality, he is extremely cautious when making friends. Now he uses the longsword warrior to test him out, and he immediately knows that Ling Han is not a person who is greedy for petty gain, and he is very loyal. Not only Long Yu was testing Ling Han, but Ling Han, just now, was testing Long Yu. When Tanjian lowered his posture and begged for mercy, although Ling Han didn't say anything, he obviously hoped that Long Yu would kill him. If Long Yu can't do it, it will obviously disappoint Ling Han. But now, the relationship between the two parties is obviously deeper. By the way, brother, where did the top-grade ancient ginseng appear? Long Yu pretended to ask casually. You look west. Ling Han didn't think much about it. he just thought that Long Yu was curious, so he pointed to the west. Did you see that mountain? It is said that the top-quality ancient ginseng grows hundreds of meters above that mountain. Above 100 feet. Long Yu looked to the west, and saw 100 miles away, there was a steep mountain that soared into the clouds, as straight as a knife. Someone felt a strong aura under that mountain, so they went back and informed the royal family. Ling Han smiled and said, "Ordinary people, I am afraid it is difficult to climb over 100 feet, so go pick that top-quality ancient ginseng. Baizhang is indeed very tall. It seems that if you want to obtain the best ancient ginseng, you still have to spend a lot of effort. The good news is that the royal family doesn't seem to be here yet." Long Yu's thoughts turned sharply. Maybe he can go over and have a look first? Of course, he would definitely not take Ling Han with him to snatch the top-quality ancient ginseng from the royal family. Once this kind of thing is exposed, it will only lead to death. Regardless of whether it is for the sake of his own safety or for the sake of Ling Han, Long Yu can only do it alone. But now, how to get rid of Ling Han is a difficult problem. In order not to make him suspicious, Long Yu shouldn't act too hastily, so he can only take one step at a time. "Brother, let's go around again, to see if there are any other ancient ginsengs. It seems that you haven't gained anything from entering the ancient ginseng forest this time." Long Yu finished speaking. "Where did this come from?" "I have learned a lot. Lu Mingxuan's black iron chain soldier is very useful." Ling Han laughed. "However, in the ancient ginseng forest, if you can't get ancient ginseng, it seems unreasonable. Brother, let's go this way." As Long Yu said, he chose a direction to move forward. Ling Han followed quickly, following Long Yu through the ancient ginseng forest, and the direction Long Yu chose was just to the west where the top-quality ancient ginseng was located. Halfway through the journey, the two suddenly smelled a bit of blood, and immediately became vigilant. "It's the corpse of a junior." A disciple of Zhenshenzong's outer sect wearing a blue shirt was cut open and hung on a tree in front of him. This scene caused the expressions of the two of them to change immediately. How can someone be so cruel? He just died not long ago. With a casual glance, Long Yu saw the clues, and looked around sharply, and soon found the clues. "Brother, take care of this brother's body, I'm going to chase the murderer." After Long Yu finished speaking, regardless of Ling Han's thoughts, he suddenly accelerated and chased in one direction. Seeing this, Ling Han secretly thought that junior brother Long Yu had acted resolutely, and he wanted to kill the murderer, but it didn't seem too good to let his fellow apprentices expose their corpses to the wilderness like this. Long Yu ran for several miles, knowing that Ling Han did not catch up, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. But then, his attention was completely focused on the guy ahead, the guy he was chasing. The disciple of the Chanxi sect killed the disciples of the Xintian sect, and snatched a middle-grade ancient ginseng, and absorbed the spiritual energy at the side. Unfortunately, I discovered it. A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes. It so happens that the best ancient ginseng appears in the world, and this person just happens to let me take advantage of it. However, the speed of the Chanxi sect disciple was not inferior to Long Yu. Even if Long Yu uses instant wind step and urges the blizzard boots, he can only feel the movement of the opponent running in the forest, but he can't see the opponent's figure. Blizzard's combat boots, as a soldier, definitely have more than just this acceleration effect. A bright light flashed in Long Yu's eyes. According to what Bai Lao said, martial arts and warriors can be compatible, and the warriors after matching will definitely have stronger effects. Thinking of this, he once again concentrated all his thoughts on the blizzard boots. While running, he felt the flow of profound energy on the blizzard boots. It's not the first time Long Yu has done this. Every time, he feels that he has gotten closer to Blizzard's boots, but he still can't really fit with them. At this moment, facing an enemy that he could not catch up to, Long Yu's potential was immediately stimulated. On the 9 Nether Dragon seal, several mysterious black lines quietly flowed out, and in the next moment, they wrapped around the blizzard boots, adding a mysterious color to the snow-white and cold blizzard boots. Boom! 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 Blizzard's combat boots seemed to have a heartbeat, and they overlapped with Long Yu's heartbeat. Fit, that's what it feels like. Long Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and felt the power coming from Blizzard's boots was stronger, which made his speed suddenly increase. With the trembling of Blizzard's boots, Long Yu's whole body was like a stream of light in the forest, passing away in an instant, and the Chansi sect disciple who kept running in front finally fell into Long Yu's sight. It was a skinny man in a green cloth robe, with prominent cheekbones, deep-set eyes, and a 7th-level martial artist. Among the disciples of the Chansi sect who came to the ancient ginseng forest, there are only a few of the 7th-level martial arts. This guy in front of him should be the last one of the Chansi sect who has the 7th-level martial arts. Thinking in Long Yu's heart, the profound energy kept urging the blizzard boots. The next moment, a burst of ice and snow rolled away from the blizzard boots, rushing towards the Chansi sect disciple in front. Seeing this, the man secretly cursed bad luck, and was about to manipulate the shadow to hinder Long Yu's pursuit, but at this moment, the awe-inspiring burst of ice and snow from Blizzard's boots had already enveloped his whole body. His speed was suddenly slowed down by the burst of ice and snow. Resonance is the first level of compatibility with soldiers. Unexpectedly, just resonating with Blizzard boots can almost double the speed, and it can also release ice and snow to hinder the enemy. Long Yu was pleasantly surprised. The next moment, he turned into a light breeze, took one step, and finally caught up with him. Suppress Tianxin Yun, suppress it for me. Seeing that the opponent still wanted to resist, Long Yu immediately released the suppressing charm, suppressing the opponent all of a sudden, even slowing down the flow of profound energy in his body by 70 to 80%. For Long Yu now, it is easy for him to deal with opponents at the 7th level of martial arts. When Heaven Suppressing Charm descends, the other party will not have the slightest ability to resist. This is the feeling of being in control. It's hard to imagine, if you further comprehend the general trend of the world, and even the domain, what kind of crushing would it be? As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the charm was released, and the Chansi sect disciple almost lost the ability to resist. His bony face was full of shock. The same as the 7th level of martial arts, how can Long Yu be so powerful? That person can't figure it out. Relax, I won't kill you, I just want to make a deal with you. Long Yu smiled lightly. Trade? The man's hoarse voice sounded, with some doubts. I want you, help me get something, I can consider to spare your life, how about it, is this deal fair? Long Yu said. Get what? The other party asked subconsciously. Extreme ancient ginseng. Long Yu Dao. The man's face suddenly changed. You want me to rob the royal family? Impossible. Why, you don't want to? Long Yu said lightly, then I have no choice but to kill you first, and then go find someone else. The man's face darkened, feeling the heavy pressure on his body, knowing that he was definitely not Long Yu's opponent. After thinking for a while, he could only nod his head. I can try it, he said. Very well, let's go then. Long Yu grabbed the man and ran towards the peak tens of miles away to the west. After performing the instant wind step, he was as fast as a breeze. It's a pity that his resonance with Blizzard's boots has stopped. The resonance just now is just a temporary fit with the help of the 9 Nether Dragon seal. It seems that there is still a long way to go to really resonate with Blizzard's boots. Long Yu thought in his heart, while heading to the destination, he could feel the profound energy flow of the Blizzard boots, strengthen the coordination with the Blizzard boots, and strive to truly fit with them as soon as possible. Speed is really important to Wu Xiao. It's just that matching with Zhanbing is not something that happens overnight, even Long Yu can only do it step by step. Before he knew it, the distance of dozens of miles passed quickly, and the towering mountain peak finally appeared not far in front of Long Yu. Even though there are still several miles away, one can feel the strong aura coming from the mountain peak, which makes one unable to help being intoxicated. Extreme ancient ginseng, it is really extraordinary. Long Yu secretly praised. The closer he was to the destination, the calmer his thinking became. It is not so easy to steal something from the royal family. Several miles away, Long Yu hid in the bushes, put the long sword across the Chansi sect disciple's neck, and firmly controlled him. Afterwards, he climbed to the top of an ancient tree and looked down the mountain. Under the straight and steep mountain, two golden-armored warriors sat on the ground, obviously guarding the top-quality ancient ginseng. As for the rest of the royal family, whether it was the princess of the royal family or the young man in golden armor who looked a bit like Long Yu, they were not there yet, and they should be on their way. Extreme ancient ginseng contains extremely strong aura. Once picked, the aura will begin to dissipate. Therefore, it is best to take it when it has just been picked. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu probably guessed that the people of the royal family wanted to wait for someone to come, and then pick the best ancient ginseng and take it directly. This is an excellent opportunity for Long Yu to make a move. Can you feel the position of the best ancient ginseng? Long Yu lowered his head and asked sharply. Probably. The disciple of Chansi sect reluctantly nodded, but that place is too high. Even if I manipulate the shadow now, I still can't pick the top-quality ancient ginseng. Then what do you want? Long Yu squinted his eyes and asked. Let me absorb the spiritual energy of middle-grade ancient ginseng in my body. If I can step into the 8th level of martial arts, it should be enough to gather the best ancient ginseng. The Chansi sect disciple said in a low voice, shrewdness shone in his haggard eyes. Yeah? Long Yu snorted coldly, since you are so useless, then go die. As soon as the words fell, Long Yu exerted force with the long sword in his hand, and immediately drew a bloodstain on the emaciated neck of the disciple of Chansi sect. This made the Chansi sect disciple startled, and quickly said, Wait. I can try it first. Don't play tricks. If there is any abnormality, I will kill you first. Long Yu said indifferently, no more force in his hands, but the long sword was still lying across the guy's neck. The disciple of Chansi sect finally knew that Long Yu was definitely not an easy opponent to fool, so he could only try first to see if he could get that top-quality ancient ginseng. However, I have to remind you first that the people of the royal family are extremely powerful. Even if you get the top-grade ancient ginseng, it is impossible for you to have the opportunity to absorb the spiritual energy in it. The Chansi sect disciple reminded. You don't need to worry about it, why don't you hurry up? Long Yu said indifferently. The man didn't dare to be careless, quickly manipulated his own shadow, and leaned towards the steep mountain wall along the shadow of the ancient trees and jungle. With a long sword across his neck, he didn't dare to act recklessly. After carefully observing the scene ahead, he found that it was evening, and under the setting sun, the side of the steep mountain wall was completely in shadow. This brought great convenience to his shadow's forward movement. Hidden in the shadow of the setting sun, the shadow he controlled moved forward quickly, and soon climbed up the steep mountain wall 50 feet high. No, it's too far away, I can't reach it. The disciple of Qianzizong said in a deep voice, at this moment, his control over the shadow has weakened to a certain extent, and if he goes any further, he will no longer be able to control his own shadow. Qianzizong disciples can control the shadow, but of course there is a distance limit, and the farther the distance is, the weaker the control is, and the slower the shadow moves. Let's approach slowly, don't play tricks, unless you want to die. Long Yu said in a cold voice, hijacked the Chansi sect disciple, and slowly moved towards the bottom of the steep mountain wall. As they moved slowly, the shadow on the mountain wall was getting closer and closer to the location of the top-grade ancient ginseng, and because of the shadow on the mountain wall under the setting sun, the two golden armor martial artists who were guarding did not notice the situation on the mountain wall at all. Long Yu led the disciples of the Chansi sect, far away from where the two golden armored martial artists were, and finally approached the mountain wall, and came to a grove of trees under the steep mountain wall. Enough. The disciple of Qian Zi sect was a little excited. Is it picked? Pick it down. Long Yu nodded and said. You have to remove your artistic conception first, otherwise my shadow won't be able to exert such great power. The disciple of Qianzizong said again. You have to know that I can release this sky-suppressing artistic conception at any time, so you'd better not take chances. Long Yu said in a cold voice, and then put away Zhentian Xinyun. The disciple of Qian Zi sect was obviously relieved, and then the profound energy in his body began to operate, and suddenly, the sound of some gravel falling came from the steep mountain wall. Who? Someone. The two gold-armored warriors immediately noticed the abnormality on the steep mountain wall, raised their heads immediately, and looked towards the steep mountain wall. They looked up, but what they saw was a black shadow, holding a top-quality ancient ginseng tree in their hands, exuding extremely rich aura, running away along the mountain wall. The people of Qian Zi sect are looking for death. Seeing this, one of the golden-armored martial cultivators snorted coldly, and as soon as he moved his footsteps, he jumped onto the steep mountain wall and walked up the mountain wall step by step. With a bang, the golden profound energy blasted out, and a tremor wave blasted a big hole on the mountain wall, and the gravel exploded and rolled down. However, the people of Qian Zi sect manipulated the shadow very fast. Even the golden-armored martial artist who was strong at the 9th level of martial arts could not catch up. Just for a moment, the shadow ran quickly on the steep mountain wall with the top-quality ancient ginseng, and disappeared into the dense bushes under the mountain wall in an instant. Extreme ancient ginseng is so rich in aura, and it is wishful thinking to want to snatch it right under our noses. One of the golden-armored martial cultivators sneered and waved his hand, chasing. Whoever dares to touch our royal family's things will surely die. Another golden-armored martial artist said indifferently, but he didn't see any movement. The entire golden-armored figure appeared 10 feet away, and the speed was as fast as lightning. The two golden-armored martial cultivators are quite upset now. The princess of the royal family asked them to look at the best ancient ginseng first, but they were taken away unexpectedly. Even if they get it back at that time, Gushin's aura will also be lost a lot, and they will definitely be punished. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for the two of them to let go of the person who picked the best ancient ginseng, even if the other party is the daughter of the Qian Zi sect master. However, soon, the faces of the two of them turned livid. Because in the middle of their pursuit, the aura emanating from the top-grade ancient ginseng suddenly disappeared. It didn't gradually become weaker or weaker, but suddenly, the rich spiritual energy disappeared completely, and they couldn't even feel the slightest bit. Could it be eaten by someone? The two couldn't help thinking, but even if they were eaten by someone, the rich aura wouldn't disappear so quickly. Two golden-armored figures walked quickly through the bushes, heading towards the place where the aura of the top-quality ancient ginseng disappeared. Not long after, a scrawny corpse of a disciple of Qian Zi sect appeared in front of them, and the best ancient ginseng had already disappeared. What is going on? The two looked at each other with serious expressions. The disciple of Qian Zi sect who snatched the top-quality ancient ginseng died here, but the top-quality ancient ginseng disappeared. This scene made the two of them fall into the abyss. Quickly look around. Unwilling to just throw away the top-quality ancient ginseng, the two immediately split up and acted. However, after they couldn't feel the aura of the top-quality ancient ginseng, how could they get it back? After the two left, in a bush not far from the corpse of the disciple of Qian Zi sect, a figure flashed quickly and disappeared into the vast bush in an instant. This figure is exactly Long Yu. Just when he got the top-grade ancient ginseng, that Qian Zi sect disciple took the opportunity to use martial arts to subdue Long Yu with his shadow, but he was directly suppressed by his heaven-suppressing charm, and his heart was shattered with a punch. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu used the 9 Nether Dragon Seal to completely cover up the aura of the top-quality ancient ginseng. At that time, the 2 golden-armored martial cultivators were not far away. If Long Yu ran away, they would notice the movement instead, so they hid in the nearby bushes. The 2 golden-armored martial cultivators didn't expect this, and went to other places, directly to search. Long Yu seized the opportunity, and naturally took the opportunity to slip away. Not long after, the 2 golden-armored martial artists returned to their original places from different directions with gloomy faces. "Have you discovered anything?" one of them asked. "No." The other person shook his head. "I think there is only one possibility that can instantly disappear the aura of the top-grade ancient ginseng, and that is to be packed into a space treasure." Space treasure. The man's expression became very ugly. A person who possesses a space treasure can be considered a big shot even in the Imperial City, yet he will appear here. The 2 had no choice but to wait where they were. Not long after, the princess of the royal family and the young man in golden armor arrived hand in hand. Hearing what the 2 said, the face of the young man in golden armor changed. Space treasure? When it comes to the level of space treasures, it is definitely not a simple matter. However, those who possess space treasures are either rich or expensive in the Imperial City, and a top-quality ancient ginseng tree is not enough for them to risk offending the royal family to snatch it. Block all the exits. The disciples of the Tian sect, the Ice sect, and the Chansi sect must be strictly interrogated when they leave, and any suspicious guys will be arrested immediately. The young man in golden armor directly issued an order with a gloomy face. The top-grade ancient ginseng belongs to the royal family, but now it has been robbed by someone. No matter who it is, it must pay the price. The other side. Long Yu got the top-grade ancient ginseng, and immediately found a hidden place, preparing to absorb the aura of the top-grade ancient ginseng. Otherwise, the longer the time lapse, the more the aura of the top-grade ancient ginseng would be lost. However, he didn't intend to absorb it completely, but to temporarily store most of the aura in the 9 Nether Dragon Seal. If I absorb all the aura in the top-quality ancient ginseng, I can hit the 8th level of martial arts, but such a rapid improvement of the realm is too easy to arouse suspicion, so it's better to be safe. After making up his mind, Long Yu began to absorb the best ancient ginseng. The aura contained in the top-grade ancient ginseng is really as vast as the sea. Compared with the high-grade ancient ginseng he absorbed not long ago, it is more than 10 times richer. Of course, to upgrade from the 7th level of martial arts to the 8th level of martial arts, one needs to absorb more than 10 times the spiritual energy of the world. If it wasn't for a coincidence, Long Yu would still be far away from the 8th level of martial arts. Extreme ancient ginseng, absorb it. Long Yu crushed the top-quality ancient ginseng in one bite, and began to absorb the spiritual energy in it. At the same time, he used the 9 Nether Dragon Seal to store most of the spiritual energy. Bursts of rich spiritual energy were sucked into Long Yu's body. After absorbing about 10% of the spiritual energy, the profound energy in his meridians surged violently, raising the basic strength of his whole body to 72,000 caddies, and this is the limit of the 7th level of martial arts. Enough. Long Yu stopped absorbing, opened his eyes and stood up. At this moment, his strength is much stronger than before, and there is still 90% of the aura of the best ancient ginseng stored in the Joyo Dragon Seal. When he leaves the ancient ginseng forest, he can start to absorb it, try to break through the 8th level of martial arts, and usher in the transformation of the 9 Serenity Dragon Seal. Long Yu jumped off the ancient tree after disposing of the top-quality ancient ginseng, found a deep pool at random, and threw the soldier's sword in his hand into it. Then, he ran towards where Ling Han was before. That long sword drew blood on the neck of the Chansi sect disciple, and it is suspected of being too much, so it's better to throw it away. Long Yu had no regrets about losing a soldier. Compared with being discovered by the royal family and losing his life, a soldier is really dispensable, not to mention a low-grade soldier, even a high-grade soldier, Long Yu would throw it away without hesitation. Soon, Long Yu finally returned to where Ling Han was. At this time, Ling Han buried the body of the Tian Tian sect disciple, who died tragically. After waiting for a while, he saw Long Yu running back. "Brother, what's the matter?" Ling Han quickly got up and asked. Failed to catch up, but the long sword was lost. Long Yu said in a deep voice, of course he wouldn't tell Ling Han about the top-grade ancient ginseng. "Have you seen who the other party is?" Ling Han frowned slightly. "Could it be Yu Qianning?" "Now in the ancient ginseng forest, Yu Qianning seems to be the only opponent you have. But if it's her, there's no need to run away even if you face us. It's from the Chanxi sect. It's very fast, but I don't know who it is." Long Yu shook his head and said regretfully. He said so. Of course Ling Han couldn't ask any more questions, so he could only say, "Junior brother, now that you have obtained the third-grade ancient ginseng, why not leave the ancient ginseng forest first, so as to ensure your own safety? Brother, you helped me stop the pursuers before, so that I had time to absorb high-grade ancient ginseng." Long Yu shook his head and smiled. "Now, how can I leave first? I will at least help you find middle-grade ancient ginseng. As for top-grade ancient ginseng, it's hard to say. After all, there are not many ancient ginseng forests, and you may not be able to see them." "Good brother, senior brother really didn't misread you." Ling Han laughed. Immediately afterwards, the two discussed the itinerary for a while, and each found a big tree, jumped to the top of the trunk to rest, and prepared to set off to search for ancient ginseng the next morning. 10 days passed in a flash. The two searched all the way, and soon found the middle-grade ancient ginseng, but until the last day, there was no trace of the top-grade ancient ginseng. "Forget it, I have absorbed the low-grade ancient ginseng and the middle-grade ancient ginseng, and I am not far from breaking through to the 8th level of martial arts. As for the high-grade ancient ginseng, I don't expect too much." On the way to the entrance of the ancient ginseng forest, Ling Han said with a smile. He felt that when he returned to the heaven-suppressing sect, he could try to hit the 8th level of martial arts. Once successful, he could choose a core disciple of the sect to challenge. Once he succeeds in the challenge and becomes a core disciple, he will be able to go to the back mountain of Zhenchenzong Martial Arts Pavilion to comprehend supergrade martial arts. For example, the martial art that Feng Yun pierced through Long Yu's right leg before, Tianbua Crossing, is a supergrade martial art, and its power is extremely terrifying. The same as the 8th level of martial arts, if Feng Yun is against Tan Jian, a move of Tianbua Crossing can break through his Yupanqi defense in one fell swoop. Supergrade martial arts are much stronger than top-grade martial arts. Junior brother, you have gained a lot this time, and with the 7th level of martial arts cultivation, you can defeat the 8th level of martial arts. It seems that becoming a core disciple is just around the corner. Ling Han said with a smile. Maybe. Long Yu nodded casually, but he was thinking in his heart that it was natural to challenge the core disciples. Just wait until he absorbs the spiritual energy stored in the 9 Nether Dragon Seal and hits the 8th level of martial arts, he will definitely call the name directly and challenge Feng Yun. When he first joined Tianzong, he defeated Feng Yang and Feng Kong consecutively, but Feng Yun pierced through his right leg and seriously injured him. This revenge must be avenged. Moreover, Feng Yun also attempted to take away Feng Chang's position as the head of the Feng family, which made it even more impossible for Long Yu to let him go. That's right, brother. Seeing that he was about to reach the exit of the ancient ginseng forest, Long Yu suddenly seemed to remember something, and whispered, "If people from the royal family interrogate later, you can say that I grew up with you in the Ling family villa, how about it?" Ling Han came from a villa near Tian Tian sect, and was the young master of the Ling family villa. Hearing Long Yu's words, Ling Han was a little surprised. "What's the matter, junior brother? could it be that you have something to do with the royal family? Recently, I heard that the royal guards seem to be searching for someone, but it should have nothing to do with you. Senior brother, to be honest, I don't know my own background, but I always feel that it has something to do with that young man in golden armor. If he knows my background, I'm afraid he will make things difficult for me. Long Yu explained. So that's the case, don't worry, when the time comes, I will say that you are my playmate growing up in Lingjia Villa. Ling Han smiled heartily. Only then did Long Yu feel relieved, and then, he and Ling Han came to the exit of the ancient ginseng forest. On the side of the city gate leading to the ancient ginseng forest, there are 4 golden-armored martial arts guards dedicated to their duties. The young man in golden armor, who looked a lot like Long Yu, stood behind the 4 golden-armored martial artists, guarding them personally, and would never let any of them go easily. Seeing Ling Han and Long Yu approaching, the eyes of the golden-armored youth and the 4 golden-armored martial artists brightened at the same time. You two, stop. The young man in golden armor gave a cold cry and stopped the 2 of them. This guy's martial arts cultivation is unfathomable. Of course Long Yu and Ling Han couldn't resist, they could only stop. Suppressing Tianzong, Ling Han, Long Yu. The young man in golden armor glanced at the 2 of them. It seems that your cultivation has improved a lot compared to when you entered. Especially you, Long Yu. As he spoke, his sharp eyes under the golden armor looked at Long Yu. From the 6th level of martial arts to the 7th level of martial arts, how many ancient ginseng did you gather in it, and recruit them truthfully? Low-grade, middle-grade, and high-grade ancient ginseng, all of them have been obtained. Long Yu was calm and composed, looking straight into the eyes of the young man in golden armor, and said calmly. Snort. The golden-armored youth showed disdain in his eyes, walked up to Long Yu, and squinted at him. Your appearance and your name remind me of a trash that shouldn't exist. Before this, we should have never met face to face? Long Yu narrowed his eyes and asked. Now, I'm asking you. The young man in golden armor snorted coldly, you are not qualified to ask questions yet. When you shouldn't speak, just shut up quietly. Don't be angry, my lord. At this moment, Ling Han finally spoke out, and said with a smile, he is my playmate in Ling family villa since I was a child, and he is definitely not the person that adults think of. I think so, that trash should not be able to step into martial arts. The young man in golden armor said proudly, and then waved his hand, search. As soon as these 2 words came out, Long Yu immediately knew that the other party was indeed guarding here, and wanted to search for the best ancient ginseng. It's a pity that no matter how hard these guys search, it's impossible to find the whereabouts of the best ancient ginseng. Soon, Ling Han and Long Yu were searched, and nothing suspicious was found, and they were released from the ancient ginseng forest. Ling Han felt relieved, but Long Yu was still thinking about what the young man in golden armor said just now. A waste that shouldn't exist. That trash should not be able to step into martial arts. The combination of these 2 sentences can almost make Long Yu sure that the young man in golden armor is talking about him. And he and the golden-armored youth are definitely related, and there may even be a blood relationship. Of course, the young man in golden armor is just the princess's guard, not a member of the royal family. I don't know which family he is from. Could it be that he is called the Long family? While thinking, Long Yu walked forward with Ling Han, and soon saw Elder Yu wearing a black robe, standing not far from the city gate, waiting for them. Elder Yu. The 2 walked over and soon reached Elder Yu's side. You came out, and the harvest is good? Elder Yu glanced at the 2 of them, smiled slightly, and could clearly see that both of them had improved in cultivation, especially Long Yu, who had directly raised a realm. It's not bad, Elder Yu. After I go back, I will go into seclusion and attack the 8th level of martial arts. If I succeed, I will be ready to challenge the core disciples. Ling Han said directly that he had nothing to hide in front of Elder Yu. Not bad. Elder Yu nodded, didn't say much, and continued to pay attention to the exit of the ancient ginseng forest, but his expression was not very good. This time a total of 16 people from Zhenchenzong came, but until now, only Long Yu and Ling Han came out of the ancient ginseng forest. This year's casualties seem to be much worse than in previous years. Not only Zhenchenzong, but even the other two sects are in the same situation. At the Frost sect, only Feng Yao and two other disciples of the 6th level of martial arts have appeared, and Qianzizong has only one disciple of the 6th level of martial arts. None of the 4 strongest people this time has been seen yet. At this moment, a panicked cry for help suddenly came from the entrance of the ancient ginseng forest. Help! Help, help me! A crisp female voice with incomparable panic, accompanied by the sound of panicked footsteps, reached the ears of the people waiting outside the ancient ginseng forest. Everyone, including Long Yu, glanced at the ancient ginseng forest, only to see a young girl in Xing-yi running out staggeringly, and behind her, there were countless shadows with long needles chasing and killing her. This young girl in Xing-yi is exactly Feng Qianqian from the heaven-suppressing sect. Stop! The young man in golden armor guarding the exit of the ancient ginseng forest yelled out almost immediately, but it had no effect. I saw the shadows of countless long needles chasing up at an extremely fast speed, piercing Feng Qianqian's whole body in the next moment, causing blood to flow profusely. There was still a longing for survival in her eyes, but the long needle shadow running through her whole body, like a snake and scorpion, took away her life force at once. With a bang, Feng Qianqian's body fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. After she fell, a beautiful woman in a goose-yellow dress slowly stepped out from the bushes, a long needle in her hand shining with a bloodthirsty light. It's Princess Qianzi, Yu Qianing. Long Yu and the others shrank their pupils, unexpectedly at the exit of the ancient ginseng forest. This Yu Qianing dared to kill people. He really didn't take the royal family seriously. Yu Qianing showed no expression on her snow-white face, as if she wasn't the one who killed the man just now. She walked towards the exit of the ancient ginseng forest step by step. It seems inappropriate for you to kill people at the exit of the ancient ginseng forest? The young man in golden armor took a step forward, frowning slightly, and said to Yu Qianing. As the guard of the princess of the royal family, this young man in golden armor has always been proud. When facing the other disciples of the 3 major sects, he seemed to be the superior master. However, facing Yu Qianing now, even if Yu Qianing's cultivation level is not as good as his, he still looks a bit scrupulous. All of this is of course, because of Yu Qianing's identity. Her mother is the current suzerain of Qianzi sect. The golden-armored young man's attitude towards Yu Qianing was completely different from that of other people. Long Yu stood aside, seeing this scene in his eyes. He understood the importance of strength in this world even more. With strength, there is status. Even people with the power of the royal family dare not do anything to you. Unexpectedly, Feng Qianqian didn't die in my hands, but in Yu Qianing's hands. Long Yu thought in his heart. Elder Yu and Ling Han, beside him, frowned slightly. Watching people from the sect being killed in front of their eyes was absolutely uncomfortable, especially for Elder Yu. However, what he was facing was the young man in golden armor and Yu Qianing. Their identities were so special that even Elder Yu was not qualified to speak out. Otherwise, you will only suffer shame. Elder Yu, who has lived for so many years, of course knows what the royal family represents, and what the head of a sect represents. Although Feng Qianqian died right in front of his eyes, he had nothing to do. Long Yu saw Elder Yu's expression in his eyes, and his heart was full of desire to gain strength. No matter what the reason is, at least Elder Yu, Bai Lao, and He Lao are all good to him. From this point of view, Zhen Tianzong is already a belonging to him, even more cordial than the Feng family. The insult of the royal family will be repaid 100 times in the future. Long Yu made up his mind. Facing the young man in golden armor, Yu Qianing didn't say anything, but walked out of the ancient ginseng forest. When she came out, she glanced at Long Yu and Ling Han, and a trace of contempt flashed in her eyes. You too, your strength is still impressive. I will wait for you to be in front of everyone when you are discussing martial arts in the 7 schools. Kill you, and let everyone know that I, Chancy Sect, is the leader of the 7 sects. These words were extremely arrogant, not only aimed at Long Yu and Ling Han, but also aimed at Feng Yao from the Hambing men. This made them look unattractive. This Yu Channing is too arrogant, right? 7 schools discuss martial arts. That is the martial arts conference held every 5 years by the 7 major sects of the Great Tang Kingdom, and all the top disciples of the sect participated, such as Zhen Tianzong Walking, or Han Bing Sect Wabuxi. Although this Yu Channing is very strong, but compared with these powerhouses, she is definitely not qualified. Brother, when is the 7 schools discussing martial arts? Long Yu asked softly. In half a year's time, the 7 schools of martial arts will be held in the imperial city of the Tang dynasty. Ling Han clenched his fists tightly and said, with strong anticipation in his eyes. The 7 schools of martial arts is the battle of the young generation of the entire Tang dynasty. If they can be on that stage, they will be the young geniuses that the entire Tang dynasty pays attention to. Even if they lose, they will be honored. Not only that, the 7 schools of martial arts still have a special meaning to Ling Han. Of course, this meaning is not enough for outsiders to understand. Even to Long Yu, Ling Han didn't say much. It's not that he doesn't trust Long Yu, but it's unnecessary. When Yu Channing came out, 5 other disciples of the 6th level of martial arts from the Chancy sect followed her out of the ancient ginseng forest. Each of them had improved their cultivation a lot, and their aura became more solid. However, the other disciples of the Ice sect and Jintian sect never came out again. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that it is definitely Yu Channing who saw one kill the other, and basically killed all the disciples of the other 2 sects. This made the faces of Elder Yu and the Elder of Hambing men very ugly. Qianzizong has done this, I will truthfully report to my sect master, and leave. The old man from the Frost sect finished his sentence calmly, took Feng Yao and another surviving disciple, turned around and left the place, and did not forget to issue threats before leaving. It's time, I'm afraid they won't come out, let's go too. Elder Yu sighed, turned and left with Long Yu and Ling Han. When they came, the 16 disciples were all talented elites of the Jintian sect, but in the end there were only 2 left, and Yu Channing led the team to kill the rest. Elder Yu will definitely report this matter to the sect master of Jintian sect, and will never let Chancy sect be at ease. Long Yu and Ling Han followed Elder Yu on horseback and left the city of ancient ginseng. Hurry up! Elder Yu urged, as if he had some ominous premonition. Needless to say, Elder Yu, even Long Yu faintly felt an unusual atmosphere, that Yu Channing slaughtered the disciples of Hambing men and Zhenshenzong in the ancient ginseng forest. It was definitely premeditated. The 3 rode their horses galloping across the vast grassland. Halfway through the journey, a gust of hurricane suddenly blew from behind. They are here, you go separately, you must return to the sect, and report this time to the suzerain. Elder Yu said with a solemn face, although the face under the black robe was old, it was extremely resolute. Elder Yu, you? Ling Han still didn't quite understand what he meant, so he couldn't help asking. The chasing soldiers are coming, they want to catch us all, you go. After Elder Yu's words fell, he clapped his hands separately, and slapped the buttocks of the 2 horses with profound energy. Immediately, the 2 people got off their horses and ran away desperately, leading them farther and farther. Behind Elder Yu, bursts of sinister laughter came from the hurricane that was blowing. Ha ha ha. If you want to leave now, can you still leave? Amidst the loud laughter, 3 figures appeared directly from the hurricane, one of them confronted Elder Yu, and the other 2 chased after Long Yu and Ling Han respectively. It's the strong man of Chancy sect, let's go. Seeing this, Long Yu immediately understood what was going on, and immediately said to Ling Han. How dare they do this? Ling Han's face was full of shock. He never imagined that the people of Qianxi sect would dare to do this, chase them out of the ancient ginseng forest, and kill them. Isn't it afraid that they will really anger Xintian sect and provoke a war between the two sects? If you have the royal family as your backer, why don't you dare? As soon as Long Yule guessed, he guessed that this matter might have something to do with the royal family. Ling Han's face suddenly darkened. So, what Yu Channing said just now, to kill us in the 7 schools of martial arts, is actually just to divert our attention, so that when we are unprepared killed us all. Hearing Ling Han's words, Long Yu thought to himself, this senior brother is not an idiot. As soon as he reminded him, he would think of everything. But now, it's useless to think about it. 2 Qianxi sect powerhouses galloped on the grassland faster than galloping horses. These 2 are probably experts who have surpassed the 9th level of martial arts. They are at the same level as that young man in golden armor, walking, etc. Ling Han and I are definitely not rivals. Long Yu thought in his heart, looking at the other party's lightning-fast figure. His expression was a little unsightly. If this continues, he and Ling Han will be caught up sooner or later. However, at this moment, a shocking coercion suddenly spread from where Elder Yu was, and instantly spread to the surroundings, covering the 2 who were chasing Long Yu and Ling Han. Xintian handprint, true spirit, now. Elder Yu's vigorous and powerful voice sounded, and immediately after that, a phantom of a big handprint appeared behind him, exuding the law of heaven and earth of suppression. The phantom of the big handprint is as tall as a person with one finger, and if it is slapped with one palm, it is enough to slap dozens of people to the ground. A suppressive general trend of heaven and earth condensed in an instant, spread out from the big phantom handprint, and suppressed the 3 opponents at once. If you want to chase someone, pass me first. Elder Yu sternly yelled, but he didn't see any movement. The large phantom handprint behind him swept out instantly, grabbed the person who was chasing Ling Han, and yanked him backwards. Although the big handprint was just a phantom, this pull made the man fly. What kind of martial art is this? Looking back, Long Yu couldn't help being shocked. Elder Yu's cultivation base was unfathomable, and he was able to condense such a big handprint. He also exuded the general trend of repression, and his comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth was more profound than him. No, it's not a martial skill, it's a true spirit. Ling Han and Long Yu walked side by side, with some excitement in his voice. Above the 9 levels of martial arts, a martial artist can condense the true spirit, and use the true spirit to communicate with the world. Once the true spirit is condensed, it will step into another level. No matter how heaven-defying a person of the 9th level of martial arts is, it is impossible to defeat a strong man who has condensed a true spirit. When Long Yu heard this, his heart trembled. True spirit? Above the 9th level of martial arts, it is the condensed true spirit that can step into another level. The form of the true spirit condensed by each person is different. Based on the sky-suppressing Ju, Elder Yu's true spirit condenses the heaven-suppressing Mahamudra, so that he can borrow the power to suppress the laws of heaven and earth more deeply. Ling Han continued. True spirit, so powerful. Long Yu's eyes sparkled. But the situation that followed made the 2 of them fall to the bottom of their hearts. Old man, since you want to die so much, we will fulfill you first. The 3 Qianxi sect masters, facing Elder Yu's Xintian Mahamudra true spirit, did not rush and surrounded him separately. Immediately afterwards, behind the 3 Qianxi sect powerhouses, a phantom in the form of a human appeared, exuding a gloomy and strange aura, and instantly confronted Elder Yu's Tian Mahamudra. It turned out to be a true spirit. Seeing this, Long Yu gritted his teeth, knowing that Elder Yu might not be the opponent of these 3 people. How could it be possible that the other party did not consider Elder Yu's strength in their deliberate ambush? Brother, let's go. Long Yu pulled the reins of the fierce horse, making the fierce horse run faster. At this moment, with Long Yu's strength going up to face the strong man who condensed the true spirit, he would definitely be killed with a wave of his hand. Since Elder Yu bought time for them, he couldn't live up to Elder Yu's expectations. Ling Han's face was full of unwillingness, but as Elder Yu and the three men disappeared from his sight, he also turned around and galloped wildly. If anything happens to Elder Yu, I, Ling Han, will definitely remove the Qianxi sect from this world in the future. A ferocious look appeared on Ling Han's face. It wasn't just him. Why didn't Long Yu think so? It's just that they are too weak now. Staying here is purely courting death. It's better to go back to the sect first and report the matter here to the suzerain. Long Yu and Ling Han split up and rode their horses towards Zhenchenzong. 7 days later, Long Yu finally returned to the entrance of Xintian Canyon. Elder Yu's true spirit appeared in the world, bought enough time for him to escape back to Zhenchenzong. When we arrived at Xintian Canyon, it was finally considered safe. Long Yu, you're back. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the canyon, before Long Yu got off his horse, he saw a pretty figure running out of the canyon, with a look of joy on his face. It was Liao Lei. It is you. Long Yu smiled and got off the horse. Senior brother Ling Han came back one step ahead of you. Now, we know everything about Gushen Forest. Liao Lei's eyes were filled with joy. He's been back for a day, and I haven't seen your shadow yet, so I thought you wouldn't come back. Of course, Long Yu didn't bother to pay attention to Liao Lei's words. Thousand Silk sect is really hateful, but fortunately, our heaven-suppressing sect master has already stepped out and went to Qianxi sect to ask for an explanation, and we will definitely not let them go easily. Liao Lei waved her small fist, filled with righteous indignation about the matter of Gu Canlin. The suzerain made a move? That's good. Long Yu nodded, then frowned slightly. Is there any news about Elder Yu? No. Liao Lei's expression darkened when he heard the words. Old He set out to support yesterday, but there has been no news, I'm afraid. More bad luck than good luck. Long Yu secretly guessed that Elder Yu had won against 3, and with the true spirit of the Xintian handprint, it shouldn't be difficult to escape. But in order to prevent those people from chasing and killing Long Yu and Ling Han, Elder Yu still has no news. Boy, come up quickly. At this moment, Bai Lao's voice came into Long Yu's ears, making him startled, then nodded, greeted Liao Lei, and walked along the mountain road towards the peak of Xintian Canyon. When he got to the top, Long Yu saw Bai Lao wearing a white robe, standing on the edge of the cliff with his hands behind his hands. The mountain wind was bitter, blowing his gray hair flutteringly, accompanied by the fluttering of the white robe. He felt as if he was in heaven. Good boy, that's right, you've reached the 7th level of martial arts. The old man, Bai didn't return. He nodded with a smile and said. Long Yu stood still not far behind him, and said in a deep voice, it's a pity, brothers and sisters. I know everything. Elder Bai turned sideways and waved his hands. Come and sit down. I heard that little fellow Ling Han said that Hua Yun and Hua Qing from the Hanbing sect and our inner disciple Tan Jian joined forces to kill you, but was it solved by you alone? Yes, but they fought a battle at the time and were all injured. Long Yu thought for a while and replied. Even if you are injured, your strength is enough. It shouldn't be a problem to challenge you to become a core disciple. Bai Lao nodded in satisfaction. He didn't feel sorry for Tan Jian's death. On the contrary, he saw Long Yu's talent. As long as Long Yu grows up, his impact on the Tian sect will be comparable to that of 10 Tan Jians. There are a total of 108 core disciples of Tian sect. As long as you challenge any one of them successfully, you can become a core disciple, and you are eligible to enter the back mountain of the Martial Skills Pavilion, where you can choose supergrade martial arts to practice. Supergrade martial arts are extremely attractive to any martial artist. Lao Bai believes that it is the same even for Long Yu. However, the current Long Yu is not anxious about this matter. Instead, he just wants to quickly and quietly absorb the aura of the best ancient ginseng. Once promoted to the 8th level of martial arts, the 9 nether dragon seal can be further transformed, not only greatly increasing his strength, but also deriving a powerful martial skill. Long Yu believed that the martial arts derived from the 9 nether dragon seals were definitely much stronger than Zhenshenzong's supergrade martial arts. Boy, I suggest you challenge the core disciples after the 100th place, that's safer. Bai Lao stroked his gray beard, squinted his eyes, and said. Old Bai, I want to challenge Feng Yun. Long Yu's words were astonishing. This, Feng Yun? Bai Lao was stunned all of a sudden. Feng Yun, that is the 10th core disciple, he has already practiced more than one supergrade martial skill, and his combat power is outstanding. Long Yu, before going to the ancient ginseng forest, was seriously injured by Feng Yun casually. Now he went to the ancient ginseng forest and came back, and he wants to challenge Feng Yun? This is too whimsical. Boy, maybe you don't know yet, after this period of recuperation, Feng Yun has stepped into the 9th level of martial arts. Bai Lao said in a solemn tone, if you want to challenge him, I'm afraid you are still far behind. What's more, the sect stipulates that anyone who challenges a core disciple for the first time is not allowed to challenge the top 10 core disciples. You should find another target. Upon hearing this, Long Yu frowned slightly. He can understand the rule that core disciples cannot challenge for the top 10 for the first time. If this is not the case, wouldn't the core disciples be in the top 10 too busy? You must know that the top 10 core disciples are the foundation of a sect. The most important thing for them is to cultivate, not to accept challenges from others. In this case, I will challenge the 108th place. Long Yu was a little disappointed, shook his head and said. Since you can't challenge Feng Yun, then it's the same to challenge everyone. Challenge the 108th place, it's easier, the confidence is much greater, and the most important thing is to save time. All right. Bai Lao nodded, I will propose it for you. Also, when do you want to challenge? 7 days later. Long Yu said without thinking. Now, there is still about a month before the Feng clan meeting. He must become a core disciple earlier and practice supergrade martial arts, so that he can be sure of winning against Feng Yun at the Feng clan meeting. The current Feng Yun has stepped into the 9th level of martial arts, and his combat power is extremely terrifying. Long Yu must be fully prepared. Just the martial arts derived from the 9 nether dragon seal is not enough. After discussing with Bai Lao, Long Yu saw Ling Han, who came back first. Ling Han told him that he was going to retreat for 7 days and try to hit the 8th level of martial arts. If he succeeded, he would challenge the core disciples with Long Yu. The two chatted for a while, and soon Ling Han took his leave. Immediately, Long Yu turned around and returned to the bamboo house, ready to absorb the spiritual energy of the top-quality ancient ginseng stored in the 9 nether dragon seal. The news that Long Yu was about to challenge the 108th core disciple spread quickly up and down the Zhentian sect as if he had grown wings. Long Yu, is that the guy who defeated Tan Yu, Han Jian, Feng Yang, and Feng Kong one after another at the beginning? That's right, it's him. He Rini, who just said he wants to challenge the core disciple, ranked 108th. Are you kidding? He is just an outer disciple who actually tried to challenge the core disciples. Whimsical. Did he think that if he went to the ancient ginseng forest, he would become a core disciple when he came back? Many Tian sect disciples talked a lot, and they were not optimistic about Long Yu's challenge at all. However, Long Yu didn't care about what other people thought. Now he is trying his best to absorb the stored ancient ginseng aura. If you want to step into the 8th level of martial arts, you must expand the heavenly veins. If the heavenly veins of the 7th level of martial arts have only one point of connection with the heaven and the earth, then the heavenly veins of the 8th level of the martial arts have a line connection with the heavens and the earth. Inside the bamboo house, Long Yu focused on his cultivation, constantly tempering himself with the rich aura of the best ancient ginseng. The process of expanding the sky veins is not easy for anyone. After reaching the 7th level of martial arts, it becomes extremely difficult every time one wants to improve one level of martial arts. Even Long Yu couldn't accomplish it overnight. Therefore, he reserved 7 days for himself. Within 7 days, no matter how difficult it was, he would break through to the 8th level of martial arts. Ordinary people want to break through the 8th level of martial arts, and they have to work hard, but as long as they have enough spiritual energy, it is not impossible to achieve it overnight. Supported by the rich aura, Long Yu Tianmai continued to expand. During this process, Long Yu felt that his connection with heaven and earth was getting closer and closer, which made him more deeply understand the law of suppression contained in Tian Tianju, and that touch of charm gradually grew stronger in his body. Not only that, the meridians of his whole body have also become thicker under the tempering of spiritual energy, which can accommodate more profound energy flow, and this is the basis for the improvement of martial arts realm. Only a stronger body can accommodate stronger strength, and Long Yu, who has cultivated the subduing demon hegemony body, does not have to worry about this aspect at all. Until the early morning of the 3rd day, Long Yu felt as if his celestial veins had been opened up all of a sudden, which made him suddenly enlightened. When he competed in the 7th level of martial arts, he felt more breath of heaven and earth. Immediately, the profound energy in his whole body surged violently, quickly pouring into every inch of his skin, every inch of his flesh and blood, making his original basic strength of 72,000 jin suddenly rise to 120,000 jin. 120,000 caddies is just a rough idea. According to the accurate statement, it is the strength of 128 strong horses. This is the basic strength of a martial arts 8th level expert. Now, my punch is equivalent to the force produced by 128 galloping horses. Long Yu opened his eyes, feeling the strength in his whole body surging, as if he could stand upright. The 8th level of martial arts and the 7th level of martial arts are indeed very different. When one's own strength breaks through 100,000 jin, the feeling is completely different. Before Long Yu defeated Tan Jian and others in the 8th level of martial arts, it was possible to do it when they were injured. Otherwise, with one enemy 3, Long Yu would undoubtedly die. 8th level of martial arts finally broke through. The 9 Serenity Dragon seal has indeed begun to transform. Long Yu lowered his head and glanced at the 9 Serenity Dragon seal on his chest. He only felt a hot but cold aura coming from the 9 Nether Dragon seal to his limbs and bones, making him tremble all over. Immediately afterwards, the black lines on the seal of the 9 Nether Dragons became darker, and one could even feel the aura from the Netherworld. Activation. Feeling the transformation of the 9 Nether Dragon seal, Long Yu tried to activate it with profound energy, and immediately, a burst of terrifying force spread to his limbs and bones. 100,000 caddies of great force. The power of 100 horses. After the transformation, the 9 Serenity Dragon seal brought him an increase in strength of 100,000 jin, which is 10 times as much as before. Long Yu's strength changed instantly, but this was not the only thing that pleased him most. A set of cultivation methods of superb martial arts was deeply engraved in his mind, making him unable to forget even if he wanted to. 9 Nether Dragon Fist, the ultimate martial skill derived from the second transformation of the 9 Nether Dragon seal, is one level stronger than the supergrade martial skill. Undoubtedly, Long Yu had strong expectations for the 9 Serenity's Dragon Fist. The ultimate martial skill, 9 Serenity Dragon Fist. Among the martial arts known to Long Yu, low-grade martial arts are the most common. Middle-grade martial arts and high-grade martial arts are stronger than low-grade martial arts in turn. And the supergrade martial arts are already the strongest martial arts he has ever seen, such as the skywave crossing performed by Feng Yin before, and various supergrade martial arts that core disciples of various sects are qualified to practice. But Long Yu had never heard of the top-grade martial arts in the supergrade martial arts. One can imagine how powerful the 9 Nether Dragon Fist is. Jiuyo Dragon Fist is divided into upper and lower skills. Right now, I can only practice the first skill, which is called Drunken Crouching Underworld. As for the second skill, Wake Up Palm Reincarnation, I should wait until the next time of Jiuyo Dragon Seal. Only when you wake up can you cultivate. Long Yu thought in his heart, then frowned slightly. In the information sent to him by the 9 Nether Dragon Seal, Drunken Crouching in xuanhuan is the best martial art, but there is no introduction to Waking Palm Reincarnation. The second skill is always stronger than the first skill. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to practice it based on my current state. However, is there another level of martial skill above the best martial skill? Long Yu thought for a while, but couldn't come up with any results, so he had to give up. No matter what, everything will be clear at that time. Now he only needs to practice the first skill of 9 Nether Dragon Fist, Zuo Huangquan. 9 Serenity Dragon Fist, transforming the profound energy in the body into the 9 Serenity Chi. Each punch will bring with it the swiftness and fierceness of the 9 Serenity Dragon, not only extremely fast, but also extremely powerful. Long Yu thought about the introduction of the 9 Nether Dragon Fist, and began to circulate his profound energy according to the statement. The most important and basic step in practicing the 9 Nether Dragon Fist is to be able to transform the profound energy in the body into the 9 Nether Chi. This is absolutely impossible for ordinary martial arts practitioners. Only those with the 9 Nether Dragon Seal can do this. The Chi of 9 Netherness is the breath from the deepest part of the ground. Now Long Yu knew that before Feng Yin punched the 9 Nether Dragon Seal, he was seriously injured by the rebound, because he was attacked by the 9 Nether Chi. It's a pity that Long Yu at that time couldn't actively control the Chi of the Netherworld, so that Feng Yin's injuries were not serious, and he recovered completely in just a month or two, and he even stepped into the 9th level of martial arts. The Chi of the 9 Nethers comes from the underworld and enters the cycle of reincarnation. It contains 2 different extremes of life and death. If you can fully understand the Chi of the 9 Nethers, you can try to understand the artistic conception of life and death. Long Yu's eyes sparkled, but it's a pity that he is still far away from this level. As for the 9 Nether Chi, even if he transforms it with the profound energy in his body, he can only use it, not comprehend it, let alone condense the 9 Nether Chi by himself. Only by being able to condense the spirit of the 9 Serenity, is the beginning of being able to comprehend the artistic conception of life and death. The first technique of 9 Nether Dragon Fist, the posture is as if drunk and lying in the underworld, walking between life and death. One punch can determine life and death, suppress the underworld. Long Yu sent the profound energy in his body into the Jiuyo Dragon Seal according to the introduction of the Jiuyo Dragon Fist, and immediately after that, a ray of Jiuyo Chi came out from the Jiuyo Dragon Seal and passed it to all parts of his body. Drunken Huangquan, Ning. Long Yu's right fist was clenched tightly, and suddenly, a sparse air of 9 seclusion condensed on his fist, covering his fist with a layer of fuzzy black mist, making him look domineering. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu punched out of thin air. The 9 Nether Chi condensed and did not dissipate. It actually shook the surrounding air away, and a terrifying airflow swept away. With the 9 Serenity Dragon Seal on his body, the 9 Serenity Dragon Fist can be used at will, but the 9 Serenity Dragon Fist he is performing now is only at the beginner stage. Long Yu thought in his heart. For any martial skill, only when it reaches the stage of minor success, or even great success, can it truly display its power. When reaching the peak, transformation will take place. If one truly cultivates to the perfect state, the power will be terrifying and unpredictable. The first technique of 9 Nether Dragon Fist, drunken lying in xuanhuan, is naturally the same. When I reach the realm of Xiaocheng, drunken crouching underworld can double my speed and strength. With the strength of 200,000 caddies I now have after activating the 9 Serenity Dragon Seal, I can defeat ordinary martial arts with a single punch. Ninefold powerhouse. Strong confidence emerged in Long Yu's eyes. Until now, he finally had a sense of security. In this world where martial arts are respected and strength is dignity, the 9th level of martial arts is already standing at the peak of ordinary people. As for the realm above the 9th level of martial arts, the realm of condensing true spirits is the world of sex and royal families, which has long been beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If xuanhuan is a great success, one punch can imitate the road to xuanhuan, let the opponent feel death, and shock his mind. Long Yu made up his mind to cultivate xuanhuan to the level of Desheng in the next 4 days, so that even in the face of wind and cloud, he would be sure to win. If you want your opponent to feel death, you must try to die first. Only in this way can you maximize the power of the trick of drunkenness. However, Long Yu's feeling about death has long been so deep that it couldn't be more profound. In his last life, he faced death hundreds of times, which made him look down on life and death. In the memory of the 9 nether dragon seal that Long Yu awakened before, even the members of the descendants of the dragon tribe, who wanted to comprehend the mastery of the 9 nether dragon fist, had to go out and practice for a long time, and experienced countless lives and deaths before they could finally succeed. But now, Long Yu recalled all kinds of experiences in his previous life, which made him make great progress in the practice of drunk lying in the underworld. 4 days later, xuanhuan stepped into the realm of Desheng. With a random punch from Long Yu, he can imitate xuanhuan road, let the aura of the 9 nethernesses envelope the opponent, and deter the opponent's mind. In addition, with one punch, the power of more than 400 fierce horses is absolutely unstoppable even by Feng Yin, who is at the 9th level of martial arts. However, this 9 Serenity Dragon Fist is my strongest trump card right now. It is best not to show it to others unless it is absolutely necessary. Long Yu knew the truth of hiding his strength. If he could defeat his opponent without using the 9 Serenity Dragon Fist, he would never use it. How can you use a bull's knife to kill a chicken? At this time, the previously agreed 7 days had finally passed. It's time to challenge Hirini, who ranks 108th among the core disciples. Long Yu got up and finally walked out of the bamboo house. Zhenshenzong, Martial Arts Arena. The fighting arena is a place for the disciples of the Xintian sect to compete in battles. In addition, the battles between the inner disciples and the core disciples who are promoted are also held here. Usually, not many people come to the martial arts arena, because it is located in a remote place, at the top of the second highest mountain in the Xintian mountain range, and ordinary martial arts practitioners have to spend a lot of effort to climb up. However, today, the fighting arena is full of people's voices. Thousands of Tian sect disciples have come here. Because, in today's fighting arena, there are a total of 3 people who want to challenge the core disciples, and one of them still wants to challenge the 10th ranked core disciple, Feng Yin. The ranking of the top 10 core disciples has not changed for more than half a year. This time, can the challenger succeed? In addition, Long Yu and an inner disciple, Ling Han, challenged the 108th and 107th core disciples respectively, which also attracted the attention of many people. Of course, for Long Yu, many people wanted to see a joke, but for Ling Han, many people had high hopes for him. After all, in normal times, Ling Han has established some prestige among the inner disciples, unlike Long Yu, who offended people as soon as he came to the Tian sect, and ended up living with the black and white elders, and other disciples of the Tian sect. There is basically no intersection. In the expectant eyes of everyone, a stern man in white walked into the entrance of the arena. Yang Tiansua, the core disciple, is ranked 13th, he is here. Sure enough, it's a big mistake. Today he is going to challenge the 10th ranked Feng Yin. He has stayed in the 13th position for nearly a year. I am afraid that he has enough confidence to challenge Feng Yin this time. That's not necessarily true. In the past, Feng Yin was only at the 8th level of martial arts, and he was able to step into the 10th core disciple, which shows his high talent. Now that he has advanced to the 9th level of martial arts, his strength is even stronger. I am afraid that his real strength can be compared with the top 5 core disciples. People. You underestimate the top 5 core disciples too. Which one of the top 5 is not a strong man who has condensed the true spirit, and you want to fight them just because of the 9th level of martial arts? In the martial arts arena, there was a lot of voices, and everyone was talking about it. However, Yang Tianxue, the stern man in white who walked into the arena, seemed not to have heard anyone else's voice, and walked calmly towards the center of the arena. When he reached the center, he raised his head and glanced in a certain direction. Feng Yun, here I come. Yang Tianxue's voice, with a bit of indifference, made an appointment to fight against Feng Yun, who had come one step earlier. Ha 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 ha. A loud and arrogant laugh came from above the stands, and following the loud laugh, a man dressed in white came towards the center of the arena. Although this man was laughing wildly, his figure was extremely graceful, like an elegant gentleman, not disgusting at all. He is Feng Yun. Ever since he was sent flying by the Long Yu bomb at the entrance of the martial arts pavilion, he was attacked by the Qi of the Nine Serenity, suffered internal injuries, and had to rest for 2 months before fully recovering. At this time, he has stepped into the 9th level of martial arts, and his strength has risen to a higher level. Trash Long Yu, I will definitely tear your corpse into thousands of pieces. Thinking of the pain he had experienced in the past 2 months, Feng Yun became furious, but on the surface he couldn't see his anger at all. Instead he smiled gracefully. As for Long Yu, who Feng Yun wanted to shatter his corpse into thousands of pieces, at this moment, he and Ling Han watched the arena from a corner of the arena. The 10th core disciple, Feng Yun, is rarely seen at ordinary times. Ling Han narrowed his eyes, looking at the field through the crowd. It's just right, let's see how much his strength has changed after he stepped into the 9th level of martial arts. Long Yu nodded and said. If Feng Yun still had the strength at the entrance of the martial arts pavilion more than a month ago, Long Yu could be sure that Feng Yun was no longer his opponent. However, now that Feng Yun has stepped into the 9th level of martial arts, he is definitely more than a step stronger than then. Yang Tianxue and Feng Yun, 2 men in white clothes, the former is stern and the latter is elegant, forming a stark contrast. A core disciple is the 13th, and the other is the 10th. The collision between the strong is about to kick off in the long-awaited. In the fighting arena, 2 men in white, Yang Tianxue and Feng Yun, confronted each other. Feng Yun's expression was indifferent, but Yang Tianxue's expression was serious. He obviously attached great importance to this battle and knew that Feng Yun's strength was very strong. Suddenly, Yang Tianxue's figure in white suddenly flashed, and before the onlookers could react, a white shadow had already appeared behind Feng Yun. It's a super-grade physical martial skill, so close to the world. This speed is really too fast. In the eyes of Yang Tianxue now, even the end of the world is close at hand. No, Yang Tianxue hasn't reached that level yet. Tianya closer seems to be just a great achievement. But even so, it's enough to be proud of. There were voices all around, but Feng Yun in the field was calm and composed. As soon as he raised his hand, a white light wave condensed from profound energy appeared, bypassing his body and shooting at Yang Tianxue behind him. Supergrade martial arts, crossing the sky. Tianbua crossing is not a one-time attack method, but a method of manipulating the ripples of profound energy. If it is a master of cultivation, it can be attacked or defended, and its power is extremely terrifying. At this moment, Feng Yun condensed profound energy ripples and attacked Yang Tianxue, who had dodged behind him. The white ripples of profound energy struck. Yang Tianxue's complexion remained unchanged, his footsteps were slightly wrong, and his figure flashed again, as if illusory, appearing in another direction. The end of the world is so close. As a supergrade physical skill, its acceleration effect is much stronger than that of a medium-grade martial skill like instant wind step. Although the instant wind step can increase the running speed of a martial artist by 40% to 50%, even after reaching the Deshang state, he can take a short step and span a distance of 3 feet, but compared with Tianya, it is still too far away. If you are so close at the end of the world, you can flash in a short distance at will, and you can shrink to an inch when you are fleeing from a long distance. Whether it is chasing or escaping, you will have a great advantage. The world is so close, this physical martial skill is good. It seems that after becoming a core disciple, the first thing to practice is this martial skill. While looking at the field, Long Yu thought in his heart. The current Long Yu has the 9 Serenity Dragon Fist for attack, and the Demon Subduing Super Body for defense, but only the martial skill of movement, which is only the mid-level Instant Wind Step. Although Instant Wind Step is quite smooth to use, but sometimes I always feel powerless. Many things will become much simpler if you practice Tianya Jishu. In the arena, Feng Yun continued to condense profound energy ripples, entwining and attacking Yang Tiansui, but Yang Tiansui was not hit by Feng Yun with his super-grade physical skills and martial arts, so close to the world. Both of them are at the 9th level of martial Dao. When they waved their hands, it was as if 200 fierce horses galloped past, shaking the sky and shaking the ground, raising a cloud of dust in the center of the martial arts arena, which was extremely fierce. However, Long Yu observed that no matter it was Feng Yun or Yang Tiansui, both of them had only cultivated one super-grade martial skill, and the others were all high-grade martial skills, or even middle-grade martial skills in the perfect state. It seems that the cultivation of super-grade martial arts is too difficult, and few people can take care of 2 super-grade martial arts at the same time. While Long Yu was thinking, he thought of his 9 Serenity Dragon Fist. Fortunately, when practicing Joyo Dragon Fist, he had countless near-death experiences in his previous life, and with the help of Joyo Dragon Seal, otherwise, he would not have been able to achieve great success in such a short period of time. For a martial skill, if you want to display its full power, you must practice it to perfection. If you want to achieve perfection in the technique of lying drunk in the underworld, I don't know how much hard work it will take. Long Yu shook his head secretly. The top-grade martial arts of the Desheng realm are already much more powerful than the ordinary super-grade martial arts. For the time being, he doesn't need to think about raising Zuo Huangquan to the peak or even the perfect state. In contrast, with the same amount of effort, if he can cultivate the super-grade agility martial skill of Tianya closer to the top, it will improve his combat power the most. Long Yu benefited a lot from watching the strong fight. Because of this, the battle between Feng Yun and Yang Tiansui attracted so many people to watch. Soon, Feng Yun and Yang Tiansui respectively released their comprehended artistic concepts, and the tyrannical suppressive artistic conception spread throughout the audience, part of which was cancelled out by each other, but the artistic conception understood by Feng Yun was obviously stronger. Finally, Yang Tiansui was suppressed by the artistic conception of Xintian, and was swept across by Feng Yun Tianbua, and fell heavily to the ground. The terrifying force made the entire fighting arena vibrate like an earthquake. Feng Yun won. Long Yu squinted his eyes and looked at Feng Yun in the arena. After this battle, he had some understanding of Feng Yun's fighting power. With Long Yu's current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to defeat Feng Yun. After all, Feng Yun has just stepped into the 9th level of martial arts, and has not yet used the power of the 9th level of martial arts with ease. When I return to Yuguan City this time, in addition to participating in the Feng clan meeting and helping my adoptive father keep the position of patriarch, I also have to consider facing the masters of the Tan and Qin clans. Therefore, you must learn the agility and martial arts of Tianya close. Long Yu is well aware of his own situation, so his desire for strength is much more urgent than anyone else's. In the arena, Yang Tiansui in white stood up reluctantly, with a stubborn and determined look on his face. This time, I lost, but I will challenge you again. I advise you not to waste your efforts. Once defeated, is always defeated. Feng Yun said lightly, with a hint of contempt in his tone. This is Yang Tiansui, who is ranked 13th among the core disciples. Compared with him, the gap in strength is too big, and he hasn't even shown half of his strength yet. That's not necessarily the case. Yang Tianxue snorted coldly, turned and left. Immediately afterwards, Feng Yun did not leave, but floated to the side of the stand, and glanced around. I heard that there is still a trash who wants to challenge the core disciples today. Why is there no one? Could it be someone watching? Seeing me, are you scared to hide? As soon as these words came out, everyone laughed. Where Feng Yun was, everyone made way for him and respectfully invited him to sit in their seats. This is the benefit of strength. Anyone with strength can win the respect of others. In Tianyu continent, everyone worships the strong. After Feng Yan's words fell, Long Yu did not move, but cast his gaze to the center of the fighting arena. A stooped young man in black, when Feng Yun left, walked to the center of the fighting arena step by step, with a grim smile on his face. Where is the person who wants to challenge me? The hunched young man in black looked around disdainfully, and a hoarse and mean voice came out. That's called Long Yu. Get out of here quickly, don't waste my time. This hunched young man in black is obviously the target of Long Yu's challenge. Hirini. Junior brother, you have to be careful with Hirini. Long Yu was about to enter the stage, and Ling Han beside him patted him on the shoulder, and reminded softly, although his name is Hirini, he is actually inhumane. What he cultivates are relatively insidious martial arts, and the previous challenge became the core. When I was a disciple, I relied on sneak attacks to succeed. Now, I am afraid that I have already cultivated a certain insidious supergrade martial skill, which is even more terrifying. I see. Long Yu nodded. Hirini, the 8th level of martial arts, is at the same level as Long Yu, but he is also at the 8th level of martial arts, but the power he can control is far from that. If Feng Yun used half of his strength to deal with Yang Tianxue, then Long Yu might only need to use 10% of his strength to deal with Hirini. Long Yu walked towards the center of the arena step by step. Along the way, all kinds of eyes cast on him, some questioned, some ridiculed, some contemptuously, some disdained, but no matter what kind of eyes they looked at, they couldn't affect Long Yu in the slightest. Long Yu, you're out. As soon as Hirini, a rickety young man in black, saw the blizzard boots on his feet, his eyes lit up immediately. In the martial arts arena, life and death are up to fate. If anything happens, don't blame me. This sentence is also for you. Long Yu said expressionlessly. When he saw Hirini's eyes, he knew that the other party had taken a fancy to the blizzard boots on his feet. If he died under Hirini's hands in the martial arts arena, then those pair of blizzard boots belonged to Hirini according to the rules. A killing intent flashed under Hirini's nose, causing Long Yu to also have a killing intent. It's just a core disciple challenge. It's really unkind and unrighteous for Hirini to want to kill a fellow disciple to seize the treasure. If that's the case, Long Yu, don't need to be polite to him. As Long Yu Mai entered the arena, he pointed at Hirini with one hand, and said indifferently, You, come on. As a senior brother, I will give you 3 moves first. Hirini smiled contemptuously, not paying attention to Long Yu at all. Really? Then I'm not going to be polite. Long Yu said lightly. He thought of what Fong Kong said at the gate of the martial arts pavilion, but he was repelled by 3 moves and seriously injured. It's impossible for Hirini not to know what happened at that time, but he dared to ask him to do 3 tricks. It can be seen that this guy either has absolute confidence in himself, or just wants to cheat. In contrast, based on Long Yu's impression of Hirini, it is more likely that the other party wants to cheat. Therefore, when Long Yu made a move, he was also prepared for defense. Instant wind step, 1 step in an instant, spanning 3 feet. Long Yu's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Hirini at once, and then he swung his right fist wearing the Wandering Soul Gauntlet, and with a burst of strength, he roared away. Coupled with the increase in Fumo's overlord body, a punch containing a total of 160,000 gene of force was swung, and it hit Hirini's head. The strength is good. Hirani smiled hoarsely, and then a sinister look flashed in his eyes. However, you are ready to die. As the sound was still coming, Long Yu felt that his punch had landed on an afterimage. Hirani has already cultivated the instant wind step to the peak, and he is able to condense afterimages. Immediately afterwards, several gusts of strong wind came from behind Long Yu. It was actually a high-grade martial skill, Xian Feng Pa. On the surface, Hirani said to ask Long Yu to make 3 moves, but now, as Long Yu thought, he launched a sneak attack on Long Yu instead. This scene made the eyes of those around them widen. They didn't accuse Hirani too much, but wanted to see if Long Yu could escape his sneak attack. The Vajra mask. Long Yu snarled, a faint golden light flashed all over his body, and his whole body was as solid as gold. Several sneak-attacking wind blades hit Long Yu's back, and there was a sound of gold and iron clashing immediately. Immediately, Long Yu turned sideways and glanced at Hirani, with killing intent flashing in his eyes. For Hirani's sneak attack, Long Yu had long been prepared. As soon as the crouching Vajra cover was released, he easily blocked all the wind blades that came from the opponent's sneak attack. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu turned to one side, releasing the heaven-suppressing charm that he had comprehended. In an instant, a burst of suppressive energy stronger than that of Feng Yin fell from the sky and landed on the sneak-attacking Hirani, making his hunched body even more hunched, and his expression changed. This artistic conception is so powerful. As the core disciple of Xintian sect, Hirani certainly knew the existence of the artistic conception, but he was not able to comprehend the artistic conception. Facing the heaven-suppressing charm released by Long Yu at this time, his whole body movements seemed to be in slow motion, and even the flow of profound energy in his body almost stagnated. "Senior brother Hirani!" Long Yu sternly shouted, "The 3 tricks you said were to attack me like this, are you trying to put me to death?" After the words fell, Long Yu took another short step, stepped in front of Hirani, and punched him heavily in the abdomen. Hirani's pupils shrank sharply. Although he saw Long Yu's movements clearly and wanted to defend himself, under the suppression of Xintian Xinyun, his movements couldn't keep up with his thoughts at all. Next moment. Boom! Hirani let out a scream, and then fell to the ground, struggling with his stomach. His dantian was easily smashed to pieces by Long Yu with a force of 200,000 jin, turning him into a waste. "You wanted to kill me, but I spared your life. You should feel lucky." After Long Yu finished speaking, he turned and left. After easily defeating Hirani, Long Yu became the 108th core disciple of Zhenchenzong, and was qualified to go to the back mountain of the Martial Skills Pavilion to select supergrade martial arts to practice. And when Hirani screamed and fell to the ground, the entire fighting arena fell silent. Everyone looked at the field in shock. They never expected that the battle between Hirani and Long Yu would end like this. Originally, they thought that Long Yu was so arrogant and impatient that he would definitely lose if he challenged the core disciples after only 2 months of entry, but now, the facts are completely opposite to what they thought. Long Yu not only defeated Hirani, but also destroyed him so easily. It's really cruel to destroy people at every turn. A gloomy voice came from the viewing platform. It was Feng Yin. At this time, Feng Yin stared at Long Yu coldly, and said mockingly, "For such a person, no matter how high the level of martial arts is, it is also the harm of my Tianzong." Long Yu didn't want to pay attention to Feng Yin at first. After all, when the Feng family meeting was held, there would be plenty of opportunities to deal with him. But as soon as he heard Feng Yin's words, Long Yu glanced over and counterattacked. "If I am cruel and merciless, then what is it that Hirani wants to kill me and take away my combat boots? Then you Feng Yin, before bullying my 5th level of martial arts with the 8th level of martial arts, crippling my right leg, and slapping my chest, what is it?" As soon as these words came out, many people around turned their attention to Feng Yin. That's right, at that time, Feng Yin, as a core disciple, dealt with a new disciple who had only started for a few days, and was only a 5th level martial artist, and cruelly crippled his right leg. Isn't this cruel? Fortunately, Feng Yun can say such words. Looking at the eyes of the people around him, Feng Yun had nothing to say for a moment. He could only swallow his breath, and at the same time, he hated Long Yu even more. One day, I will let you crawl under my feet. Feng Yun thought in his heart, and sneered coldly. After retaliating, Long Yu didn't pay attention to Feng Yun anymore, walked all the way back, and soon came to Ling Han's side. Brother, it's your turn. Long Yu said with a smile. Ling Han smiled mysteriously. No, I don't need to compare. Now I am the 107th core disciple. Oh? Long Yu was a little surprised. Last night, I had a fight with that person, and I won in the end. Ling Han said lightly. I see. Long Yu nodded. Unexpectedly, Ling Han couldn't wait to become a core disciple, and he came to challenge him as soon as he broke through to the 8th level of martial arts. Although there is no open battle, as long as the opponent admits defeat, the challenge will naturally count. Now, let's go to the Elder's Pavilion together, get the core disciple identity token, and then go to the back mountain of the martial arts pavilion. Ling Han smiled and walked ahead to lead the way. Long Yu naturally followed, and the people in the fighting arena saw that there was nothing lively to watch, so they naturally dispersed one after another. Needless to say, Feng Yun's strength in the two fights just now, but Long Yu's strength was finally quickly spread through the mouths of thousands of people. In the original heaven-suppressing sect, at most only 1 out of 10 disciples had heard of Long Yu. But after this, Long Yu's name will definitely be heard by almost all Tian sect disciples. For the outer disciples and the inner disciples, the core disciples are their role models, and they are the targets they strive to defeat. As for the core disciples, even though Long Yucai ranked 108th, he already had the qualifications to be their opponents. Zhenshenzong, the Elder Pavilion. Ordinary disciples seldom come to the Presbyterian Pavilion, because this place is the place where dozens of elders of Xintian sect live and practice. If there is nothing to do, it is forbidden to enter. However, Long Yu and Ling Han were promoted to core disciples, so they naturally had to come here to receive their identity tokens. Of course, the identity tokens of core disciples are no longer managed by disciples, but by elders themselves. There are a total of 13 elders in our sect's Elders Pavilion. They are all strong men who can condense true spirits. Only such geniuses who have broken through the 9th level of martial arts are eligible to enter the Elders Pavilion and become the elders of the sect. While walking, Ling Han introduced to Long Yu, the elders of the Elder Pavilion really have the right to speak in the sect, and they are the pillars of our sect. In contrast, the law enforcement elders all come from the 9th level of martial arts, selected from the disciples who are unable to break through at the age of 40, they can only manage some daily affairs and disciple disputes. Listening to Ling Han's introduction, Long Yu couldn't help thinking that Qin Tiang's master whom he killed earlier, Tan Wuchuan in purple clothes, was the law enforcement elder. However, Tan Wuchuan's cultivation level seems to be higher than the 9th level of martial arts, so how could he be the law enforcement elder? Brother, if he can suddenly condense the true spirit after becoming a law enforcement elder, will he still be a law enforcement elder, or will he enter the Elder's Pavilion? Long Yu frowned slightly and asked. Of course the law enforcement elders. Ling Han casually said. The seniors in the Elder Pavilion are all extremely talented and can really support the development of the sect. After the age of 40, even if they break through the 9th level of martial arts, their martial arts achievements are already limited, and they are no longer eligible to become elders again. Court. Understood. Long Yu nodded. It seems that Tan Wuchuan, the law enforcement elder, broke through after the age of 40. So, among the law enforcement elders, Tan Wuchuan should be regarded as relatively powerful. Although what happened last time has passed, Long Yu had to keep an eye on it. After all, he killed Tan Wuchuan's apprentice, so he had to guard against the other party's revenge. Soon, the two came to an elegant and quiet bamboo forest together. In the bamboo forest, a quiet bamboo pagoda appeared in front of them. There were 3 words written on the bamboo pagoda, which was Elder Pavilion. Behind the bamboo grove, there is a land of green mountains and green waters, with an elegant environment, which should be the place where many elders live and practice. Disciple Long Yu, promoted to core disciple, come and get your identity token. When they reached the gate of the Elder Pavilion, the two said respectfully at the same time. Long Yu, Ling Han? It's the 2 of you. Cough cough, come in. A middle-aged man's voice came from inside the Elder's Pavilion. It sounded like he was injured. Long Yu and Ling Han couldn't help but look at each other, with doubts in their eyes. The strong man in the Elder Pavilion is still injured? The two stepped into the Elder's Pavilion, but the situation in the pavilion surprised them. However, in the Elder's Pavilion, there were more than a dozen people standing there, each of them with a tyrannical aura, and they should all be the elders of the Elder's Pavilion. However, at this time, there were a total of 12 elders in the pavilion, and all of them looked unhappy. Hey, Bailao and Hilo are also here. Long Yu saw someone familiar, but he didn't say hello. After all, in the Elder's Pavilion, he couldn't just say hello casually. But as soon as he saw Elder He, Long Yu's mind became active. Didn't he say that Elder He went out to find Elder Yu? Now that Elder He is back, what about Elder Yu? Long Yu glanced around, and finally saw an old man in a black robe lying on a bamboo bed at the back of the room. Who is it? Not Elder Yu. This discovery made Long Yu and Ling Han's hearts thump at the same time. Elder Yu came back, but fell on the bamboo bed. Is the current Elder Yu still alive? Elder Yu is still alive, please sit down first. The middle-aged man's voice came to the two people's ears just now, and they turned their eyes back, and saw a middle-aged man in striped clothes sitting on a bamboo chair among the elders. Talking. In the Elder's Pavilion, even Bai Lao and He Lao are standing, but this middle-aged man is sitting, which shows that his status is distinguished. Boy, this is our sect master Bai. Bai Lao's voice gently entered Long Yu's ears, allowing him to finally know the identity of the middle-aged man. The current suzerain of Tian sect, Bai Yunzong. Long Yu had heard of Bai Yunzong's name in Yuguan City before he came to Zhenchenzong. He was originally a general of the imperial city, who fought in all directions and killed countless foreign enemies. After being entrusted by others, he served as the suzerain of Zhenchenzong until today. Long Yu couldn't help observing, but saw that Bai Yunzong looked about 30 years old, with short hair and 2 mustaches at the corners of his mouth, like a magic stick, and it was impossible to tell from the surface that he would be the master of a sect. However, the momentum emanating from Bai Yunzong's body is obviously much stronger than that of Bai Lao, He Lao, and other sect elders. Didn't the suzerain go to the Qianxi sect to ask for an explanation? Could it be that he has returned? However, seeing that Bai Yunzong seems to be injured now, he must have suffered a disadvantage in Qianxi sect, right? Seeing Long Yu watching him, Bai Yunzong couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Why, don't I look like the suzerain? How come? The suzerain is infinitely imposing, unparalleled in the world. Long Yu said immediately. Yeah? Bai Yunzong twitched his mustache, and smiled lightly. You have such a tricky mouth. I want to ask you, how can I have any momentum with my current appearance? Sure enough, he was injured. This news made Long Yu feel bad all of a sudden. Unexpectedly, even the suzerain went to Qianzizong to ask for an explanation, and came back injured. What happened when he was in Qianzizong? When Bai Yunzong was in Qianxi sect, not only Long Yu wanted to know, but also many elders, including Bai Lao and He Lao, wanted to know. Sovereign, with all due respect. Bai Lao took Long Yu's words and asked straightforwardly, it stands to reason that the sect master Qianxi is not your opponent. How could you? The current Qianxi sect not only has the Qianxi sect master, but also, that one is also there. Bai Yunzong said indifferently, and glanced at Long Yu vaguely. As soon as these words came out, all the elders suddenly realized that it was so. But Long Yu and Ling Han didn't know who that one Bai Yunzong was talking about. It's just that Long Yu saw the way Bai Yunzong looked at him when he said this, and couldn't help thinking, could that person be related to him? Long family? Long Yu frowned and thought, could it be that the Long family is so powerful that it can even injure the sect master of Tianjin sect, Bai Yunzong? Regarding this, Bai Yunzong didn't explain much, but continued, I left hand in hand with the master of the ice sect, but returned in defeat. Not only that, but I was also threatened by that person to hand over the Tianju. What? Hand over the Tianju? The faces of many elders changed upon hearing this. Tianju is the cultivation method created by the ancestor of Zhenshenzong, and it is the foundation of Zhenshenzong. That one actually threatened to ask for the Tianju, which shows that the sky of the Great Tang Kingdom is about to change. All the people present were smart people, and they probably understood after thinking about it. This is the fact that the 7 major sects are becoming more and more powerful now, and which one wants to suppress them? Master of the Ice sect, what do you say? An elder asked aloud, at this time, let's see how other sects do it first. In order to save the disciples of the Hanbing sect, he has handed over the Hanbing Heart Sutra. Bai Yunzong said in a deep voice. These words surprised everyone again, the master of the Frost sect would actually do such a thing? In order to save his disciples, he even handed over the Frost Heart Sutra. Of course, he only handed over half, and the other half will not be considered until another time. Bai Yunzong continued, slurring every word, at that time it was the 7 schools of martial arts. 7 schools discuss martial arts. This is not the first time Long Yu has heard this term. It is said that it is a grand gathering for the younger generation of the 7 sects of the Great Tang Kingdom. Even if they just participate, they will be famous throughout the Great Tang Kingdom. The affiliation of the sect's heart method is determined by the results of the 7 sects discussing martial arts. Bai Yunzong said, I'm afraid it was the one who worried about driving us into a hurry, so he made the decision. Anyway, his daughter grew up in the Qianxi sect and has extremely high talents. When the 7 sects discuss martial arts, I'm afraid there is really no one. Who is her opponent? Yu Qianing. Several elders said in a low voice. Good. Bai Yunzong nodded. Long Yu and Ling Han looked at each other when they heard the words, and they both saw inconceivable in each other's eyes, that Princess Qianxi Yu Qianing could get such a high evaluation? Obviously, Yu Qianing was only at the 8th level of martial arts when he was in the ancient ginseng forest. Even if he advanced to the 9th level of martial arts, it would be difficult for him to be an opponent of those who condense true spirits such as walking and flowers. Of the 7 major sects, the top few core disciples of each major sect are of course strong men who have condensed their true spirits, transcending the mundane. Ordinary people with 9 levels of martial arts can only look up in front of the true spirit powerhouse. It stands to reason that a mere Yu Qianing is not worthy of too much attention. As for Yu Shuiyun, he was injured by the law of shadows, and he may have to rest for a long time before he wakes up. Bai Yunzong frowned slightly, thought for a while and said, the martial skill pavilion is temporarily unattended, so elderly will replace it, how about it? After the words fell, a handsome young man in Xingyi, who looked to be in his 20s, nodded beside him. Follow the order of the suzerain. The young man said respectfully. This scene made Long Yu a little surprised. From the moment he entered the door, he found the handsome young man in Xingyi, but he didn't know his identity. From the looks of it now, he was also an elder. It seems that there are quite a few talented people in Zhenshenzong, and there is such a young elder. Elderly, Li Bufan, will take over the martial arts pavilion from today, while Elder Yu has fallen into a coma, and he doesn't know when he will wake up. You too, take the ID token. After Bai Yunzong explained the matter of the sect, he nodded to Long Yu and Ling Han, and each threw out a jade tablet. I won't say anything redundant. But in the 7 schools of martial arts, you can show me something. Yes. Long Yu and Ling Han agreed in a deep voice. There is still half a year left for the 7 schools of martial arts. In this half year, they must work hard. You must know that the 8th level of martial arts is only the minimum standard for participating in the 7 schools of martial arts. If you don't improve your strength as soon as possible, you will be at the bottom of the 7 schools of martial arts by then. This is a high-grade pill, Yushan pill, you guys have it, go and pick a super-grade martial skill first. Bai Yunzong casually threw 2 small medicine bottles into the hands of Long Yu and Ling Han. Xuanhuan, a high-grade elixir, has a great effect on promoting cultivation. Thank you, Sect Master. Although rewarding high-grade pills is a common practice for core disciples, the 2 are still grateful. After all, every top-grade pill is priceless. In order to cultivate talented disciples, the sect spared no expense, so that the disciples will really do their best for the sect in the future. Go. Bai Yunzong waved his hand. Long Yu and Ling Han turned around and paced away together. After the 2 left, Bai Yunzong looked at the door and remained silent for a long time. Sovereign, what do you think of Long Yu? After a long time, Bai Lao asked aloud. The son of a general is extraordinary, but he is an ant under the true spirit. Bai Yunzong said indifferently, before he condenses the true spirit, once his identity is exposed, I'm afraid he will be lost forever. I have already arranged to do this. Long Yu of our sect grew up in the Ling family villa, so he is not from his Long family. Old Bai snorted softly and said. Very good. Bai Yunzong smiled lightly, and then got up, let's go away. In the past 6 months, each of you has been urging your disciples to practice hard. When the 7 sects discuss martial arts, if they can win against the Qianxi sect, then not only do they not have to hand over the Jintianju, but they will be able to do so. Wouldn't it be great to get the Qianxi Yueyingju? That's what he said, but everyone present understood how difficult it was for his disciples to defeat Yu Qianning. Yu Qianning is the daughter of the marriage between the Lord of Qianxi sect and that one, and it is precisely because of this that she dares to call herself Princess Qianxi. In Qianzizong, what Yu Qianning showed was only Qianzizong's mind and martial arts. However, those who know the inside know that the real strength hidden by Yu Qianning is far more than that. At this time, Long Yu and Ling Han had already left the Elder Pavilion and were on their way to the Martial Skill Pavilion. Brother Long, have you considered which supergrade martial skill you want to practice? Ling Han asked while walking, but the address in his mouth changed unexpectedly. As soon as Long Yu heard the word Brother Long, Long Yu always felt a little weird, but he didn't pay much attention to it, and immediately replied, the move that Yang Tiansui cultivated seems to be good. That's a martial skill. Ling Han was a little surprised. The end of the world is so close, although it is very good, but if it is to face the 7 sects of martial arts, the effect of practicing the end of the world is definitely not as good as other supergrade martial arts. If you meet a turtle like Tan Jian, what will you do? Good? If you don't have enough powerful offensive martial arts, no matter how fast you are, it's useless. Especially in the 7 cases of martial arts, the kind of fighting in the arena. If I face Tan Jian now, I can defeat him in a moment. Long Yu smiled mysteriously. The power of the 9 Nether Dragon Fist is not just a joke. Although I haven't practiced it yet, I have already felt that it is not bad just when I practiced it. All right. Ling Han nodded. Naturally, he couldn't stop what Long Yu wanted to practice, so he could only say, suppressing Tianzong's supergrade martial arts, there are a total of 9 types, 2 of which we have seen before, Tianya Jiji and Tianbui Crossing, but both of these, I don't think so much. You know quite a lot, so what martial art do you want to choose? Long Yu asked, casually. Too white and majestic. There was a look of anticipation in Ling Han's eyes. I joined the Tianjin sect, because of this trick. Now, it can finally be realized. Tai Bai Haoqi? Long Yu was a little curious. This is a martial skill that integrates offense and defense. It is similar in nature to Tianbo crossing, but its power is stronger, and it has a special restraint effect on evil spirits and monsters. Ling Han explained, my Ling family villa is located in a remote place, and is infested by Yin Qi all the year round. If I practice Tai Bai Haoqi, I will be able to resist it more easily. I see. Long Yu nodded without asking further questions. By the way, Brother Long, when you're almost ready to practice supergrade martial arts, why don't you go back to the Ling family villa with me? Ling Han smiled, and warmly invited, since you said you grew up in our Ling family villa, you can't have never been there before, right? Otherwise, what if you are out of help? However, my Yuguan Qingfeng clan association will start soon. Long Yu frowned slightly. Then you go back to work first, and then come to my Ling family villa. Ling Han said indifferently. Long Yu nodded, thinking that it was still necessary to go to the Ling family villa. After all, the 7 schools of martial arts had many eyes, and if they didn't perform their tricks properly, it would be easy to attract suspicion. Not long after, the two came to the door of the martial skill pavilion, but instead of entering the martial skill pavilion, they took out the core disciple identity token and walked straight towards the valley behind the martial skill pavilion. The 9 supergrade martial arts of Zhenchenzong are engraved on the mountain wall, behind the martial arts pavilion. Go in. A handsome young man in Xing Yi had already arrived at the entrance of the back mountain of the martial arts pavilion. It was Li Bufan, elderly, who had just come to guard the martial skills pavilion. Without even looking at their identity tokens, he let them enter the valley. These 2 people were the identity tokens issued by the sect master Bai Yunzong just now, so of course Li Bufan would not stop them. Elderly is really fast. After entering the valley, Ling Han felt a little emotional. The powerhouse who condenses the true spirit is really extraordinary. That's natural, we have to work hard. Long Yu nodded with a smile, then looked around, and saw many words and figures engraved on the mountain walls around the valley, divided into 9 areas in total, which recorded 9 supergrade martial arts respectively. Among the 9 supergrade martial arts of Zhenchenzong, there are 2 body martial arts, and the others are offensive or defensive martial arts, or a combination of offense and defense, such as Tianbo crossing and Tai Bai Haoqi. Supergrade body skills and martial arts. In addition to the end of the world, there is also a ghost flash, which seems to be more suitable for me. Long Yu observed the introduction of the 2 supergrade body skills and secretly pondered. Supergrade martial arts, very close to the world, can shrink to an inch after a great cultivation, not only in short distance flashes at will, but also very useful in long distance running and chasing. If it reaches the peak, the effect will be stronger, and it will be able to reach hundreds of feet in an instant, and almost no one can catch up. After the final cultivation is complete, it will be able to form a barrier to the end of the world to defend. The defensive effect of the Tianya barrier is different from that of the Yupanqi, the Vajra shield, etc. It turns a short distance into the Tianya, making the enemy untouchable and intangible, making it even more invulnerable. Ordinary Tianya sect core disciples, if they want to practice supergrade martial arts, they will definitely choose Tianya CC. Because, another supergrade physical martial skill, Ghost Flash, the effect is really a bit tasteless. If you practice Ghost Flash to great success, you will be able to transform yourself into a ghost while greatly increasing your speed. After transforming into a ghost, it will only be hurt by profound energy. Ordinary swords, spears, swords, and halberds will penetrate the ghost's body without any effect. The reason why this physical martial skill is weak is because everyone in martial arts now uses profound energy to attack. How can anyone rely on swords, spears, swords, and halberds? Long Yu was thinking in his heart, but his eyes lit up. However, if this ghost flash is cultivated to perfection, it can make itself completely invisible. Although it is not invisible, it can pass through ordinary obstacles, such as walls, trees, ground, etc. The higher the cultivation level, the longer the time it can maintain the blur. This point made Long Yu fall in love with it immediately. Although the acceleration effect of Ghost Flash is not as good as that of Tianya Ji Shu, it is not that big of a difference in battle, and it can be flashed within a short distance at will. Anyway, it is much stronger than instant wind walk. If you can turn into a ghost, blur your whole body, and get the ability to pass through walls, it may come in handy in the future. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu made up his mind to practice Ghost Flash first. Even with the help of the 9 Nether Dragon Seal, he did not dare to practice 2 supergrade martial arts at the same time. It would take too long and was unnecessary. Long Yu believes that when his cultivation base improves, he will definitely encounter more and better martial arts, so there is no need to rush for a while. Ghost Flash, you need to infiltrate the whole body's profound energy into the whole body, the internal organs, and it is extremely difficult to practice. This is another important reason why the disciples of Zhenchenzong are not willing to practice. The profound energy permeates the whole body and detoxifies the internal organs. Not to mention it will make people extremely painful, but whether they can bear it is still a question. After all, ordinary martial arts do not practice martial arts such as body training, and the internal organs are relatively fragile. Even if I am now, I am afraid it will be difficult for me to bear the infiltration and emptiness of profound energy. I must first cultivate the subduing demon hegemony body to perfection. Long Yu thought in his heart, it seems that the next period of time will not be free. To subdue the demons and overlord the body, temper the meridians for beginners, temper the muscles and bones for minor success, and temper the skin and flesh for great success. Then, if you want to advance to the peak, you must temper your dantian. If you want to achieve perfection, you must temper your 5 internal organs with profound energy. On top of consummation, one can temper the blood with profound energy and achieve a transcendent realm. The whole journey of martial arts cultivation, from beginners to minor successes to great successes to the pinnacle, complete, and then transcendence. Any martial skill that reaches a transcendental state will undergo earth-shaking changes, but not all martial arts have a transcendental state. Mid-grade martial arts like instant wind step, shocking movement, etc., at most, they are only in the realm of perfection. If you want to practice Ghost Flash, you must first cultivate the subduing demon hegemony body to the perfect state, first temper the dantian, and then temper the 5 internal organs, so that the whole body can withstand the infiltration and emptiness of profound energy. Long Yu quickly decided on his next training plan. If he wanted to practice Ghost Flash, the most important thing was to enhance the endurance of his internal organs. As long as he cultivated to perfection, it would be enough. There is only half a month left before the Feng family meeting. Even if I can cultivate the demon subduing physique to perfection, I'm afraid I don't have much time to practice the Ghost Flash. However, the effect of the perfected demon subduing physique is definitely the same. Buffon, at least it should be enough to deal with those guys in Yuguan City. Thinking of the predicament that Feng Chang'e and Feng's family in Yuguan City might face, Long Yu felt a little restless. Strength, even stronger. With determination shining in Long Yu's eyes, he completely memorized Yu Hun Shan's cultivation method in his mind, and prepared to practice after returning home. "Brother Long, how are you doing? Do you remember?" At this moment, Ling Han's voice came from the side, and then he came to Long Yu. When he saw Long Yu's gaze, he seemed to be focused on Yu Hun Shan, and he couldn't help but be taken aback. "Brother Long, don't you want to practice Tianya Jisi? What do you want to see Yu Hun Shan?" If it is said that Long Yu wants to practice Tianya Ji Qi, Ling Han seems to be justifiable. After all, Tianya Ji Qi's defense is also very strong after the peak. But if Long Yu wants to practice Ghost Flash, Ling Han is completely puzzled. Although this Ghost Flash is a super-grade martial skill, there are few people in Tian sect who practice it. In terms of acceleration effect, it can't even compare with some high-grade martial skills. Needless to say, the martial skill of Ghost Flash is the most difficult to cultivate among the 9 supergrade martial skills. I changed my mind. I think Ghost is more suitable for me. Long Yu said with a smile. Brother Long, you. Ling Han's eyes widened. He couldn't imagine, how could Long Yu think that Ghost Flash was very suitable for him? It's so weird. Okay, needless to say, I'm going back to start practicing, how about you? Long Yu said. I'll go back to practice first. I've memorized all of Tai Bai Haoqi's cultivation methods. While Ling Han was talking, he still looked at Long Yu like he was looking at a monster. No matter what angle he looked at, he couldn't figure out why Long Yu chose Ghost Flash. In his opinion, among the 9 supergrade martial arts, Ghost Flash was the most useless, and any other choice was better than Ghost Flash. However, Ling Han didn't ask any more questions. He believed in Long Yu, and would definitely not make fun of his own time. Since Long Yu chose Yu Han Shan, there must be a reason for him, but I don't know the reason for the time being. The two left from the back mountain of the martial art pavilion and returned to their respective residences. In the process of cultivation, every second counts, and every moment must be improved. The 7 schools of martial arts, just half a year later, sounds like a long time, but in fact it passed in a flash. For the sake of Elder Yu who was seriously injured and comatose, and for the many Tian sect disciples who died at the hands of Yu Qianning, Long Yu and Ling Han had to work hard and not waste any time. The top of Xintian Canyon, Bamboo House. Sitting on the bamboo bed, Long Yuduan began to temper his Dantian and 5 viscera with profound energy, aiming at the peak and perfect state of Fumo-dominant body. Both Bai Lao and He Lao returned to the top of the canyon and played chess all day long, but their faces were no longer calm and breezy, but a layer of seriousness appeared on their faces. What happened at Qianxi sect cast a shadow over the hearts of many elders of Xintian sect. If Zhenshenzong really lost to Qianzizong in the 7 schools of martial arts, Zhenshenzong would have to hand it over. This would definitely be a devastating blow to Zhenshenzong. Although it may not be obvious in a short period of time, when Qianzizong, or that one, obtains the Xintian Ju, it will be able to attract more young talents to join its sect and influence. If things go on like this, there is no fresh blood flowing into Tian sect, but the power of that person is getting stronger and stronger. After many years, Tian sect will probably exist in name only. As the elders of Zhenshenzong, the black and white elders are naturally worried. Fortunately, the suzerain by Yunzong ordered to open more cultivation resources to the core disciples, and strive to improve their strength within half a year, especially the top 5 core disciples. In the 7 schools of martial arts, they are the protagonists. The outcome of the round of martial arts, the survival of the sect, are all determined by them. For these, Long Yu saw it in his eyes, but for him, there was no other way except to cultivate hard and enhance his own strength. After taking Yushan pill, my original basic strength of 128 strong horses has now increased to 150 horses, which has reached the limit of the 8th level of martial arts. If I want to hit the 9th level of martial arts, I am still short of it, too far. It's the subduing demon body, which is simple and rough to practice, but the process is a little painful. Long Yu gritted his teeth and thought. The profound energy in his body was almost boiling, constantly tempering his Dantian. This step was very important. If he made a slight mistake, he might lose all his cultivation and become a cripple. For ordinary people, the pain of tempering the Dantian is comparable to going up the mountain of swords and down into the sea of fire. And for Long Yu, it was just a little painful, that's all. Under the tempering of profound energy, Long Yu's Dantian became stronger every moment, making his demon-subduing body move towards the peak state. 5 days later, Long Yu's dantian finally reached a critical point after countless rounds of tempering. It actually beats along with the heart. Every time it beats, the profound energy in the dantian will be sent to the meridians of the whole body, just like blood. A cycle is formed. Refining the dantian not only increases the strength of the dantian, but also circulates the profound energy in the body, speeding up the recovery speed of the profound energy. Long Yu's heart trembled. He never thought that tempering his dantian could have such an effect. In this way, as long as the dantian is strong to a certain extent, the profound energy in the body will be endless and endless, so there is no need to worry about consumption. Of course, Long Yu's dantian is still far from reaching that level, but after tempering, the speed of regeneration and recovery of profound energy in his body has more than doubled compared to before. The tempering of the dantian is completed, and the subduing demon body has reached its peak state, and you can use the subduing demon Vajrasil. Long Yu thought in his heart. The crouching Vajrasil is an attack method that can be used after the crouching body has reached its peak. It is very powerful to form the crouching Vajra into a handprint. In the bamboo hut, Long Yu tempered his dantian with profound energy, and finally advanced the fumo-dominant body to the peak state. Above Dasheng is the pinnacle. Although there is only one level of difference, the effect of martial arts has been greatly improved. Not only the basic strength has become stronger, but the recovery speed of profound energy has also doubled. The most important thing is that you can use the powerful attack method of the crouching Vajrasil. Although this demon subduing King Kong seal is not comparable to the 9 Nether Dragon Fist, its power is not inferior to other high-grade attacking martial arts. Long Yu nodded in satisfaction. The profound energy in his body condensed in the palm of his hand, and a little bit of golden light radiated instantly, making his right hand a golden handprint. The golden handprint can be made in the air, or can be directly photographed with one palm. It is easy to use. What's more special is that there seems to be a faint holy aura in this crouching diamond seal. Shouldn't this crouching Vajrasil be the same as the Tai Bai Hauchi that Ling Han wants to learn, and it has a restraining effect on ghosts and the like? Long Yu thought about it in his heart, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, now he is not likely to encounter ghosts and the like. It took him a day to familiarize himself with the application of the crouching demon Vajrasil, and then non-stop began to temper the 5 internal organs with profound energy, preparing to hit the consummation state of the crouching demon hegemony body. The spleen, lungs, kidneys, liver, heart, and the 5 internal organs of the human body support the basic functions of the human body. If any internal organs have problems, the human body will be greatly affected. Now, Long Yu is using profound energy to temper the 5 internal organs. The difficulty can be imagined. If something goes wrong, he may fall into a situation beyond redemption. However, if he can temper all the 5 internal organs with profound energy, the function of his 5 internal organs will become stronger, and even produce some special effects like tempering the dantian. The heart is the foundation of all functions of the human body. The heartbeat allows the blood to circulate. If the heart is tempered with profound energy, it will make the heartbeat stronger and keep one's mind clear and calm at all times. Correspondingly, the spleen, lungs, kidneys, and liver also control certain functions of the human body. Refining it with profound energy can strengthen the body as a whole and make a person reborn. As Long Yu thought about it, he mobilized the profound energy in his body and began to temper his heart. Half a month after Long Yu practiced in seclusion, it was Feng Yun who walked out of the residence of the core disciples, a handsome gentleman in white. He walked out of Zhentian Canyon, led 3 fierce horses, and took 2 core disciples with him, heading for Yuguan City, north of Zhenchenzong. There are still several days before the Chungfeng clan meeting in Yuguan, but Feng Yun went back one step ahead of time. What will happen to the Feng family, Long Yu doesn't know, because he is now in a critical period of cultivating the demon subduing body. After nearly 10 days of training, he finally finished tempering the spleen, lungs, kidneys, and liver, respectively, and even the tempering of the heart came to an end. Finally, when his heart thumped, the blood in his body suddenly boiled, with stronger vitality. The 5 internal organs have been tempered, and the body of subduing demons has finally reached the state of perfection. Long Yu stood up, his eyes sparkling. The perfect state of subduing demon overlord physique is considered to be truly practiced, and his whole body has been transformed into subduing demon overlying physique, with a faint layer of golden light flickering on the surface of his body. This layer of golden light turned out to be a layer of naturally occurring defensive shield. Its defensive ability was almost equivalent to that of the Vajra shield that Long Yu used before, and he didn't need to expend profound energy to gather it deliberately. The perfect state of subduing demon hegemony makes him like a subduing demon King Kong all the time. His body is as firm as a rock. Cultivation of Fumo-dominant body has been very smooth all the way, but it is also due to the 9 Nether Dragon Seal. Without the 9 Nether Dragon Seal, it is impossible for me to temper my Dantian and 5 internal organs at such a fast speed. Long Yu thought in his heart, and then, he could start to practice super-grade physical skills and martial arts, and the ghost flashed. Ghost Flash, transforming ghosts with profound energy, infiltrating and emptying the 5 internal organs of the body, turning oneself into a ghost, completely illusory, thereby increasing the speed sharply, and being able to pass through walls after the completion of cultivation, etc., it is not small. Since Fumo's hegemonic body has stepped into the perfect state, the 5 internal organs of Long Yu have been tempered stronger, and now they can easily withstand the infiltration and virtualization of profound energy. Practice Ghost Flash, everything will come naturally. In the next 3 days, Long Yu trained Yuhun Shan to the level of Xiaocheng, and he could initially incarnate as Yuhun. Although it is useless in broad daylight, at least at night or in a hidden place, turning into a ghost can make him hide better and prevent others from discovering it. The Feng family meeting will start in 3 days, and it's almost ready to go. When Yuhun flashed a small success in cultivation, Long Yu nodded in satisfaction, said goodbye to the Black and White elders, and Liao Lele, and went to the north in the direction of Yuguan City after going down the Jintian Gorge. Originally, Liao Lele wanted to go with Long Yu, but Long Yu thought to himself that he had offended a lot of people in Yuguan City, so it was better not to let Liao Lele take risks with him, so in the end he went on the road alone. Long Yu didn't ride a horse, but used Ghost Flash, urged Blizzard's boots, and then ran forward at a fast pace. This way, he's faster than on a fierce horse, and he can get familiar with his Blizzard boots on the run, trying to fit in with them. Ever since the 9 Nether Dragon Seal allowed Long Yu to experience resonance with the Blizzard boots in the Royal Ancient Ginseng Forest, there seemed to be a connection between Long Yu and the Blizzard boots, making his heartbeat seem to be able to resonate with the Blizzard boots. The flow of profound energy matches. Although it will be a little tiring in this way, if it can resonate with Blizzard's boots, then everything is worth it. Thinking about it, Long Yu embarked on the journey to Yuguan City. The road is long, the sky is high, and the land is vast. On the way, Long Yu raised his eyes and looked around. He was probably the only one within 100 li radius. He, as if he is the ruler under the sky, sings alone. My current vision is still too narrow. I don't know how vast this world that is respected by martial arts is, and I don't know if there will be a day when I will become the master of this world. Running alone on the vast wilderness, Long Yu was in a clear mood and had a lot of feelings. Not long after, dots of white snow spread out from under his feet, and before he knew it, there was a resonance between him and Blizzard's boots again, and this time, he didn't use the 9 Serenity Dragon Seal. This is the real fit with the soldiers. Long Yu ran fast, and a blizzard rolled out, shining brightly in the sun, and it was extremely dazzling on the green grassland. Finally fit, but this is the resonance stage. If we go further, we can make the Blizzard boots psychic. In this way, the Blizzard boots will produce their own intelligence, which is more able to cooperate with my actions. Long Yu thought in his heart, however, if he wants to get in harmony with the soldiers and make them develop spiritual intelligence, not only the master's efforts are needed, the soldiers themselves are also very important. But now, Long Yu didn't know how to let the warriors develop spiritual wisdom, so he had to give up. He ran quickly on the grassland, and 2 days later at night, he came to a forest not far from Yuguan City. Originally, he only wanted to go back to Yuguan City as soon as possible, but after entering this forest, he suddenly felt an unusual aura, which made him frown slightly. An ambush? Long Yu thought to himself, and continued walking in the forest as if he hadn't found anything. Suddenly, the sound of 2 sharp weapons piercing through the air came, and the ambushman was so impatient that he launched a sneak attack. Innocent. Through the sound of piercing through the sky, Long Yu could feel that the person who made the sneak attack was only at the 6th level of martial arts, and in front of him now, there was no threat at all. Puff. Puff. There were 2 sounds in succession. Long Yu fell to the ground with a muffled grunt as if he had been successfully attacked by those 2 hidden weapons and was injured. Of course he is pretending to look like this, in order to see who is sneaking up on him. Seeing him fall to the ground, the sneak attackers were obviously taken aback. He got tricked? An obviously lowered voice came into Long Yu's ears, allowing him to know the identity of the other party as soon as he heard it. Feng Tianxiang, the elder of the original collateral line of the Feng family. When Long Yu was in the Feng family's martial arts pavilion, it was Feng Tianxiang who persecuted Long Yu to finally walk out of the Feng family. Now, he was going back to Feng's family to attend the clan meeting, but Feng Tianxiang actually intercepted and killed him on the way. Go and have a look, surround him, and be careful that he runs away. Another more majestic voice came, and when Long Yu heard it, of course he recognized the other party's identity. Feng Changxing, the father of Feng Yang and Feng Chanqian, is also the 2nd elder brother of Feng Changge. Unexpectedly, it was Feng Changxing who led the team, and Feng Tianxiang was also among them. It should be Feng Tianxiang who just tried to make a move. Long Yu still pretended to be dead and fell to the ground, constantly speculating in his heart. The 2 hidden weapons shot at him did not have any effect on him at all, and the sneak attack of a person in the 6th level of martial arts could not break through his demon-subduing body at all. Soon, a series of footsteps sounded from the surroundings, and then a total of 10 children of the Feng family appeared and immediately surrounded Long Yu, who was lying on the ground. Feng Changxing, Feng Tianxiang, the 2 of them are among them. In addition to them, there was unexpectedly a young man with the token of Zhenshenzong hanging on his waist. Long Yu felt that this guy's cultivation was also at the 8th level of martial arts. The young man came over and said calmly, Brother Feng Yin said that this Long Yu has the strength of the 8th level of martial arts, and it is impossible to be killed by a sneak attack of the 6th level of martial arts. All of us, don't get close. People who have reached the 7th level of martial arts, directly kill him from afar. This young man actually called Feng Yin his senior brother. Hearing this, Long Yu's heart shuddered, and he immediately understood that this young man at the 8th level of martial arts was actually a subordinate arranged by Feng Yin, and he was also the core disciple of Xintian sect. In this way, Feng Changxing and this young man are both at the 8th level of martial arts, and they are still in ambush and sneak attack, so it is definitely not a problem to deal with Long Yu. I would like to follow the orders of Senior Li Chong. Hearing this, 2 elders of the Feng family's collateral branch at the 7th level of martial arts turned to Long Yu immediately, and were about to use martial arts to attack him, wanting to blast him into meat paste from a distance. It turned out that the core disciple was named Li Chong. Li Chong issued an order, and like Feng Changxing, he was ready to use his martial arts to kill Long Yu, who fell on the ground, trying to be foolproof. However, at this moment, Long Yu, who was originally on the ground, exploded with a whoosh. At the same time, a burst of powerful suppressing Shen Yun descended from the sky, covering everyone nearby. When the crowd gathered around, Long Yu jumped up suddenly, and released a burst of tyrannical sky-suppressing charm, suppressing everyone. The core disciples of Zhenchenzong, Li Chong, Feng Changxing, Feng Tianxiang and all others, were stagnant. I have already comprehended the charm of Xintianjiu. The young man Li Chong turned pale with shock. He hastily raised his hand. A burst of sky-suppressing artistic conception was released, wanting to confront Long Yu's sky-suppressing charm. It wasn't long before Li Chong comprehended the artistic conception of Xintian, and he thought that his strength would become stronger, and he could enjoy the treatment of a strong man by following Feng Yun to Yuguan City. But how could he have thought that the 108th core disciple, whom Feng Yun asked him to intercept and kill, had already comprehended the Tian Xinyun? Li Chong's suppressive artistic conception radiated out, but was directly broken by Long Yu's suppressing charm, and he couldn't even stir up any waves. Although Long Yu's heaven-suppressing charm weakened somewhat, it still suppressed everyone. Li Chong, as a core disciple of the Tian sect, when this sect is facing a formidable enemy, you led a team to intercept and kill the fellow disciples. Is it too much? Long Yu snarled, and then turned into a ghost, and passed by in a flash. His figure became faintly visible in the dark night, and then a palm print with a faint golden light suddenly appeared in front of Li Chong's eyes. The seal of the subduing demon Vajra. Under the suppression of Xintian Xinyun, Li Chong tried to dodge the palm with difficulty, but just as he moved, the golden light palm print was already imprinted on his chest. Boom! With a sound of shock, Li Chong's body was slapped 10 feet away, and he fell heavily on the ground, with a mouthful of blood spurting out of his mouth, and he couldn't get up again. Even though he was both at the 8th level of martial arts, Li Chong was seriously injured in front of Long Yu. The strength of the two sides is no longer at the same level. When the demon subduing hegemony enters the perfect state, activating the 9 nether dragon seal will not cause too much burden on the body. I can activate the 9 nether dragon seal all the time, so that my basic strength is equivalent to that of a martial arts 9th level powerhouse. Long Yu slapped Li Chong flying with his palm, and turned into a ghost again, disappearing from the crowd. In the dark night, no one can catch the figure of Long Yu in the form of a ghost. This trash, why is it so strong? When Feng Changxing saw Li Chong being slapped flying with a palm, he was shocked. Immediately afterwards, he felt a gust of wind coming from behind, making his hair stand on end. Azura Hand. The martial art of the Feng family, Shura Hand, which has been cultivated to the perfect state, was displayed by Feng Changxing, and he saw that his hand was turned into a claw, and he directly poked behind his back, and a burst of Shura breath radiated, making the people nearby feel as if they fell into an ice cave. The Azura Hand in the perfect state is extremely powerful. Just the Azura breath that emanates can make people's blood flow impeded and their actions hindered. However, this Shura Hand is at best a low-grade martial skill. Even if it is cultivated to the perfect state, it is impossible to resist the current Long Yu. 3 months ago, Long Yu wanted to enter the Feng family martial arts pavilion and practice Feng family martial arts, but he was made things difficult and ridiculed in every possible way. But now, the Feng family's martial arts are already like rubbish in front of Long Yu's eyes. Then come and try it out, the seal of the subduing demon Vajra. A little golden light flashed, and a faint holy aura emanated, immediately dispelling the nearby Shura's aura, and then, a golden palm appeared in front of Feng Changxing. Boom! The palms of the two collided in an instant, a faint golden light flashed, and a click was heard, and Feng Changxing's entire palm hung down as if it had been scrapped. The two sides fought fiercely with martial arts, and Long Yu won the victory. Run! This idea appeared in Feng Changxing's mind, but it was too late. The seal of the subduing demon Vajra. The big handprint with a faint golden light appeared in front of Feng Changxing again, and he had to deal with it. The profound energy in his body circulated rapidly, and he displayed his body and martial arts, wanting to escape. However, under the suppression of Xintian Xinyun, Feng Changxing's speed of performing martial arts and running all dropped sharply, and it was impossible to escape. Snapped. The golden palm directly slapped Feng Changxing's back, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. His whole body flew out like a kite with a broken string, and fell to the ground without a sound. But at this time, how dare those Feng family disciples around who wanted to intercept and kill Long Yu stay? Including Feng Tianxiong, everyone desperately wanted to escape. It's a pity that under the suppression of Xintian Xinyun, the speed of each of them was reduced by more than half, and their bodies seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, and they couldn't run even if they wanted to. When Long Yu hit Fei Li Chong and Feng Changxing with the seal of subduing Demon King Kong, none of the others could run very far, and Long Yu only needed one step to catch up to any of them. When dealing with an opponent who wanted to kill him, Long Yu would never show mercy. The two 8th-level martial arts lost their fighting power in an instant, and the remaining children of the Feng family were all native chickens and dogs, including the two collateral elders of the 7th-level martial arts, who were not the enemies of Long Yu at all. In a short time everyone in the field fell down, only Feng Tianxiong was left, and he tried his best to escape from the suppressing range of Xintian Xinyun. But before he could catch his breath, a voice rang in his ears, "Elder Feng, where do you want to go?" It was Long Yu. Immediately afterwards, Feng Tianxiong felt a burst of ice and snow attacking from behind, which actually entangled him and blocked his escape. This made Feng Tianxiong's heart sink, knowing that this time he really couldn't escape. He felt extremely regretful in his heart. Why did he provoke Long Yu in the martial arts pavilion? If not, he is still a good collateral elder of the Feng family, and he will not be pulled to atone for his sins and kill Long Yu. "Elder Feng, don't run in a hurry, I have something to ask you." Long Yu turned into a ghost, and appeared in front of Feng Tianxiong the next moment, and asked straightforwardly, "Has Feng Yin returned?" Feng Tianxiong thought he was going to die, but he didn't expect Long Yu to ask a question, which made him slightly taken aback. Seeing a glimmer of hope on his old face, he hurriedly said, "He is back. And just 2 days ago, he injured your adoptive father and became the head of the Feng family. As for now, it should be in dash banquet, celebrate yourself as the head of the family." He wounded his adoptive father? Long Yu's face instantly sank. "Yes. Long Yu, this matter has nothing to do with me. If you want to look for it, go to them. Let me go, I promise, I will never appear in front of you in the future." Feng Tianxiong then broke into cold sweat and begged for mercy. "Yeah?" Long Yu smiled faintly, and then raised his hand. A faint golden light surrounded him, and the seal of subduing Demon King Kong was immediately issued. "For the enemy, he will never be soft-hearted." Feng Tianxiong had a look of unwillingness on his face. He was struck by the crouching Vajra imprint on his chest, and he flew upside down, vomiting blood to death. He was only at the 6th level of martial arts, and he couldn't bear even one blow from Long Yu, who was at the 8th level of martial arts. Feng Yun actually came back early, and injured his adoptive father, and proclaimed himself the head of the Feng family. "I want to see, what ability do you have to be the head of the Feng family?" A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and his figure disappeared into the woods. After disposing of all the corpses in the field, he quickly moved towards Yuguan City. Yuguan City, west of the city, Fengjia. The sky is gradually brightening. At this time, the Feng family's mansion is decorated with lights and festoons, and guests are widely invited to celebrate Feng Yin's becoming the head of the Feng family. The entire Feng family was full of laughter, one after another, very lively. In the hall, Feng Yin was dressed in white, with a smile on his face, sitting on the ground, accepting the congratulations from others. Beside Feng Yin sat a young man with a haughty expression. He looked a little like Ling Han, and it was very likely that he was also a strong man who walked out of the Ling family villa. "Ling Lai, count the time, Li Chong should be back." Feng Yin seemed to say something inadvertently. Maybe that good-for-nothing kid didn't dare to come back. Li Chong didn't wait for someone, so naturally he wouldn't come back early. The young man who looked like Ling Han, named Ling Lai, said calmly. Feng Yun didn't answer, just thinking about something. He glanced at the courtyard outside the hall, and saw that the rich and powerful families of the entire Yuguan city were here. The heads of the Tan family, the Qin family, and the Luo family all came to congratulate in person. This is the impact of strength. Feng Yun has been promoted to the 9th level of martial arts, and his strength is extraordinary. Now he has become the head of the Feng family. Others in Yuguan City dare not come to celebrate. Such a young 9th level martial Dao expert is rare in the entire Yuguan City. You must know that the strongest person in Yuguan City was the ancestor of the Tan family. But now, Feng Yun is only less than 30 years old, and he can be compared with the ancestors of the Tan family. How can he not be flattered and flattered? Even Ling Lai, who was beside Feng Yun, as a powerful core disciple who also came from Tianjin sect, received a lot of financial gifts, and also enjoyed the treatment of the stars. Nephew Feng Yun, you have stepped into the 9th level of martial arts at such a young age. Congratulations. An old man with white hair came to Feng Yun with a girl in a red dress, and congratulated him and said, "My granddaughter Tan Yu is a disciple of Tianjin sect with you, so maybe we can get close." This old man with white hair is obviously the ancestor of the Tan family in Yuguan City. This patriarch of the Tan family seemed to be a matchmaker for his granddaughter. Feng Yun took a look at Tan Yu, the young girl he was leading, and saw her shy face, wanting to look but not daring to look at her, which was quite likable. Martial arts experts, how can they lack the companionship of women? Sit down here. Feng Yun smiled elegantly and said softly. Yuer, why don't you thank Patriarch Feng Yun? The ancestor of the Tan family gave a soft drink. Tan Yu's pretty face showed joy. Thank you, Patriarch Feng Yun. With a beautiful woman to match, Brother Feng, the head of the Feng family, is even more worthy of the name, haha. Ling Lai at the side liked Tan Yu's face a little bit, but since it was Feng Yun's favorite, he certainly wouldn't have any thoughts. Women are always just a foil throughout the journey of martial arts. Feng Yun said something lightly. These words made Tan Yu, who had just sat down beside her, a little upset, but facing the situation, she didn't dare to show it at all. Just at this time, suddenly there were exclamations from many people in the courtyard, which attracted the attention of Feng Yun and others. Feng Yun, Ling Lai, and Tan Yu looked into the courtyard, but saw a young man in black who casually knocked away 2 servants of the Feng family who were blocking him, and strode into the Feng family in stride. Long Yu. These 2 words popped up in everyone's mind. When Long Yu's figure appeared, everyone was shocked. Feng Yun stood up all of a sudden, frowning. Long Yu is back, what about Li Chong? And what about Feng Chongqing and Feng Tianxiang, who followed to intercept and kill them? Could it be that Long Yu didn't go through the forest, but took a detour? Otherwise, there's no reason why he couldn't stop this good-for-nothing boy. Ha ha ha, Patriarch Feng Yun, you are so majestic. Long Yu haha saw Feng Yun in white at a glance, Tan Yu sitting beside Feng Yun, and everyone sitting in the hall of Feng's courtyard. The Tan family. An old man with white hair led dozens of members of the Tan family to sit and drink in the courtyard. Looking at the family, Long Yu reminded Long Yu of Tan Jian, who was killed by him in the ancient ginseng forest. Unfortunately, no one in the Tan family knew that Tan Jian was killed by Long Yu. Everyone in the Tan family looked at Long Yu, full of dissatisfaction, and when the ancestor of the Tan family saw Long Yu, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He knew that his precious granddaughter, Tan Yu, was bullied by Long Yu not long after she joined Tian sect, causing her to break a leg. This alone made the ancestor of the Tan family want Long Yu's life. It can be seen that if there is a father, there must be a granddaughter. It is precisely because the ancestor of the Tan family loves her so much that Tan Yu has developed a savage princess disease. The Qin family. Long Yu looked to the other side, and saw Qin Ronger, who had snatched the inner alchemy of the soaring Snake King with him before, was sitting beside a middle-aged man with a face full of hatred. That middle-aged man was the father of Qin Ronger, the father of Qin Tianke, who was killed by Long Yu, the head of the Qin family, Qin Jin. At this moment, when Qin Jin saw Long Yu, hatred burst into his eyes. Qin Ronger was kicked out of Zhenshenzong, so Qin Zhen naturally knew that Qin Tianke was killed by Long Yu. How could he bear it when he saw Long Yu? The revenge of killing the son must be avenged today. The Luo family. Long Yu saw that even the Luo family, who had nothing to do with him before, was there, but the Luo family had always kept a low profile. Among the 4 major families in Yuguan City, the Luo family was the one that had the least contact with other families. But even so, when Feng Yun became the head of the Feng family, a table of people from the Luo family came to celebrate. Feng Yao, Lu Yu. The mother and daughter sat on one side of the hall, their faces were filled with astonishment. Apparently they did not expect Long Yu to come back at this time. However, the mother and daughter were present, but Feng Changge was nowhere to be seen. I heard that the adoptive father was injured by Feng Yun, but this mother and daughter still have the leisure to congratulate Feng Yun here. What an idiot. A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes, but he didn't pay attention to Feng Yao and Lu Yu for the time being. The most important thing now is to meet Feng Changge. Feng Yun, where is my adoptive father? Long Yu glanced at Feng Yun and asked sharply. As soon as these words came out, a middle-aged man stood up beside Feng Yun, and looked at Long Yu mockingly. Today is the day when my son Feng Yun will become the head of the Feng family. What kind of trash are you? How dare you come here? Yelling, being rude to the patriarch. This middle-aged man is Feng Yun and Feng Luo's father, Feng Changtian. On the seats in the hall, there were all the direct descendants of the Feng family, such as Feng Luo, Feng Yang, etc. It was a pity that Feng Chanqian was killed by Yu Chenning in the ancient ginseng forest, and this scene would not be seen today. Both Feng Luo and Feng Yang looked at Long Yu with hatred in their eyes. How could they have been insulted by Long Yu before? Patriarch? Long Yu sneered, just because Feng Yun is such a waste, he is also qualified to be the head of the Feng family? It really makes people laugh. As soon as these words came out, people around immediately began to scold. Wonderful and majestic martial Dao 9th layer powerhouse, how can a waste like you be able to insult at will? Cousin Feng Yun is the head of the Feng family. It's a matter of course. If he doesn't become the head of the house, can it be done by you trash? It's really reckless to come here to make trouble at this time. Following the last sentence, a person suddenly rose up and rushed towards Long Yu. I, Feng Lin, want to teach you a lesson, so that you can recognize clearly what you are. The young man who rushed here was named Feng Lin, a genius of the Feng family's collateral branch, and now he is at the 6th level of martial arts, and his strength is strong. Seeing Feng Lin make a move, many people around showed mocking smiles. This Long Yu barged in and made a scene today, which really embarrassed Feng Yun. This kid will definitely be taught a lesson. However, soon, the smiles of these people froze on their faces. It's you who should recognize what you are, right? Long Yu sneered, his body stood still, and he punched straight out. Feng Lin thought that Long Yu was still the same trash as before, so he smiled contemptuously when he saw this, and swung his fist to fight Long Yu. Boom! With a bang, one of Feng Lin's arms was directly crippled by a huge force, and he flew upside down several feet away, and fell to the ground recklessly. The audience was silent, and those who wanted to see Long Yu's jokes immediately froze on the spot. Only those who already knew that Long Yu's strength was not bad, were not surprised by this scene, such as the patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Jin, Feng Yun, Ling Lai, and so on. Qin Jin knew that if Long Yu killed his son Qin Tianke, he would definitely not be able to deal with Feng Lin, who was only at the 6th level of martial arts. As for Feng Yun and Ling Lai, they knew that Long Yu was the core disciple of Zhen Zhenzong, and it was even more impossible for them to be defeated by mere Feng Lin. What courage! Feng Yin looked at Long Yu, and said lightly, "You wantonly hurt people in my Feng family, are you going too far? Then according to what you mean, I should stand here and let him beat me to death?" Long Yu snorted coldly. "I'll just say a word." Feng Yan's face turned into a sneer. "Who is the master of the Feng family, and it is not up to you, a trash, to point fingers. Before, you were a trash, and you will be a trash in the future. And if you hurt people in the Feng family, if I don't, wouldn't it make the people of the Feng family chilling to teach you a lesson?" "Are they chilling? What does it have to do with me?" Long Yu said casually, "But today, I really want to teach you a lesson on behalf of my adoptive father, and let you know what it means to respect elders." After saying this, a killing intent flashed in Long Yu's eyes. This situation dared to injure his adoptive father. Today, he would never spare him lightly. What about the 9 levels of martial arts? Long Yu has enough confidence. With his current strength, there is absolutely no suspense against a situation. Defeat Feng Yun first and shock the audience. Only in this way can pave the way for Feng Chang'e to act in the future. Seeing the conflict between Long Yu and the Feng family intensified, everyone in the Tan family and Qin family who also hated Long Yu restrained themselves. Wouldn't it be wonderful to watch the Feng family dog bite the dog first, and then they reap the benefits? Feng Yun stepped into the 9th level of martial arts forcefully and became the head of the Feng family, which made the other 3 families feel a sense of crisis. If Feng Yun made a further step, wouldn't the entire Yuguan city belong to the Feng family? The purpose of their coming here today is not just to celebrate Feng Yun. Now that there are appetizers brought by Long Yu, they don't mind watching the show first. Senior brother Feng Yun, it's not your turn to act like a clown. At this moment, Ling Lai, who was beside Feng Yun, stood up and looked at Long Yu with contempt. "Let me, Ling Lai, take him down." "Also." Feng Yun nodded lightly. Although Ling Lai's strength is not as strong as Feng Yun's at the 9th level of martial arts, he is definitely more than enough to deal with a Long Yu. When Ling Lai stepped out, Long Yu narrowed his eyes. "Your name is Ling Lai, what is your relationship with Ling Han?" Long Yu asked. "Ling Han, he is my younger brother." Ling Lai said, casually, mockingly, "When you are about to die, what's the use of asking these things that have nothing to do with you? Since you are brother Ling Han, I will spare your life today," Long Yu said. As soon as these words came out, everyone including Feng Yun was taken aback for a moment, and then burst out laughing. "Ling Lai, you are a strong man at the 9th level of martial arts. Don't you think it's ridiculous for you to say such words as spare his life?" Feng Yao's crisp but disdainful voice came from the side. It's good that she didn't make a sound, but when she made a sound, Long Yu immediately looked at her and laughed loudly. "It's ridiculous, it's ridiculous. Feng Yao, you are the righteous father's daughter, and now this Feng Yun has robbed your father's patriarch, and you are here to congratulate Feng Yun. Don't you feel that what you have done is too shameless? Cousin Feng Yun is strong, neither I nor my father are his opponents." Feng Yao said indifferently, "Could it be that he shouldn't be the patriarch of my Feng family?" "That's right, if you are strong, you can be the head of the Feng family." Long Yu said contemptuously, "Now, your father did not come here, but you are here to defend Feng Yun. Does this mean that from now on, you Feng Yao will no longer recognize your father, but will follow Feng Yun?" As soon as these words came out, many people in the venue cast strange glances at Feng Yao. Feng Yao's pretty face was also a little stiff, but her mother Lu Yu, who was at the side, immediately said bitterly, "You useless boy, don't distort the facts. Feng Yun has become the head of the Feng family, and we, as members of the Feng family, come here. What's wrong with congratulating you? It's you, an uneducated thing, who is messing around in Feng's house. How decent is it? Don't talk nonsense with him, wait until I take him down first." On the side, Ling Lai's eyes were filled with displeasure. As the 33rd core disciple of Xintian sect, he was extremely powerful, but Long Yu in front of him actually said that he would spare his life. This tone really made him unhappy. "I'd like to see what you can use to spare my life." There was sarcasm in Ling Lai's words, and he stepped forward and stood 10 feet away from Long Yu. The two confronted each other, and the people nearby made room for them one after another, so as not to hurt them later in the fight. Ling Lai also came out of the Ling family villa, and the super-grade martial skill he cultivated should be Tai Bai Haoqi. Long Yu thought in his heart, staring at Ling Lai closely. The profound energy in his whole body began to circulate and condense. Swimming cloud step. Ling Lai stomped heavily on the ground with both feet, and his whole body soared into the sky, flying 10 feet high. Cloud swinging step is a top-rank martial skill of the Xintian sect. It is said that one can step into the clouds when practiced to perfection, and it can be used in conjunction with many martial arts. Shanfeng breaks. Ling Lai, who was high in the sky, waved his hands, and then condensed the blue profound energy in his hands, and slapped Long Yu with his palm. Ling Lai, who descended from the sky, this move is extremely powerful. The most important thing is that he immediately released the sky-suppressing artistic conception, wanting to suppress Long Yu, thus defeating Long Yu with one move, showing his extremely strong strength.